Chapter 1. Transmigration and the System. In a forest outside the city of Yang, Yuzhou. Ouch, my head hurts. Where am I? Su Chun, battered and bruised, rose from a pile of dirt, his darkened right hand gingerly touching his forehead as he spoke. Just a moment ago, he had been immersed in a delightful game, and now he found himself in this desolate place, with no recollection of how he had acquired his injuries. What is happening? Why have I become like this? And where exactly is this? Su Chun rubbed his forehead, glancing around at the eerily silent forest, deep in thought. Suddenly, a torrent of disjointed memories surged into his mind, causing his brow to subtly furrow and a pained expression to cross his face, as if these memories had been forcibly implanted deep within his soul. He had actually transmigrated into a world of martial prowess at that. This realm boasted vast territories such as the Great Tang Empire, the majestic Ming Empire, and the prosperous Song Empire, among others. Of course, there were also smaller dynasties like Beimang, Bailey, and Ruren. These empires were all in a delicate balance of power, while the martial world was rife with factions and warlords vying for dominance. As he stood in this forest on the outskirts of Yang City, one of the 12 prefectures of the Bailey dynasty, he couldn't recall how he had sustained his injuries. Though the notion of transmigration was bewildering, he soon accepted it. The idea that he had arrived in a world where martial arts flourished sent his heart racing with excitement. He couldn't help but yearn for the extraordinary abilities of those who could grasp the stars and moons. Who wouldn't wish to possess unparalleled martial prowess? Ouch! I should tend to my wounds before I can even think about leaving this forest. Feeling the pain from the torn wounds on his body, Su Chun furrowed his brow and gradually regained his composure. His injuries were quite severe if left untreated. He might not survive the next hour. Where on earth am I supposed to find healing herbs in this remote wilderness? Su Chun cursed under his breath while surveying his surroundings. Just as he prepared to rise and search for medicinal plants, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Life-threatening danger detected. Would you like to claim a novice gift pack? What ties this a system? Hearing the voice, Su Chun leaped to his feet, exhilarated. He never expected that as a transmigrator, he would also have a system at his disposal. Ding! Life-threatening danger detected. It is advisable to open the novice gift pack. The voice of the system resonated in his mind once more. Open it! Open it! Su Chun thought eagerly. Ding! The novice gift pack has been opened. Items have been stored in your inventory. Please use them promptly. Su Chun extended his consciousness into the so-called inventory and discovered 2 shimmering cards, a vial of elixir and a splendid robe. As he picked up the vial of elixir, a line of text materialized before him. Grade healing elixir, Xing Sheng Zhou Hua Dan. Effect: can heal most external and internal injuries and slightly enhance physical constitution. Reading the brief description, Su Chun was overjoyed. He immediately sat cross-legged, took out a Sheng Sheng Zhou Hua Dan, and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and filling his entire body with an unprecedented sense of comfort. This sensation was intoxicating. Time seemed to lose meaning as the pain gradually subsided, until it vanished entirely, as if the wounds had never existed. Wow, this effect is incredible. Su Chun felt as though he had been reborn, his body brimming with explosive power and vitality. His skin became strikingly fair as a dark filth was expelled from within him, a faint energy flowing from his dantian through his limbs and bones. A hint of martial prowess radiated from him. To his surprise, this Shengsheng Zhou Hua Dan not only healed his injuries but also cleansed his meridians, opening up his martial channels. Ugh, how foul! I need to take a bath. Su Chun suddenly became aware of the acrid smell of sweat emanating from his body, wrinkling his nose in distaste. He made his way to a nearby lake, stripped off his tattered robe, and plunged in. After washing himself thoroughly, he felt significantly better. Once clean, he directed his focus to the splendid robe. Heavenly grade garment, Xuanlu Wanhua Yi. As he reached out, the exquisite Xuanlu Wanhua Yi fell into his hands, adorned with intricate patterns, and he could faintly sense a flow of true energy within it. Before long, he donned the robe and gazed at his reflection on the lake's surface, revealing a strikingly handsome youth, unparalleled in grace. His eyes sparkled like those of a phoenix, his brows elegantly arched, his complexion fair and radiant, and his tall, slender figure resembled that of a celestial being descended from the heavens. At that moment, even with his eyes closed, he could feel an aura of superiority radiating from him. Admiring the robe, he couldn't help but think, truly, the system produces exceptional items. Next, he turned his attention to the two radiant cards. System, what are these? Ding! These are two character summoning cards. The host can summon individuals from various worlds to serve you. The system coldly replied. Summon individuals from different worlds? Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what kind of characters he could summon. Use the summoning cards. Ding! Summoning successful. You have obtained the following characters. Special Character 1. Longshu Monk, Master of the Diamond Realm, perfected. Special Character 2. Deng Tea, Master of the Diamond Realm, perfected. What the hell? Two Masters of the Diamond Realm. Su Chun couldn't help but exclaim, realizing that the system was indeed powerful. However, he hadn't anticipated such good fortune, acquiring two master-level characters as his subordinates. In this world, martial cultivation was categorized into three tiers: inferior, intermediate, and superior, followed by the acquired: innate, master, celestial being, land deity, and void-breaking realms. The master realm was further divided into four stages: diamond realm, profound realm, remote sky realm, and finally, the celestial phenomenon realm. Chapter 2. The Black Market. Even in the capital of Yuzhou, Yang City, masters at the master level were exceedingly rare, and now he had two at his disposal. This was enough to make him elated. System: summon Longshu Monk and Deng Tea. Before him appeared two silvery voids, and soon, two figures exuding the aura of masters stepped forth. The figure on the left was tall and handsome, exuding a carefree elegance, holding a branch of peach blossom in hand. The figure on the right was an elderly monk clad in robes, with 9 flesh knots atop his head, a kind expression on his face, and a water filter hanging by his side. I am Deng Tea. At your service, my lord. I am Longshu Monk. At your service, my lord. Just call me young master from now on, Su Chun said. Hearing this, Deng Tea and Longshu Monk exchanged surprised glances before nodding in agreement. Conceal your auras and accompany me to Yang City. Yes, young master. As Su Chun looked at the two before him, he couldn't help but marvel at the system's formidable power. Even these two masters bowed to him. He felt emboldened, ready to navigate the world and influence its tides of power through cunning strategies. The thought ignited a fervor within him. With the system by his side, he resolved to establish a faction that would stir the currents of the world. Ding! Detecting the host's ambitions. A mission has been issued. Complete it to earn rewards. Mission 1. Establish a faction of your own and make it renowned throughout Yang City within a month. Mission 2. Attend the sign-in at the capital of Yang City. The first task seems quite simple, but how do I gain entry to the capital? Su Chun pondered, planning how to execute the missions. In his memory, Yang City was a complex web of factions, housing not only the city lord's mansion, but also the Yunxiao sect, the blood-refining cult, the Xianshui sect, and others. While only innate martial artists appeared in public, he couldn't be sure whether there were hidden masters lurking behind the scenes. Moreover, he had to be cautious not to expose his identity as a transmigrator, especially regarding the existence of the system. They might not comprehend what a system was. He intended to enter Yang City, first to gather information about the distribution of various powers before making further plans. Young master, we could visit the black market to gain insights into the city's dynamics. It may assist you in your endeavors, Longshu Monk suggested. That sounds good. Starting today, I shall establish a branch of the Misty Rain Tower in Yang City, and you two shall serve as its 12 imperial envoys. Hearing Su Chun's command, Deng Tea and Longshu Monk both bowed in acknowledgement. In the southeastern corner of Yang City lay a bustling street, teeming with people and vehicles, alive with the vibrancy of life that Su Chun and his companions meandered through the streets, captivated by an array of novelties, as merchants from distant lands congregated here, peddling an assortment of unique wares. The cacophony of their calls resonated incessantly, evoking in Su Chen a nostalgic reminiscence of the bustling experience of shopping malls in his previous life. The trio ventured southward, traversing the vibrant thoroughfare until they arrived at a foreboding and eerie loft. Above the entrance, the words Black Market were inscribed ominously. In this realm, the laws of the Bei Li dynasty held no sway. A diverse array of nefarious characters gathered here, where, with the mere exchange of currency, one could procure any desired goods. Furthermore, in this clandestine haven, whether one sought to eliminate adversaries or engage in illicit trade, it was all effortlessly attainable, prompting many to willingly pay exorbitant sums for various commodities. Su Chen stepped forward, followed closely by the Dragon Tree Monk and Deng Taya, a fellow cultivator. "May I inquire about your needs?" An elderly man clad in a black robe approached with a congenial smile. He was one of the overseers of this black market and a master of innate prowess. Yet, just moments ago, he had sensed a lethal aura emanating from the two men flanking Su Chen, albeit fleetingly. He was acutely aware that they might possess formidable mastery akin to that of grandmasters. All three of them donned flowing black robes that swept the ground, revealing only their piercing eyes, compelling him to personally attend to their needs. "Bring forth all the assassination contracts for individuals above the Grandmaster level." Su Chen rasped, his voice hoarse. "My name is Wang Lian, the steward here. Please step inside." Upon learning that Su Chen and his companions sought to undertake tasks of such magnitude, a chill ran down Wang Lian's spine. He hurriedly led them to the loft of the black market for a more private discussion over tea. Before long, Wang Lian produced a dust-laden scroll and presented it before Su Chen with reverence. "This contains the profiles of all Grandmaster-level assassins within our Yiyang City black market. There are 9 in total. You may peruse at your leisure." Su Chen picked up the scroll and scrutinized its contents, noting 9 assassination tasks categorized by varying degrees of difficulty, with the lowest reward commencing at a staggering 200,000 taels of gold. Most minor factions could hardly muster 10,000 taels, and even the city's administration would find it a Herculean task to accumulate such wealth in a mere day or two. However, Su Chen paid little heed to the monetary rewards. What he sought was the formidable reputation that would resonate throughout Yiyang City. He then turned to Wang Lian and declared, "We shall take this first task." Wang Lian was momentarily taken aback, astonished that they had chosen such a formidable assignment so swiftly. "Fellow cultivator, I must be candid, accepting this task entails significant peril, and the deadline is approaching swiftly. Might I suggest considering another option?" Wang Lian urged. "Not necessary, we shall proceed with this one," Su Chen replied, casting a glance at Wang Lian before departing to further investigate the intricate power dynamics and complex situation within Yiyang City. Left behind, Wang Lian appeared somewhat dazed, contemplating the implications of the assassination task that topped the scroll. "Master, when shall we initiate this task?" inquired the Dragon Tree Monk. "Tonight, I shall afford the Lei family a moment's respite, lest I seem unduly merciless," Su Chen articulated. What surprised him was that the foremost assassination task was to annihilate the entire Lei family. Through his recent inquiries, he had discerned that aside from the Lord's Manor, the principal powers in Yiyang City included the Xian Shui sect, Yin Shao sect, Lian Shui cult, Wu Wei Temple, and Qing Su Temple. The Lei family, apart from these factions, was a colossal clan that had established dominance over Yiyang City for at least 3 centuries, with the family head, Lei Wujie, being a master of innate peak prowess. Such an individual is deemed a grandmaster, and yet he ranks first? There must be some deception afoot in this black market, he mused. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, reasoning that the man was destined to perish regardless. So why concern himself further? Chapter 3. The Lei Family and Yiyang City Lei Family. Humph. I never expected there would truly be someone so fearless as to take on this mission. Seems our Lei family has become a place where anyone, be they a mere stray cat or dog, dares to come and take a bite. The main seat. A fierce-looking middle-aged man spoke coldly, holding a piece of intelligence that revealed someone had taken a task against his Lei family in the black market, intending to annihilate the entire clan. This middle-aged man, named Lei Wujie, is the head of the Lei family. Pay no mind. I am eager to see who possesses the ability to accept this task and still walk out of Yang City alive. An elder beside him suggested, Master, should we send someone to investigate? A young man to the left of Lei Wujia interjected, no need. I shall wait here. Subsequently, an aura of a master radiated outwards. The Lei family's foundation is profound, as evidenced by their patriarch, Lei Wujia. The black market's records of innate peak practitioners had, at that moment, transformed into a master, indicating that his strength had indeed broken through. Within the entirety of Yang City, those who could reach such a realm were few and far between. Lei Wujia chose to wait here, naturally, because he had confidence in his own strength. System, do you have any standardized attire? Please provide me with a few pieces. After accepting the mission, one must certainly wear a uniform. Otherwise, it would not appear professional. Ding. Detecting the host's request, one set of Yinyu Tower's 12 Divine Envoy attire costs 100 taels of gold. Would you like to purchase? How much? 100 taels of gold. Why not just rob a bank? Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Chen immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Fine, fine. Just give me 3 sets. After all, the money is not coming out of his own pocket. With a whoosh, 3 robes suddenly appeared in his hands. The robes were primarily a muted gray-black, adorned with patterns depicting rain falling in the south, and embroidered with a character for Imperial on the chest. Crafted from a century-old golden silk thread, the durability of the entire robe rivaled that of mystical materials. As for the masks, they were made from special materials that could not be removed unless one wished to do so, which was rather convenient. Indeed, the system's products were exceptional. It seemed he had misunderstood the system earlier. Put it on. Tonight will be an insomniac's night. Su Chen handed 2 sets of the Divine Envoy robes to Long Shu Monk and Deng Taiye. Excellent, excellent. As expected from the young master, it is truly remarkable. After receiving the robe, Deng Taiye praised with a smile. All right, then tonight we shall undertake something grand. Su Chen grinned wickedly, his eyes brimming with a fierce fighting spirit. As the night deepened, the bright full moon was shrouded by dark clouds. At this moment, although the Lei family was ablaze with lights, it remained eerily silent. A chilling wind swept through, causing the lanterns hanging from the eaves to sway uncontrollably. 3 shadowy figures emerged in the void, forming a triangular formation. These 3 were Su Chen, Deng Taiye, and Long Shu Monk. It appears Lei Wujia is rather confident, not even choosing to flee. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings and said, You shall take the lead. At that moment, Long Shu Monk stepped forward, a vast Buddhist light emanating from his being as he silently chanted in Sanskrit. With his right palm extended, he directed a colossal Buddhist palm imprint towards the Lei family below. The gigantic palm smashed down, akin to Mount Tai descending, causing the ground to tremble violently, as if the entire city were shaking. Within the Lei family, Patriarch Lei Wujia stood firm in the void, his right fist gathering the power of thunder as he fiercely struck out, colliding with the massive Buddhist palm imprint. Boom! Lei Wujia was thrust back 100 paces by a shockwave, as the Lei family estate was instantly reduced to ashes. A throng of Lei family disciples panicked, running aimlessly, yet under the overwhelming Buddhist light, their efforts were futile. With a single palm strike, the majority of the Lei family's disciples vanished. Are you from Wuwei Temple? Lei Wujia's expression turned grave as he gazed up at Long Shu Monk, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. He never anticipated that the individual accepting the mission was a fully realized master of the Diamond Realm. And not just one, but more than one had come in the void. There were 2 more figures whose mere presence instilled a profound sense of dread in him. Long Shu Monk did not respond. Instead, he flashed above Lei Wujia's head and struck out again, Buddhist light shimmering as he launched another assault. Lei Wujia joined his hands in a seal, a thick layer of protective energy gathering in front of him, channeling all his true energy into it, attempting to withstand the blow. Rumbling. Lei Wujia felt his protective energy shatter in an instant. He was sent flying, his meridians ruptured, piercing through dozens of stone slabs. His life hanging in the balance. Presumptuous. A powerful aura of a fully realized master of the Diamond Realm erupted from the mountains behind the Lei family. A middle-aged man in a purple flowing robe appeared in midair, his eyes wide with rage as he stared at Long Shu Monk. This was Lei Hin, the ancestral master of the Lei family. Sensing the overwhelming aura of a fully realized master, Long Shu Monk's expression remained unchanged. Oh? This Lei family surprisingly has another fully realized master. It seems this task is indeed quite challenging. In the void, Su Chen reflected on the situation, realizing he had underestimated the black market. The Lei family possessed two masters. Pray tell, who are you? Upon witnessing Long Shu Monk slay his own child, Lei Hin did not immediately attack but instead regarded him with great caution. The 12 Divine Envoys of Yinyu Tower. The Rat Envoy, Long Shu Monk. Long Shu Monk spoke slowly, his demeanor slightly altered when addressing Lei Hin. Though not significantly in his eyes, Lei Hin was merely a robust insect. Yinyu Tower? 12 Divine Envoys? How have I never heard of such a faction? Moreover, could it be that this faction possesses 12 masters of the Diamond Realm? The mere thought of this sent shivers down Lei Hin's spine. 12 masters of the realm, that was utterly terrifying. Only the royal family of the entire Bailey dynasty could possibly muster such power. And more terrifying still was the uncertainty of whether there were even stronger existences beyond these 12. That was the most alarming thought, sir. I shall not hold you accountable for today's events. I implore you to depart. Lei Hin gritted his teeth and said. Helplessly, he found himself cowed by the unknown. Even if he triumphed over the individual before him today, he could not guarantee how many masters from Yinyu Tower might come to hunt him down next time. Wrathful Diamond Fist? Long Shu Monk did not reply. Instead, he stepped forward, golden light bursting forth as if a sun had risen, dazzling and resplendent. The force of his fist surged, an immense Buddhist intent coalescing within, boom. This punch, imbued with the essence of the Diamond Realm and suffused with boundless Buddhist light, struck fiercely at Lei Hin. Thunderclap, slash. Lei Hin snorted coldly, his true energy surging forth as bulging veins appeared across his body, a frenzied power erupting from within him like a thunderous blade. Cleaving towards the massive fist ray, bang, bang, bang. Lightning and fist rays collided, the sound of explosions echoing continuously, causing the void to tremble violently. The ground within 100 feet was ravaged by the ferocious winds. Sinking several feet as the entire Lei family was reduced to nothingness, the commotion so great it even affected the entirety of Yang City. Several masters opened their eyes, gazing in the direction of the Lei family. Is this a battle of masters? That is Lei Hin's aura. The aura of the master he is battling seems somewhat unfamiliar. Within the city lord's manor, a middle-aged man stood on the balcony, murmuring to himself, Friend, what have I done to offend your Lei family? Would compensation not suffice? In the high sky, Lei Hin, who was being pushed back, spoke, internally cursing himself. Had he known the opponent's cultivation was so formidable, he would not have emerged. I shall borrow your head, Long Shu Monk stated coolly. Lei Hin's heart convulsed violently, his face turning pale, realizing that his fate was sealed. He would not escape today. Thunderclap eruption. Lei Hin roared, compressing his true energy to the utmost, a frenzied look in his eyes as he charged towards Long Shu Monk, seeking to perish together in a self-detonation. After all, the devastation wrought by a master as self-detonation was immensely terrifying. Overestimating oneself? Long Shu Monk replied indifferently, bringing his hands together forcefully, summoning two radiant golden bell shields that enveloped Lei Hin. With a thunderous boom, the two golden bell shields merely swayed slightly, not even a crack forming. As the shockwave from the explosion was entirely absorbed by the Buddhist patterns, Lei Hin fell. Once all was said and done, Long Shu Monk promptly returned to Su Chen's side. Young master, the task is complete. Let us depart. Await the day when the might of Yinyu Tower reverberates, and I shall establish a branch here, with you as the master of Yang City's Yinyu Tower. Su Chen instructed Long Shu Monk, and the three departed from above the Lei family. The following day, the entirety of the Lei family, numbering 1,080 souls, was brutally slaughtered, alongside 40 innate practitioners and 2 masters, all perished. The news of the annihilation of the Lei family swiftly spread throughout Yang City, leaving all major factions in a state of shock. A prominent clan of such magnitude had been wiped out. Moreover, 2 revered masters were slain without a trace of resistance. Alas, have you heard? The Lei family has been exterminated, and it is said that the force behind it is the Misty Rain Tower. I also heard that the head of the Lei family, Lei Wujie, had already ascended to the Master Realm, yet he, along with the 2 masters, Lei Hin and the Old Ancestor, were killed by the agents of Misty Rain Tower above the ancestral home. What is this? I heard that a single person from Misty Rain Tower obliterated the entire Lei family. Hiss, how terrifying must the strength of Misty Rain Tower be? Shu, be cautious with your words. Within Yiyang City, every tavern, tea house, street corner, and gang was abuzz with discussions. The atmosphere became palpably tense as all factions heightened their vigilance to an alarming degree, reaching a state of frantic alertness. Inside the Yunxiao sect master. The power of Misty Rain Tower is truly terrifying. One individual wiped out the entire Lei family, slaying Lei Wujie and Lei Hin as if they were mere chickens. A senior elder of the Golden Body Realm spoke with a hint of trepidation. Last night, he had observed the entire event unfold and was astounded that the two Golden Body Masters showed not even a flicker of resistance before their demise. Knowing that his own cultivation was not far behind that of the recently ascended Lei Wujie, he feared for the safety of their Yunxiao sect if Misty Rain Tower could do this. Indeed, Misty Rain Tower is formidable. But why is there not a whisper of information about such a powerful force? The sect master, Yun Shan, inquired. His cultivation was slightly above that of Lei Hin, having 1 foot in the realm of the Finger Profound, yet he too felt a tinge of apprehension towards this unfamiliar assassin organization. I don't know that I visited the black market this morning, and they informed me they had no knowledge of it and could not divulge anything. Never mind, let us observe the situation, as long as we do not provoke them. We should be safe, Yun Shan replied nonchalantly. At the black market. The mission is complete. Where is our bounty? Dressed in a black robe, Su Chun returned to the black market and inquired of Wang Lian. Here is a check for 500,000 taels of gold, redeemable at any bank within the Northern Territory. Additionally, we have prepared an extra 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones for you. Wang Lian replied respectfully. This was the force that had eradicated the entire Lei family overnight. The black market had to align itself with them. Yet, what exactly was Misty Rain Tower? Su Chun had ordered the dissemination of the news about Misty Rain Tower, but had shared no further information. Su Chun nodded and handed the check to the monk Long Shu, while the 10,000 spirit stones were stored in his interspatial ring. Manager Wang, may I ask what preparations are necessary to establish a force here? Since our reputation has been established, we can now create Misty Rain Tower, Su Chun stated. That can be quite troublesome. To establish a force in Yiyang City, one must report to the authorities for approval, which takes at least a month. Wang Lian explained in detail. A month? That is far too long. I want it done today, Su Chun declared, eagerly anticipating the system's task. That might not be possible, Wang Lian replied with difficulty. Prepare what is needed and coordinate with him. I have matters to attend to. Su Chun gestured towards the monk Long Shu. This is Long Shu, the 12 divine envoys of Misty Rain Tower, the Rat God Envoy. Long Shu introduced himself. Chapter 5. Breaking Through, First Class. So you are the Rat God Envoy. I have long admired you. Wang Lian hurriedly bowed in respect. This was a master of the Golden Body Realm at its pinnacle. Shortly thereafter, Wang Lian began to outline the materials needed for the preparations and presented a building in the inner city as a token of their newfound partnership. By noon, under the blazing sun, a towering pavilion, reaching a height of 100 zhang and spanning several li, stood majestically along the street, with the imposing characters Misty Rain Tower hanging above. The outer circle was surrounded by throngs of people, some from various factions and others from the city lord's manor, who were astonished by the sudden establishment of Misty Rain Tower. How daring to bypass governmental approval and erect such a structure! This was clearly a provocation to the authority of Yiyang City. Inside Misty Rain Tower, Su Chun sat at the head, sipping tea, while Long Shu and Deng Tai quietly awaited. Ding, task completion detected. Rewards are now being distributed. Successful distribution. You have received the following items. 1.20 years of pure internal energy 2. Xian Grade Technique. Golden Body Fist 3. Special Character. 1000 Black Armored Guards. Innate Realm. 4. Special Character. Long Boucher. Golden Body Master at its pinnacle. 5. Xian Grade Elixir. 10 Breaking Through Pills, which increase the probability of a Golden Body Master breaking through to the Finger Profound Realm by 3-fold. Ha, 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 what a windfall. Another Golden Body Master and 1,000 Innate Realm Black Armored Guards. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This task had indeed proven immensely rewarding. System. I wish to claim the 20 years of pure internal energy. Su Chen sat cross-legged, circulating his internal energy. A surge of pure internal energy instantly flowed into his body, nourishing his meridians like parched grass receiving water, leaving him in a state of unparalleled comfort. All 365 acupoints within him were unblocked, and previously obstructed channels were cleared by this newfound power, filling him with warmth and strength, as his Dantian's true energy gradually thickened. After an hour, Su Chun slowly opened his eyes, exuding the aura of a first-class warrior. Congratulations, young master, on successfully breaking through. Long Shu and Deng Tai clasped their hands in respect, witnessing such a rapid breakthrough for the first time. Claim the special character, Long Bushi. As the words fell, a silvery void materialized before him, and from within the distorted space emerged a master of the golden body realm at its pinnacle. Clad in a blue brocade robe, his handsome features and a black jade belt around his waist complemented his formidable stature of over 7 feet. Merely standing there, he emanated a chilling and formidable killing intent. I, Long Bushi, pledge my service to you, my lord. In the next moment, he respectfully addressed Su Chun. Like those two, you may call me young master. From now on, you shall be the tiger envoy of Misty Rain Tower. Here is your attire, Su Chun said with satisfaction, handing him a set of divine robes. Thank you, young master, Long Bushi replied, immediately donning the attire. System, claim 50 innate realm black armored guards with a whoosh. 50 shadows instantly appeared, each clad in black armor, radiating the essence of the peak innate realm. From now on, you will serve as the guards of Misty Rain Tower, obeying the commands of the Rat God Envoy. Su Chun instructed. Yes, young master. The black armored guards responded in unison. Outside Misty Rain Tower, the crowd continued to swell, eager to discern the true visage of this legendary and mysterious establishment and the audacity it displayed. Not long after, dozens of innate realm black armored guards marched out in unison, forming 2 lines at the entrance of Misty Rain Tower. Hiss! Does Misty Rain Tower really possess so many innate realm soldiers? What are they planning? They bypassed official approval to establish themselves and have amassed this many black armored guards. Could it be that they are provoking the entire Northernly dynasty? The spectators buzzed with speculation. Make way! Make way! Make way! Just as the black armored guards emerged, a guard unit clad in green tiger insignia armor, brandishing long spears and shields, approached with a powerful and overwhelming presence. A terrifying aura surged upwards as they marched. And no one dared to obstruct their path, quickly parting to clear a route. Isn't that the guard from the City Lord's manor? Why have they come? Indeed. Isn't that Lu one? Isn't he the captain of this guard? Even he, a half-step master realm expert, has come. Could it be that Misty Rain Tower has provoked the City Lord's manor? It seems something significant is unfolding here. Misty Rain Tower just annihilated the Lei family. Now it has drawn the ire of the City Lord's manor. Let us see how they respond. Inside the tower, Su Chun sensed the military aura outside and immediately rose, his gaze flickering. It seems some individuals are still restless and wish to stir up trouble. Young master, leave this matter to us. Long Bushi was the first to speak. Very well, but ensure it is handled cleanly, Su Chun replied with a cold smile, showing no fear towards the City Lord's manor. After all, he held 3 beings comparable to masters of the Finger Profound Realm. There truly was no faction in Yiyang City that could instill fear in him. Sure enough, within moments, 30 guards from Yiyang surrounded Misty Rain Tower, each radiating a fierce malevolence, as if they intended to seize the tower today. BY orders. We are here to seal off Misty Rain Tower. No one shall resist, and all shall be taken into custody. Any who dare resist will be killed on the spot. Lu Wen spoke with an air of unmatched authority, his voice echoing like a thunderous roar through the Misty Rain Tower, addressing those within. Inside the pavilion, Su Chun, who had been savoring tea, suddenly stiffened, his cup shattering in his grip, tea spilling across the floor. Since you show me such disrespect, do not blame me for being ruthless, Captain Lu. What brings you and the Yiyang guards to my Rain Tower? As his words fell, a figure stepped forth with the grace and poise of a dragon, halting 3 paces before Lu Wen. This individual was none other than the Abbot Long Shusheng, the master of the Rain Tower branch in Yiyang City. You are the one who annihilated the Lei family yesterday, the Vajra master of the Rain Tower? Long Shusheng, Lu Wen remarked gravely. He was merely a half-step master, and before the fully realized Long Shusheng, he felt like an insignificant insect. Nevertheless, He was here on the orders of the city lord and could not yield an inch. No matter the foe. Indeed, it is I, Long Shushing acknowledged with a nod, curious to see what scheme Lu Wen intended to play. Do you not know that within this city, the path of slaughter is forbidden? You of the Rain Tower have disregarded the laws of Bailey, rampaging and slaughtering others, which is a grave sin. Establishing a power without the government's approval is another, and showing contempt for the authority of the government is yet another. Long Tower Master, is what I say not true? Lu Wen inquired. Aha, you certainly have a way with words, Long Shushing replied with a dispassionate smile. In that case, I must trouble you not to impede our business. Attack! Lu Wen immediately commanded, and the 30 Yang guards surged forward, ready to apprehend the people of the Rain Tower. Suddenly, with a gentle wave of his right hand, Long Shusheng conjured an invisible wall, sending the 30 guards crashing back with a terrifying force. What is the meaning of this, Long Tower Master? Lu Wen's expression turned to one of shock and anger, astonished that the Tower Master would strike without hesitation. His guards suffering severe injuries. Captain Lu, though young, you ought to use your wits. Do not allow yourself to be a pawn in this game, Long Shusheng said calmly, releasing the full aura of a perfected Vajra master. Pressing down on Lu Wen, who felt as though he bore the weight of a mountain on his back. Long Tower Master, do you and your Rain Tower wish to oppose the City Lord's mansion? Lu Wen managed to utter under the immense pressure, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The mastery of Long Shusheng had reached a level far beyond his own, and just the aura alone was sufficient to overwhelm his physical form. At that moment, Lu Wen's mind raced with curses. Damn it, how is the Rain Tower so different from other powers? I have distanced myself from the City Lord's mansion, yet they remain unperturbed. Could it be that the Rain Tower has an even more formidable backing that allows them to stand fearless in Yuzhou? Long Tower Master, with the Lei family wiped out, bypassing official approval. Do you not intend to conspire against the government? Just then, another figure descended from the sky, emanating the aura of a master, dressed in a blue-green government robe adorned with a sword sheath. His demeanor was calm and devoid of the murderous intent that characterized Lu Wen. He was none other than Lu Taohong, the City Lord of Yang, also a perfected Vajra Master. City Lord Lu? You jest. Such a serious accusation cannot be so carelessly cast upon our Rain Tower. Long Shusheng replied with a smile, showing no sign of intimidation before the City Lord's presence. Lu Taohong returned the smile, his gaze fixed on the Rain Tower behind Long Shusheng, and stated, the influence of your Rain Tower is profound. I would not dare to speculate recklessly. However, I have come on the orders of the Supervisory Office to thoroughly investigate this matter. Should the Rain Tower be wronged in any way, I assure you I will uphold justice. I hope you will not make it difficult for me to allow the Supervisory Office personnel to conduct their search. The meaning of Lu Taohong's words was unmistakable. This investigation was personally ordered by the Supervisory Office, and as the City Lord, he was merely executing orders. No one could shield the Rain Tower from scrutiny. And what if I refuse? Long Shusheng's smile faded, his gaze becoming icy as he regarded Lu Taohong. He had no intention of acquiescing to such a request. If the Bailey officials were to show him such disdain, there was no reason for the Rain Tower to offer any courtesy in return. A flicker of anger crossed Lu Taohong's features. He was a dignified city lord yet found himself treated with such contempt. He coldly scoffed. What, do you harbor some unspeakable secrets within your tower? City Lord Lu, some words should not be spoken lightly. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a predicament like the Lei family, Long Shusheng warned. Halting momentarily, a knowing smile gracing his lips, though it vanished in the next moment. Impudence. Facing the Rain Tower's blatant disrespect, Lu Taohong no longer held back. Raising his right hand, a fierce gale erupted, transforming into a blade-like force aimed directly at Long Shusheng. This time, Lu Taohong was resolute in his determination to thoroughly investigate the Rain Tower. Unfazed, Long Shusheng formed hand seals, and a dazzling light of Buddhist radiance enveloped the space. Neutralizing the attack, Humph, Long Tower Master, should you continue to be obstinate, do not blame my subordinates for their lack of mercy. Lu Taohong warned coldly. Upon hearing this, Long Shusheng's expression shifted dramatically, a flash of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. How dare he threaten me? It seemed I had been too lenient. With a swift motion, Long Shusheng summoned a golden phantom behind him, the air resonating with an authoritative Buddhist chant. He raised his right palm, unleashing a forceful strike, a Buddhist palm materializing in the void, hurtling towards Lu Tao Hong. 10 miles of flowing light, killing. Faced with this technique, Lu Tao Hong did not dare to underestimate it. Channeling his inner energy, he drew his sword, unleashing a fierce sword chi towards Long Shushing Boom. The two tremendous waves of energy collided, shaking the ground for 100 paces as if a dragon had turned in its lair, shattering the earth and engulfing the area in clouds of dust. The martial artists nearby, unable to retreat in time, were blown away. Lu Tao Hong staggered back several steps as if struck by lightning, barely regaining his balance. You have comprehended martial intent? At that moment, Lu Tao Hong's expression turned grave, his gaze filled with trepidation as he regarded Long Shushing. It seemed today's thorough investigation of the Rain Tower would likely come to naught. He needed to quickly report the existence of a suspected Jixin master within the Rain Tower. My lord, behind him, Lu Wen's pupils constricted to the size of pinheads as he witnessed Lu Tao Hong being pushed back. It is nothing, Lu Tao Hong waved his hand, his expression cautious as he regarded Long Shusheng. Despite both being perfected Vajra masters, he felt himself vastly inferior in martial talent, sensing the indomitable will of martial arts emanating from Long Shusheng. How is it, City Lord Lu? Do you wish to continue your investigation? Long Shusheng inquired, retracting his overwhelming aura and speaking in a calm tone. Long Tower Master, today I shall merely take note of this. Lu Tao Hong replied, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent before he vanished before the Rain Tower. Everyone, disperse. The Rain Tower shall cease operations for 3 days, Long Shusheng announced, standing in the void, addressing the onlookers, before also disappearing. Farewell, esteemed divine envoy. The 2 rows of black-armored guards echoed in unison. From this day forward, the reputation of this Rain Tower branch master would surely soar. The annihilation of the Lei family and the ability to repel City Lord Lu Tao Hong with a single strike would be enough to send shockwaves throughout Yuzhou. Underlings, I pay my respects to the young master. On the top floor of the Rain Tower, Long Shusheng respectfully addressed Su Chun. Well done with this matter. From now on, you and Deng Taiye will be responsible for the development of this branch. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After issuing a few instructions, Su Chun departed with Long Bushi. Damn it, what kind of force is this Rain Tower? To possess 3 perfected Vajra masters. In the City Lord's mansion, Lu Tao Hong struck the table in frustration, seething with rage. While Long Shusheng's elimination of the 2 masters from the Lei family was indeed impressive, he did not believe he would lose. For he was a city lord of great stature. Yet, the combat prowess displayed by Long Shusheng had far surpassed his own, rendering him quite vexed. Moreover, the most troubling aspect was that in his investigation of the Rain Tower, he sensed 2 other terrifying auras that rivaled Long Shusheng's. The strength exhibited by the Rain Tower far exceeded that of his own city lord's mansion. As I rest beside my bed, how can I allow others to sleep peacefully? Such a formidable and uncontrollable force left him restless. Report. Yunshao sect, Lianxue sect, and Wu Wei Temple have sent envoys, claiming urgent matters to discuss with the city lord. An innate guard hurriedly rushed in to report. Yunshao sect? Lianxue sect? Lu Tao Hong frowned at the mention. These forces were typically elusive, so why had they suddenly gathered to negotiate important matters? What could they possibly want to discuss with him? Bring them in, but be sure to maintain discretion, Lu Tao Hong commanded. Agreed. The guard responded affirmatively before promptly turning to leave. Lu Tao Hong took a seat in the grand hall, and shortly thereafter, the 2 innate realm guards ushered Yunshan and others into the room. We pay our respects to the city lord, Rong Xue, and the others cupped their hands in a gesture of greeting. Lu Tao Hong surveyed the group and waved his hand nonchalantly. There is no need for excessive formalities. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Not wishing to engage in superfluous conversation, Lu Tao Hong directly asked, City Lord Lu, I assume you still recall the matter regarding the Misty Rain Tower? Yunshan began. What exactly are you trying to say? Lu Tao Hong's expression darkened slightly. Indeed, it was an inappropriate topic to broach. It was better left unsaid if it was merely understood. We have come here regarding the Misty Rain Tower. Rong Xue, the deputy leader of the blood refining sect, interjected. Oh. And what connection do you have with that establishment? Upon hearing this, Lu Tao Hong's interest was piqued. You should be aware that we have been deeply rooted in Yiyang City for many years. The sudden emergence of a new force could disrupt the balance of our relationships, an elder from the Xian Shui sect remarked. His meaning was clear. We have been longtime allies, and given the limited size of Yang City, the appearance of the Misty Rain Tower would necessitate a reallocation of resources. In that case, how do you propose to resolve this issue? Lu Taohong remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. It is rather simple. We shall join forces to expel the Misty Rain Tower from Yang City. The elder from the Xian Shui sect laughed. No matter how formidable the Misty Rain Tower may be, can it truly contend against all of us? Upon hearing this, Lu Taohong's expression fluctuated between various emotions before he gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. Since all of you share this sentiment, I shall agree. The city lord is indeed straightforward. Let us decide to act 3 days hence, on the day the Misty Rain Tower reopens," Rongxue stated. However, how many individuals do you plan to dispatch for this operation? It should be noted that there are at least 3 perfected masters of the Vajra realm within the Misty Rain Tower, Lu Taohong said with a grave expression. The others' faces changed upon hearing this revelation. The existence of 3 perfected masters of the Vajra realm within the Misty Rain Tower was truly astonishing. Noticing their silence, Lu Taohong inquired, "What? Are you all afraid and considering withdrawing? Merely 3 perfected masters of the Vajra realm. How could that possibly intimidate us? We have decided that each sect will send at least 1 perfected master of the Vajra realm. Excluding the King Shuiguan that will not participate, we will have nearly 5 perfected masters of the Vajra realm on our side. What can the Misty Rain Tower possibly use to counter us?" The elder from the Yunxiao sect laughed. "Very well, 3 days hence, we shall commence our operation," Lu Taohong declared vehemently in a secluded chamber. Su Chun sat cross-legged, system, claimed the Xian grade technique, Vajra Fist. A stream of radiant light flowed into him from above, and a warm current surged within his body, constantly refining his flesh. With his eyes gently closed and his body completely relaxed, he allowed that warm flow to wash over him, causing his skin and muscles to undergo a transformation. Particularly, the meridians in his arms expanded under the influence of this heat, and the surface of his arm's skin shimmered with Vajra runes. Containing a terrifying amount of Vajra vital energy within his fingertips, with a single punch, even a postnatal martial artist could be severely injured if caught off guard. Truly, this was a foundational technique of the highest caliber. The hierarchy of techniques in this realm is categorized as mortal, earth, heaven, Xian, origin, emperor, saint, and the legendary Dao. However, within the Northernly dynasty, it seems the highest tier known is the origin grade technique, with the emperor grade being unheard of for tens of thousands of years. Let alone the saint and Dao grades. After several hours, Su Chun opened his eyes, feeling an abundance of power coursing through him. He slowly rose, savoring his newfound strength, and nodded in satisfaction. His cultivation had reached an unparalleled pinnacle, with the hardness and strength of his body comparable to that of ordinary postnatal martial artists. Even in the face of peak postnatal warriors, he felt no fear. It is time to complete the second task assigned by the system. Su Chun stood up, donned his attire, and, accompanied by Long Bushi, set forth toward the Yiyang City Lord's residence. Now that the Misty Rain Tower had been established, once the branch here was stabilized, they could begin opening branches in other cities of Yuzhou. The only issue was a shortage of manpower. Moreover, having offended the city lord today, the days ahead might prove challenging. However, he hoped Lu Taohong would be wise enough to recognize the situation. Otherwise, he should not blame Su Chun for lacking consideration. After donning the ghostly mask, Su Chun and Long Bushi arrived at an altitude of 100 zhang above the Yiyang City Lord's residence, gazing down upon the bustling city below. The inner city was brilliantly illuminated and teeming with life, with a steady stream of people and vehicles bustling along the streets. Even as night fell, the streets remained as bright as day. Indeed, this is the capital of Yuzhou, truly prosperous. Su Chen marveled, and soon after, a familiar electronic voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the host has completed the task and received the following items. 1. Special item. Mastery card for Celestial Phenomenon Realm Master. Duration: 1 hour. 2. Special item. Heavenly Frost Sword. Origin grade. 3. Special character. Li Chuangang, Perfected Master of Celestial Phenomenon Realm. 4. Special character. Tuoba Bodhisattva, Perfected Master of Guiding Xian Realm. What? A Master of Celestial Phenomenon Realm? Su Chen exclaimed, his excitement palpable. At that moment, His smile stretched from ear to ear. A master of celestial phenomenon realm was among the most formidable figures in the entire Northernly dynasty. And now the Misty Rain Tower finally possessed a presence akin to a stabilizing stone. Even throughout Yuzhou, it would be difficult to find another master of celestial phenomenon realm. Su Chen suppressed his exhilaration and said to Long Bushi, "Let us go with that." He flickered and vanished from sight, with Long Bushi following suit. In Yangzhou, the grand capital city of Jiankong, a magnificent imperial city sprawling over 1,000 li stood proudly, exuding an air of grandeur and brilliance. Resplendent in gold and jade, surrounding the imperial city was a protective moat, positioned centrally within the city of Jiankong, flanked by towering walls that soared into the clouds, providing a robust defense. It was now nightfall. Yet the guards surrounding the imperial city remained vigilant, with squads of patrolling soldiers standing ready with their long spears, alert to their surroundings. At that moment, within the Eastern Palace, a young noble clad in a four-clawed dragon robe lounged in the main hall. Stretching lazily, a nearby maid quickly peeled a crystal-clear grape and placed it into his mouth. "Indeed, this crystal bodhi imported from the western regions is quite exquisite," he remarked, his tone imbued with a sense of indulgence, evoking images of opulence and extravagance within the lavish palace. This individual was none other than Lu Teng, the crown prince of the Northernly dynasty. "Your Highness, I have matters to report. Enter." Lu Teng lazily turned over. Continuing to relish the treatment from the beautiful maid, "I pay my respects to your Highness." A captain of the guards knelt in salute. "Rise." "What is the matter?" Lu Teng waved his hand, signaling the maid to step back. "Reporting to your Highness, news has spread that Lu Taohong, the city lord of Yang City, has announced the emergence of a new force within the city, known as the Misty Rain Tower, which is suspected to harbor a master of guiding Xian realm." The captain of the guards reported, "Oh, what sort of force is this Misty Rain Tower?" Upon hearing the mention of a master of guiding Xian realm, Lu Teng straightened up slightly. Although he was the crown prince of the Northernly dynasty, he wielded little real power. His father had merely named him crown prince, yet there was no indication that the throne would be passed to him. "Reporting to your Highness, the Misty Rain Tower has no prior records within the Northernly territory. It has only recently appeared, a newly emerged force displaying such impressive strength," Lu Teng mused. "Send word to Lu Taohong, instructing him to probe the strength of the Misty Rain Tower. If a master of guiding Xian realm truly exists, it may be worth considering inviting him into my camp." "Yes, your Highness." The captain of the guards bowed and retreated. "Heiying," Lu Teng snapped his fingers, "at your service." Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged from behind him, kneeling on one knee before him. The dim light of the hall seemed to darken in his presence, as a terrifying aura of a perfected master of guiding Xian realm emanated from him, his black iron mask reflecting two chilling glints of light. "You shall also journey to Yuzhou. If Lu Taohong is unable to ascertain the strength of the Misty Rain Tower, you shall take action as per your understanding." Lu Teng instructed, narrowing his eyes slightly. Heiying remained motionless, responding in a deep voice. "Understood." With that, he flickered and vanished from sight. Observing Heiying's disappearance, Lu Teng's lips curled into a faint smile as he muttered to himself, "Let us hope it is not a useless endeavor." 3 days later, in Yang City, atop the Misty Rain Tower, Su Chen sat on a cushion, savoring the exquisite rainfall tea worth 50 gold coins. The refreshing aroma of the tea wafted through his nostrils, leaving him in a state of blissful reverie, feeling invigorated. "This rainfall tea is indeed a fine treasure, though rather expensive," Su Chen sighed, feeling quite contemplative. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had consumed an abundance of tea, yet none could rival the exquisite flavor before him, which possessed an entirely natural essence. Beside him sat two masters, their formidable auras palpable. "Young master, this tea is rather unremarkable, hardly superior to this drunken immortal brew. You drink like a cow. What do you know?" By Su Chen's side were two venerable masters of immense presence. One was diminutive in stature, all skin and bones, with crossed eyes and a pair of goat-like whiskers, draped in a tattered sheepskin coat, a wine gourd slung at his waist. He held a cup of rainfall tea in his right hand while his left index finger was engaged in an unseemly task. The other was a towering figure, exceeding 8 feet in height, with a physique that exuded raw power, his skin a rich bronze hue, and his features strikingly handsome. clad in a golden-embroidered white robe that radiated an air of inviolable authority. These two were none other than Li Chungan and Tuoba Bodhisattva, summoned by Su Chun. "We pay our respects, young master." Long Bushi, Long Shusing, and Deng Taiye also greeted Su Chun in unison upon seeing him. "Come, sit down and converse." Su Chun prepared a cup of rainfall tea for each of them, the aroma wafting gently, the mist swirling. Long Bushi accepted the cup and spoke. "Young master, Lu Taohong has allied with the blood-refining sect, the Xianshui sect, the Wuwei Temple, and the Yunxiao sect, intending to suppress us on the day of our grand opening at the Misty Rain Tower, seeking to drive us out of Yiyang City and even from Yuzhou. Oh, Lu Taohong truly has not given up. It seems we must teach them a profound lesson this time." Su Chun sipped his tea and declared solemnly, "Pass down the order. Everything shall proceed as usual. I am curious to see who will have the last laugh. As you command, young master." In the heart of Yiyang City, 5 figures gathered, each exuding the aura of perfected Diamond Realm Masters. "What are you waiting for? City Lord Lu? The Misty Rain Tower is about to open," asked Rong Shui, somewhat puzzled. "One elder has yet to arrive." Lu Taohong replied with a glance, patiently awaiting. "An elder has yet to arrive. Could it be a master of the Jixin realm?" Rong Shui's pupils constricted, his eyes flashing with astonishment. It was known that only their sect leader possessed mastery of the Jixin realm within the blood-refining sect, and among the many masters in Yiyang City, those of such caliber numbered no more than 3. It appeared that the day of the Misty Rain Tower was destined to leave Yiyang City behind. Soon, a dark figure descended from the sky, moving with such speed that it left the onlookers dumbfounded. "We greet you, Black Hawk Elder." Lu Taohong's heart raced as he clasped his hands in salute. The newcomer was none other than the Jixin Realm Master sent by the Crown Prince. "Black Hawk, we pay our respects, Elder." Rong Shui and the others also bowed in deference. 5 perfected Diamond Realm Masters. "Not too shabby. Let us proceed." Black Hawk swept a dispassionate gaze over Lu Taohong and the others before vanishing from sight. Chapter 9. The Peach Blossom Sword Array. At the hour of Shun, the streets of Yiyang City bustled with hundreds of Yiyang guards wielding weapons, marching in perfect unison. Leading them were 4 captains of the Half-Step Master Realm, clad in green-striped tiger uniforms and armed with long swords, exuding an imposing aura. Their destination was none other than the Misty Rain Tower. The Yiyang guards moved with agility, quickly surrounding the tower in a fan-shaped formation. Once the crowd was dispersed, they took up a vigilant stance, as if anticipating something. Long before the Yiyang guards commenced their actions, the major factions were promptly informed, and soon the area around the Misty Rain Tower was teeming with people. At this moment, the surroundings were a sea of faces. Su Chun stood atop the tower, observing the commotion below. "It certainly is lively. You 3, go down and attend to our esteemed City Lord Lu." "Yes, young master," Long Bushi, Deng Taiye, and Long Shusing replied with respectful gestures. After a brief interval, 5 figures of masters stepped into the air above the Yiyang guards, forming a semicircle. Upon seeing Lu Taohong and his 4 perfected Diamond Realm Masters, the onlookers gasped in anticipation. "Isn't that Rong Shui, the deputy leader of the blood-refining sect? Why is he involved? I heard he broke through to perfected Diamond Realm 10 years ago. I wonder how his cultivation stands now. Goodness, isn't that the vice leader of the Xianshui sect? And there's Master Wuxin from Wuwei Temple." Clearly, the court had reached a point of intolerable limits regarding the Misty Rain Tower, and today they intended to eradicate it. The crowd buzzed with whispers, many bewildered by the collaboration between the court and the martial factions, a phenomenon unheard of until now. "People of the Misty Rain Tower, heed this. You have violated the laws of the court. Surrender now, and you may be spared your lives. Should you dare to resist, there shall be no mercy," commanded Lu Wan, the captain of the Yiyang guards, channeling his inner energy. His declaration ignited a wave of chaos and discussion among the crowd. Since the Yiyang guards encircled the Misty Rain Tower, it had remained eerily silent. Had the Misty Rain Tower no fear of this court siege? Did they possess some formidable backing? The curiosity among the martial artists was palpable. Just as Lu Wen's voice rang out, 3 figures stepped into the air before the Misty Rain Tower, meeting Lu Taohong and his companions at eye level. "City Lord Lu, what brings you here again?" Long Shusing said casually, showing no regard for the 5 masters. Long Shusing's demeanor puzzled the onlookers. How could he remain so calm in the presence of 5 perfected Diamond Realm Masters? It was as if he was hiding some secret. Long Tower Master, you and the Misty Rain Tower have repeatedly provoked the laws of Bailey, causing the deaths of over 1,000 from the Lei family. This is a crime deserving of universal condemnation. Lu Taohong proclaimed, attributing all blame to the Misty Rain Tower as if they were irredeemable villains. Are you finished? Long Shusing casually cleaned his ears, his expression unruffled. City Lord Lu, why waste your breath? Just apprehend them. Rong Shui, with a short temper, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Deputy Leader Rong, mind your manners. Lu Taohong retorted coldly, since you are so obstinate, I will have you all imprisoned in the water dungeon today for some reflection. Attack! Lu Taohong commanded with a wave of his hand, and the 4 perfected Diamond Realm Masters sprang into action. An overwhelming surge of power erupted, as the 5 masters unleashed their formidable might, nearly overwhelming those present who were beneath the innate level. Blood God Claw. Rong Shui shouted, extending his right hand, conjuring a fearsome blood-red claw that surged forth with annihilative force, slamming down upon the Misty Rain Tower. Ghost Shadow Raiding Hand. Long Bushi initiated his assault, summoning a towering ghostly figure behind him, a colossal claw tearing through the air toward Rong Shui and the vice leader of the Xian Shui sect. Chong Ming, Xin Yuan Calamity. A blinding light erupted, transforming into countless blood-red rays that clashed with Rong Shui's Blood God Claw, simultaneously neutralizing Chong Ming's attack. Ghostly light spread, and the sound of explosions reverberated continuously. Long Shusing and Lu Taohong exchanged glances, their focus unbroken. In the next instant, their figures flickered, and they collided mid-air, with the sound of fists and palms exploding in a symphony of power, the winds howling and stirring up tempests. Xianjia, Morning Dew, Peach Blossom, Spring Water, Green Plum, Bamboo Horse. 6 exquisite flying swords shot forth from Deng Tai's left sleeve, converging upon Master Wuxin, their razor-sharp energy striking against his protective aura with a resonant hum. Amei, Zhuke, Golden Thread, Taie, Brass, Mayfly. 6 more flying swords emerged from his right sleeve, forcing Yunling, the vice leader of the Yunxiao sect, to retreat repeatedly. Peach Blossom Sword Array, activate. Deng Tai stepped into the void, hands forming seals as he recited the sword incantation. 12 flying swords coalescing into a formidable sword formation that sealed the heavens and earth. The terrifying sword energy sliced through the air, suppressing Yunling and Master Wuxin, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Relying solely on their inner energy to withstand the onslaught of the Peach Blossom Sword Array. Seeing his teammates in peril, Lu Taohong could no longer hold back, formed the military kill formation. With his command, hundreds of innate Yang guards and 4 half-step masters aligned themselves, weapons in hand, chanting incantations. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from within the Yang guards, layering upon one another, flowing into Lu Taohong's body, forming a colossal military spirit behind him that obscured half the sky. An invisible aura emanated from the shadow, enveloping the entire Misty Rain Tower. Chapter 10. Ji Xian Realm Master Tuoba Bodhisattva at this moment. His aura transcended that of a perfected Diamond Realm Master, entering the initial stage of the Ji Xian realm. The expression on Long Shuzing's face grew serious as he formed seals with his hands. Channeling the essence of the Diamond Realm, a towering Buddha figure manifesting in the void, breaking army. Kill! Lu Taohong commanded the military formation, his right fist imbued with unparalleled might, aimed directly at Long Shuzing's head. Shadows of fists rained down like a torrential downpour, relentlessly striking against Long Shuzing's protective aura, erupting with thunderous roars. Buddha's golden body. The dragon tree monk bellowed, and a shadowy figure of a Buddha materialized behind him, emanating an overwhelming aura from his being. Break the army, slaughter. Lu Taohong shifted his technique, extending his right hand as an invisible military aura coalesced into a black spear in the void, which he gripped tightly and thrust fiercely towards the Buddha's golden form. Boom! Instead of retreating, the dragon tree monk advanced, his body twisting slightly to intercept the lethal thrust. Yet, he remained unfazed. The Buddha's golden form behind him stood resolute, merely flickering with a glimmer of Buddhist light as the immense rebound force was transmitted downwards. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the air as the military spear collided with the Buddha's golden body, sending shockwaves that swept across the vicinity. Nearby skyscrapers swayed precariously, and martial artists within a 100-foot radius were struck. tasting blood in their mouths. This spectacle left the onlookers trembling with fear. Was this truly the clash between masters of the Diamond Realm? They stood 100 feet away, yet still felt the brunt of the force. The master of the Smoke and Rain Tower was astonishingly formidable, facing 5 opponents with unwavering resolve. Lord Black Hawk, what are you waiting for? Seeing that he could not subdue the Dragon Tree Monk even with the military formation support, Lu Taohong urgently called out. He was keen to avoid severe losses in this battle, for they were on a mission, and any major incident at the Smoke and Rain Tower would be too much for him to bear. The entire Yuzhou might plunge into chaos. At that moment, a shadow of Black Hawk suddenly appeared above Lu Taohong's military aura, a man clad in dark robes with a chilling demeanor standing in the void. Upon witnessing this, Deng Taiye and the others quickly gathered, their expressions wary as they gazed at the shadowy figure. It was an unsettling sensation. This individual was undoubtedly a master. Break. The Black Hawk lifted a finger, pointing at the Dragon Tree Monk's Buddha form, and in the next instant, bang! A thunderous explosion echoed as the Buddha's golden form shattered instantaneously. The Dragon Tree Monk spewed blood, taken aback that his Buddha form could not withstand the Black Hawk's single gesture. The Black Hawk's figure flickered and vanished from sight, reappearing before Deng Taiye, a dark hand reaching out to grasp him within the Peach Blossom sword formation. Just as he was about to seize him, a terrifying battle intent surged forth, and a nearly 8-foot-tall, middle-aged man clad in golden-white robes abruptly appeared before the Black Hawk. He then launched a mighty punch at the Black Hawk. Infused with the force of 4 layers of fist intent and half a step of true essence, carrying the power of thunder, the newcomer was none other than the perfected master of the Ji-Xian realm. Tuaba Bodhisattva, Black Veil. The punch startled the Black Hawk, who immediately deployed an escape technique, channeling all his half-step true essence to form a dark curtain before him to withstand Tuaba Bodhisattva's ferocious blow. Boom! The dark curtain exceeded its limit and shattered with a resounding crash. The residual force of the punch still surged forth, striking the Black Hawk, causing him to spit blood and stagger back several dozen steps. Martial artists within a 100-foot radius felt a sharp pain in their chests, with those below the innate realm fainting outright. Lu Taohong hurriedly rushed over to support him. Lord Black Hawk, are you all right? Who are you, exactly? The Black Hawk shook off Lu Taohong, his expression grave as he stared intently at Tuaba Bodhisattva. In his eyes, Tuaba Bodhisattva's aura seemed even denser than his own. He could discern that their cultivation levels were equal, both perfected masters of the Ji-Xian realm. However, he had distinctly sensed 4 layers of fist intent in that previous punch. It was terrifying. It should be noted that even to ascend to the astral sky realm, one merely required 5 layers of intent, whereas his shadow intent was only 3 layers. Yet, among the entire Beili dynasty's perfected masters of the Ji-Xian realm, he could still rank within the top 5. The individual before him was entirely unfamiliar. Such high talent could not possibly belong to an obscure figure. I am Tuaba Bodhisattva, the divine envoy of the Smoke and Rain Tower. Tuaba Bodhisattva spoke indifferently. Tuaba Bodhisattva? Upon hearing this, the Black Hawk's brow furrowed even more. He had never heard of such a name. According to the intelligence reports, the Smoke and Rain Tower possessed 12 divine envoys. Was he one of them? You audacious miscreants dare to lay hands on a divine envoy of the Smoke and Rain Tower? I shall take your lives. Tuaba Bodhisattva snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as he fixed on Lu Taohong and the others. You are being exceedingly arrogant. It was clearly your Smoke and Rain Tower that violated our Beili laws first. How can you claim we struck first? The Black Hawk retorted icily. His backing was the Crown Prince, and a mere Ji-Xian perfected master with 4 layers of fist intent was insufficient to make him retreat. Since you do not wish to leave, then let us perish together. Tuaba Bodhisattva snorted, the terrifying fist intent once more augmenting his punch as he ruthlessly aimed for the Black Hawk's head. The Black Hawk, alert, infused 3 layers of shadow intent and half a step of true essence into the long knife in his hand. Striking towards Tuaba Bodhisattva's fist, clang! The long knife clashed against the fist, producing a sound of metal striking metal. 2 immensely violent forces rampaged in the air, obliterating everything within a 500-foot radius. Lu Taohong and the others swiftly retreated 1,000 meters away, observing the duel from a distance. They were reluctant to intervene in such a high-stakes battle. If they were caught in the crossfire, they would surely suffer severe injuries. The rules of the Smoke and Rain Tower naturally supersede the laws of Bei Li. Today, since you dared to strike against the Smoke and Rain Tower, you shall pay with your lives, Tuaba Bodhisattva declared coldly, impudent. Do you wish to rebel against the Smoke and Rain Tower? The Black Hawk bellowed, his long knife continually gathering power, half a step of true essence combined with shadow and tint coalescing at the blade's edge. With a single slash, a pitch-black blade beam shot into the sky, as if tearing through the night, sweeping towards Tuaba Bodhisattva. The blade beam collided with the fist once more, and two black blade beams intertwined with a dust-yellow fist in the air, creating a flurry of afterimages, bang, bang, bang. In just a few breaths, the two had exchanged blows hundreds of times, each clash accompanied by a dazzling display of knife light and fist shadows intertwining. The Black Hawk wore a grim expression, wielding the high-grade heavy knife Tai Shi, pouring all his strength into each strike, slicing, stabbing, drilling, and thrusting. Each razor-sharp blade beam could easily tear apart the protective aura of a perfected master of the Diamond Realm. And even a typical perfected master of the Ji-Xian realm would be instantly severely injured if caught off guard. Yet, even when these fierce blade beams struck Tuaba Bodhisattva, they were swallowed by his protective aura. As if a stone had fallen into water without causing a single ripple, the ferocity of their assaults intensified, with violent detonations echoing through the air, each collision creating ripples that spread through the void, unleashing terrifying shockwaves in all directions. Under the crushing force of these two powers, martial artists within an 800-foot radius were left spitting blood. Their faces paled. Is this the battle between two perfected masters of the Ji-Xian realm? Heavens, what overwhelming force! Even the residual waves from this clash could likely obliterate any warrior below the innate realm. Behind them, Lu Taohong's expression grew grave. He had initially thought that deploying 5 perfected masters of the Diamond Realm would suffice to gauge the Smoke and Rain Tower's depths. But now, even adding a perfected master of the Ji-Xian realm was still insufficient. The onlookers were horrified, their hearts racing as they watched the two figures flash through the void. Mountain-suppressing fist. Tuaba Bodhisattva roared, infusing 4 layers of fist and tint into the punch, his right fist bursting forth with resplendent imprints, crashing down like a towering mountain upon the Black Hawk. This punch contained the full force of Tuaba Bodhisattva's fist and tint, true essence and spirit. If it struck Yang City, it could annihilate an entire city. The Black Hawk's pupils constricted, his face changing dramatically. If he could not block this punch, he would die. He quickly flipped his right hand, swirling his palm, as a wisp of black mist coalesced on Tai Shi's blade, transforming into a shield that shielded him from harm. The 3 layers of shadow and tint combined with half a step of true essence fully merged, fortifying the black shield before him. Bang, bang, bang. The fist collided violently against the black shield, ripples radiating outwards, but after just a brief moment, the shield shattered, scattering black light everywhere. The Black Hawk was sent flying back from the impact, crashing heavily into the ground, plowing deep furrows into the earth, high above. Immediately after, Tuaba Bodhisattva turned his gaze toward Lu Taohong and the others, causing them to feel their hairs stand on end, as if their very blood were freezing. Run! Seeing that the Black Hawk was in peril, Lu Taohong sensed the gravity of the situation and immediately bellowed, sprinting away into the distance, with the other 4 scattering in different directions. Do you think you can escape? Tuaba Bodhisattva sneered, his right hand reaching out, capturing them all in a colossal palm regardless of their attempts to flee. Tuaba Bodhisattva dared to do this solely because Su Qian had just communicated with him through a secret method, instructing him to capture all of them, aiming to indirectly probe the court's stance towards the Smoke and Rain Tower through this action. He spoke no further, channeling half a step of true essence into their bodies, sealing their dantians and meridians, then extending his left hand towards the debris, extracting the half-conscious Black Hawk, and finally glancing at the fallen Yang guards before vanishing into the heights of the Smoke and Rain Tower. It was over. The skies over Yuzhou were about to descend into chaos. How audacious is the Misty Rain Tower! Not only does it dare to defy the laws of Bei Li, but it also apprehends officials of the court. Such arrogance is utterly outrageous. It seems they have directly stirred the hornet's nest of Yu province. It won't be long before those noble families, long suppressed by the court, along with the forces from the rivers and lakes, can no longer remain idle. With the disappearance of Tuaba Bodhisattva, The crowd gathered below erupted into a frenzy, their faces painted with disbelief and shock. The Misty Rain Tower actually fears not even the court. Even a formidable sect like the Xian Shui sect must, to some extent, show respect to the court. Even the 5 captured individuals, including Lu Tao Hong, wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Could it be that the Misty Rain Tower's influence is so substantial that it can challenge the entire Beilie? I just remembered I have matters at home to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Indeed, my clothes remain uncollected. I too shall depart, young master. After dealing with Lu Tao Hong and the others, Tuaba Bodhisattva ascended to the top floor and bowed respectfully to Su Chun. Well done in handling this matter. Disseminate the news of their capture and convey a message to the governor of Yu Province. Each must prepare 5 million taels of gold to redeem Lu Tao Hong and the others. As for that half-dead one, let him hang on for now. The price is set at 30 million taels of gold plus 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. It is time they felt some pain. Su Chun squinted his eyes, letting out a cold chuckle. Yes, young master. He was quite displeased with Lu Tao Hong's actions. After all, one must seize some benefits. Young master, what will be our next course of action? Inquired Longbu Shi. The situation in Yiyang City is stabilizing. Next, you shall take turns to enter seclusion, striving to break through to the Xian realm. As for our next mission, we shall extend the Misty Rain Tower's influence throughout Yu Province. This Yiyang City is still too small. As Su Chun spoke, he distributed the Xin grade breaking through pills given by the system to Long Shu and the others. Understood, young master. Su Chun intended to take some time to consolidate, waiting for the Misty Rain Tower to develop steadily before proceeding to the next step. Although his actions undeniably provoked the Beilie dynasty, their situation was also quite precarious. To the north lay the ferocious Bei Mang, while to the west, the ancient nation of Ruren and other western states were eyeing this coveted territory. Moreover, the internal stability of Beilie was tenuous. The factions of the Chancellor and the Censor were perpetually at odds, and the eunuchs surrounding the emperor were colluding with local lords. In addition to these, many noble families and forces from the rivers and lakes were discontent with the court's commands, openly defying the measures issued. And with Li Chungang, a formidable presence, in their ranks, these compounding factors led Su Chun to believe they could take a bold step forward. Just as Su Chun was strategizing his next move, news of the Misty Rain Tower's capture of Yiyang City's lord, Lu Tao Hong, rapidly spread, reaching every corner of Yu Province within just 4 days. Furthermore, this trend began to extend to other states of Beilie. The Misty Rain Tower had indeed made a name for itself through this single act. In the dead of night, at the stroke of midnight, although the Yu Province governor's residence was brightly lit, it was eerily quiet. Everyone within had succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a hurried voice shattered this tranquility, resonating loudly in the stillness of the night. Report. Urgent news from Yiyang City. Report. Urgent news from Yiyang City. Report. Urgent news from Yiyang City. Please, Governor, take a look. Upon hearing this voice, a man in his 60s or 70s sprang from his bed, clad in a white robe, a jade belt around his waist, and black boots adorning his feet. He was robust, with a dignified countenance and a steady demeanor, exuding an aura of a great general. This man was Lu Ba, the governor of Yu Province, a genuine master at the pinnacle of the Xian realm. Inside the governor's inner chamber, a guard clad in Qinglong armor hurriedly ran towards the inner palace. Jin Zhong, what has you in such a fluster? Lu Ba inquired nonchalantly from his seat of authority. Observing the pale-faced Jin Zhong was the commander of the Yu Province's elite troops, known for his unparalleled loyalty and bravery, earning Lu Ba's favor. 3 years prior, Lu Ba had summoned him from Ning Province and promoted him to his current position. In the entire Yu Province, his standing was second only to Lu Ba. He too was a master at the peak of the Xian realm, just a step away from perfection, reporting to the governor. This matter is exceedingly urgent, concerning the lives and safety of Lu Tao Hong and the other 5 from Yiyang City. The case file contains specific details. I implore the governor to review it. Jin Zhong stated solemnly. To ensure the confidential file arrived within a day, they had dispatched a master at the King Kong realm, who utilized their true energy to expedite the journey. Upon hearing Jin Zhong's words, Lu Ba immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and hastily opened the confidential file. His expression turned grave, worry etched upon his face as he flipped through the pages rapidly. As he read, Lu Ba's frown deepened. Moments later, he set down the file, his entire demeanor resembling winter frost, his brow tightly knit, and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he slammed his palm against the table, shattering it. This Misty Rain Tower has the audacity to disregard the authority of the court, openly capturing officials and demanding ransom. What do they take us for? His body trembled slightly, fists clenched, veins bulging on the back of his hands, betraying the fury within. When had any force from the rivers and lakes been bold enough to directly kidnap court officials for extortion? However, he soon regained his composure. The intelligence indicated that the individual responsible for capturing Lu Taohong and the others was not the head of the Misty Rain Tower, but rather someone who had reached the pinnacle of the Zhixian realm, a force comparable to his own. What kind of entity was this Misty Rain Tower, boasting 3 King Kong Realm Masters and a Zhixian Realm Master at their disposal? Such formidable resources compelled even a governor like him to consider his next steps carefully. Regardless of who backs the Misty Rain Tower, since they have violated the court's dignity, they must pay the price. Lu Ba mused, his eyes gleaming with resolve. What does the governor intend to do? Jane Zhong inquired. We must rescue the individuals, but we cannot allow the Misty Rain Tower to have it too easy. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ba declared, First, you will liaise with the Misty Rain Tower, informing them that the ransom is exorbitant and we require time to gather the funds. Buy us some time. Then go seek assistance from the governor of Jiang Province, Duan Chuanqiu. Have him send someone over. When the time comes, you will present this person, and they will understand. Lu Ba took the diamond-shaped, soft, fragrant Tian jade pendant from his waist and handed it to Jin Zhong. Understood, Governor. Jin Zhong accepted the pendant. The hour is late. You've worked hard. Return and rest. Set out again at dawn. Lu Ba patted his shoulder, speaking with encouragement. Yes, I take my leave. At that moment, on the dust-laden official road, a horse-drawn carriage sped along, inside which Su Chun was savoring the moment. On the table before him lay an old, yellowed map detailing the mountains, rivers, and borders of Beili. Young master, we are approaching Chongqiu City, Long Boucher. Driving 4 spirited horses, announced. Their objective was the Jiang Province, famously known as the water town of the south, and its geographical proximity to Yu Province made it Su Chin's first target, since the system had not issued any tasks in recent days. He found himself at a loss for what to do. Moreover, having previously signed in at the capital of Yu Province, Yiyang City, he decided to take this opportunity to head toward the capital of Jiang Province, Jingkou. Chongqiu City served as a transit point, allowing him to reach Jingkou more swiftly, while also providing him the chance to witness whether this renowned water town lived up to its reputation. Let us enter the city to rest and feed the horses. Understood. Long Boucher skillfully guided the carriage into Chongqiu City. Su Chan chose a relatively decent inn, requesting a private room overlooking the river, where a feast awaited him. Sit down and eat. No need for formality. Yu Chen dug into the meal, gesturing for Long Boucher to join him at the table. Young master, upon entering the city, someone attempted to scout us, but I forced them to retreat. Their strength was at the initial stage of the King Kong realm, Long Boucher reported. Oh, such a thing occurred? Su Chan showed little concern. What could an initial King Kong realm master do? Young master, they have now entered the inn. Should I take action? No need. Let them go this time. Come, eat your meal, Su Chen replied nonchalantly, casually placing a piece of beef leg into Long Boucher's bowl. Thank you, young master. Meanwhile, Liu Chong, who had just entered the inn, pondered over the earlier encounter. Relying on his master-level cultivation, he had attempted to forcefully investigate who was driving the carriage pulled by 4 mighty horses, only to be met with an overwhelming and terrifying aura that unceremoniously repelled him, rendering the King Kong realm master in his eyes as insignificant as a mayfly. This was truly horrifying. The one driving the carriage was undoubtedly a master of the Zhixian realm. He found it hard to believe, yet it was the truth. A Zhixian realm master acting as a coachman, who, then, was seated inside the carriage, commanding such grandeur. After mulling over it for a while, he decided to approach and offer an apology. Moments later, I arrived at the door of the private room where Su Chan was located. Hesitating for a considerable time, I ultimately knocked, and upon hearing the sound, Long Bushy approached and opened the door. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound as I knelt on the floor, bowing my head in the direction of Su Chan. This series of actions left him bewildered. I am Liu Chong, paying my respects to you. My lords, I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused. After speaking, I bowed 3 times. Chapter 13. The 80th Birthday Celebration Rise. Su Chen said, a hint of interest in his voice. Come in and speak. Yes. Li Yuchang stood up and, bending down, entered while still kneeling. Pray tell, why have you come to investigate me? Su Chen inquired, taking a bite of his meal with evident curiosity. I observe that your horseman is indeed extraordinary, adeptly handling for exceptional steeds. Unable to restrain myself, I inadvertently spoke aloud, I replied, glancing at Long Bushi beside me, realizing he showed no reaction, which eased my inner tension. I see. Now, tell me about your background and your purpose for coming to Chongqiu City. Su Chen continued, I am Li Yuchang, the lord of Tsangshui City in Jiangzhou. I have heard that in a few days, it will be the 80th birthday of the Jiangzhou inspector, Duan Xuanxiu, held in the capital, Jinkou City, and organized by Lord Guohong himself. I have come to Chongqiu to select gifts, I stated respectfully. The 80th birthday? Who else will be attending? Su Chen asked. All the lords of Jiangzhou have received invitations, as well as a vast majority of those at the master level. I answered, an event of such grandeur for an 80th birthday must conceal some secret. It seems I should attend this so-called birthday banquet to gain a glimpse of the renowned inspector of Jiangzhou. You mentioned that you offended me. How do you propose to atone for that? Su Chen inquired, sipping his tea. Whatever you decide, my lord, I replied, now drenched in sweat. Very well. Since Lord Li is so agreeable, I would like you to accompany us to the inspector's birthday celebration. Would that burden you unduly? Su Chen said with a light chuckle. Li Yuchang hastily waved his hands. No, no. It is an honor for me to serve you, my lord. Then let us set off. After a brief rest, Su Chen and the others resumed their journey, with Li Yuchang now taking the reins, while Long Bushi sat nearby, resting with his eyes closed. The presence of such a formidable figure beside me made me feel uneasy, and my hands trembled slightly as I drove the carriage. My mind intensely focused on the strength with which I wielded the whip and the carriage's movements, fearful of inciting any displeasure from the young master. Thus, Li Yuchang navigated the carriage along the official road for several hours, while Su Chen enjoyed an afternoon's rest within. Eventually, we reached our destination, Jinkou. Halt, my lord. We have arrived at Jinkou City. Li Yuchang lowered the whip, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Even with his mastery, such prolonged tension over the hours left him somewhat drained. Upon hearing this, Su Chen stretched, lifted the curtain of the carriage, and peered out at the majestic and grand city before him, realizing they had finally reached the capital of Jiangzhou. Jinkou, proceed inside. Yes, Li Yuchang responded, guiding the carriage into the city. As soon as their carriage entered Jinkou City, a guard captain clad in black and gold armor approached. Observing the horseman, Li Yuchang, he appeared puzzled but respectfully said, Lord Li, on the orders of the city lord, I await your arrival. Everything has been arranged. Please follow me. The soldier was somewhat bewildered, questioning why this esteemed figure was riding rather than sitting in the carriage. Did the preferences of such high-ranking individuals differ so greatly? Lead the way, please. Li Yuchang, aware of the guard captain's thoughts, feigned ignorance and followed him to a designated inn. Lord Li, this is the room prepared for you by the city lord, complete with protection from the enforcement team and guards. You need not worry about safety. Please, make yourself at home, the guard captain stated before departing. As Su Chen and his companions settled in, far away in Yang City, a fierce battle was about to erupt. Yang City, City Lord's mansion. Within an ancient and fragrant loft of the City Lord's mansion, a tall man with bronze skin, solid muscles, and clad in azure dragon armor paced anxiously before a table, occasionally glancing out the window as though awaiting someone. He was Jin Zhong, the commander of the Forbidden Army of Yuzhou. Days prior, he had taken the soft jade pendant given by Liu Ba to seek out the Jiangzhou inspector, Duan Xuanxiu, who had promised to arrive today. However, as noon approached and no one had appeared, Jin Zhong grew increasingly anxious. Alas, why hasn't he arrived yet? Should I go alone? Jin Zhong muttered to himself, pacing the loft. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, causing his robes to flutter and the loft to tremble slightly, as if it might collapse at any moment. A young man's figure landed before Jin Zhong, an imposing aura emanating from him, forcing Jin Zhong to step back several paces. The young man was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and a fair complexion, his eyes gleaming with vitality, and 2 strands of hair cascading down his chest. exuding an air of scholarly elegance. "Lord Jean, I hope I am not late," Li Mu inquired, the powerful figure sent by Jiangzhou Inspector Duan Chuanqiu for reinforcements, a master at the initial stage of the celestial realm. "No, you have arrived just in time." Feeling the overwhelming aura of mastery, Jin Zhong was elated, even raising his fist in the air. "Excellent, with your help, I believe we can gain the upper hand against the Smoke and Rain Tower. And capturing the entire tower is not beyond our reach." Filled with excitement at this thought, Jin Zhong exclaimed, "Lordly, let us hasten outside. If we delay, the lives of those captured by the Black Eagles may be at stake." "Indeed," Li Mu replied, contemplating that this confrontation with the Smoke and Rain Tower was not merely the inspector's intention, but also a directive from the Crown Prince's subordinate, who had also fallen victim to the tower, necessitating action against them. A quarter of an hour later, Jin Zhong led over 1,000 elite guards to the front of the Smoke and Rain Tower, exuding an overwhelming presence. Behind him stood 4 deputy commanders of the Forbidden Army, clad in azure armor and equipped with exquisite spring knives, their fierce demeanor directed at the tower. Meanwhile, Li Mu stood beside him, quietly observing as if indifferent to the unfolding events. The onlookers were kept 1,000 meters away from the Forbidden Army. Yet the crowd remained dense and bustling. On the top floor of the Smoke and Rain Tower, Tuaba Pusa, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. "They have finally arrived." In the next instant, he instantly teleported to stand before Jin Zhong and the others, facing them directly, accompanied by the newly advanced Ji Xian stage monk Long Shu and Deng Taiye. Quite interesting. 1 perfected Ji Xian master and 2 initial stage Ji Xian masters. This level of combat strength from the Smoke and Rain Tower is rather modest. I had expected a far greater challenge, Li Mu mused inwardly, feeling that the trio before him was hardly a match for him alone. "May I ask who you are among the Smoke and Rain Tower?" Jin Zhong inquired, addressing Tuaba Pusa, who was of perfected Jixian level. "I am Tuaba Pusa, the 12th divine envoy of the Smoke and Rain Tower." "Was it you who captured our officials the other day?" Jin Zhong asked sternly. "Indeed, that was me," Tuaba Pusa replied with a smile, his demeanor unimpressed by Jin Zhong's accusations. Upon hearing this, Jin Zhong's expression darkened, and with a hint of anger in his voice, he stated, "You of the Smoke and Rain Tower possess considerable audacity to brazenly kidnap officials of the court within our northernly territory and extort vast sums of money. Do you not regard our court with any respect?" Jin Zhong's opening move was a clever strategy, but to the Smoke and Rain Tower, such a rebuke held little weight. "We, the Smoke and Rain Tower, conduct our affairs according to our own rules. Those individuals merely obstructed our path. Our decision not to eliminate them on the spot was already a display of mercy," Tuaba Pusa replied indifferently, seemingly unconcerned with the reference to the court. "Impudence. The Smoke and Rain Tower has repeatedly challenged the authority of our court, kidnapped officials for extortion, and severely injured our guards. By the order of the inspector, we are here to seal the Smoke and Rain Tower. Please, divine envoy, do not obstruct our duties." Jin Zhong stepped forward, locking his gaze on Tuaba Pusa, his voice resounding like a tidal wave. His intentions were clear. He aimed to capture this audacious Smoke and Rain Tower to demonstrate the court's might and deliver a warning to those who covertly undermine the authority of the court with their petty schemes. To seal the Smoke and Rain Tower? When the esteemed governor of Yuzhou, Liu Ba, uttered those words, he seemed unperturbed by the possibility of his tongue being caught by the wind. Sometimes, one must consider their own capabilities before speaking. For not every utterance can be made so recklessly. "You courtiers have persistently harassed my Yinyu Tower time and again. I have endured and refrained from engaging with you excessively. However, this does not imply that you may continue to subject my Yinyu Tower to endless humiliation. Since you insist on this course of action, then let it be that you remain here forever." As the cold voice of Tuoba Bodhisattva echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Jin Zhong, Li Mu, and others simultaneously changed their expressions, and even the onlookers, situated 1,000 meters away, appeared dazed, as if a pin drop could be heard. Madness, pure madness. The words of the emissary of Yinyu Tower were a direct trampling of the dignity of the Bailey dynasty. Such audacious and rebellious rhetoric was never before heard by them. Previously, their disrespect towards the court had been discreet. Now, it was laid bare for all to see, causing Jin Zhong's eyes to nearly burst with rage. "Impudence! Your Yinyu Tower is utterly outrageous," blatantly insulting the governor. "You are provoking the majesty of the Bailey. If I do not subdue you today, I am unworthy to serve as a minister." The words of Tuoba Bodhisattva were tantamount to an unending denigration of Bailey, igniting Jin Zhong's fury to the brink of explosion. In the arena, the morale of all present surged to its peak. The air shimmered with ripples, half-steps of true essence igniting, as an overwhelming aura of a perfected master of the finger realm permeated the atmosphere, accompanied by a flash of murderous intent from Jin Zhong's eyes. "Come forth, primordial phantom." Void burst. Jin Zhong's gaze sharpened, releasing two beams of light as dust swirled within a 100-foot radius, with a resounding boom. A golden radiance erupted behind Jin Zhong, coalescing in the void into a colossal crimson gold hammer capable of shattering mountains and rivers. This hammer, entirely crimson gold, bore a surface etched with swirling patterns, concealing ancient formations that contained immense waves of power. This was the manifestation of Jin Zhong's four-layered Great Wilderness martial intent, combined with half a step of true essence, infused into his high-grade Great Wilderness hammer. "Kill!" Jin Zhong bellowed, the crimson gold hammer wielded with earth-shattering force as it hurtled towards Tuoba Bodhisattva's head. "Deal with those four masters of the Diamond Realm. I will hold this one," Tuoba Bodhisattva declared. "Understood." The monk Longshu and Deng Taie immediately charged towards Jin Zhong's rear. Diamond Fury Fist, Peach Blossom Sword formation. They unleashed their most formidable strikes, aiming to take the lives of the four masters of the Diamond Realm, a ray of restraint. For extremes of non-existence, in an instant, the four masters of the Diamond Realm positioned themselves, forming a unique array that combined offense and defense. Thousands of innate soldiers below aligned as a phalanx, a chilling aura of slaughter rising to the heavens, with a steady stream of true essence flowing into the array, rendering it unbreakable. The array formed by the four perfected masters of the Diamond Realm, along with 1,000 innate soldiers, could rival even the perfected masters of the Finger Realm. Battle. Fist that dominates the world. Sensing the ferocity of Jin Zhong's attack, Tuoba Bodhisattva felt his own fighting spirit ignite, unleashing 4 layers of fist intent and half a step of true essence. Behind him loomed a gigantic bronze figure, towering 100 feet tall, breaking through the clouds, its body adorned with flowing runes, also unleashing a punch that collided with the descending hammer. Boom! The deafening sound of their clash resonated through the skies. 1,000 meters away, the spectators felt a powerful force sweep through their bodies, as if struck by lightning, causing them to cough blood and stagger backward, their faces marred with astonishment. The power of the two was astonishing. Reaching such heights, in an instant, the heavens trembled, the earth split, and a terrifying gale swept through, lifting clouds of debris and sand, obscuring the vision of the onlookers. Chapter 15. The Confucian master of the distant heavens. 2 muffled sounds emanated from the center of the collision. As both Jin Zhong and Tuoba Bodhisattva were thrust backward a dozen steps, it was evident that this clash was far from a tentative attack. It was a life-and-death contest. Haha, delightful. Truly delightful. It has been ages since anyone has compelled me to exert my full strength. Tuoba Bodhisattva laughed heartily, his robes billowing, his dark hair swirling without wind, the martial intent of battling heaven and earth washing over him, his half-step true essence circulating fervently, rendering him a tempest of fury. Unleash all your techniques. Do not let me dispose of you so easily. Tuoba Bodhisattva spoke coldly, his formidable battle intent stirring the air violently, causing the ground within 100 feet to sink by 3 inches. I will accompany you to the end, Jin Zhong retorted, his expression growing grave. That previous strike could have heavily injured any perfected master of the Finger Realm, yet Tuoba Bodhisattva showed no signs of harm. He roared, his blood surging, unleashing a staggering aura, as his battle intent surged like an overwhelming tide, colliding with that of Tuoba Bodhisattva. Great Wilderness Condensation. Penetrating character technique. Jin Zhong planted his right foot firmly, and in the next moment, the earth beneath him erupted. With his right hand gripping the hammer's handle, he pivoted his waist and unleashed a tremendous force, his body soaring forth, wielding the immensely heavy Great Wilderness Hammer, which glimmered with a bright seal. This was the martial technique of the Jin family, the 9 wilderness techniques. Cultivating this technique requires not only mastery above the realm of masters, but also a physique endowed with innate divine strength. combined with a suitable heavy weapon to unleash its full potential. When mastered to perfection, one could contend with perfected masters of the Finger Realm. Battle. Blood Fury Divine Fist. Tuoba Bodhisattva roared, and behind him, a sea of blood surged violently, the blood waves rising like towering tsunamis, a dense, bloodthirsty aura enveloping the surroundings. The bronze giant's phantom leaped into the blood sea, bellowing furiously, its body swelling larger, its crimson eyes glinting with a chilling light. Emanating a fierce aura that seemed almost tangible, Tuoba Bodhisattva then drew back his right arm, gathering strength, and struck down towards the radiant Great Wilderness Hammer. Bang! The two collided with a thunderous tremor. The clouds in the sky bursting apart, a chasm stretching thousands of meters appearing before Yinyu Tower, as the terrifying aftermath swept through, toppling nearby towers. Even the array formed by the innate soldiers shook violently, disrupting the martial energy they had painstakingly gathered. What an opportunity! Diamond Buddha's fury! Monk Longshu exclaimed with joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As his hands moved rapidly, he unleashed countless seals, with a resounding hum. A colossal Buddha phantom materialized before him, its eyes snapping open, a brilliant Buddha light radiating forth, illuminating all directions. A violent, spiritually infused Buddhist sound echoed throughout, disrupting the core of the array in an instant. Peach blossoms in the sky. Deng Tai's half-step true essence and 4 layers of peach blossom sword intent erupted simultaneously, as 12 exquisite flying swords formed a sword array that surged towards the array above. Puffed! Puffed! The once invulnerable military array was torn open, countless sword energies piercing through, seemingly on the verge of shattering the formation. Enough! Li Mu, observing the unfolding chaos, felt a change in his expression. He transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing forward, his right hand reaching out to grasp the peach blossom sword array. With a thunderous crash, the array was crushed by a colossal hand adorned with white patterns, as Deng Tai's face paled. Retreating swiftly, a surge of imposing righteous energy erupted, suppressing the Buddha phantom of Longshu, instantly dispatching 2 beginner masters of the Finger Realm. He then stepped lightly into the battlefield between Jin Zhong and Tuoba Bodhisattva, raising a hand to press into the void, and a jade brush of 10 feet in size formed naturally. With a stroke through the air, a stream of righteous, surging white light descended upon Tuoba Bodhisattva. Impressive! Faced with this move, Tuoba Bodhisattva's expression altered, his body retreating rapidly, his fists flying in rapid succession, relentlessly striking at the white light. Boom! Smoke billowed, and fierce winds howled. Tuoba Bodhisattva was sent flying, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. The imposing presence of Li Mu before him was overwhelming. His previous punch had been delivered with full force, yet it was insufficient to match his opponent. He realized that Li Mu was a true master of the distant heavens. This farce must come to an end. You of Yinyu Tower have openly defied the laws of the court, abducting officials for extortion. I hereby declare, under the governor's command, that you are to be sealed. Do you have any objections? Li Mu stepped forward, the aura of an early-stage master of the distant heavens sweeping across the surroundings. With 6 layers of righteous energy, the pressure of a master of the distant heavens descended, binding Tuoba Bodhisattva and others in place, rendering them immobile. Though the master is a master of the distant heavens, this does not grant you the audacity to speak ill of my Yinyu Tower. If you do not perish today, I shall surely visit you in the future to discuss philosophy over tea and converse about the heavens and earth. Tuoba Bodhisattva regarded Li Mu with an unwavering gaze, his tone calm as though conversing with a friend. The expressions of Jin Zhong, the 4 masters of the Diamond Realm, and the 1,000 innate soldiers behind him were akin to gazing at a madman. In a situation where one is at the mercy of another, how dare he speak so boldly? Is he not seeking a swifter demise? In the realm of the Grand Master, each stage is a chasm apart. A master at the pinnacle of the Ji Xian realm facing an initiate of the Yao Tian realm. To claim victory is an utterly impossible endeavor, if he is not instantaneously slain. It is merely a testament to his extraordinary talent. It seems this esteemed individual is unwilling to lay down the blade. Thus, I must take you into custody, to later cleanse your sins within the celestial prison. Upon hearing such audacious words from the Bodhisattva Tuoba, a murderous intent erupted within Li Mu. Since he was unwilling to submit to the imperial court, he might as well descend into the abyss. Chapter 16. The Wine Immortal, Li Chuangang. If you wish to kill me, then speak plainly. Why beat around the bush? Tuoba Bodhisattva remarked with an indifferent smile, once again provoking Li Mu. You insolent brat. At this moment, Li Mu could no longer contain himself. As a scholar of the Yao Tian realm in the Bailey dynasty, he held a position of unparalleled prestige. Even a provincial governor would treat him with utmost respect. Yet now, he was being provoked by a martial cultivator at the Zhi realm, igniting a fiery wrath within him. With a flourish, a 10-zhang long white jade brush suddenly emerged in the void. The brush's tip shimmering with a faint golden hue, infused with a rich essence of righteous Confucian spirit. The 6 layers of righteous martial intent erupted forth, and the overwhelming true essence surged into the brush tip, causing the entire brush to animate as if it were alive. A mighty force surged from the brush tip, rippling through the air, using martial intent as the brush and the void as the paper. He condensed the righteous Confucian spirit into ink, inscribing the words spring and autumn in the air. Upon the emergence of these 2 characters, a tempest of scholarly aura swept through the void, manifesting scenes of blooming spring and the melancholy of autumn within a radius of 1,000 zhang. What a rich scholarly aura! Which Confucian master is this? This is the aura of a Yao Tian realm master. Observing this brush stroke, the onlookers in the martial world began to murmur, as the brushstroke descended. Waves rippled through the space surrounding Tuoba Bodhisattva, engulfing him in a radiant glow of white Confucian light. This was a decisive blow. Just as the crowd believed Tuoba Bodhisattva had met his demise, he remained unharmed, surrounded by an invisible sword aura, exuding an overwhelming power that caused a piercing pain akin to a needle stabbing the brain merely by locking eyes. It was this very sword aura that deflected Li Mu's attack. Above him, a disheveled old man appeared unexpectedly, holding a wine gourd, clad in a tattered sheepskin coat, his left index finger digging for boogers. Gazing at Li Mu with a look of disdain. I say, you lot are quite inept, boasting grandly yet unable to best even a weak scholar. The old man took a swig from his gourd. Mocking as he spoke, the scruffy old man was none other than Li Chuangang, the renowned sword god in the green robe. Behind him, Deng Taiye and the others wore expressions of embarrassment, exchanging glances and scratching the back of their heads. Is the senior also from the Misty Rain Tower? Li Mu bowed respectfully, addressing Li Chuangang with deference. Given his own Yao Tian realm cultivation, he could not sense the old man's aura, indicating that he might indeed be a master who had stepped into the Tianxiang realm. The mere thought of this possibility sent a chill down Li Mu's spine. A Tianxiang realm master, regardless of where in Bailey, would be treated as a guest of honor, exempt from even kneeling before the reigning emperor. The sword of the green robe traverses the heavens, the white horse of wine and purity, who shares its company. I am the 7th master of the Misty Rain Tower, the Wine Immortal. Li Chuangang. Li Chuangang tilted his head back, taking another sip of the exquisite wine from his gourd, speaking with calm composure. The Wine Immortal, Li Chuangang. Upon hearing this name, astonishment flickered in Li Mu's eyes. According to reports, the Misty Rain Tower had initially appeared under the auspices of divine envoys, said to comprise 12 individuals, and now, another title of master had emerged. Could it be that the Misty Rain Tower harbored 6 more Tianxiang realm masters? What might exist beyond these masters? The mere thought sent shivers through Li Mu's heart. If his conjecture were true, the depths of the Misty Rain Tower were unfathomably profound. Since you have made a move against my Misty Rain Tower, then you shall all remain. Li Chuangang finished the last sip of his wine, his finger forming a sword as he slashed towards Li Mu. With a whoosh, the sword chi sliced through the heavens, tearing apart the very fabric of reality. As a terrifying sword light, dozens of zhang long, descended with boundless celestial might. Li Mu's eyes widened in horror. He had not anticipated that Li Chuanggang's casual strike would carry such thunderous force, truly befitting a Tianxiang realm master of celestial decree. He had no choice but to steel himself for the confrontation, his figure shifting, feet firmly planted, as the 6 layers of righteous Confucian essence erupted forth. Righteous Confucian spear. Surrounding his body, a cloud of righteous Confucian energy materialized, swirling in the winds, coalescing into a 3 zhang long white jade spear in the void. With a fierce motion, Li Mu grasped the spear, transforming it into a dazzling ray of light that pierced toward the void. Boom! The spear collided with the terrifying sword light, causing the void to tremble incessantly, reverberating with cracks and pops. The spear, forged from 6 layers of righteous Confucian essence, was effortlessly severed by the sword. The sword light continued its descent, piercing through Li Mu's chest, leaving a gaping wound the size of a bowl. At that moment, blood flowed from Li Mu's chest, his body precariously supported by a thread of true essence, yet he still swayed, on the verge of collapse. "Commander!" Several masters at the King Kong realm attempted to rush forward to assist, but were repelled by a mere glance from Li Chuangang. "Return and inform Lu Ba, in accordance with the young master's command, to prepare an additional 500 million taels of gold alongside 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones to ransom Li Tao and Hong. Furthermore, my Misty Rain Tower's affairs in Yuzhou must not be obstructed. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my sword won't end up on his head next time." Li Chuangang's true essence resonated, broadcasting his words throughout the city of Yang. His gaze cold as he regarded the over 1,000 innate realm forbidden troops in the distance, before vanishing with Li Mu's collar in hand. Li Chuangang's pronouncement detonated like a bomb, leaving the onlookers in utter astonishment. Clearly, the Misty Rain Tower in Yang City was not the headquarters, and the subsequent command in accordance with the young master's orders indicated that Li Chuangang was not the shadowy master of the Misty Rain Tower. Above him, there existed an even more enigmatic figure known as the young master of the Misty Rain Tower. Who could this individual be, commanding a Tianxiang realm master to serve him? A sense of dread filled the hearts of the spectators, as a force bold enough to openly challenge the imperial court had emerged in the Yuzhou martial world. Lu Hong, the vice-commander of the King Kong realm masters, felt a tempest of turmoil rise within him upon hearing Li Chuangang's words. The heavens of Beili were about to change. The martial community exchanged glances, for they were once again witnessing the Misty Rain Tower apprehending individuals from the imperial court, demanding an exorbitant ransom. More importantly, the leaders of the 2 major forbidden troops of Jiangzhou and Yuzhou had been captured, and the wine immortal of the Misty Rain Tower had issued a direct threat to the provincial governor. Leaving them in a state of disbelief, quickly return to the Yuzhou governor's residence, document the events of today in a confidential scroll, and expedite its delivery to the governor. Lu Hong commanded the other King Kong realm vice-commanders. Yes, the rest of the group swiftly followed Lu Heng's lead, retreating like a tide, vanishing without a trace in a matter of moments. The Misty Rain Tower actually possesses a Tianxiang realm master. "Yun Ling is in grave danger this time," murmured Yun Shan, the master of the Yunxiao sect, amidst the crowd. Originally, he had contemplated uniting with the Xian Shui sect and others to pressure the Misty Rain Tower into releasing the captives. Yet, the Misty Rain Tower had shown no regard for the imperial court. Thankfully, he had not approached them for assistance, or he too might have fallen into their clutches. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but feel a lingering trepidation. Chapter 17. Conspiracy. Yuzhou, Governor's Office, Inner Hall. The flickering candlelight illuminated the room, the gentle breeze swaying. At this moment, the high-ranking Yuzhou governor, Lu Ba, was diligently reviewing the documents presented from various regions at his desk. To his left, a stack of memorials stood over a foot high, awaiting his approval. Just as he finished reviewing the document in hand and prepared to brew a pot of exquisite tea imported from Ningzhou for a moment of respite, a sudden urgent voice rang out from the entrance of the governor's office. "Report, urgent news from Yang City." A vice-commander of the forbidden troops at the Master Realm rushed in, clutching a sealed scroll imbued with true energy, panting heavily. Lu Ba furrowed his brow upon hearing this, hastily setting down his tea, recalling the recent incident involving the Misty Rain Tower, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. "What has happened?" Lu Ba inquired. The vice-commander quickly replied. "A dramatic change has occurred in Yang City. Every detail is meticulously recorded in this scroll. I implore the governor to review it." With that, he presented the sealed scroll. Lu Ba's heart raced, feeling an unsettling sense of deja vu. Where were the other 2 commanders, Jin Zhong and Li Mu, who had accompanied him? Could something have gone awry? Without dwelling on it further, Lu Ba hastily grasped the sealed scroll, infusing it with his true essence before carefully reading each line within. "It's over." Upon discovering that the Misty Rain Tower had once again captured 2 commanders of the forbidden troops, demanding an exorbitant ransom, his head buzzed and his vision darkened. nearly causing him to faint. "Governor, are you all right?" The vice commander rushed forward to support him. Is everything recorded here true?" Lu Ba evidently found it hard to believe that the Smoke and Rain Tower had actually dispatched a master of the celestial phenomenon realm. At that moment, he felt as if the heavens were collapsing upon him. Such a formidable being is revered as a cornerstone of the nation, and even the entire Northly has no more than a handful of them. "Yes, my lord." The moment the incident occurred, we immediately sealed the news within a confidential scroll and hurried here day and night. The deputy commander promptly replied, "Take my orders and first go to the inner treasury to retrieve 100 million taels of gold. Deliver it to the Smoke and Rain Tower to stabilize them, and then immediately seal off the information. It must not be allowed to reach you province. We will devise our plans after I meet with His Majesty." "Hurry!" Lu Ba commanded in a low voice. "As you command, my lord." The deputy commander took the orders and swiftly departed. Once he left, Lu Ba slumped into the grand chair, his eyes dim and devoid of light, as if all his strength had been drained. Had he known earlier, he would have simply paid the ransom. He never anticipated that the hole would only deepen. After a moment of rest, Lu Ba rose again, tidied his attire and said, "Bring forth the carriage. I must pay my respects to His Majesty." "Yes, my lord." At this moment, far away, tens of thousands of miles from Jinko, a grand and opulent courtyard spanning 100 acres lay at the heart of Jinko City. Within this courtyard, a vibrant greenery adorned the surroundings. It was the private secret garden of Guahong, the city lord of Jinko. In this garden, there was a vast lotus pond, flourishing in the heat of summer, with lotus leaves swirling and blossoms bursting forth, their fragrance wafting through the air, refreshing the spirit. This secret garden had never been open to outsiders, reserved solely for Guahong to entertain his closest friends. At the center of the pond, a uniquely designed floating pavilion rested on the water, its 4 supporting pillars crafted from several zhang-hai water-patterned stones, transported from hundreds of thousands of miles away in Yuezhou by innate realm warriors, each costing over 500,000 taels of gold. The pavilion's roof and the stone pedestals beneath were carved from coral stone sourced from the depths of the South Sea, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. With a perfect balance of softness and firmness, sitting upon it was an unparalleled comfort. The total cost exceeded 2 million taels of gold, undeniably extravagant. At that moment, within the floating pavilion, 2 figures sat facing each other. One was Guahong, the city lord of Jinko, while the other remained cloaked in shadow, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes, exuding an unsettling aura. "How are the preparations coming along?" The figure in black spoke, his voice raspy, reminiscent of an aged raven, sending chills down one's spine. "Reporting to you, my lord, preparations are nearly complete. We are just awaiting tomorrow," Guahong replied respectfully. "Good. If this succeeds, I shall commend you to Lord Blood Crow." The figure in black nodded approvingly. "Thank you, my lord." Guahong immediately clasped his hands in gratitude, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Enough, you may leave. Remember, all actions must remain absolutely secret. No third party must know, or you understand the consequences." The figure in black intoned solemnly, an aura of a master of the remote heaven realm emanating from him. Feeling the weight of that pressure, Guahong dared not defy him and quickly bowed in submission. "I shall heed your teachings, my lord. You may withdraw. Report any matters promptly." The figure in black waved his hand, dissolving into a cloud of darkness that vanished from the pavilion. Guahong nodded, respectfully retreating. After his departure, a black vortex appeared beneath the floating pavilion, gradually shrinking until it disappeared into the lake's depths. Simultaneously, the entire floating pavilion vanished along with the vortex, as if it had never existed. The following day, under a clear sky and a radiant dawn, Su Qian and his party set off early under Li Yuchang's lead, marveling at the bustling scenes along the streets, filled with the sounds of various merchants hawking their wares, even catching sight of several foreign traders with golden hair and blue eyes, sporting grand beards. "This Jinko city is quite lively," Su Qian remarked, drawing back the curtains to gaze outside. "If the young master desires, I can procure a set of 4 courtyards for you within the inner city," Li Yuchang said, somewhat flatteringly. "Oh, that would trouble you, lordly," Su Qian replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yuchang quickly shook his head. "Not at all, not at all. As long as the young master is pleased." Such sycophantic behavior was utterly incongruous with his status as the city lord. Before long, they arrived at the city lord's residence. After the guards received Li Yuchang's invitation, they respectfully announced, "Lordly, please enter. The banquet is about to commence, my lord. Shall we proceed inside?" Li Yuchang disregarded the guard's words, instead turning to Su Chun in the carriage to inform him. Su Chun lifted the curtain, wearing a metallic mask purchased from the system, and stepped into the city lord's residence, followed closely by Li Yuchang and Long Bushi. The sight left the nearby guards utterly astonished. As the city lord of Tsangshui, Li Yuchang was currently lifting the curtain and arranging the chair for a young man. This spectacle stirred a tempest within their hearts, pondering the identity of this young gentleman. Shortly thereafter, under Li Yuchang's guidance, Su Chun entered a lavishly adorned palace, with the plaque above inscribed with the gilded characters Floating Cloud Pavilion. All of this was funded by the people's taxes. The city lord of Jinko truly exemplified frugality. Observing this, Su Chun mused to himself. Upon entering the banquet hall, he was greeted by intricately designed pavilions and towers, alongside a beautiful water corridor spanning the surface of the water. With distant artificial hills transported from Ezhou, the ground was covered with carpets woven from blood silkworm silk, and even the guards at the entrance were of master-level caliber, each detail showcasing the owner's noble and extravagant status. Inside the main hall, many guests had already arrived. Some were seated chatting, others standing aside enjoying food and drink, while groups gathered together discussing various matters. Su Chun followed Li Yuchang's lead and took a seat in the third row on the left. Just as he settled down, an electronic sound from the system echoed in his mind again. Ding. Check-in location detected. Would you like to check in? Ding. Check-in successful. You have received the following items. 1. Special item. Overlord's City Breaking Spear, Yuan Grade 2. Special item. Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, Yuan Grade 3. Special character. Yin Gue Run, Master of Celestial Phenomenon Realm Completion, 4. Special character. Zi Gong Tai Yi, Master of Celestial Phenomenon Realm Completion, 5. Special character. Lu Shangjian Ing, Master of Remote Heaven Realm Completion, 6. Special item. Realm Enhancement Card, 4 host only. Gazing upon the rewards presented by the system, Su Chen's heart surged with excitement. Yet he maintained a facade of composure, striving to uphold his image. This explosive gain seemed to suggest that the system aimed to accelerate the deployment of the Smoke and Rain Tower across other major states. Just as Su Chen pondered this, a throng of maidens suddenly flooded into the grand hall, each carrying exquisite platters of delicacies. Following them was a burly middle-aged man clad in a blue and gold long-sleeved official robe. His demeanor imposing, as he gradually approached the main seat and took his place. "Greetings, Lord Governor." Most attendees bowed in unison. "Everyone, thank you for attending my birthday celebration today. There's no need for such formality. Please, take your seats," Duan Xuanqiu joyfully declared, waving his hand. Guoheng, the city lord of Jinko, suddenly flashed a grin. "Congratulations, Lord Governor, on your birthday. May your future life be as prosperous as the bamboo." "Ha ha ha. Very good." Duan Xuanqiu's smile grew even brighter upon hearing Guoheng's words. Radiating delight, everyone chimed in, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Soon, guests settled down, beginning to indulge in the sumptuous feast before them. Guoheng, seated at a high position on the left, cast a sidelong glance at Duan Xuanqiu's every move, subsequently signaling a nearby maiden. Soon after, a beautifully presented and fragrant longevity noodle dish was placed on the cloud-patterned wooden table. "Lord Governor, this longevity noodle has been meticulously prepared by my subordinates. The flour is made from jade wheat from Yuezhou, and the broth is enriched with deer antler, Ganoderma, angelica, and 18 other century-old herbs, simmered for a full 8 hours," Guoheng said with a smile, presenting a pair of white jade chopsticks to Duan Xuanqiu. "Ha ha ha, I must try it." Duan Xuanqiu, unable to disguise his excitement, picked up the chopsticks and sampled the longevity noodles, savoring them slowly. "Indeed, this is exceptionally well made. You have truly put in great effort," Duan Xuanqiu remarked with a smile, patting Guoheng's shoulder. In that moment of joy, he remained oblivious to the peculiar smile that had crept upon Guoheng's face. Below, just as Su Chun was about to bring a piece of deer meat to his mouth, he was intercepted by Long Bushi. "Young master, there is poison in these dishes. They are not safe to eat." Long Bushi's voice resonated in Su Chen's mind as a warning. Su Chun did not immediately cease his actions, but instead set the meat aside in his bowl, sensing that this birthday banquet might very well transform into a memorial service. Before long, the exquisite delicacies upon the dining table had been savored by the guests, each indulging to the point of gluttony, clutching their bronze goblets as they exchanged jests and laughter, reveling in the merriment of the occasion. However, the atmosphere shifted abruptly when an exceedingly discordant voice resonated from beyond the grand hall, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of blood carried by the gentle breeze. A figure cloaked in black, his hands stained with crimson, slowly made his entrance into the palace. He exuded a palpable aura of malevolence, his form shrouded beneath the voluminous fabric of his robe, with only a pair of scarlet eyes visible, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The guests, who had been merrily toasting and exchanging pleasantries, suddenly found themselves sobered, their expressions shifting to one of trepidation as they regarded the ominous figure. "May I inquire who you are?" asked Duan Chuanxiu, seated in a position of prominence, his countenance darkening as he spoke in a grave tone. His instincts warned him that this individual was exceedingly perilous, and the several masterful guardians stationed outside had fallen silent, clearly having met with misfortune. The stranger's presence fluctuated between heavy and ethereal, evading detection and defense, while the blood still dripped from his hands, signifying his sinister intentions. "Allow me to introduce myself. I hail from the Blood God cult and am known as the King of Poison and Goo." The cloaked figure intoned coldly point one of the 8 kings of the Blood God cult. "You are Wang Ya." At the mention of this name, Duan Chuanxiu felt a jolt of alarm coursing through him, his complexion shifting slightly. The Blood God cult was a formidable and malevolent force within the Northly dynasty, a notorious assassin organization where its members practiced forbidden arts that thrived on the life force of others, unleashing waves of bloodshed throughout the realm. Such extraordinary forces were said to possess masters of the celestial realm, and it was rumored that the cult's headquarters was exceedingly clandestine, shrouded in mystery. Its hierarchy was rigidly structured, with assassins ranked as gold, silver, or bronze, their cultivation levels ranging from postnatal to the formidable Vajra realm. At the helm of this organization were the 8 kings, each varying in strength between the realms of Jixian and Yao Tian. Above these 8 kings stood 4 demonic lords of celestial mastery, one of whom, the Lord of Blood Crows, had been mentioned by Wang Ya during a conversation the previous night at the floating pavilion. The 2 vice leaders and the cult leader had not been seen for over a millennium, leaving the Blood God cult predominantly under the dominion of the 4 demonic lords. The court, aware of such extraordinary forces, chose to turn a blind eye, as there was little they could do to counter them. "I wonder what brings you here today," Duan Chuanxiu said, his demeanor betraying a palpable unease as he regarded Wang Ya, who was also a master of the Yao Tian realm. However, he feigned calmness, responding nonchalantly, "What is your purpose?" "Surely, it is to persuade us to submit to the Blood God cult." Wang Ya wasted no time in cutting to the chase. "Indeed, I have come to solicit your allegiance to the Blood God cult. We are servants of the current sovereign, receiving the court stipend. How could we turn our backs and serve under you?" At this moment, the upright Jiangzhou inspection officer rose, firmly rejecting Wang Ya's proposition. "Ha ha ha, Jiangzhou's inspection officer, do remember that words carry consequences." Wang Ya responded with a chilling laugh, his countenance darkening as he moved slightly, unleashing a formidable wave of true essence that filled the hall. The inspection officer felt the pressure of this overwhelming force, as if a great mountain bore down upon him, rendering him breathless. "Enough," Duan Chuanxiu commanded, sweeping his hand to unleash a counterforce that surged toward Wang Ya. The clash of energies erupted with a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that caused the entire hall to tremble violently. "Retreat." The guests hastily withdrew to avoid the oncoming tempest of energy. "How does the taste of your springtime longevity fare, Duan Chuanxiu?" Wang Ya grinned, observing the disarray of the latter as he spoke. "Guohong, you dare to betray me?" Duan Chuanxiu's expression darkened as he glared at Guohong, the lord of Jinko City, who stood beside Wang Ya. "Your Excellency, you misjudge my intentions. This cannot be deemed betrayal," Guohong said with a disingenuous smile. "I merely act with your best interests at heart." "For my interests? Humph," Duan Chuanxiu scoffed. His voice laced with fury. He sensed his true essence dissipating rapidly, leaving him weak and vulnerable, realizing that he would soon be rendered powerless. "Did you not teach me, sir, that one should seek higher ground while water flows downward? Today, I shall use your head as a stepping stone to elevate my own position. Surely, you understand my plight." Guohong continued, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. "I beseech you, my lord, may you embark on your journey hence. Heartless wretch, who do you think you are? Had I not pulled you from the depths of poverty and guided you diligently, you would not have achieved your current stature. You repay my kindness with treachery. Conspiring against me," Duan Chuanxiu seethed, his face contorted in rage. "Have I not done much for you over the years? Do you not remember?" Duan Chuanxiu retorted, his voice rising in indignation. "Your words are tiresome." Wang Ye interjected, swiftly closing the distance to Duan Chuanxiu, seizing him by the throat and lifting him effortlessly. "How dare you kill me?" Duan Chuanxiu's eyes widened in horror as he felt his true essence vanish entirely. "My lord, I advise against resistance. Sometimes, death is but a form of liberation," Wang Ye said ominously, fixing his gaze upon Duan Chuanxiu, applying pressure that made breathing increasingly difficult. "Release the inspection officer." Several masters of the Vajra realm attempted to intervene but were met with an overwhelming sense of lethargy that rendered them powerless. Collapsing to the ground, it was evident that Guohong had poisoned their meals, with Duan Chuanxiu's portion being particularly potent in a moment of despair. As Duan Chuanxiu prepared to relent, a voice like a lifeline pierced through the haze of hopelessness. From his seat, Su Chan wiped his mouth and spoke, "Lord Duan, should you wish to collaborate with my Misty Rain Tower, I may yet save you." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Duan Chuanxiu's eyes gleamed with renewed hope. He had heard of the Misty Rain Tower from Lu Ba, yet he had not been informed of any masters of the Yaotian realm within. However, in this dire moment, he was willing to grasp at any possible salvation. "I implore you to extend your hand in aid," Duan Chuanxiu pleaded, clinging to the faintest glimmer of hope. "What audacity to utter such words!" Wang Ye sneered, immediately launching an attack with a hand imbued with the essence of blood and poison. Coalescing into a terrifying black hand aimed at Su Chen, as the shadows of the hand loomed, a black and white swirling Taiji symbol unfurled beneath Su Chen's feet, emanating a formidable stream of essence that obliterated the dark hand entirely. "Who dares?" Wang Ye exclaimed, his attack thwarted, and he swiftly released Duan Chuanxiu, casting a wary eye towards Su Chen. At that moment, a figure with long black hair intricately styled, clad in a black and white brocade robe, appeared beside Su Chen. A white feather adorned his right shoulder, and he wore a dual-ring necklace around his neck. With a gentle and composed demeanor, he radiated an aura of serenity, akin to a Taoist sage cultivated over many years. "Greetings, young master," Ziguang Tai saluted respectfully. "Indeed," Su Chan replied with a nod, acknowledging the refined presence of Ziguang Tai, who emanated a harmonious energy that evoked a sense of tranquility. Wang Ye, sensing a formidable threat, inquired, "Who are you, and why do you obstruct the blood god cult's endeavors?" "I am Ziguang Tai, the master of Tao in the Misty Rain Tower," came the measured response. "Should you dare to lay hands on the young master, I will take your life in the name of the Misty Rain Tower." With a cold expression, Ziguang Tai extended his hand toward Wang Ye, unleashing a terrifying Taoist palm strike that surged forth with immense power. In that instant, the onlookers felt as if they were enveloped in an ethereal void, all things vanishing, save for the awe-inspiring palm strike descending like a decree of heaven, instilling a profound sense of dread in those who beheld Ziguang Tai's countenance. With a grace that commanded the very essence of the universe, he summoned the elemental forces around him, as if the winds themselves conspired to honor their sovereign. This is the Celestial Phenomenon Realm Master. What kind of force is this Smoke Rain Tower, to possess a master of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm? At the seating area, masters from various factions raised their heads in astonishment, gazing at the figure at the center of the Taiji Dao Qi. It is known that the masters of the remote heaven realm are already considered the pinnacle of martial arts, and those above, in the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, exist like national treasures. The current Emperor's teacher is indeed a master of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, who does not need to bow in the presence of the monarch, with a lifespan that could reach 5,000 years, a veritable immortal among mortals. Faced with a single palm, Wang Ye felt the hair on his body stand on end. Such an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to heavenly might, he had never experienced even in the presence of Lord Blood Crow. This is terrifying. The opponent is likely a celestial master who has reached perfection. Not only himself, but even Lord Bloodcrow would probably retreat in this situation. Burning of 10,000 goo. Replace Chung. Wang Yi roared, igniting the 7 layers of blood goo martial intent within him. His cultivation instantly reaching the perfection of the remote heaven realm. There was no escaping this palm. The only option was to resist with all his might for a glimmer of hope. The palm-sized goo king attached to his heart exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist that was absorbed entirely. He formed seals with both hands before his chest, gathering a thick layer of blood-colored protective chi that spanned several feet. With a swift motion, the palm strike shattered Wang Yi's protective chi, landing squarely on his chest. A sound akin to bones shattering and flesh tearing echoed, blood splattering in all directions, following a thunderous crash. Wang Yi's figure had already vanished, leaving behind a palm imprint that was dozens of feet wide and over a foot deep. A master of the remote heaven realm was thus instantaneously slain, leaving no trace of his remains. Subsequently, Zijing Tai flipped his right hand, sending a glimmering silver star particle straight into Duan Chuanqiu's body, and in the blink of an eye, his injuries rapidly healed. He then fixed his gaze upon Guohong, his lips parting slightly, calm. A formation constructed from the innate vital energy formed beneath his feet, suppressing all of Guohong's internal true energy and martial intent. Before retreating back to Su Chen's side, "Thank you for your timely rescue. I am immensely grateful." After stabilizing his internal true energy, Duan Chuanqiu rose and clasped his hands in gratitude towards Su Chen. The ability to command a celestial phenomenon realm master indicates that this mysterious young man from the Smoke Rain Tower likely possesses an extraordinary identity. Duan Sishi, do not forget our agreement. Su Chen waved his hand, speaking with an air of indifference. Understanding Su Chen's intent, Duan Chuanqiu responded, "May I inquire your esteemed name?" "I am by Li Tu Su of the Smoke Rain Tower." Su Chen casually provided a name, for he intended to remain in the shadows. Such a name could not be casually disclosed, so, "It is young master Bai Li, I beg your pardon. I sincerely invite you to my residence for music and tea, to discuss matters of cooperation further." Duan Chuanqiu issued a heartfelt invitation. "Very well, lead the way," Su Chen replied coolly. "Bring the traitor Guohong to the celestial prison, and keep him under strict watch." Duan Chuanqiu commanded, then shifted his expression. "This way, young master Bai Li." In the Yangzhou Jiankong Imperial Palace, at the Taiji Hall, Lu Ba, who had been hurrying day and night, was kneeling outside the hall, his expression frantic as he awaited the summons to enter. "His Majesty has decreed. Summon the provincial governor Lu Ba into the hall." A voice resembling a hoarse duck's call echoed from within the Taiji Hall. Sharp and piercing yet imbued with an air of haughty superiority. "Yes," Lu Ba respectfully replied, quickly rising and stumbling into the hall. The relentless journey and the pressure from the Smoke Rain Tower had left Lu Ba in a disheveled state. Bloodshot eyes and an unsteady gait, presenting an image as if his soul had been seized. Upon entering the hall, he immediately knelt on one knee, respectfully announcing, "I, Lu Ba, pay my respects to your majesty." "Long live, long live, long live, rise!" A resounding voice filled the hall, and Lu Ba stood, respectfully positioning himself to the left, not daring to glance around. "Why, loyal minister, you have worked hard lately. There is no need for excessive formality." Seated upon the dragon throne was a figure clad in a majestic golden dragon imperial robe, exuding a regal bearing. He was Lu Yu, the emperor of the Northli dynasty, handsome and composed, with sharp, piercing eyes radiating a unique imperial authority. "Your Majesty, I am guilty. Please punish me." Lu Ba lowered his head, sweat beading on his forehead. "Oh, what transgressions do you speak of? Pray tell." Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, inquiring with a calm tone. Hearing the emperor's question, Lu Ba was momentarily taken aback, then gritted his teeth, recounting all that transpired in Ayang City, including the capture of the 2 chief commanders of the Forbidden Army by the Smoke Rain Tower. Lu Yu frowned slightly, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes, as his right index finger, adorned with a Hatian jade ring, tapped against the golden Nanmu table. Thud, thud, thud. The crisp sound echoed throughout the spacious Taiji Hall, and Lu Ba, drenched in sweat, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and unease. "Are you saying that the Smoke Rain Tower has recently dispatched a master of the celestial phenomenon realm?" Lu Yu cut straight to the point, ignoring discussions of compensation and capture. Yes, indeed, Your Majesty, Lu Ba replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. It seems the Smoke Rain Tower is yet another mysterious and extraordinary force, Lu Yu mused after a long moment of contemplation. Indeed, Your Majesty. Moreover, the Smoke Rain Tower first appeared in the black market to undertake bounty tasks, suggesting that they aimed to enhance their influence, Lu Ba analyzed below. Lu Yu ceased tapping the table, rising to approach Lu Ba. According to your assessment, could the Smoke Rain Tower potentially be a killer organization, akin to the Blood God sect? That is my conjecture as well. However, it is likely not merely a killer organization. I observed that at the time of the Smoke Rain Tower's establishment, they engaged in various other businesses, primarily intelligence trafficking and commission tasks, Lu Ba elaborated, hastily stepping aside. Very well, I understand. As for the compensation demanded by the Smoke Rain Tower, I shall not cover it for you. You must find a way to resolve that on your own. Of course, should the opportunity arise, do remember to extend my regards to that young master. Lu Yu concluded, gesturing for Lu Ba to take his leave. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave now, Lu Ba replied respectfully, bowing as he retreated a few steps. Not long after Lu Ba exited, Lu Yu turned to face the grand screen, falling into a brief silence, his hands clasped behind his back, fiddling with the Hatian jade ring. Moments later, he addressed the air, shadow. Suddenly, the light in the Taiji Hall dimmed by a third, and eerie black currents surged from all directions, coalescing behind Lu Yu into a shadow that absorbed all incoming light, lacking features or brilliance, only an endless void of darkness. Chapter 21. Master of the Tao Extreme. Zijing Tai. From a distance, it appeared as if a phantom concealed within the night had materialized, both ethereal and strikingly tangible. Shadow, I pay my respects to Your Majesty. The shadow spoke, its voice deep and resonant. Devoid of any aura, merely standing there as if a sovereign of heaven and earth had taken form. Celestial Phenomenon Realm. No one had anticipated that Lu Yu possessed another master of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. Recently, those old-timers in the court have grown restless again. Take my token and visit the Smoke Rain Tower. Inquire if they can eliminate masters of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. The list is on this paper. If they agree, grant them whatever they desire, provided it is not excessive. Lu Yu spoke coldly, handing a sealed imperial decree to the shadow. Yes. The shadow accepted the token and the gleaming golden paper. Go, Lu Yu gestured. In the next instant, the shadow dispersed into countless black threads, scattering in all directions as the light in the Taiji Hall brightened once more. Smoke Rain Tower, I hope you do not disappoint me. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Lu Yu's eyes as he departed the Taiji Hall. Phew. His Majesty's aura grows ever more profound. With his cultivation at the Tao Extreme Realm, even conversing with him was somewhat overwhelming. Could it be that His Majesty is also a master of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm? Enough, enough. No need to dwell on such thoughts. I must hurry back to gather the ransom and deliver it. What a predicament! Lu Ba hastily exited the palace, summoning the carriage driver and immediately setting off towards Yang City in Yuzhou. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, he was being surveilled from the shadows. Shortly thereafter disappearing from sight. East Palace. You say Lu Ba hastily returned to pay respects to my father, only to leave the palace shortly thereafter? In the main seat, Lu Jiong, savoring tea from a crystal Bodhi cup, inquired. Below him stood the golden-armored guard who had just monitored Lu Ba. Yes, Your Highness. I observed the provincial governor's anxious demeanor upon arrival, and upon his departure, he appeared even more hurried, as if some matter had been resolved. The golden-armored guard reported, It seems a significant event has transpired in Yuzhou, one that I was unaware of. You may withdraw, Lu Jiong gestured. Understood. The golden-armored guard complied, hastily exiting. Upon stepping beyond the confines of the Eastern Palace and surveying the surroundings to ensure no overseers were present, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the Taiji Hall. Zhangzhou's prefect, young Master Bailey, this is produced from the Snowy Ridge Red Robe Tree of Yuezhou. The annual harvest amounts to less than a pound. You must certainly savor it in a quaint and elegant courtyard adorned with phoenix trees. Zhangzhou's prefect, Duan Chuanxiu, was animatedly preparing tea, executing the 6 essential steps, warming the pot, preheating the cups, placing the tea, high pouring, scraping the foam and low pouring, each movement flowing seamlessly, revealing an impressive mastery. I did not expect this esteemed gentleman to possess such skill. Beside him, Su Chen remarked lightly, "Haha, you flatter me, young master." While traveling, one must indeed have some skills, Duan Chuanxiu replied with a chuckle, handing Su Chen a cup, along with Long Bushi and Ziguang Tai. The enchanting crimson tea swirled within the cups, its rich yet subtle aroma wafting through the courtyard, lingering in the air, enough to uplift one's spirit with just a whiff. After taking a small sip, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "This tea is delightful. I'm glad you like it." Duan Chuanxiu beamed. "Duan Darren, my visit is not solely for tea." Su Chen set down his cup and began, "Your words imply that you have not forgotten our agreement. However, how are we to collaborate?" Duan Chuanxiu inquired with curiosity. "Firstly, my Yinyu Tower wishes to establish a branch here in Jiangzhou. As the prefect, you must not impede this and should issue directives for local officials to cooperate with all our endeavors." Su Chen stated slowly, "Young master, it is not that I am unwilling to cooperate, but Jiangzhou is not solely under my command." Duan Chuanxiu sighed, a hint of bitterness in his tone. "Rest assured, since I have sought you out, I will certainly assist in eliminating any obstacles," Su Chen assured. "Secondly, I require your assistance in gathering all secretive news and matters from across the realm and notifying me at the first sign of any developments. As for the third, I have yet to devise it, so let it rest for now. I know what you are contemplating. In return, I can unconditionally promise to assist you with one matter for Yinyu Tower." Duan Chuanxiu's eyes lit up at this prospect. "You may proceed, as long as it does not threaten Yinyu Tower." Su Chen nodded affirmatively. "Very well, from now on, I shall follow your lead," Duan Chuanxiu declared excitedly, patting his chest. "Consequently, all affairs of Yinyu Tower in Jiangzhou will be overseen by my assistant, Daoji Sima." Su Chen gestured towards Ziguang Tai. "Yes, young master," Duan Chuanxiu responded respectfully. "To have such a formidable master of celestial phenomena remain here suggests that young Master Bailey is accompanied by other powerful allies. Young master, since it is your first visit to Jiangzhou, as its prefect, I have yet to show you the splendid scenery of this region," Duan Chuanxiu jested, rubbing his palms together in own need. "My Yinyu Tower's foundation in Yuzhou and Jiangzhou has yet to be firmly established. I must also venture to other major states for planning." Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Having grasped the system's rules through several sign-ins, Su Chen was eager to explore whether other major state capitals could also be checked in. Furthermore, with all Jiangzhou's affairs entrusted to Ziguang Tai, it was time for him to return to Yuzhou to resolve court matters before making further plans. Chapter 22. The ransom prepared. "Farewell, young master." Duan Chuanxiu respectfully bid as he saw off Su Chen. "Let us depart." Returning to Yuzhou's Yang City, Su Chen entered the carriage and instructed, "Yes, young master." Long Bushi cracked the whip, steering the carriage towards Yuzhou. 3 days later, in Yang City, atop Yinyu Tower, after a long journey, Su Chen finally returned to Yang City. During these 3 days, he had traversed much of Jiangzhou but found no opportunities to check in, leading him to conclude that only the capital cities would allow such a possibility, while the others would not suffice. However, why had the system not issued any tasks? It had been quite some time since the last notification. Within the pavilion, Su Chen savored the snowy ridge red robe he had brought back, casting a sidelong glance at the blooming peach blossoms outside the window, his mind swirling with thoughts. Meanwhile, Long Bushi reclined in a chair. Leisurely sipping tea. Over the past 3 days, he had been in constant motion, even employing half-step true essence to hasten the carriage. "Young master, the prefect of Yuzhou, Lu Ba, has arrived at Yinyu Tower, stating he has prepared the ransom to rescue Lu Taohong and the others while also wishing to meet you," Deng Taie announced as he entered. Upon hearing this, Su Chen turned over and rose. "Oh, it seems Prefect Lu has gathered the funds swiftly. We must not neglect his presence. Let us go down and greet him." Su Chen pushed open the door and vanished from sight in the reception area on the 3rd floor. Lu Ba anxiously awaited, pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing at the activity above. Tio amassed the exorbitant ransom demanded by Yinyu Tower. Lu Ba had sold half of his family's antique collection at a loss and persuaded various city lords to rally merchants with a series of advantageous policies, barely gathering the 400 million taels of gold along with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Behind him were dozens of boxes filled with mid-grade spirit stones, one of which contained notes redeemable at Bailey Bank. The moment he had finally gathered the necessary ransom, Lu Ba felt a great weight lift from his heart and promptly set off for Yinyu Tower, where he had waited for nearly half an hour. However, since someone had received him, he had yet to see the fabled young master of Yinyu Tower. When he inquired with the branch tower's master, Long Shusheng, the response was that the young master would descend shortly. This led him to worry that his preparation had not been swift enough, inciting dissatisfaction in the young master. Thus he maintained a calm exterior while feeling quite anxious inside. Moreover, upon returning to the prefect's residence, he received shocking news. The young master of Yinyu Tower had appeared in Jinko city of Jiangzhou, thwarting the Blood God sect's sinister plot and rescuing his old friend, even introducing a mysterious master of celestial phenomena. His old friend had been treated with great courtesy, and they had dubbed it a collaboration, though the intricate details were likely known only to them. This also hinted at the formidable strength of Yinyu Tower. The legendary masters of celestial phenomena had appeared consecutively in this place, which was nothing short of terrifying. As he pondered these matters, Su Chun had already appeared on the 4th floor, observing the agitated figure below with a faint smile. Originally, he intended to use this exorbitant ransom to gauge the court's resolve, but with no opportunity presented, it seemed he would have to seek other avenues. "Young master, do you wish to return Lu Taohong and the others to Lu Ba?" Deng Tai inquired. "Let him have them. After all, they are merely consuming our resources here. It would be beneficial to return them as a gesture of goodwill. We shall pause this trial for now," Su Chen replied. "Young master, do you wish to make an appearance?" Deng Tai asked once more. "No need. I shall remain here. You may complete the transaction with him, and I will send you a message if necessary," Su Chen instructed Deng Tai. "Understood." Young master I in the main hall, Lu Ba, who had been waiting anxiously, suddenly turned as he beheld a man of refined demeanor, handsome features, and 2 miniature sword cases at his waist descending from the 4th floor. Upon seeing this individual, Lu Ba's pupils constricted sharply. Long before Yinyu Tower captured Lu Taohong and the others, the masters who had appeared were already sketched into a register, and within a day, the news had spread throughout the entire Yuzhou. However, the celestial phenomena master had not appeared last time, leaving him somewhat disappointed as he had hoped to negotiate further. "I am Lu Ba, prefect of Yuzhou. Honored to meet the divine envoy." Lu Ba stepped forward and clasped his hands in greeting. "Lu prefect, there is no need for such formality. Please, have a seat." Deng Tai gestured. "Thank you. I have heard that the prefect has prepared the ransom, so let us proceed with the exchange," Deng Tai stated directly from his seat at the head of the table. "Indeed, I have gathered the remaining 400 million taels of gold and 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Here are the notes for the gold and spirit stones. Please review them," Lu Ba responded respectfully. Earlier, he had inadvertently attempted to probe the space above, only to be met with an overwhelming pressure that forced him back, accompanied by 2 even more formidable presences. The sheer terror of it all. The owner of the aura that had repelled him was nearly at the celestial phenomena level, while the other 2 were likely true masters of celestial phenomena. The apparent fangs of Yinyu Tower were indeed frightful. He could only wonder how many such powerful beings remained concealed within. "Well, I trust in the integrity of the prefect. Yinyu Tower conducts its business in good faith, and since the ransom has been prepared, I will ensure that Lu Changzhu and the others are returned to you shortly," Deng Tai casually remarked. "Thank you, divine envoy." Lu Ba expressed his gratitude, stating, "Had I foreseen the intricate consequences we face now, I would have certainly refrained from contesting with the Misty Rain Tower to such an extent. Sometimes, turning a blind eye can indeed be a wise choice. Please wait here. Shortly, individuals will escort Lord Lu and his companions over." With that, Deng Tai's figure vanished. Moments later, a white-browed monk clad in the garb of a divine envoy emerged from the rear of the hall, his countenance kind and benevolent. On his head were 9 fleshy tufts, and behind him trailed the pallid-faced Lu Taohong and others. He was none other than the esteemed monk Long Shu, the submaster of the Misty Rain Tower in Ying City. "Lord Lu, those you seek are here. Since the ransom has been prepared, you may take them back," the monk Long Shu stated calmly before departing. "Thank you, Tower Master Long, I appreciate your assistance," Lu Ba replied courteously. Chapter 23. A shadowy visit. Observing the departure of Long Shu, Lu Ba sighed in relief and approached Lu Taohong, inquiring, "Are you all unharmed?" "We are fine, my lord," came the response from the crowd, though only He Ying and Li Mu remained taciturn. "That is good to hear. Let us depart." Lu Ba guided the group away from the Misty Rain Tower. On the 4th floor, Long Shu and Deng Tai approached Su Chen's side. "Young master, the individuals have been sent away. It appears that Liu Ba did not attempt any bargaining this time. He seems to be a plump sheep, Su Chen remarked, gazing at the departing figures below. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes gleamed as he addressed the empty space ahead. My friend, having observed for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself. Instantly, Long Boucher and others adopted a wary demeanor, their expressions serious as they regarded the vacant hall. Moments later, a tall and imposing figure, 9 feet in stature, materialized beside Su Chen. His long black hair cascaded over his shoulders, 2 white strands fluttering unnaturally as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an indomitable will to battle. He was none other than Yen Guiren, the divine commander summoned by Su Chen the previous day. Will you emerge on your own, or shall I summon you forth? Yen Guiren's icy demeanor bore a hint of murderous intent as he glared at the direction from which Su Chen had spoken. Daring to arrive unannounced at our Misty Rain Tower, today I shall ascertain your capabilities. Ah, you are indeed astute, having discerned my presence so swiftly. A voice echoed as ripples disturbed the void. Countless strands of black silk surged forth from all directions. And soon, a shadowy figure emerged, revealing a sly smile directed towards Su Chen. Go think that despite my deep concealment, I would still be discovered by young Master Bai Li. This individual was none other than the Shadow Master. Ingzi, in the service of Lu Yu, pray, tell me your origins and intentions. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to confine you here, Su Chen leisurely remarked, seated at a nearby tea table, crossing one leg over the other. Indeed, young Master Bai Li, your reputation for being formidable is well deserved, Ingzi replied, unfazed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a shadow operative under His Majesty. I have come today to seek an acquaintance with you. And if possible, I hold a lucrative business proposition that requires your esteemed cooperation. Upon hearing this, Su Chen set down his teacup. Ah, so you are a subordinate of the Northernly Emperor. I wonder what this collaboration entails? May I inquire if you represent the Misty Rain Tower in this matter? Ingzi asked. It appears to be a substantial business opportunity. Rest assured, the Misty Rain Tower within Northernly is under my command. Now, could you kindly elaborate on the nature of this collaboration? Su Chen responded casually, aware that Ingzi was testing him, revealing Lu Yu's subtle cunning. Hearing this, Ingzi initially breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his heart tightened. Su Chen's mention of Northernly indicated that the Misty Rain Tower hailed from another nation, suggesting that everything here was merely a branch. This was significant intelligence. Young Master Bai Li? I possess a list that requires your esteemed tower's intervention, Ingzi declared, presenting a sealed scroll imbued with imperial authority to Su Chen. Oh, so you wish for us to commit acts of assassination on your behalf? It seems the Northernly Emperor is under considerable pressure, Su Chen chuckled, passing the scroll to Yen Guiren standing nearby. Yen Guiren accepted the scroll, using his true energy to dispel the seal before scrutinizing its contents. After a moment, Ingzi inquired, what is your opinion, young Master Bai Li? This commission is not overly difficult. It merely depends on whether you can provide the requisite compensation, Su Chen replied, his expression somewhat ambiguous, as if wrestling with something. Observing this, Ingzi's lips twitched. Is this truly a challenge for you? Must you be so ostentatious? Young master, feel free to speak candidly. As long as it can engage your tower, I am willing to pay any price. Upon hearing this, Su Chen rose decisively. Very well, since you are so magnanimous, I shall not hold back. I propose a firm price. 10 billion taels of gold along with the entirety of Yang City. Impossible! Oh no, young master, your offer is exceedingly steep, Ingzi exclaimed, unable to remain composed. Yang City is an inseparable territory of Northernly. How can it be so casually relinquished? Realizing Su Chen's focus on the city, Ingzi became restless. Although Lu Yu had indicated that a larger compensation could be negotiated, this matter directly pertained to the integrity of the Northernly Empire. Even if he could acquiesce, Lu Yu would never agree. Then it seems there is nothing to discuss, Su Chen remarked, shifting his expression and preparing to depart. Young master, it is not that I reject your terms. Rather, it pertains to the stability of the entire dynasty. Even if His Majesty consents, those ministers and censors will surely object, potentially exacerbating tensions between them and the emperor. Ingzi implored, I beseech you to reconsider. This price is simply too exorbitant. Su Chen paused. Recognizing that if Lu Yu were to agree to such a concession, something must be amiss. His comment was merely to gauge the Northernly Emperor's boundaries, It appears this negotiation is futile. Considering your earnest request, I shall reluctantly concede. Let us forego the relinquishment of Yang City. However, I require all the assets of those named in the list, in addition to 5 billion taels of gold. The entirety of this must belong to the Misty Rain Tower, Su Qian stated, his tone resolute and unyielding. That is acceptable. I shall represent His Majesty in agreeing to your request. Ingzi contemplated for a moment before affirming. Excellent. Let us look forward to a fruitful collaboration, Su Qian declared, a smile gracing his features. TOA Prosperous Partnership, Chapter 24, The Divine Envoy and the Sword Shadow of Lu Shang after Ingzi's departure. Su Qian revealed a victorious smile. Young master, do you not think we have acquired too little? Li Chungang, sipping his drink, proposed. Goodness, old Li, you are even more avaricious than I, Su Qian exclaimed, eyes wide in astonishment. He had initially believed their gains substantial, only to discover there were those even greedier. Ha ha ha, I am merely looking out for the Misty Rain Tower. Li Chungang chuckled good-naturedly. Very well. Henceforth, you shall handle the necessities for our next collaboration, Su Qian instructed. Young master, the Northernly Emperor has quite a number of targets for us to eliminate. The individuals listed could nearly constitute half of Northern Li's influence. Yin Gue Rin interjected, holding the scroll. The foremost name on this scroll belonged to the Gongsun family, entrenched in Northern Yu. The region of Yuezhou is divided into 3 parts, with Northern Yu being one of them. Its geographical significance paramount. To the south lies the southern gateway of Northern Li, and to the northeast, it faces the provinces of Jing, Xiang, and Yu across the river, while to the northwest, it connects with Yining and others. The Gongsun family's dominance in Northern Yu far predates the establishment of the Northern Li Empire, wielding influence that surpasses that of the court itself, with local governance often yielding to their authority. The Gongsun family controls over 70% of the water transport in Yuezhou. The vast expanse of the heavens. The emperor's edicts do not always hold sway there. The current chancellor, Gongsun Kue, is the younger brother of the present head of the Gongsun family. When Lu Yu endeavored to enact a series of policies aimed at dismantling the grip of these powerful families, Chancellor Gongsun Kue led the opposition, rallying other noble families to resist, rendering the implementation of these reforms exceedingly arduous, inciting Lu Yu's fury. Thus, a plan to use a knife to kill was conceived. Witnessing the formidable strength of the Misty Rain Tower, a notion blossomed within him. Since you refuse to yield, perhaps your existence is no longer necessary. Our Northernly Emperor is quite astute, employing this worldly matter to have the Misty Rain Tower eliminate all who obstruct him. It appears that the conflict between the noble families and Lu Yu has reached an irreconcilable impasse. Yet, this serves me well, providing a legitimate pretext. Otherwise, I would have to fabricate a commission, Yu Chun mused. Unconcerned by Lu Yu's actions, for their objectives do not conflict, and his ambitions have never been tethered to the realm of Northern Li. The swallows return. You shall first proceed to the northern Guangdong. And I entrust you with the Gongsun family from this list. I will make a brief visit to Jiankong, and shortly after, we shall reconvene in northern Guangdong, commanded Su Qian. Young master, allow me to accompany you. Interjected Li Chungan from the side at no need. Your portrait is already widespread throughout Yuzhou, making our goal too conspicuous if we travel together. Remain here at the Misty Rain Tower in Yang City. Lu Shengjining may accompany me instead. Understood, young master, the crowd replied with cupped fists. Jiankong, the Imperial Palace, Taiji Hall. Lu Yu sat at the main hall's desk, reviewing documents. Suddenly, a dark shadow coalesced before him, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, the Misty Rain Tower has accepted the task, the shadow reported respectfully. Did you encounter the esteemed by Li Gongzi? Lu Yu paused his writing, directing his gaze toward the shadow below. Indeed, the Misty Rain Tower is not a force within the northernly boundaries. As you mentioned, how so? Lu Yu inquired with curiosity. That esteemed by Li Gongzi claimed he could fully command the Misty Rain Tower, and I also encountered another unfamiliar grandmaster of the celestial phenomenon realm within the tower, whose strength is remarkably formidable. 3 grandmasters of the celestial phenomenon realm. The might of the Misty Rain Tower exceeds my expectations. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's eyes flickered, seemingly unfazed by the revelation. You may leave now. He gestured dismissively. The shadow transformed into wisps of black lines, vanishing from sight. Lu Yu remained deep in thought, contemplating matters unknown. Before the carriage appeared a resplendent and grand city, its towering walls thick and robust, imbued with the weight of history and the passage of time. A massive plaque adorned the city gate, inscribed with 3 bold crimson characters, Jiankong City, exuding an extraordinary aura. "Young master, we are approaching Jiankong City," announced the driver of the galloping carriage. Seated in the carriage was a figure clad in a brown and white circular patterned robe, resembling a swordsman from the East Sea, yet distinctly showcasing the customs of the Central Plains. He was Su Chun, accompanied by Lu Shengjining, hailed as the Sword Saint of the East Sea. "Let us enter the city," Su Chun remarked languidly from within the carriage. "As you wish, young master," Lu Shengjining nodded. Guiding the steeds forward as they rode into the city, the earlier tranquility gave way to a cacophony of sounds. Vendors hawking their wares filled the air, while colorful lanterns adorned the windows and doors of the street-side shops, casting vibrant reflections upon the mirror-like river surface, creating a scene of lively exuberance. Shops lined the streets, and several stone arch bridges connected the banks of the Huai River, beneath which floated cargo ships laden with goods. In the realm of the moonlit night, the rascals are but a fraction of Yangzhou, Su Chen mused, marveling at the grandeur of the capital of the Northern Li dynasty. "Come, let us explore the imperial city." "Yes, young master." Lu Shengjining drove the carriage deeper into the city. Before long, they arrived 10 miles from the palace, where a staircase of pure white jade rose straight from the city walls to the towering gatehouse. A palpable aura of ancient gravity enveloping them, invoking a sense of reverence. As Su Chen and Lu Shengjining stepped from the carriage, they beheld 2 rows of guards clad in black dragon armor standing at attention beneath the vermilion gate, their presence radiating a powerful aura, with the foremost commander being a true grandmaster of the Diamond Realm. "Look at you," Su Chen addressed Lu Shengjining beside him. Lu Shengjining reversed his palm, enveloping both of them in an invisible sword aura, and in an instant, they ascended to a height of 1,000 feet above the imperial city. The long-awaited system notification echoed in Su Chen's ears. "Ding, detected a check-in location. Would you like to check in?" "Ding, check-in successful. You have obtained the following items. 1. Special item, 50 years of pure internal energy. 2. Special character, Xiao Qiushui, initial stage of the Profound Realm. 3. Special character, Huang Ying, initial stage of the Profound Realm. 4. Special character, Huai Mia, initial stage of the Profound Realm. 5. Special character, Yurin Fei Jiang, perfection of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. 6. Special character, Duan Lang, perfection of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. Why are all the check-in rewards characters? Can I receive something else? Su Chen pondered, wondering if this was due to the significance of being in the capital of Northern Li. "Young master, it seems we have been discovered," Lu Shengjining alerted from the void. Just at that moment, a man clad in a multicolored robe and white hair appeared abruptly 100 feet away, his demeanor sinister and eyes sharp, akin to a venomous serpent fixated on Su Chen. He was Wang Chongshan, the chief eunuch of the Northern Li dynasty and also a grandmaster of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. "You two possess quite a bit of audacity, daring to hover above the imperial city in broad daylight, unaware that this is the sovereign's domain." A cold smile flickered across Wang Chongshan's face as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his narrowed eyes fixated on Su Chen and Lu Shengjining, awaiting their response. Lu Shengjining, however, remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Grandmaster of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm, do you wish to oppose the Misty Rain Tower?" While Wang Chongshan contemplated the identity of these 2 formidable figures, the mention of the Misty Rain Tower caused his expression to shift dramatically. Although unfamiliar with the name, he was acutely aware of the recent tumult in Yang City, where a direct threat had been issued to the regional governor, demanding a substantial ransom, all while boasting several grandmasters of the Celestial Phenomenon Realm. Such a terrifying force left him astounded. Most notably, the fact that Lu Shengjining had uttered the name of the Misty Rain Tower implied that these 2 were indeed affiliated with it, and that the masked figure beside him was none other than the rumored Bai Li Gongzi. "Are you indeed Bai Li Gongzi of the Misty Rain Tower?" Wang Chongshan inquired, eyeing Su Chen. "Let us depart." Su Chen dismissed Wang Chongshan's question, turning to Lu Shengjining. "Since we have successfully checked in, there is no need to linger in Jiankong City any longer. It is time to journey towards Guangdong." "Understood, young master," Lu Shengjining replied, preparing to take flight from the imperial city above. "Presumptuous, Bai Li Gongzi. Is this how you treat guests of the Misty Rain Tower?" Wang Chongshan's expression darkened further as Su Chun and Lu Shengjining disregarded him and turned to leave. As the chief eunuch of Northern Li and a grandmaster of the celestial phenomenon realm, he felt insulted by such blatant disrespect. Humph, kill them. A cold smile crept across Su Chin's masked face. The check-in had already left him somewhat irritable, and Wang Chongshan's incessant buzzing was only adding to his discomfort. Furthermore, your name appeared on that secret scroll. I had initially contemplated how to justify your demise, but it seems you have delivered Chapter 26, Wang Chongshan. The cataclysm of the gods, the sword's fall. Lu Shengjining remained unfazed, his flawless sword shimmering once more with a dazzling brilliance. The 9 layers of sword intent within him surged forth. Enveloping the blade, with a resonant hum, the sword emitted a series of sonorous vibrations, seemingly conveying its elation. The sword tip exhaled waves of piercing sword energy as Lu Shengjining's figure flickered, his hands gripping the hilt as he descended from the heavens. At that moment, Lu Shengjining's speed reached its zenith, transforming into a mere afterimage, directly appearing above Wang Chongshan, the flawless sword descending with lethal intent. Wang Chongshan's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the overwhelming speed of Lu Shengjining, leaving him no time to react. He hastily channeled his true essence into his arms, condensing it into a fist to meet the flawless sword. The collision of sword energy and fist produced a deafening roar, a tempestuous shockwave sweeping through the surroundings, obliterating nearby structures into dust, while swirling debris filled the air. The seemingly impervious protective aura around Wang Chongshan was unexpectedly pierced by the flawless sword. Almost half of the blade had sunk into his protective barrier, with the sword's tip merely 3 inches from his eyes, halted only by his 10 layers of oceanic martial intent. How could this be? Cold sweat streamed down Wang Chongshan's brow. He never anticipated that his protective barrier could be breached with such ease. It was utterly terrifying. Had it not been for his superior comprehension of martial intent, that strike could have claimed his life on the spot. The cataclysm of the gods, the marks of a second-rate. Lu Shengjining's expression was devoid of emotion as he flicked his wrist, causing countless sword marks to manifest upon the flawless sword, intricately interwoven into a deadly net aimed at Wang Chongshan. Great Sea Infinite Fist. At this moment, Wang Chongshan dared not underestimate the situation. Pouring all his true essence into his fists, gathering his 10 layers of oceanic martial intent at his fist's tip, before delivering a powerful strike, boom, boom, boom. The clash of fist and sword light erupted with earth-shattering sound. A ferocious wave of energy cascading outward, sending bricks and debris flying, smoke billowing into the air. The space within 1,000 feet was instantaneously flattened, fissures cracking across the ground, buildings crumbling, and countless structures collapsing. Bang! As the dust settled, Lu Shengjining staggered back 3 steps before regaining his footing. Wang Chongshan was similarly in a dire state, his splendid robe tattered and torn, a myriad of slashes from the sword energy marring his fists. Such a commotion, and you still refuse to leave. Wang Chongshan's expression grew serious as he spoke in a calm tone. He was exceedingly confident that as long as he remained in the Imperial City, the Misty Rain Tower could not take his life, unless they wished to provoke the entire Bailey dynasty. Moreover, His Majesty would never allow the Misty Rain Tower to commit such acts of violence here. Do you think Lu Yu can protect you? Lu Shengjining's demeanor was indifferent, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze icy. Upon hearing this, Wang Chongshan's body trembled slightly, his eyes ablaze with fury and resentment, yet he dared not act, fully aware that should he make the first move, the Emperor would surely abandon him. He did not believe that Lu Yu would offend the Misty Rain Tower for his sake. Have you perhaps forgotten that this is the capital of Bailey? Do you not fear that you might not leave Jiankong City after such bold threats? Wang Chongshan reigned in his imposing presence, speaking with an underlying implication that within Bailey, the Misty Rain Tower could not harm him, unless they wished for their own demise. You are quite confident, yet you underestimate the Misty Rain Tower. Lu Shengjining retorted. There is nothing the Misty Rain Tower dares not do, nor anything we cannot accomplish. If I cannot slay you, rest assured, stronger forces will come to finish the task with that. A sinister smile graced Lu Shengjining's lips as he swiftly moved to stand beside Su Chun. What do you mean by that? Wang Chongshan's expression shifted, sensing an ominous premonition. He had felt something amiss earlier. It was inconceivable that the Misty Rain Tower would send a remote celestial realm expert to eliminate him. Just as his words fell, a terrifying wave of energy rippled through the sky. If moments ago the heavens were dark and gloomy, now they were entirely shrouded in an inky hue. Dark clouds roiled ominously, concealing the mountains, while white rain fell like pearls into the boats. At this moment, the skies above Jiankong City were gathering ominous black clouds, crackling with lightning and thunder. Within those dark clouds, it seemed as though some cataclysmic disaster was brewing. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar erupted from within the clouds. A dragon silhouette flashing amidst the lightning. Crack! A figure tore through the thunderous clouds, hurtling downwards towards Jiankong City, arriving beside Su Chun in an instant. This individual stood 8 feet tall, donned in a flowing green robe adorned with cloud patterns, 2 fierce dragon skulls resting upon his shoulders. His appearance was strikingly handsome, red hair billowing in the wind, an aura of unparalleled dominance emanating from him. The newcomer was none other than Duan Lang. The Celestial Realm Grandmaster Su Chun had just encountered. Duan Lang's arrival caused Wang Chongshan's expression to shift dramatically, a wave of dread washing over him, extending from his feet to the base of his spine. Blood-red true essence swirled around his protective barrier, faint dragon patterns appearing on his robe, a subtle dragon's might rippling through the air. What a terrifying aura! Just looking at him leaves me breathless. This man's cultivation is likely nearing the celestial realm. In the Taiji Hall of the Imperial Palace, the moment Duan Lang appeared, a shadow materialized beside Lu Yu, his expression grave as he gazed at the figure in the sky. What kind of force is the Misty Rain Tower, possessing so many celestial realm masters? Lu Yu was equally astonished, though aware of the Misty Rain Tower's formidable strength. He had not anticipated it to be this powerful. Celestial realm masters have the capability to annihilate a city with a mere motion. Even as the Emperor of Bailey, he must treat such powerful beings with respect. And now, 4 of them have appeared from the Misty Rain Tower. This is truly terrifying. Are you also from the Misty Rain Tower? Wang Chongshan's previously relieved expression swiftly vanished. If the person before him was a reinforcer from the Misty Rain Tower, it would indeed be troublesome. To dare insult the son of the Misty Rain Tower, I shall claim your life. Duan Lang looked disdainfully at Wang Chongshan, showing no regard for him, despite both being celestial realm experts. Are you not being excessively unreasonable? Wang Chongshan inhaled deeply, his voice steady as he inquired. Chapter 27. The martial domain weaklings resort to idle banter. You should take your own life. Duan Lang's eyes flashed with cold light, his demeanor one of superiority. As if gazing down upon mere insects. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Wang Chongshan glared at Duan Lang. Though the aura emanating from Duan Lang filled him with dread, he did not retreat. Both of their cultivations resided within the celestial realm. He would not simply concede. It appears your realm grants you considerable confidence. Duan Lang laughed heartily, as shimmering purple dragon scales began to appear around him, an overwhelming pressure radiating from his being. Crack! The void split, bloodlight filling the sky. Suddenly, a horrifying blood-red portal opened behind Duan Lang, causing the elemental energies of the world within 1,000 feet of Jiankong City to boil violently. A terrifying dragon's roar erupting, martial artists below hastily retreated 1,000 feet, with those of weaker cultivation directly collapsing to the ground. Angry dragon blood calamity claw, Duan Lang snorted coldly, as terrifying blood dragon essence surged forth from the portal behind him. Gathering upon his right arm, scales of various shapes and sizes emerged, as immense true essence fused with the dragon essence, forming a continuous series of blood dragon sigils upon his skin, turning his right arm into a blood-red dragon claw. Everywhere he gazed, space rippled in response, boom, thunder roared, and the might of heaven was immeasurable. Such a terrifying scene astonished even Su Chun. Clearly, despite both being perfected celestial realm masters, there was a notable gap in power between Li Chuangang and Duan Lang. Vast Si Qian Kuan shield as Wang Chongshan's words fell, a vast expanse of azure ocean materialized behind him, 1,000 feet in size. Within that azure sea, hundreds of colossal marine beasts swam, each exuding the aura of peak Xinxian realm, fierce and formidable, emanating an essence that sent shivers down the spines of all present. These sea beasts were manifestations of Wang Chongshan's 10 layers of oceanic martial intent, a means to accelerate the evolution of his domain. In the next moment, these marine beasts raised their heads, letting out furious roars, transforming into waves that coalesced before Wang Chongshan into a deep blue shield. Every droplet of water gathered weighed 1,000 pounds, capable of crushing any peak innate being. This was Wang Chongshan's proudest technique. In this moment, his defense could withstand the onslaught of a perfected celestial realm master for at least a quarter of an hour. As the azure shield emerged, Duan Lang opened his cold, piercing eyes. Did he think that hiding within his shell would spare him from death? Then, stepping forward, the crimson dragon essence surged from his right arm, and he thrust it towards Wang Chongshan, terrifying, horrific. At this moment, concealed behind the deep blue sea shield, Wang Chongshan was filled with regret, for he could sense the terrifying nature of the Duanlong technique. Above, in the vast sky, a dragon claw enveloped in crimson energy descended from the heavens, with scarlet true essence oozing from its tips, while dragon essence swirled within its grasp. The two waves of formidable true essence fluctuated like twin pillars of fire, piercing the heavens and sweeping across the surroundings. With a thunderous crash, the blood-red dragon claw had already penetrated Wang Chongshan's deep blue sea shield, the scarlet true essence sweeping across like a blade, while the deep blue true essence surged like tidal waves, continuously compressing and eroding the explosive force of the blade. Within the shield, a strange equilibrium was formed. Yet, this precarious balance was maintained for merely a few breaths. As the crimson true essence seemed to be imbued with divine power, directly devouring the deep blue true essence that collided with it. Ultimately, Wang Chongshan's deep blue sea shield could not withstand the assault for even a quarter of an hour. Being forcibly torn apart by the blood-red dragon claw, disintegrating into countless droplets that vanished into the sky, the dragon claw showed no sign of slowing, mercilessly striking down towards Wang Chongshan below. A sense of dread engulfed Wang Chongshan's heart, but he could not avert the impending attack, and could only brace himself. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering resonated, as the bones in Wang Chongshan's chest crumbled. Blood gushing forth, and he spat a mouthful of reverse blood from his throat. The blow had obliterated his dantian and meridians. If it were not for the formidable physique of a master in the celestial phenomenon realm supporting him, he would have likely been reduced to a mere explosion of flesh and scattered soul. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. While few may have recognized, Wang Chongshan was a renowned figure, the esteemed chief eunuch of the Bailey dynasty and a master of the celestial phenomenon realm. Yet, he was being ruthlessly slaughtered by an unfamiliar foe as though he were but a chicken. As the clash between the two neared its conclusion, did not turn back to regard Wang Chongshan's figure, but instead returned to Su Chen's side. Let us depart. With a swift motion, the three vanished from above Jian Kong City. Throughout the encounter, this so-called foremost expert among the eunuchs of Bailey, Wang Chongshan, had never once entered its gaze. Meanwhile, Wang Chongshan, drenched in blood and barely clinging to life, stood in the void, his gaze fixed upon the imperial city ahead. Meeting Lu Yu's eyes, he parted his lips slightly, slowly uttering the two words Wu Yu before his entire being dissolved into a mist of blood, scattering away with the wind. Not a trace remained. The onlooking martial artists below were filled with horror. A master of the celestial phenomenon realm had met a fate of utter annihilation. Perhaps in the annals of Bailey's history, he was the first to do so. Shadow, what was it that he last said to me? At the window, Lu Yu, facing the absence of Wang Chongshan who had been a check on him, showed no sign of joy, rather leaning against the windowsill in a daze, murmuring as if he had spoken the words Wu Yu. Beside him, the shadow responded with a look of shock. What? Lu Yu was equally taken aback. Those unfamiliar with the intricacies might think Wang Chongshan's defeat was merely due to his inferior strength. However, he did not share this sentiment, for in that fleeting moment, he had sensed Wang Chongshan's 10-layer oceanic martial intent being utterly suppressed by his crimson true essence, to the point where he had not even unleashed his full power. If both were of equal realm, their martial intents would be nearly on par, making it impossible for one to completely overpower the other. Thus, there was but one possibility. The celestial phenomenon master dispatched by Yin Yu Tower had already transcended the 10 layers of martial intent, taking a step towards the domain of martial supremacy. Perhaps their realms were not vastly different, yet in their manipulation of the powers of heaven and earth, the disparity was akin to a chasm. In the path of martial arts, martial intent reigns supreme, while the domain of martial supremacy stands exalted. The celestial phenomenon realm that comprehends martial intent and that which comprehends martial domain are entirely on different wavelengths. Do you have confidence in facing him? After a moment, Lu Yu inquired of the shadow beside him. This time, the shadow did not respond to Lu Yu's question, remaining silent for a moment. Just as Lu Yu thought his trump card might still hold some sway against Yanyu Tower. The shadow's next words plunged him into despair. Within 3 moves, he cannot kill me. Depart. Lu Yu waved his hand, returning alone to the table before him. YSIN the Imperial City, in the Qianli Hall. Are you saying that the one who just executed Wang Chongshan in the Imperial City sky hails from Yanyu Tower? At the stone table, a young man clad in a yellow python robe, with an exceptionally handsome visage, stood up, astonished. Indeed, Your Highness the Second Prince, I was relatively close at the time, and the figure in the void must be the young master Bai Li from Yanyu Tower. A guard, donned in azure dragon armor, respectfully reported. The youth before him was none other than Lu Jia, the second prince of the Bai Li dynasty. As for the 2 formidable figures involved, they are unfamiliar to us. One should be among the 12 imperial envoys, while the one who struck down Wang Chongshan is likely a master from Yanyu Tower. We have uncovered no further information regarding them. The guard analyzed with cupped fists. The strength of Yanyu Tower likely surpasses that of ordinary extraordinary powers, having consecutively unveiled 3 celestial phenomenon masters. I fear that even now, our father must be in a state of urgency. Lu Jia furrowed his brow. You may leave now. Report to me immediately should there be any stirrings from Yanyu Tower. Yes. The guard bowed and exited. Not long after the guard left, a figure emerged from behind the palace screen, shrouded in a dark veil, revealing only a pair of fierce, predatory eyes. With this individual's appearance, an eerie, chilling wind swept through the entire Qianli Hall, surrounded by spectral green glowing skulls that emitted piercing wails. The potted plants and greenery placed at the entrance were coated with frost, creating an atmosphere of unnatural cold, despite the height of summer. At her waist hung a pouch embroidered with a black phoenix. And though her entire form was obscured by the dark veil, the curves of her figure were unmistakable. Greetings, Blood Phoenix Demon Sovereign. Lu Jia, who had been deep in thought, quickly regained his composure and turned to respectfully address the figure before him. It is well known that within the Blood God sect, there are 4 demon sovereigns, each possessing strength that begins at the celestial phenomenon realm. The one who appeared now was the second-ranked Blood Phoenix Demon Sovereign. The only female among the demon sovereigns, her power reaching the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon realm. Do not concern yourself with the affairs of Yanyu Tower. Your task is to gather support from the court officials to ascend to the throne. The cloaked woman spoke with an indifferent tone, her voice cold yet laced with an alluring charm. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia's eyes lit up. For him, ascending to the throne was indeed of utmost importance. But my father is still in the prime of his life. How could he possibly be willing to relinquish the throne? Lu Jia voiced his doubts. Even if he gained the support of all the officials, as long as his father did not step down, he could never ascend. Moreover, he had no desire to commit the heinous act of patricide to secure his position. At least for now, he did not wish to do so. Simply do what you must. The rest is not for you to worry about. Moreover, are you certain that Lu Yu is still in the prime of his life? The Blood Phoenix Demon Sovereign added ominously. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Lu Jia's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp a possibility. You do not comprehend what I am saying. A trace of mockery flickered in the Blood Phoenix Demon Sovereign's eyes. Could it be that my father has fallen victim to my blood poison? How long do you think he can survive? This, Lu Jia was rendered speechless. The Blood Phoenix Demon Sovereign extended her delicate hand, admiring it as though it were a work of art, before approaching Lu Jia. Thus, you find yourself in a bind. You can either wait for your elder brother to ascend and be discarded like refuse, or hasten to seize the throne, claiming that exalted position above all. Upon hearing this, Lu Jia sat in the main seat, his gaze vacant, clearly deep in thought. Remember, this is your only chance. With that, the Blood Phoenix Demon Sovereign turned and vanished, transforming into wisps of crimson light that scattered and disappeared within the Qianli Hall and the vast palace. Only Lu Jia remained seated in the main seat, unmoving. After a moment, he stood up. the conflicted expression on his face transforming into one of determination. "Come forth. Inform the Chancellor to gather at the Qianghua Pavilion." "Yes, Your Highness." Meanwhile, as Su Qian and his companions executed Wang Chongshan above the imperial palace of Jiankong City, far away in the Beiyu region, a fresh tempest stirred by the sudden emergence of Yinyu Tower swept across the area, rapidly spreading throughout the entire Yuezhou. Geographically, Yuezhou lies at the southernmost part of the Baili dynasty, bordered by the sea to the east and south, with the waterway-rich Pearl River flowing from north to south, traversing the entirety of Yuezhou. The region is divided into three major parts: Beiyu, Nanyu, and the desolate, uninhabited western region of Nanjiao. The expanse of Yuezhou is incredibly vast, occupying 1/6 of Beili's territory, with each part housing entities rivaling a significant portion of Yuzhou. Among the northern regions of Yu, there exist three principal cities: Lanning, Fengcheng, and Quancheng. Of these three sectors, it is undoubtedly the north that flourishes most vibrantly. However, the capital of Yuzhou is established in the southern region of Nanyu. Among all the governors and provincial officials, the court has dispatched its most formidable figure to serve as the inspector of Yuzhou, namely, the esteemed Lu Yu of Beili, who appointed his foremost scholar, Xiaolingyun, to this post, simultaneously entrusting him with command over the elite troops of the 500,000 Tiger and Wolf Guards stationed in Yuzhou. Xiaolingyun himself has attained the terrifying pinnacle of the realm of profound heaven, standing just a step away from the legendary realm of celestial phenomena. Chapter 29. Speculation of all the southern governors, his prowess is unparalleled, and under his leadership, the southern tribes, which once contemplated rebellion against Beili, have all submitted in humility, deterred from harboring any treacherous thoughts. However, even someone as formidable as he finds himself at a loss when confronted with the two prominent families of Yuzhou, the Gongsun clan and the Gao family. At times, he must engage in consultation with these families regarding certain policies, revealing a lack of the authority one would expect from a provincial inspector. He has reported these matters to Lu Yu. Yet the response remains a mere directive to avoid confrontation whenever possible. This clearly illustrates the immense influence wielded by these two families over Yuzhou, a control that far surpasses that of the court. Even the illustrious Lu Yu of Beili harbors considerable apprehension towards them. Yet, within the span of just a few days, a new force known as the Misty Rain Tower has emerged in Fengcheng, stirring considerable upheaval. Just half a month ago, the Misty Rain Tower, an all-encompassing organization, swiftly annihilated the largest assassin group in Fengcheng within mere hours, forcibly converting their headquarters into a branch of the Misty Rain Tower. The severed heads of the three masters of the Realm of Diamond were displayed prominently above the city gates, leaving the populace in a state of shock. The once mighty assassin organization, boasting three masters of the Realm of Diamond, was obliterated in less than half a day, with even their corpses hung in a gruesome display. The brutality of their methods and the swiftness of Tich in an instant, the crowd was engulfed in fury, expressing profound dissatisfaction with Xiaolingyun's actions. Any threats or warnings from the court were met with deaf ears, summarily disregarded. After all, the mountains are high and the emperor distant. Lu Yu, no matter how formidable, could only reach as far north as Yuezhou. If we were to surrender merely at the behest of your words, what then would become of our millennia-old lineage? Anyone can ascend to the throne, but one must adhere to the local customs. To disrupt the established order here would invite untold suffering. As the masters of the Gongsun clan deliberated, Gongsun Wu, who had been gripping the back of his chair, abruptly released it, his fierce gaze glinting with intensity as he surveyed beyond the floating palace on the water. Why, he wondered, does this friend from afar hide in shadows, refusing to reveal himself? A voice imbued with true essence reverberated throughout the grand hall, halting the animated discussions of the Gongsun clan members, who turned their fierce gazes toward the entrance. The Misty Rain Tower's envoy, Xiao Qiushui, greets the head of the Gongsun family. A flash of golden light swept through the hall, followed by the appearance of a young gentleman clad in a flowing white robe, his handsome visage and extraordinary demeanor reminiscent of an ethereal being. He stood tall, the white robe cascading casually over his shoulders, his striking features adorned with an air of indifference. At his waist hung a simple sword sheath, presenting him as a transcendent sword master, untouched by worldly affairs. Upon Xiao Qiushui's entrance, the pupils of all the Gongsun clan's masters visibly contracted, sensing the overwhelming power of this young man. His aura had already reached the realm of the Zhixian, and the sword intent emanating from him was nothing short of astonishing. Though the Gongsun clan boasted numerous masters, the majority were merely at the level of the King Kong realm, with only 3 at the Jixuan level, while Gongsun Wu himself had attained the Tianxiang realm. Thus, the Gongsun clan's strength was indeed formidable within the martial world. Misty Rain Tower? Might I inquire what business brings Lord Xiao to the Gongsun clan? Realizing that Xiao Qiushui's cultivation was only at the Jixuan level, Gongsun Wu felt a sense of relief. While Jixuan masters were indeed formidable in the martial realm, they could not rival the hands of Tianxiang. However, what piqued his interest was the force behind Xiao Qiushui, the Misty Rain Tower, which had long been rumored to possess great renown. Even the governor of Yuzhou had bowed low, paying tribute and offering ransom. Head of Gongsun, someone has placed a price on the heads of your entire clan. I hope you can guide your kin to drink from their own blades, sparing yourselves additional suffering, Xiao Qiushui said with a slight bow, his tone unsettlingly calm, as if suggesting that self-sacrifice were a perfectly reasonable proposition. Outrageous! The Misty Rain Tower is far too domineering, shouted a fellow Jixuan master of the Gongsun clan, his eyes blazing with fury. Do you not fear the repercussions of remaining here in Northview? Another Jixuan master chimed in, while Gongsun Wu, though equally furious, managed to suppress his rage. Yet, he found it curious that Xiao Qiushui maintained such composure. Did he possess some hidden trump card to support his audacity? You need not threaten me. This is simply fate's decree. If you refuse to take your own lives, do not blame us for taking matters into our own hands. Unfazed by the Gongsun clan's insults and threats, Xiao Qiushui regarded them with cold indifference, his right hand already resting on the sword sheath at his waist. Would you consider retracting the commission against my Gongsun clan? Any price can be negotiated. Seeing Xiao Qiushui's confidence, Gongsun Wu opted to seek a diplomatic resolution rather than resorting to force. Chapter 31. Ancient Sword, Long Song. Head of the clan, you must silence yourself. Gongsun Wu raised his voice abruptly, halting the Jixuan master who had been about to speak. It was not due to cowardice. Rather, he had just sensed an exceedingly terrifying aura flash by, an instinctive feeling that someone was observing him from the shadows. Yet he could not catch a glimpse of their figure. He surmised that the hidden master was likely a formidable figure from the Misty Rain Tower. After all, during their confrontation with the court in Yuzhou, a master of the Tianxiang realm had emerged. Such a presence warranted careful consideration. At this moment, it would be exceedingly unwise to engage in conflict. It was prudent to avoid their wrath. If you wish for us to cancel this commission, it is not impossible. Xiao Qiushui's words ignited a spark of hope in Gongsun Wu. The commission fee is 100 million taels of gold. If your Gongsun clan can produce a 100-fold penalty along with a foundational martial text, we may consider rescinding our commission. Xiao Qiushui spoke nonchalantly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Gongsun Wu. What? A 100-fold penalty? Plus a foundational martial text? The Misty Rain Tower is overstepping its bounds. The crowd erupted in outrage, their faces flushed with indignation. Xiao Qiushui's demands were patently unreasonable. Even if they sold the entire Gongsun clan, they could scarcely raise half the penalty, let alone provide a foundational martial text, a rarity sought after among the great families. In other words, Xiao Qiushui had made it abundantly clear that cancellation was out of the question. Such conditions were utterly excessive. Even the royal family of the Bailey dynasty would struggle to meet them. Do you truly wish to oppose my Gongsun clan? Gongsun Wu, having reached his limit, could no longer restrain himself. How could they continue to endure such blatant disrespect? Even if he could acquiesce, the rest of the Gongsun clan would never consent. It seemed you have made your choice. Seeing the outcome, Xiao Qiushui was not surprised, for this was always a task beyond completion. He sought merely a pretext. I must insist you take your leave. Otherwise, even as a member of the Misty Rain Tower, you shall remain here. Gongsun Wu descended, his gaze icy as he issued his final ultimatum. He reserved his civility solely for those of the Misty Rain Tower. Had it been anyone else, he would have long since taken them down and demanded an explanation. Why waste words with them? Complete the task and return to report to the young master. No sooner had he spoken than figures emerged at both sides of Xiao Qiushui. To his left stood a man nearly 8 feet tall. His hair a wild explosion of dark locks, clad in blood-red battle attire, exuding boundless martial spirit. He radiated an aura of ferocity and decisive slaughter, clearly another master of the Ji-Xian realm. To his right stood a warrior from the east, donned in dark ninja garb, with pronounced features, solid muscles, and disheveled black hair, bearing a three-pronged, wide-back blade upon his back. An overwhelming aura of blade intent surged forth, filling the space around them with a chilling sense of impending doom. These two were Huai Mia and Huang Ying, who had signed in at Jiankong City with Su Chen. Together, the three exuded an aura of sword and blade that soared into the heavens, palpable even to martial artists several miles away. Even Gongsun Wu, a mid-tier Tianxiang master, could not help but furrow his brow. Though they were all initially at the Ji-Xian realm, the combined pressure they exerted felt threatening. Gongsun Wu thought to himself, channeling his true essence, the aura of a Tianxiang master sweeping forth, rippling the air around him. Since you insist on this course of action, then I must take my leave. Let us properly entertain the three esteemed guests from the Misty Rain Tower, lest we neglect them. Raising his right hand, Gongsun Wu signaled as four other Ji-Xian masters from the Gongsun clan surged forth, drawing their respective weapons and launching an assault on Xiao Qiushui and his companions. Autumn's Edge, Autumn Water Strike, Ancient Moon Slash, Flowing Water Trace. Four fierce sword strikes cleaved through the air, their formidable blade intent tearing a rift in the combined might of Xiao Qiushui and his allies. Before the onslaught of four, Xiao Qiushui remained calm and composed, his left hand retrieving the ancient sword sheath from his waist, his right hand gripping the hilt as he slowly drew forth his blade. A dazzling cold light erupted from the sword sheath, akin to the shimmering ripples of a cool river, radiating a breathtaking brilliance. Emerging from the sheath was a 3'7" ancient sword, its body shimmering with a dark golden hue. 6 radiant threads swirling around it, intricately etched with the characters Long Song in brilliant script at the hilt. This sword was Xiao Qiushui's companion, the ancient sword Long Song. In an instant, an unparalleled aura of sharpness enveloped the entire hall. This aura contained a fierce intent to slay, as if thousands of blades were traversing through the air. At that moment, a terrifying sword intent burst forth from the blade, transforming into countless sword flashes that descended like a torrential storm, threatening to shatter the very fabric of space, instilling fear in all who beheld it. The piercing sound of blades shredding flesh reverberated throughout the arena, accompanied by 4 anguished cries that erupted from their mouths. The seemingly terrifying sword technique, akin to an insurmountable force, was pierced effortlessly by Xiao Qiushui's astonishing strike, akin to a knife slicing through tofu. The overwhelming sword energy ruthlessly tore apart the corporeal forms of the 4 masters of the Ji-Xian realm, leaving a cloud of blood mist within the floating palace of the Gongsun family. The entire ordeal transpired in the mere blink of an eye. How dare this wretch? Gongsun Wu, positioned behind, wore a face of astonishment and fury, his figure hurtling towards Xiao Qiushui, instantly appearing above him. The 10th layer of the Haoyue martial intent flowed like a river through his fingertips, a colossal hand that obscured the sky locking onto Xiao Qiushui. Chapter 32. A line between sea and sky. This overwhelming aura left Xiao Qiushui's heart momentarily stifled, as if he faced not a master of the Tianxiang realm, but an expansive, boundless cosmos. With a thunderous boom, the colossal hand descended like a celestial curtain, stirring a tempestuous wind that compressed the air into swirling white wisps, instilling a dread that was palpable. Die. At that moment, Gongsun Wu had long ceased to care about the Yinyu Tower. He sought retribution for the 4 elders of the Gongsun family from the 3 before him. As if in synchrony, both Huang Ying and Huai Mia unleashed their ultimate techniques. Huai Mia stepped forward, positioning himself to the left front of Xiao Qiushui. His right fist clenched around the heavenly punishment, 3 layers of Hunyuan martial intent merging into his sword body. A formidable half-step true essence surged forth, propelled by an overwhelming might, as he unleashed 7 consecutive strikes towards the colossal hand above, each sword's power compounding upon the last. Meanwhile, Huang Ying grasped the silent blade, its back aligned with his brow. His piercing gaze fixed intently upon the blade's edge. 3 layers of Jing Shun martial intent caressed the blade's surface with his right hand. Soon after, he stepped forward to the right front of Xiao Qiushui, unleashing 7 successive slashes towards the skyward hand, a tremendous force erupting from the silent blade, transforming into a radiant swan that soared towards the colossal hand. With a cold glare, he unleashed the 7 slices, cold brow, troubled city, fury of heaven, chaotic emotion, pride of all, heartbroken infatuation, and silent shocked eye in the heart of it all. Xiao Qiushui integrated 3 layers of the forgetfulness martial intent into his long song, expending his half-step true essence entirely, coalescing a layer of pale blue at the tip of his sword. This was the sea and sky line, a defensive sword technique that served both offensive and defensive purposes. Although all 3 possessed the initial stages of Ji Xian realm cultivation, the moment their martial intent and half-step true essence fused, their explosive power reached the Tianxiang realm. Such explosive force even left Gongsun Wu in awe. Boom. The 2 attacks collided, unleashing an intense cacophony. A violent gust of wind spiraled outwards, clearing the space within 100 feet, as the air before Xiao Qiushui erupted, producing 7 distinct explosive sounds. The protective aura of several masters of the King Kong realm behind Gongsun Wu was compressed to the point of bursting, causing them to spout blood and retreat, pale-faced, to 500 feet away. Xiao Qiushui and his companions staggered back 10 paces before stabilizing themselves, with Xiao Qiushui at the forefront bearing the brunt of the attack, leaving his complexion exceptionally pallid. After all, to withstand an assault while crossing a major realm was no small feat. However, the floating palace beneath their feet endured tremendous destruction, collapsing by 90% and sinking into the depths. In awe, Xiao Qiushui gazed upwards at Gongsun Wu, his expression one of shock. He had not anticipated such terrifying destructive power from their clash. Truly, a master of the Tianxiang realm capable of suppressing a nation. The guards of the Gongsun family were equally horrified. They never expected that the 3 emissaries from the Yinyu Tower could momentarily withstand the family head's attack. Observing that the 3 were already exhausted, Gongsun Wu took 100 steps forward, arriving before Xiao Qiushui. The 10th layer of Haoyuan martial intent coalesced upon his fist, descending with the might of a pillar supporting the heavens, crashing down upon Xiao Qiushui and his companions. True essence solidifies the void, martial intent forms a raise. The merger of the 2 rendered the 3 immobile, as if the weight of the Tianxiang realm's aura pressed down upon them. Gongsun family head, do you truly believe you can eliminate us? Despite facing a Tianxiang realm master, the trio remained remarkably composed, as if they were not ensnared in peril. How audacious! Gongsun Wu's face flushed with rage, as the elemental forces of heaven and earth within 100 feet surged beneath his fist, the punch roaring forth like a dragon. Every word and action resonated with the cosmos, harmonizing the elemental forces. The 3 beneath the punch's shadow appeared as defenseless as children. Just then, a rugged figure tore through the void, landing directly above the trio. With an outstretched right hand, the formidable fist energy dissipated in an instant, revealing a man with robust arms and a wasp-like waist, exuding a calm and profound aura. Who are you? From a distance, Gongsun Wu regarded the figure with a grave expression, for he had effortlessly nullified his attack and suppressed the 10th layer of Haoyuan martial intent within himself. His aura vast and unfathomable, this individual before him was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. I am Yin Gue Run, the master of the sacred halberd division of Yinyu Tower. You have laid hands on my people. Your life no longer belongs to you. With a display of audacious, domineering, and unwavering confidence, Yin Gue Ren's presence was palpable. The onlookers below whispered among themselves, realizing that he was not the mastermind behind the Yinyu Tower. The fact that a Tianxiang realm powerhouse served him implied the depths of the Yinyu Tower's influence. Yin Gue Ren's words deepened the gravity in Gongsun Wu's expression, revealing an amalgamation of shock, anger, and humiliation. Although he too was a Tianxiang realm master, he saw no glimmer of hope against Yin Gue Run. Your arrogance is unbridled. It was your Yinyu Tower that initiated the attack, slaying my 4 elders. I merely sought to teach you a lesson. Is that not permissible? Though Gongsun Wu's fury was palpable, he attempted to reason with Yin Gue Ren, an existence as insignificant as an ant. Does Yinyu Tower need to report its actions to you? Strike. Show me your full strength. Do not allow me to dispatch you so easily. Yin Gue Ren urged, waving his hand, prompting the 3 behind him to surge towards the Gongsun family interior. 3 masters of the Ji Xian realm charging into a throng of King Kong realm warriors and innate martial artists was akin to wolves among sheep. Before long, an overwhelmingly rich scent of blood began to permeate the air. Gongsun Wu, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes nearly pop from their sockets as he confronted Yin Gue Ren. Are you truly intent on annihilating my Gongsun family? Even if I perish today, I will drag you down with me, Hao Yue. Flowing trace. The shadow of a silent, dark night manifested behind Gongsun Wu, where a silver moon hung inverted amidst the night sky. The 10th layer of Hao Yue martial intent merging into this celestial phenomenon. The celestial manifestation of martial intent, harmonizing the forces of heaven and earth. This was the martial domain's ephemeral shadow formed by a Tianxiang Realm Master's 10th layer martial intent. Due to Gongsun Wu's relatively lower cultivation, he was incapable of solidifying this martial intent into a true martial domain. Hence it merely manifested as a fleeting illusion. Moreover, beneath this half-step martial domain shadow, Gongsun Wu's strength surged to an alarming level. Chapter 33. Manifestation of the martial domain with a single punch. The radiant moon above the shadow instantaneously burst forth with brilliance, enveloping Gongsun Wu's right fist. A blinding moonlight coalesced into a silver blade that manifested above Yan Guiren's head, descending with a chilling aura. True essence converged, martial intent solidified. Each punch and blade locked onto Yan Guiren, sealing off all avenues of retreat, while the martial domain's shadow suppressed Yan Guiren's true essence, rendering him unable to respond in time. Even at the pinnacle of the Tianxiang realm, should you stand defenseless before my attack? You shall not escape unscathed, Gongsun Wu mused internally, waiting for this moment of Yan Guiren's overconfidence. Yet, in the next instant, his smile froze upon his face. A mocking grin blossomed on Yan Guiren's lips. A mayfly attempting to shake a tree, you overestimate yourself? In the following moment, centered around Yan Guiren, the elemental forces of heaven and earth within several dozen miles began to boil violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An ancient battlefield scene erupted above the Gongsun family in Lanning City, where yellow sand billowed and weapons clashed. An inexplicably ominous and murderous aura enveloped the skies above northern Yu. The biting autumn wind relentlessly swept across the land, as dark red and ancient yellow light refracted from the battlefield, dispersing the azure sky, replaced by a heavy, chilling hue. What was once a bright day was instantly transformed into an oppressive dusk. Ruined ancient cities materialized behind him, wisps of black smoke rising with the wind in the twilight's afterglow. Yan Guiren stood before the setting sun, dark red light emanating from his eyes, the desolate and savage aura flickering around him. A frigid chill seeping from his skin. Before him stood an eerily magnificent dark red palace. Within the palace lay an array of weapons and armor strewn across the ground, with bones protruding from the earth. The blood-soaked soil suggesting that an unprecedented battle had transpired. At that moment, the sun in the sky was replaced by a blood-red dark moon hanging aloft, casting an eerie moonlight upon the palace below. At the very heart of that grand palace, a towering crimson stone platform rises to a height of 100 zhang and stretches 1,000 zhang in length. The entire stone platform is enveloped in a sanguine glow, and an overwhelming aura of bloodshed permeates the surroundings, distorting the spatial perception, creating ripples in the void, akin to the waves produced when a stone is cast into water. With the manifestation of the blood moon, a chilling wind that devours souls and gnaws at bones sweeps across the realm, and from afar, the entire Lanning city appears as a forbidden ground on an ancient battlefield. Is this the martial domain? In the distance, Gongsun Wu's pupils constrict violently, his body bristling with goosebumps, a sense of dread coursing through him, while the 10 layers of his bright moon martial intent tremble uncontrollably within him. The silver blade aimed at Yan Guiren's neck dissipates like a fleeting bubble, and the fierce fist aura halts abruptly. A master of the celestial phenomenon realm can fully comprehend the martial intent and manipulate the elemental forces within 100 zhang. Capable of shattering mountains and diverting rivers with mere gestures, annihilating a city with ease. In the next step, the human realm, grants one the ability to command the laws of heaven and earth across 100 miles, allowing the soul to temporarily transcend the physical form and traverse the void, earning the title of a mortal immortal. I hope you can indulge me. Do not perish too swiftly. Yan Guiren strides forward, directly approaching the crimson stone platform, his gaze fixed upon a dark red halberd standing atop the platform. This halberd extends 10 zhang in length, its entire body of vibrant crimson, adorned with menacing beast head motifs. Exuding a terrifying and ferocious aura, the halberd appears as a fusion of a spear and a weapon, with a straight blade at the front for piercing foes, lateral blades for slicing, and a sharpened tip for stabbing. Blood-red runes swirl across the spearhead and halberd, the tip gleaming with a chilling light, the intent to kill shadowing its every movement, while a crimson haze expands ominously, as if the halberd embodies an unfathomable essence of the Shura. This halberd is named the Sacred Halberd, Divine Sai. Upon its emergence, even from tens of thousands of miles away in Spring City, an oppressive aura can be felt, and a hint of dark red appears on the horizon, seemingly heralding an extraordinary occurrence within Lan-Ning City. Surprisingly, the halberd emanates a pure, unyielding righteousness that starkly contrasts with the bloodthirsty aura, creating a peculiar balance between the two seemingly incompatible forces above the Divine Sai. The remnants of the Blood Evening Half-Moon linger, and the Sacred Halberd, Divine Sai, slaughters demons. This is the manifestation of Yin Guiron's martial domain, unique to him. Unlike Gong Sun Wu's half-step martial domain illusion, Yin Guiron's is far more solid. Having entirely refined his 10 layers of martial intent into martial domain power, he stands cloaked in the guise of a celestial phenomenon master, wielding the might of a human realm expert. Casting Gong Sun Wu into utter despair, initially believing he faced merely a mid-tier celestial phenomenon master, he now realizes he confronts a being on the brink of the human realm. At this moment, Lan-Ning City has transformed into Yin Guiron's martial domain, and Gong Sun Wu's silver bright moon martial intent is once again compressed within him, his true essence unable to circulate, the protective aura around him fracturing under immense pressure. The millions within Lan-Ning City gaze in horror at the celestial phenomenon above, feeling utterly astounded. Such an existence, in their eyes, is akin to the legendary immortals. Even the 3 masters of the guiding phenomenon realm, including Xiao Qiushui, are left breathless, for although they stand a tier below Yin Guiron, the gap in their control over the elemental forces is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. This is what it means to possess a martial domain as a half-step human realm. Though the realm has yet to be breached, his battle prowess has likely already reached that threshold. The expression of Huang Ing grows severe as he gazes at Yin Guiron above. The other martial artists below exhibit expressions of terror, some collapsing to the ground, pale-faced. Is this truly a mortal martial artist? Look, Gong Sun Clan's martial intent has been utterly suppressed. Several elder experts, possessing profound strength, gaze in shock at the figure in the void. What manner of force is this Yinyu Tower, that even Gong Sun Wu must tread carefully? Chapter 34. Gong Sun Wu Falls. The celestial phenomenon realm is arguably the pinnacle of the martial world, yet today, he witnesses Gong Sun Wu, a mid-tier celestial phenomenon master, appearing as a lamb led to slaughter. His most cherished martial intent entirely subdued, unable to be unleashed. What kind of being stands across from him? It seems you have lost all instinct for survival. Allow me to escort you on your final journey. Yin Guiron extends his right hand forward, and the dark red halberd upon the stone platform begins to resonate, as if responding to a summons, emitting a series of low hums, whoosh, a sound of air being torn echoes. A flash of blood light vanishing in an instant, and the entire crimson stone platform trembles violently. In the next moment, a dark red beam shoots skyward, rending the void, leaving a trail as black as ink in its wake. Go! Yin Guiron's fingers align like a sword, pointing directly at the already dazed Gong Sun Wu below. The radiance strikes like an arrow, the bloodlight like lightning. Wherever the blood-red halberd passes, the space collapses, leaving a gaping chasm in the ground. Gong Sun Wu looks up, only to see a streak of blood light rushing toward him, his true essence and martial intent completely suppressed, rendering him immobile in the face of this overwhelming onslaught. Merely speculating who dares to target him. Gazing into the distance, a figure seems to emerge in his mind. In the next instant, he is pierced through by the halberd, boom, in the instant of impact. A deafening explosion erupts, and Gong Sun Wu's figure vanishes from sight, leaving behind a deep pit spanning 100 meters. The nearby river rushes in to fill it, forming a new small lake. The once mighty Gong Sun clan, which dominated northern Yu, is now reduced to ashes within Lan-Ning City. Countless observing martial artists retreat from the scene. Their expressions varied. Some wear looks of relief, while others sigh at the fall of the Gong Sun clan. They are simultaneously grateful not to have provoked such a terrifying entity as Yinyu Tower, lest they share a fate as helpless as the Gongsun clan. Let us inventory the resources of the Gongsun family and await the young master's arrival. With that, Yin Guoran's figure dissipates from the scene, along with the oppressive martial domain atmosphere. In Lanning City, at the Lord's Manor, within a serene and elegant guest room, an elderly official clad in robes, around 50 years of age, sits gently swaying in a rattan chair, gazing into the distance towards the Gongsun clan's estate, worry etching his brow. Beside him, a black-armored commander of the Imperial Guard sits upright, awaiting orders. The elderly man in the rattan chair is the Lord of Lanning City, Xiang Hengyang, while the commander beside him is his eldest son, Xiang Hengtian. Their respective cultivations are at the initial stage of the guiding phenomenon realm and the pinnacle of the remote heaven realm. Father, this Yinyu Tower is indeed formidable, particularly that master of the sacred halberd, Yin Guoran. Even from several li away, I can perceive that overwhelming aura of malice. Xiang Hengtian speaks with trepidation, his mind still replaying the entire annihilation of the Gongsun clan. It appears His Majesty has begun to take action. The swaying of Xiang Hengyang ceases abruptly, a flicker of clarity igniting in his murky gaze. While others may not understand why the Gongsun clan face destruction, he certainly does. His Majesty has long harbored a deep-seated hatred for the powerful families entrenched in Northern Yu and throughout the Northernly. Now, with the emergence of Yinyu Tower as a blade, it is only natural to wield it for his advantage. However, His Majesty might not have considered whether this blade could turn against its master, for without strength, one might meet a fate akin to that of the Gongsun clan. Father, do you imply that everything is connected to that individual? Xiang Hengtian quietly gestures northward, inquiring softly. Otherwise, why do you think the Gongsun clan faced such a disastrous fate? These families, entrenched in their territories for years, seem to disregard His Majesty's divine authority. Every action they take is one of feigned compliance, and how could His Majesty continue to tolerate such behavior? Xiang Hengyang rises slowly from the rattan chair, gazing out the window into the distance. Now that the Gongsun clan has been annihilated, the remaining families pose no threat. You must immediately lead the Imperial Guard to pay visits to each family. Yes, Father. Xiang Hengtian bows an acceptance before departing. After a long while, Xiang Hengyang murmurs, the fangs exhibited by Yinyu Tower this time will surely leave His Majesty restless. In just half a day's time, the annihilation of the Gongsun clan, which had long held sway in northern Yu, swiftly spreads throughout the entire region of Yu State, even reaching beyond its borders. The southern provinces of northernly erupt in uproar. Who could have anticipated that Yinyu Tower would audaciously decimate the entire Gongsun clan? Meanwhile, some astute individuals seem to have deduced the source of this incident. Yinyu Tower had accepted a commission to eliminate the Gongsun clan, and who could afford to offer a staggering sum of 50 million taels of gold as a bounty? The underlying motives are all too apparent. Other families, both large and small, upon hearing this, feel as if a sword of Damocles hangs over their heads, ready to fall at any moment. In a frenzy, many clan heads rush to the Yinyu Tower branch in Yuyang City, seeking refuge, expressing their willingness to join Yinyu Tower, hoping they will not become the next target of a commission. However, without exception, they are all turned away by the monk Longshu. They can only grit their teeth and return home, deliberating their next steps. What, you mean to say that the one who annihilated the Gongsun clan was a human realm expert? On the throne, Lu Yu stood up in shock, his expression filled with disbelief. Indeed, according to the intelligence reports, the master of the sacred halberd from the Misty Rain Tower, Yin Guoran, possessed unfathomable strength, said to be just a step away from ascending to the celestial realm. Below the grand hall, the shadow spoke respectfully. Hiss, Lu Yu inhaled sharply. What exactly is the origin of this Misty Rain Tower? Could it be that even celestial realm experts are among them? This is completely beyond his control. He could not allow anyone to sleep soundly beside him. Moreover, as the Emperor of Bailey, he could not permit an uncontrollable factor to arise within his domain. One must understand that even those prominent families might not possess celestial realm experts. And even the blood god cult, a transcendent force, has yet to reveal such a being. Are they attempting to demonstrate their strength to me? Shadow, contact the blood god cult and inquire whether they would accept a commission to assassinate the master of the Misty Rain Tower. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu slowly articulated his thoughts. Chapter 35. Blood Phoenix Demon Lord. That lamentation. One could not tell whether it was for the unfortunate Gongsun Kue or for the pity of Lu Yu's next target. In that fleeting moment, a sense of mutual understanding arose between the two. That it is likely that the entire aristocracy of Bailey would be on edge. After all, the fate of the Gongsun family was laid bare before them. Gongsun Kue, left in place, was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, before he directly exited the Taiha Hall. The Prime Minister's residence. Smash. The crisp sound of shattered porcelain echoed in the stillness of the estate. A blue and white porcelain teacup reduced to fragments. Lu Yu, Misty Rain Tower? Tears streamed down Gongsun Kue's face as he howled in agony. Ever since learning that the Gongsun family had been annihilated by the Misty Rain Tower, he had sought out the tower's leader, desperately offering a handsome sum for them to accept a commission to assassinate Lu Yu. Yet, to no avail, they had no desire to meet him, merely stating that the task could not be undertaken at this time. He loathed that. Had he known Lu Yu would strike so ruthlessly, disregarding all ties, he would have acted preemptively. Alas, now, due to the destruction of the Gongsun family, his faction had scattered, leaving him isolated, his influence in the court diminished. Even attempting to pressure Lu Yu through alliances with other ministers had become impossible. His only support had vanished, leaving him alone to seek revenge. Gongsun Kue, do you wish for vengeance? Just as he found himself in despair, a sultry voice rang out behind him, rippling the air as a crimson figure approached with an alluring grace, almost instantaneously appearing before him. The figure was enveloped in blood-red armor, emblazoned with the image of a phoenix. Her curvaceous form perfectly outlined by the sleek contours of her armor. Her blood-red eyes reflected a captivating allure, surrounded by wisps of crimson energy, as if she were a queen of slaughter descended from hell. A chilling, murderous aura enveloped the entire Prime Minister's residence. Faced with this individual, Gongsun Kue took a half-step back, his pupils constricting sharply. Who are you, and why have you come to my residence? I am the Blood Phoenix Demon Lord of the Blood God Cult. Have you considered what I proposed earlier? Ling Yaoyao waved her delicate hand in the air, as if admiring a piece of art. The Blood God Cult. Gongsun Kue trembled, hastily bowing in respect. He was well aware of the Blood God Cult's formidable reputation, having existed long before the establishment of the Bailey dynasty. This assassin organization was regarded as a pinnacle within Bailey, boasting numerous innate realm gold, silver, and bronze assassins, in addition to 8 master-level kings and 4 demon lords at the celestial level. Above them were even more terrifying leaders, though they had not appeared for a long time, with rumors suggesting they were no longer within Bailey. Yet, even this incomplete Blood God Cult was an organization that the Bailey dynasty dared not confront, for it housed celestial realm experts. Had it not been for the emergence of the Misty Rain Tower, the assassin factions within the Bailey Zhonghu would have reverently regarded the Blood God Cult as supreme. How is it, Gongsun Kue? What are your thoughts on my earlier suggestion? Why does the esteemed Blood Phoenix choose me? I am now but a solitary figure, my influence in the court greatly diminished, and I fear I cannot. Gongsun Kue did not speak plainly, instead hinting at his current predicament. Yet he was puzzled as to why the Blood God Cult would send a celestial-level master for collaboration. Do you really think I am interested in your meager standing in the court? Ling Yaoyao spoke casually. Hearing this, Gongsun Kue's lips twitched. While that assessment was true, there was no need to express it so bluntly. Please, enlighten me. Gongsun Kue, your family has met with utter destruction. You are surely aware of the mastermind behind it. What do you mean by that? Gongsun Kue, now channeling his half-step true essence, regarded Ling Yaoyao with a wary expression. It appeared that the Blood God Cult had infiltrated the court to a terrifying degree, and some individuals had likely long been ensnared in their web. Seeing Gongsun Kue's cautious retreat, Ling Yaoyao scoffed disdainfully. Gongsun Kue never expected you to be so timid now. Lu Yu has already placed the butcher's knife at your throat, and you still question my meaning? It seems you are not prepared for vengeance. With that, Ling Yaoyao feigned to turn away, preparing to depart. Blood Phoenix, I understand. I am willing to collaborate with the Blood God Cult. After a moment of struggle, Gongsun Kue's gaze turned cold, the last remnants of his fear towards Lu Yu dissipating, replaced by a fervent desire for revenge. In that moment, he was no longer the prime minister of the Bailey dynasty, but a man ready to slay the butcher Lu Yu at any moment. It appears you are not as foolish as I thought. Take this, I will contact you when necessary. Ling Yaoyao tossed a blood-red talisman to Gongsun Kuei. For now, we cannot move against Lu Yu. Once we have completely eradicated the Misty Rain Tower, we will make plans. Until then, you must lie in wait. Cooperating with Albeneath, numerous heads of noble families engaged in fervent discussions regarding the annihilation of the Gongsun clan, sharing a sentiment of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. Yet, the more pressing concern remained the ominous shadow of the Yinyu Tower hanging over them, a proverbial sword poised to strike at any moment. Who could predict whether it would next descend upon their own necks? An atmosphere thick with trepidation permeated the hall. Guo-ani, upon hearing their discourse, wore an expression of helplessness. Over the years, most of these noble families had attracted undue attention within the Northern Li dynasty, stirring up trouble and openly defying the court. Were it not for the current sovereign's feeble influence, compounded by the checks and balances of the chancellor and the censorate, their fate would have long been sealed. Now, however, they were steeped in regret, never anticipating the emergence of the uncontrollable Yinyu Tower, which had thrown the already tumultuous situation in Northern Li into disarray. In times past, Lu Yu might have hesitated, refraining from extreme measures, but now, he likely bore no furrow in his brow. After all, it was not he who wielded the blade of massacre. This was evident to Gongsun Kuei, who clearly understood that the shadowy figure behind the Gongsun family's demise was Lu Yu. Yet he dared not voice it openly. Who besides their own families would believe such a claim? Silence, Guo-ani exclaimed, overwhelmed by the clamor of the crowd. As his ire flared, the assembly fell into a hush, the noise dissipating as if a pin could be heard dropping. What use is your haste? Your clamor will not resolve our plight, though His Majesty is resolute in his desire to eradicate us noble families. We cannot simply resign ourselves to despair. With that, Guo-ani surveyed the room. My suggestion is that you unite all possible forces and simultaneously exert pressure on His Majesty, hoping he might take into consideration our many years of service to the dynasty and refrain from pursuing our total destruction. Indeed, the censor is right, interjected the head of the Jin family. Only by forming an alliance can we weather this storm. However, he continued, before we proceed, I urge you to restrain your younger kin and ensure that no mistakes occur during this precarious time. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take matters into my own hands on behalf of His Majesty. Guo-ani stepped forward, channeling his half-step true essence as a master of the Ji-Xian realm, ensuring his words reached every ear. Let us heed the censor's admonitions. The crowd visibly relaxed, cupping their fists in acknowledgement. Now, disperse and make your preparations. In the southern region of Beiyue, within a pavilion near the Lord's residence. Su Chen pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. Greetings, young master. The individuals within, including Yin Gue Run, who were deep in meditation, quickly rose and bowed towards Su Chen. There is no need for such formality. Please, be seated. Su Chen waved his hand and casually took a seat on a nearby mat. After he settled, Yin Gue Run spoke first. Young master, the Gongsun clan has been completely annihilated, and all the resources collected are contained herein. He presented a spatial ring to Su Chen. Yinyu Tower has also established branches in the 3 major cities of Beiyue. We await your further instructions. Very well. Our affairs in Beiyue are concluded. Now we must focus on the Gao clan of Nanyue, as well as Shao Qiushui, Huangying, and Huaimia. You 3 shall remain at your respective branch towers. Yin Gue Ren and Lu Shang Jianying would accompany me to Nanyue. While I impose no restrictions on the development of the Yinyu Tower branches here, my only requirement is that within 1 year, you spread our influence throughout every city in Northern Li. Understood, young master. Shao Qiushui and the others responded, cupping their fists in compliance. And one more thing, young master. We have received word from Ziguangtai that the Northern Liang and Ruran nations are amassing troops along the borders of Northern Li. In just 1 month, over 400,000 soldiers have gathered outside Jianning City in Ningzhou. Additionally, Northern Liang appears to be mobilizing forces towards Liangzhou, suggesting a potential war. Shao Qiushui remarked. War? Su Chen chuckled. It seems Lu Yu's days ahead will not be easy. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes sparkled, and a smile graced his lips. The impending conflict between Northern Liang and Ruran against Northern Li would surely redirect the dynasty's attention to the borders. Allowing Yinyu Tower to develop unimpeded, it appeared he needed to hasten his pace. Otherwise, certain matters would become increasingly difficult. However, The original intent of establishing Yinyu Tower was to focus on intelligence trade. And now it had morphed into an assassin organization, which displeased him. It seemed he must create another faction specifically for assassination contracts. Otherwise, Yinyu Tower would devolve into a chaotic Lang Point. 3 days later, Su Qian and his companions arrived at the southernmost point of Yuezhou, in Nanyu City. This place not only housed over 2/3 of the water transport docks in Yuezhou, but was also known as the Southern Gateway to Northern Li, serving as the nexus between Northern Li and the southern nations. The mighty Zhu River flowed here into the southern Barbarian Sea. Nanyu City was the most prosperous locale in Yuezhou. Even Lanning City and Beiyue could only look on in envy. Thus, the Gao clan, which resided here, wielded power far surpassing that of the Gongsun family. Their strength was so formidable that the younger members of their clan scorned involvement in imperial power struggles. Preferring a life of ease in southern Yue.As Su Qian and his companions approached Nanyu City, they could not afford to traverse the streets brazenly. After Yin Guirun had killed Gongsun Wu from the skies, his image spread throughout Yuezhou, and the Gao clan of Nanyu City was undoubtedly aware of it. Thus, to guard against any unforeseen incidents, Su Qian and his companions disguised themselves as ordinary merchants. With Lu Shang Jinying acting as the coachman while Yin Guirun sat beside Su Qian in the carriage. "Young master, we have arrived in Nanyu City," Lu Shang Jinying announced from outside the carriage. Upon entering the city, the previously quiet atmosphere erupted into a cacophony. On the streets, one could easily spot innate martial artists, with a few rare masters mingled among them. Chapter 37. Gao Weiming setting aside other matters. The sheer proportion of martial artists here was unmatched by other great states. A river of autumn waters flows forth. 100 boats contend for dominance within its currents. Nanyu City stood at the estuary of the Zhu River. The entire city sprawling over 1,000 miles, bisected by the majestic river. Through the curtains of boats, busy docks and towering cargo ships came into view, alongside the splendid 4-story waterborne flower towers. The level of prosperity in Nanyu City astonished Su Qian, presenting scenes he had never witnessed even in Jinkong City, now manifesting in Nanyu. If the outskirts were so vibrant, the Gao family's stronghold within the inner city must be immensely wealthy. No wonder the Gao clan of Southern Yu dared to develop recklessly in Yuezhou, even earning some measure of respect from the court. However, to Su Qian, the Gao clan appeared to be a fattened pig awaiting slaughter, igniting a thrill within him. Moreover, his excitement intensified as he received a notification. "Ding, a check-in location has been detected. Would you like to check in?" "Ding, check-in successful. You have obtained the following items." 1. Special item. 3 layers of destructive sword intent. 2. Special item. Ancient Four Fiends technique. Suit Emperor grade. 3. Special character. Huaikong, Master of Jixian Realm. Perfected. 4. Special character. Zhaoshi Mingdang, Tianren Realm. 6th layer, perfected. Let us head to the inner city and find an inn to settle in. Su Qian's face flushed, breath quickening, heart racing, his body trembling slightly. "Young master, are you all right?" Yin Guirun inquired with concern. Noticing Su Qian's condition, "I'm fine. I'm fine." He suppressed his overwhelming joy, responding calmly, then instructed Lu Shang Jinying, "Proceed directly to the inner city and find an inn for us to rest." "Yes, young master." Lu Shang Jinying nodded and drove the carriage away. Su Qian sat within the carriage, striving to steady his racing heart. The Tianren realm. In this realm where the Tianxiang realm was already a rarity, he finally had a figure to represent the absolute upper echelons of Yinyu Tower. While he had several perfected masters under his command, he had long lacked a genuinely formidable core figure. Not to mention, the Blood God cult was rumored to harbor an expert within the Tianren realm. And the so-called Iron Barbarian King of Beimang was similarly suspected to possess such strength. Although these formidable beings had disappeared for over 10 millennia, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. After all, having such power and being unable to utilize it were two entirely different matters. At last, he could set aside his worries, at least within Northern Li, allowing him to act without fear of retaliation from the Blood God cult. With a sigh of relief, he thought, "Young master, we have arrived." As the horse whinnied, Su Qian's carriage reached a tavern in the heart of Nanyu City. Lu Shang Jinying deftly reined in the horses and turned to Su Qian within the carriage. "Let us go." Su Qian donned a mask and, accompanied by Yin Guirun, disembarked, taking in the bustling surroundings before stepping into the tavern. Upon entering, the previously lively atmosphere quieted slightly, as the trio, all wearing bronze masks and exuding a calm, concealed aura, appeared exceptionally mysterious to outsiders. At that moment, a hurried young attendant in white approached them. "Greetings, esteemed guests. How may I assist you? Bring us a private room," Su Chen ordered. Su Chen tossed a gold ingot into the arms of the young attendant, who promptly responded, "Certainly, esteemed guest, please proceed upstairs." The attendant, clutching the gold, quickly donned a more radiant smile, his left arm cradling the ingot while his right gestured towards the nearby staircase. Shortly after, Su Chen and his companions ascended to the second floor. A discordant voice echoed from outside the tavern. A young man, adorned in resplendent brocade and exuding an air of arrogance, approached, wielding a folding fan in his hand and sporting a deep-sea jade medallion inscribed with the character Gao at his waist. As he walked, he bellowed, "Attendant, vacate your finest private room for me." Despite the young man's affluent appearance, his demeanor was marked by a debauched arrogance, reminiscent of a favored scion from a prominent family. Following closely behind him was a robust middle-aged man, towering over 7 feet, whose vigorous aura revealed him to be a master of the Jixin realm. The onlookers, though displeased, suppressed their dissatisfaction, lowering their heads to avoid making eye contact, fearful of attracting his attention. "Very well, young Master Gao, please ascend." The tavern keeper hurried over, wearing a welcoming smile. Once the young master had made his way upstairs, the crowd below finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Engaging in hushed discussions, "Isn't that Gao Weiming, the direct grandson of the Gao family? What brings him to this Mingxian tavern today?" "I have no idea, but I heard that the Gongsun family in Beiwei suffered a tragic extermination recently." "Which faction was responsible?" "Word has it, it was the Yinyu Tower." From the murmurs of the crowd, it became evident that the previously arrogant and disrespectful youth was indeed Gao Weiming, the direct grandson of the Gao clan leader, Gao Zhan. His visit to the Mingxian tavern was a result of his grandfather's stern warning the day prior, urging him to refrain from his past reckless behavior, threatening confinement should he stray again. This admonition left Gao Weiming seething, unable to express his frustration, and he had sneaked out with his personal guards to dine at the tavern. "Strange, what has Grandpa been so suspicious about lately?" Gao Weiming whispered in annoyance during their ascent. "Young master, the master surely has his reasons. We should heed his advice and lay low for a while," replied Gao Hong, a personal guard assigned to Gao Weiming by Gao Zhan, who was also one of the elders of the Gao family, having attained the pinnacle of the Jixin realm, just a step away from the distant Tianxiang realm. He had accompanied Gao Weiming on this outing, following Gao Zhan's orders. "Hmph, who in the entire North Li would dare to challenge the Gao family? We are not as fragile as the Gongsun clan," Gao Weiming scoffed, his voice brimming with familial pride. As if he believed the Gao family to be an indomitable force within the North Li dynasty. As for the Yinyu Tower his grandfather had mentioned, he dismissed it as mere fabrication meant to instill fear. "Shu, young master, be cautious with your words," Gao Hong said, his expression tightening with concern. While Gao Weiming, the reckless scion, might be oblivious to how the Gongsun family met their demise, Gao Hong, as an elder, was well aware. The day following the Gongsun family's extermination, the family head, Gao Zhan, convened an emergency meeting, summoning all masters and elders to discuss their strategy in dealing with the Yinyu Tower. After extensive deliberation, the consensus was to avoid conflict with the Yinyu Tower at all costs. Any family member who provoked its members would face severe punishment. Although Gao Weiming was the direct grandson, due to the sensitive nature of the situation, he was not informed of the specifics. Receiving only a brief verbal warning from Gao Zhan, to prevent any potential mishaps, a master at the peak of the Jixin realm was assigned to accompany him, ensuring his troublesome nature would not bring trouble to the family. "Have you forgotten the master's instructions?" Gao Hong remarked, his tone turning serious as he faced Gao Weiming. "All right, enough. I am utterly annoyed. If I promise not to mention the Yinyu Tower, will that suffice?" Gao Weiming snapped, his previously calm demeanor now frayed, as he felt the weight of his grandfather's concerns to be excessive. As Gao Hong released a sigh of relief, he sensed an icy gaze directed at his back. He swiftly turned to see Su Chen and his companions at the nearby window, his expression shifting to one of horror. Particularly, the predatory glint in Lu Shengjianing's eyes sent chills down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, as if his blood had frozen. He felt as though he were facing a master of the Tianxiang realm, utterly terrifying. "Bring them both here," Su Chen instructed, his tone calm as he continued to eat. In an instant, Lu Shengjining's right hand shot forth, reaching toward Gao Hong and Gao Weiming. A surge of fierce true essence coalesced in his palm, forming a gigantic white hand that loomed above them. Realizing the imminent danger, Gao Hong instinctively pulled Gao Weiming behind him. Summoning his protective aura, he unleashed a powerful punch infused with the essence of the 4 layers of mountains and seas toward the colossal hand. However, in a mere second, his formidable strike dissipated into nothingness, consumed by the giant hand. This is bad, Gao Hong thought, astonished that his martial intent could be so easily brushed aside. Behind him, Gao Weiming crumpled to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, unable to comprehend how his Ji Xian realm guardian could be so easily overwhelmed. In the next moment, the great hand pierced through his protective aura, ensnaring both Gao Hong and Gao Weiming with ease, lifting them as one would grasp 2 chicks, sealing Gao Heng's true essence and martial intent entirely. In that moment, he was reduced to nothing more than a physically strong commoner. As for Gao Weiming, he was paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, his lower garments betraying him as a dark stain spread, a puddle of foul-smelling liquid pooling on the tavern floor. Such a dramatic scene unfolded before the direct grandson of the Gao family, a spectacle that would surely obliterate his dignity if anyone were to witness it. "You have both been brought here," Lu Shengjining announced, retracting his hand and taking a seat across from Su Chen. Indeed, Su Chen continued to eat leisurely, then, once satiated, lifted his gaze toward Gao Hong and Gao Weiming. "Might I inquire why you have brought us here, esteemed elder?" Gao Hong, bowing respectfully, asked, "What brings a being of near Tianxiang prowess to serve as a guard?" Su Chen, ignoring Gao Hong, walked past him to face the quaking Gao Weiming, his expression one of disdain. "You are indeed Gao Zhan's direct grandson, are you not?" Gao Weiming, witnessing his own predicament, stammered, "Why yes, my grandfather is the clan leader." "You cannot kill me." Upon hearing Su Chen's inquiry, Gao Weiming's complexion shifted, his urgency palpable as he hastily proclaimed his identity. "Oh? And why should I not end your life?" Su Chen inquired, a faint smile gracing his lips, his expression laced with intrigue. "Because I am the direct grandson of the Gao family. If anything were to happen to me, you would never escape from Nanyu City." Gao Weiming, emboldened by Su Chen's seemingly amicable demeanor, mustered the courage to speak. His words held some merit. The Gao family was the undisputed ruler of Nanyu City. Even the city lord had to show deference, and over 90% of the factions in Nanyue had ties to the Gao family. Had it been any other faction, they would have immediately sought to appease him, hastily offering apologies and ensuring his safe return to the Gao estate. However, this was Su Chen, who harbored no such inclinations toward the so-called noble families. Moreover, the Gao clan was merely prey to him, a large piece of meat he had no intention of relinquishing. "You think you can threaten me? How naive," Su Chen said, waving his hand dismissively to Lu Shengjining before turning to leave the tavern. With Yin Guoren following closely behind, as they departed, Gao Weiming felt a fraction of his tension ease, thinking them to be mere posturing. He could not wait to return and plot his revenge. Yet, Gao Hong sensed an ominous turn of events. Why had Su Chen left one of them behind? With a sudden flash, 2 beams of sword light streaked through the air, warm blood splattering from the necks of Gao Hong and Gao Weiming as they clutched their wounds in vain. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground, at that moment, Lu Shengjining's figure vanished from sight. Lying in a pool of blood, Gao Weiming's face was etched with shock and disbelief. He could not comprehend why, despite revealing his identity, they would still dare to execute. The shadow of Lu Shangjian abruptly appeared atop the carriage, making a beeline for the Gao residence. Yu Chan commanded, "Go." Lu Shangjian skillfully maneuvered the carriage toward the heart of the inner city. At that moment, the Ming Xian building was in an uproar. Upon witnessing the murder of Gao Weiming and his companion, the tavern keeper collapsed to the ground, his expression one of utter horror. He felt as though the sky had fallen. The jewel of the Gao family, hailed as the future helmsman of the clan, had been slain within the confines of Nanyu City, and the assailant was audacious enough to head directly for the Gao estate. In his panic, he disregarded everything else, shouting, "Quickly, gather all the gold and silver valuables, prepare the carriage." The bewildered waiter, hurrying over, turned pale at the sight of the blood-soaked ground, his legs growing weak. "Hurry," the keeper urged, hastily descending the stairs, knowing that even if he were to go to the Gao residence to offer apologies, it would likely be too late. He had to gather his belongings and flee at once. The pavilions and towers were artistically arranged, with the water-laden arch bridge winding gracefully, resembling delicate spider silk suspended above the shimmering surface of the water. Unique and exquisite buildings floated above the broad expanse of the Pearl River. Shrouded in mist, with vapor rising, the distant glow of dawn pierced through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the dome. From afar, this so-called Gao estate resembled the rumored floating city. Even the Gongsun clan of Beiwei borrowed inspiration from its design. Yet the two were entirely incomparable in scale. At this moment, a tall man, clad in a black and gold-patterned long shirt, adorned with a jade ring on his finger, stood upon a stone bridge. His resolute gaze akin to that of an eagle, surveying the distance. This man was Gao Zhan, the current patriarch of the Gao family. For some time, he had been contemplating the affairs of the Gongsun clan of Beiwei. A signal that had become exceedingly clear. Upon hearing this news, all the prominent families erupted in chaos. In his view, there were hardly any forces capable of prompting the Yinyu Tower to take action. Moreover, all these developments were incredibly sudden. The emperor stationed in Yangzhou, in the city of Jinkong, had likely raised the slaughtering knife against the noble families. After all, 50 million taels of gold was no trifling amount. "My friend, since you have arrived, why hide in the shadows?" Gao Zhan suddenly exclaimed, his gaze flashing as he turned to address the open space ahead. At that moment, a terrifying aura of battle surged forth, causing the distant, glimmering water's surface to boil violently. A figure, radiating a dark red glow and clad in crimson battle armor, emerged from the void. Each step it took sent ripples through the air beneath it. The overwhelming presence swept through the surroundings, causing every master-level expert in Nanyu City to lift their heads and gaze toward the Gao family. "Are you from the Yinyu Tower?" Gao Zhan inquired, wary as he beheld the formidable figure before him, whose cultivation far surpassed his own. "You possess a modicum of insight. I am Yin Guiron, the master of the St. Halberd division of Yinyu Tower." The domineering and arrogant aura enveloped the area. Upon hearing this, Gao Zhan's pupils constricted. This was the very individual who had annihilated the Gongsun clan not long ago. It seemed that today's visit was not for benevolent purposes. "May I ask the reason for your presence at the Gao residence?" Gao Zhan, feigning ignorance, mustered the courage to inquire once more. "There is a high price on your heads. It is time to depart," Yin Guiron stated, his tone cold as he regarded the pretense of Gao Zhan. "Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Is there any price I can pay to rescind this commission?" Gao Zhan, drenched in cold sweat, faced the existence of a half-step Tianren and harbored no illusions of survival. He could only grit his teeth and attempt to negotiate. He did not wish to follow in the footsteps of the Gongsun clan. "The price? 500 billion taels of gold, plus an imperial-grade martial technique. I could indeed authorize the cancellation of your commission," Yin Guiron replied disdainfully. Su Chan had anticipated Gao Zhan's request. "You are merely a fish on the chopping block? And you wish for me to cancel it? How is that possible?" Thus, he had already conveyed his thoughts to Yin Guiron earlier. "You jest. Such a demand is not something even my Gao family could meet. Scouring the entirety of Beili may not yield such resources," Gao Zhan retorted, his heart ablaze with anger. After taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, he forced a smile and replied, "I have seen lions demand a great price, but never have I encountered such outrageousness. 500 billion taels of gold. Surely the entire Beili dynasty could not muster that amount. And as for the imperial-grade martial technique, where would one even find such a legendary item? The royal family of Beili does not possess it. How could I possibly procure it? Clearly, you have made preparations." Yin Guiron's cold gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he closed the distance to Gao Zhan. "Looming within 100 feet, it seems you are determined to cross paths with me today." Witnessing the other's attitude, Gao Zhan's smile faded, and the murderous intent he had concealed within erupted forth. The atmosphere between them grew tense, as both men exchanged cold stares. While Gao Zhan's eyes glinted with malice, Yin Guiron remained unperturbed. "Aunt, you truly do not understand the heights of heaven or the depths of earth. Let it be known that Beili shall be rid of a Tianxiang today," Yin Guiron scoffed, his gaze dismissive. To him, Gao Zhan was but a slight improvement over Gongsun Wu, still merely an ant. Even a master at the peak of the Tianxiang realm would be swiftly vanquished before him. He could not fathom where Gao Zhan found the confidence to utter such words. You are being excessively arrogant. Enraged by Yin Guirin's overwhelming presence, Gao Zhan could no longer contain himself. The air rippled, and the void hummed. A terrifying wave of true essence surged around him, the aura of a peak Tianxiang radiating within 1,000 zhang radius. His piercing gaze flashed sharply as the elemental forces of the world converged upon him, and the 10 layers of his mountain sea martial will erupted forth. With a resounding hum, 2 radiant pillars of light ascended behind him. One a brilliant blue, the other a deep yellow. An expansive image of mountains and seas manifested in the void, instantly dispelling the previously oppressive atmosphere with the might of this martial intent. Palpable even from dozens of miles away. Bathed in the glow of these 2 brilliant beams, Gao Zhan's presence surged to new heights, his perfected 10 layers of mountain sea martial will merging with the image, infusing every strike with the power of heaven and earth. Quite interesting, yet merely that, Yin Guirin remarked, his expression unchanged as he regarded Gao Zhan, who had elevated his cultivation to the peak of Tianxiang. The indifference in his demeanor suggested that Gao Zhan's efforts were nothing more than superfluous embellishment. Mountain Sea Cataclysm. Shattering fist, Gao Zhan bellowed, as yellow-brown sigils emerged across his right arm. His fingers clenched into a fist. Gathering strength and energy as he propelled it forward, the 10 layers of Mountain Sea martial will enhancing the punch, a torrent of true essence cascading downward to bolster it, aimed directly at Yin Guirin's head. The void tore apart, and martial intent coalesced. In the blink of an eye, a fist shimmering in blue and yellow was upon Yin Guirin, a mere 3 feet from his nose, with a piercing sound. A resonant explosion erupted, halting Gao Zhan's figure before Yin Guirin, as if frozen in time, with the terrifying martial intent of his fist suspended, just inches away, and no matter what means he employed. Even igniting his true essence, he could not advance even a fraction. Gao Zhan gazed in horror at Yin Guirin, his voice tinged with disbelief. I mentioned. This is all there is, Yin Guirin said, casually extending a finger to touch the martial intent of Gao Zhan's fist. Boom. The magnificent patterns of martial intent shattered in an instant, followed by a deafening roar as Gao Zhan was sent flying 100 meters away, barely managing to halt his momentum. In the process, his right arm disintegrated into dust, while the rest of his body was marred by cracks, resembling a fragile porcelain figure on the verge of shattering. How is this possible? You possess only the cultivation of Tianxiang. How could you wield the power of martial domains? Among the scattered stones and dust, Gao Zhan hunched over, wiping the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His expression one of utter disbelief as he gazed skyward. At that moment, any semblance of relief had vanished from his heart. The rumors were true. The assailant who had obliterated the Gongsun clan was indeed a half-step Tianren who had comprehended the power of martial domains. After hearing this news, he had thought it exaggerated, believing someone had intentionally inflated the tale. After all, no Tianren had appeared in the realm for tens of thousands of years, and those who could comprehend martial domains at the Tianxiang level were exceedingly rare. Each among them was a unique existence, yet today, he found himself face to face with one. Unleash all your techniques. Do not let me easily rid you of your life. The figure known as Yin Gui gazed down at the high sky with an expression of indifference, unperturbed by the array concealed beneath the earth. Since you are so resolute, I shall no longer remain hidden. With a commanding shout, Gao Zhan summoned forth a multitude of figures from the rear mountains of the Gao residence, encircling him with precision. Each of them donned cloud-patterned golden armor, their attire seamlessly flowing together in a unique design. The weakest among them was already at the level of a diamond master, with several possessing the prowess of Xinji and Yaotian masters, and 2 mid-tier celestial realm powerhouses overseeing the assembly. A total of 24 individuals stood poised at 8 cardinal points, radiating a powerful aura that enveloped the high sky in a circular formation, each exuding a palpable malevolence. As these esteemed members of the Gao clan gathered, a crimson glow began to emanate beneath their feet, revealing a hexagram-shaped array. Intricate patterns adorned each person's feet, displaying a breathtaking beauty. Brownish light columns erupted from each individual, their thickness correlating with their cultivation level, with the mightiest among them boasting larger pillars. These columns served as the vital connection between the array and its practitioners. Suddenly, a terrifying, oppressive, and chilling aura seeped forth from the array, rendering the faces of those within a 100-mile radius pale, instilling a bone-chilling fear. It felt as if a colossal mountain loomed over them, particularly incapacitating the martial artists below the innate level, some of whom fainted on the spot as for the severely wounded Gao Zhan. The array revitalized him completely, his strength surging, and he felt his long-stagnant cultivation begin to break free from its confines. Harnessing the full power of the 24 masters, Gao Zhan transcended the typical celestial realm mastery, though he still fell short of the legendary celestial being. Yet, even at this level, he was unmatched by any celestial realm master. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming explosive power coursing through him, an infinite strength yet to be unleashed. Could this be the Gao clan's ancestral protective array, the blood slaughter 24 heavens? It seemed Gao Zhan was truly prepared to fight. For among the few prime arrays in Northern Li, his clan possessed one. It was said that even the lowest-ranking array practitioner had to be at the master level, and he had indeed gathered 24 masters. Had it not been for the intervention of the Misty Rain Tower today, we would have remained blissfully unaware. The Gao clan's influence was staggering. No wonder His Majesty would willingly pay such a hefty price to enlist the Misty Rain Tower to eliminate this family. In the void, the hidden figure of Xialingyun wore a solemn expression, feeling an immense headache over the Gao clan's actions in Nanyue. The policies he had enacted required him to negotiate with these prominent families. A first for him as the governor of Yuezhou. He had repeatedly reported this issue to the court, only to receive Lu Yu's persistent response of wait. It now appeared that Gao Zhan might follow in the footsteps of Gongsun Wu. Would the figure from the Misty Rain Tower be able to withstand the current Gao Zhan? After all, Yin Gui had merely comprehended the martial domain and had not truly stepped into the realm of celestial beings. Is the amplification effect of Gao Zhan's prime array truly that formidable? In the void, Su Qian observed the unfolding scene and casually inquired. Replying to my lord, this so-called blood slaughter 24 heavens array seems rather ordinary. His subordinate, Duan Lang, remarked, "Oh? How so?" Su Qian's interest was piqued by Duan Lang's words. Could this prime array indeed possess some flaw? My lord, while Gao Zhan has indeed gathered 24 masters to form the array and has maximized its power, he remains invincible only beneath the celestial realm. Even facing a first-level celestial being, he could maintain his position, at least not to his detriment. However, he has yet to ascend to the celestial realm and is merely wielding the immense power of heaven and earth through the celestial body, which undoubtedly places a tremendous burden on him. I predict that within half an hour, he will succumb to the overwhelming pressure of the heavenly forces, resulting in his body shattering and his soul dissipating. Duan Lang analyzed meticulously in his view. Although Gao Zhan now possessed the capital to contend with Yin Gui, it was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Without a martial domain, he dared to utilize the strength of a celestial being. A one-time endeavor, one he had never truly regarded. I see that so. Is this truly your full strength? The array is commendable, but alas, you will not have a second opportunity to use it. The entirety of Northern Li had yet to witness my full power. And you are merely the first to test the waters. Regarding Gao Zhan and the array beneath him, I understood it completely. Even if a true first-level celestial being stood before me, I would remain unfazed. Much less one who relies on external forces to barely reach this level, lacking even the martial domain. Strictly speaking, he was merely a half-step celestial being. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Do you truly believe I am as incompetent as Gongsun Wu? Gao Zhan seethed with fury at Yin Gui's disdain. Even if you possess extraordinary talent, managing to elevate your martial intent to the martial domain at the celestial level, you still fall short of a true celestial being. Under the vast sky, the mountains and seas are supreme. The might of heaven and earth shall merge with my being. The heavens are unpredictable, and the long winds return home, under the control of Gao Zhan and his allies. The blood slaughter 24 heavens array erupted with a resonating hum, as a crimson beam shot skyward from its center, drawing the heavenly forces within 100 miles into a frenzy, surging into Gao Zhan's body. The winds howled and thunder rumbled. The weather above Nanyu City turned extreme, dark clouds converging in the sky, while crimson light refracted through the falling rain. From a distance, Gao Zhan, situated at the heart of the array, appeared as if enveloped in a massive ruby. The true energy and essence of the 24 masters flowed in synchronization with the array, converging upon Gao Zhan after several great cycles. At this moment, his essence shimmered, and his aura was overwhelming. The energy he emitted was sufficient to rival a first-level celestial being. What an astonishing array! The power of 24 masters collected. Gao Zhan now seems capable of standing against celestial beings. The Misty Rain Tower's warrior remained composed, facing the combined might of 25 masters without a hint of trepidation. Whether he could withstand it remained uncertain, for this was indeed the Gao clan's final trump card. In the void, as the true energy and essence of the 24 masters surged into Gao Zhan's body, he felt an unparalleled sense of elation and fulfillment. It was as though every corner of his being brimmed with immense true energy, and his strength appeared to step into another realm. He felt immensely powerful. Even the celestial realm masters seemed like mere ants in his eyes. Gao Zhan's cold gaze sharpened as the overwhelming true energy erupted forth from him, manifesting the scenery of mountains and seas once more in an instant. The region within 100 miles transformed into his martial intent, the power of mountains and seas drifting through the void. As his perfected 10-layered martial intent ascended towards the martial domain, with a fist clenched and unleashed, he wielded the terrifying might of the rivers and mountains, sending ripples through the space around him. Finally, I can unleash my full strength. Upon witnessing Gao Zhan's strike, Yen Gui's eyes blazed with combat fervor, igniting the Slayer's heart within him. A dark crimson aura swirled around him. Instantly, the land within a radius of 150 miles morphed, revealing a martial domain that seemed poised to consume all. Above Nanyu City, an aura of desolation and bloodlust infiltrated the battlefield. In an instant, the once bright and sunny azure sky transformed into a suffocating crimson. This was his layered martial domain. The emergence of the martial domain abruptly shattered the balance between the two. The previously overwhelming martial intent of the mountains and seas was forcefully suppressed. Beginning to retreat, "Come." Yen Gui extended his right hand, and a 9-foot-long dark crimson spear sliced through the air, its shaft infused with a chilling, murderous intent, the glistening blade reflecting the blood-red glow of Yen Gui's eyes, radiating a sense of azura. With the appearance of the martial domain and divine domain, every heart in Nanyu City was filled with a heavy sense of oppression, their souls bearing the agony of war. Becoming painfully numb, millions of citizens felt as though a mountain weighed upon their hearts, perceiving Yen Gui and Gao Zhan as no different from the legendary deities. For they could only feel one thing: insignificance. Overwhelming insignificance. Even martial artists above the master level displayed expressions of terror, their faces betraying their panic. Bloodshed. The return of the swallows. With a swift motion, the spear quivered, shattering the mountains and rivers. The returnee, holding the divine spear, surged forth with terrifying true essence flooding into the weapon, the horizontal blade twisting and reflecting a cold glimmer as it stabbed fiercely towards Gao Zhan. Boom. The layer of combat domain, which fought against heaven and earth, empowered the divine spear, amplifying its already fierce malevolence. The space within 100 miles stagnated for a moment, then shattered through layers of reality, arriving before Gao Zhan's fist force. With a thunderous explosion, what seemed to be an incredibly solid fist force, imbued with the might of mountains and rivers, appeared exceedingly fragile under the spear's sharp edge. It barely held for a breath before it erupted, transforming into countless specks of light scattered in all directions. Gao Zhan's expression tightened. He did not expect the disparity between the martial domain and martial intent to be so vast. In just a single move, he found himself nearly devoid of any power to resist. Mountains and seas tribulation. The sorrow of Si Shui, confronted with the overwhelming assault of the returnee, he dared not be complacent. His left palm spread wide, skimming across the ground, conjuring up tumultuous waves behind him. The endless sea roared and howled as a river, akin to the celestial waters, plummeted rapidly, pushing forth alongside his palm. Splash! The endless true essence coalesced into the waters of the celestial realm, relentlessly crashing against the blade of the divine spear. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The once unstoppable divine spear was now ensnared within the river, appearing powerful yet mired in a quagmire, unable to escape. Seeing this, Gao Zhan breathed a sigh of relief. Though his offensive move was not as potent as the river and mountain block, The fusion of the Law Array and Martial Intent significantly enhanced its defensive capabilities, sufficient to withstand the full force of a first-tier Celestial for a short while. Harnessing the might of mountains and rivers to bolster Martial Intent was indeed intriguing. In the void, the returnee remarked with some surprise. To be honest, I somewhat underestimated Gao Zhan. He had thought Gao Zhan merely sought to gain a temporary advantage through the Law Array, not realizing his understanding of Martial Intent was slightly deeper than anticipated. The strategy to exhaust him using the great power of the heavens and earth was quite clever. However, unfortunately, this tactic held little value for him, or rather, it was utterly ineffective. Vast and desolate the Swallow's Passage, just as Gao Zhan pondered how to counter the returnee. The figure of the returnee had already vanished, along with the divine spear ensnared in the sorrow of Si Shui. In the next moment, the returnee appeared before him, the divine spear in his right hand. Layers of combat domain unfolding, the overwhelming martial intent causing the entire city of Nanyu to tremble. Wherever his feet touched, it became a battlefield. Crack! A piercing sound of an air explosion erupted as the horizontal blade at the spear's tip unfurled. Revealing a spearhead imbued with the essence of the Azura, the blade and spear merging with shimmering true essence, directly aimed at Gao Zhan's neck. This is bad. Before the spear reached its target, the intent to kill swept across his face. The terrifying aura of slaughter stirred the void into waves, instantly arriving at Gao Zhan's vital points. No sound until it roars. The frosty glimmer on the spear's edge made Gao Zhan, enveloped within the Law Array, feel his hair stand on end, filled with dread. A strike carrying the power of the combat domain could surely pierce through his very being. Mountain and sea shield. Gao Zhan roared, his body shaking, causing the entire Law Array to operate at breakneck speed. With clenched fists, he swung out, releasing the true essence infused with the martial intent of mountains and seas. A grand vision of mountains and seas formed around him, while a layer of armor, 3 feet thick, alternating in yellow and blue, coalesced upon his body. The intricate patterns of the armor sparkled with true essence. And the 25 masters synchronized their energies, forming a chain that connected them all at that moment. Clang! The spear struck, the heavens trembled. The ear-splitting clash of metal reverberated throughout the area, as what appeared to be an ordinary strike carried astonishing might. Piercing fiercely into the armor adorning Gao Zhan's neck, threads of metallic sparks erupted, releasing a sound that could extinguish all. In the instant of their clash, the space, tranquil as water, violently distorted, akin to a sheet of paper being carelessly stretched. The remaining 24 individuals within the Law Array felt a wave of pressure in their chests, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. Gao Zhan evenly distributed the brunt of the attack he received among all within the Law Array, ensuring he would not be annihilated by a single blow from the returnee. Quite tenacious, the returnee remarked coldly, his right fist launching towards the end of the divine spear. Boom! With a single arm extension, the martial domain shattered the heavens. Quick! Ignite your martial intent, or we'll all perish here. As the returnee launched another attack, Gao Zhan turned and bellowed towards the rear, exerting all his strength to operate the Law Array. An overwhelming surge of true essence erupting forth, as 10 layers of complete martial intent ignited, and the masters behind him, witnessing his desperation, ignited their martial intent in unison. True essence, true chi, the great power of heaven and earth, and martial intent combined, all infused into Gao Zhan's mountain and sea shield. The 3-foot-thick armor of mountains and seas swelled nearly threefold, and the almost illusory martial intent of the mountains and seas ascended to half a layer of martial domain. This undoubtedly bolstered Gao Zhan's confidence, giving him the courage to confront the returnee. Yet, his newfound assurance would soon be ruthlessly shattered. Radiant brilliance, divine light surging forth, a blood-red long spear, 1,000 feet in length, descended from the sky, the terrifying combat domain amplifying the spear's edge, crashing into the yellow and blue shield. Boom! The 2 attacks stirred a cacophony of sound above the city of Nanyu, as the fierce winds howled and space trembled. Chapter 43. Accusation. A platinum mushroom cloud erupted at the center of their clash, the residual waves dispersing outward in a fan shape, obliterating the entirety of the Gao estate and creating a pit over 100 meters deep beneath their feet. Within a radius of several hundred miles, every martial artist below the Master Realm spewed blood. while those beneath the innate realm were swept away by the raging winds, forming a forbidden zone within the 1,000-foot expanse below. As the dust settled, the returnee's silhouette materialized in the void, his cold gaze fixated upon the ruins below, the divine spear in his right hand still humming with energy. As for Gao Zhan and the 25 masters, they had long been obliterated along with the Law Array and the Gao estate within that mushroom cloud. Subsequently, the returnee vanished from above the city of Nanyu, along with the terrifying combat domain. Gulp. Hiding several dozen miles away, Xiaolingyun wore an exceedingly grave expression, his eyes filled with horror as he gazed at the pit that had once been a thriving estate. Why, Lord, Gao Zhan should be fine, right? He asked, panic-stricken, his voice faltering. What do you think? Xiaolingyun replied, somewhat speechless. There's no one left. Do you really think he is fine? This Misty Rain Tower is utterly terrifying. He had initially believed that with the enhancement of the Yuan-grade Law Array, Gao Zhan would certainly be able to contend evenly, or at least hold out. Yet, he never anticipated that this master of the Misty Rain Tower would obliterate 25 masters in merely 3 moves. My heavens! Why does it feel easier to slay masters than to kill chickens? And 3 of them were even celestial beings. He felt as though his worldview had been shattered. The once great Gao clan had vanished in less than 15 minutes. If the Gongsun clan's annihilation had merely shocked him, then the Gao clan's fate was something he simply could not accept. Let us go. This matter is of great importance, and I must report to His Majesty. With that, the 2 vanished into the void. I said over. Strange. Why haven't we seen the head of the Gao family and those 24 masters? Is that even a question? They've likely all perished. What? From the moment the returnee struck until the end, it had been less than 15 minutes. Yet the millions of souls within Nanyu City remained in a daze. Why, Lord, in mere breaths after the returnee's figure vanished into the void. He arrived at the hidden chamber behind the Gao estate, respectfully addressing Su Chen. Indeed, Gao Zhan is indeed more formidable than Gongsun will. If you do not utilize the martial domain, would you be able to defeat him? Su Chen inquired curiously. My lord, while Gao Zhan is at the pinnacle of the celestial realm and backed by the Law Array, at most, he is only half a step into the celestial being realm. Should I refrain from using the martial domain? Defeating him poses no issue, though it would still take some time. The returnee respectfully responded. Next, we can commence the inventory of the Gao clan and the division of the Misty Rain Tower. The pace in Yuezhou can be accelerated as well. I also need to enter seclusion for a period. Su Chen gazed towards the northwest, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Yes, my lord. Both the returnee and Duan Lang bowed in acknowledgement. As Su Chen entered his seclusion, a tremendous upheaval stirred within the Bailey dynasty, both openly and covertly. All the noble families felt an overwhelming sense of despair, for in a mere month, 2 immensely powerful clans had been utterly annihilated. The disappearance of the Gongsun and Gao clans has rendered the situation in the entire Yuezhou peculiarly enigmatic. The phrase Yinyu Lu has become a forbidden term within the realm, causing anyone who utters it to change countenance. The patriarchs of numerous noble families, disregarding their dignity, hastened to the branch of Yinyu Lu in Lanning City overnight, seeking an audience with the upper echelons of Yinyu Lu to dispel their concerns regarding their own commissions. The court has also become exceedingly lively. The previously vengeful Chancellor Gongsun Kue, upon receiving this news, collapsed into the grand chair of his residence, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Your Majesty, Yinyu Lu has ruthlessly annihilated 2 major clans within the span of a mere month, slaughtering thousands. Such demonic behavior is truly a violation of the heavenly harmony. In the Tai Chi Hall, the imperial censor Guan Yi stepped forward from the left, holding an ivory tablet, and spoke with righteous indignation. As the imperial censor, he was acutely aware of the dynamics of all forces within Bailey. The might of the Gao and Gongsun clans ranked among the top 3 in all of Bailey. Yet such formidable power was extinguished in succession within a month. Furthermore, he understood the true mastermind behind this event was not Yinyu Lu, but rather the current sovereign before him. However, could he articulate this truth? The blade of slaughter has now been directed at the noble families, and one cannot guarantee that the next strike will not fall upon other martial factions. While the clans undoubtedly posed a threat to imperial authority, they paled in comparison to the inscrutable Yinyu Lu, which was hardly worthy of mention. Seated upon the throne, Lu Yu fell into deep contemplation. Guan Yi's observations were not unfounded. The power displayed by Yinyu Lu was indeed terrifying, having eradicated two clans that he himself could not fully eliminate in such a brief period. This was entirely contrary to his initial intentions. Your Majesty, should Yinyu Lu continue its rampage, it is likely that chaos will ensue throughout Bailey, and the state will be thrown into turmoil. Noticing Lu Yu's change in demeanor, Guan Yi pressed on, amplifying the implications of Yinyu Lu's influence. No emperor would tolerate the existence of an uncontrollable factor within his dominion. Just as the noble families had once posed a threat, Yinyu Lu's menace was now even more pronounced. This matter is of great significance. Allow me to ponder it further. Lu Yu waved his hand, unwilling to entertain Guan Yi's words any longer. Fully aware of the latter's ulterior motives, with the Gongsun clan eradicated, Chancellor Gongsun Kuei's position had plummeted, and the balance of power in the court now lay firmly in the hands of the imperial censor Guan Yi. What Lu Yu sought was mutual restraint, not dominance by a single entity. Now that the two major clans had perished, only the Tiandi society behind Guan Yi remained. Guan Yi, clutching the ivory tablet, felt a twinge of anxiety as he stole a glance at Lu Yu on the throne, catching a glimpse of understanding etched between the latter's brows, causing him to feel a sense of foreboding. Curse it! Does Lu Yu intend to continue his slaughter of the two major clans and target the Tiandi society next? Your Excellency Guan, I will consider your words, Lu Yu replied, his tone dismissive. Is there anything else from the esteemed officials? Your Majesty, but Yinyu Lu, Guan Yi, seeing Lu Yu's indifference toward Yinyu Lu, felt a pang of urgency. Enough. I have spoken. This matter shall be discussed later. Lu Yu's voice grew irked as he cast a cold glance at him, sweeping his sleeves aside as he rose to leave. Dismissed, shouted Wang Chao, the Chancellor, following Lu Yu out of the Tai Chi Hall. Leaving behind a disheveled Guan Yi and a multitude of bewildered ministers, it was over. This singular thought consumed Guan Yi's mind. The Tiandi society would likely follow in the footsteps of the Gongsun and Gao clans. He could not believe that Lu Yu would show mercy and spare those who had formerly deceived him. Yinyu Lu. Yes, there was still Yinyu Lu. If Lu Yu's path was obstructed, why not approach Yinyu Lu directly? Imperial Censor, the Emperor has departed. A colleague tugged at his sleeve, reminding him. Oh, right, that I understand. Guan Yi nodded, responding. Imperial Censor, we must not act hastily regarding Yinyu Lu. The Emperor has yet to reach a conclusion, of course. The censor was aware, merely lost in thought for a moment. Then I shall take my leave. Very well then, the Taiha Hall, at the dais, Your Majesty, I have a matter that I am uncertain whether to present. In the shadows, a figure addressed Lu Yu, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials. Are you suggesting that Yinyu Lu poses a threat to imperial authority? Lu Yu did not cease his writing, responding succinctly. Chapter 44. Ascending to the Innate Realm. Your Majesty, the fangs displayed by Yinyu Lu have indeed become increasingly terrifying. What Guan Yi said holds some truth. Yinyu Lu has long since become a taboo term within the martial world. Even the Blood God sect pales in comparison. In the shadows, the figure spoke to Lu Yu above, fully aware of the formidable power that the name Yinyu Lu wielded. 4 masters of the celestial phenomenon realm had already emerged from Yinyu Lu, with no one knowing what else might lurk in the shadows. What then shall we do? Should I mobilize troops to besiege Yinyu Lu? Lu Yu stood, gazing out the window, declaring, Yinyu Lu indeed gives me pause. But this is Bailey, and I am its sole sovereign. With a flick of his sleeves, Lu Yu spoke with unparalleled authority. There are many threats to imperial power, and I still require Yinyu Lu as a blade. However, I cannot allow them to wreak havoc within the borders of Bailey indefinitely. What does Your Majesty imply? The figure asked, puzzled. I have already made contact with the 4 demonic lords of the Blood God sect. They shall naturally handle Yinyu Lu for me. Since both are assassin organizations, why not let them fight amongst themselves? It would be ideal for them to suffer mutual destruction. Lu Yu chuckled coldly, asserting, if Yinyu Lu becomes aware of our betrayal. The figure interjected with concern. Even those noble families without enmity were ruthlessly slaughtered. If they truly discover this, the consequences would be dire. Humph. Even if they find out. So what? I am the Emperor of Bailey, bearing the destiny of the human sovereign. Do they truly dare to act against me? Lu Yu proclaimed confidently, in his eyes. The threat posed by the formidable beings of Yinyu Lu was not as significant as it seemed. Although you are a master of the celestial phenomenon realm, you must adhere to the cosmic laws. The more profound one's cultivation, the less one should indulge in wanton slaughter. Lu Yu, embodying the fortune of Bailey, understood that should he perish in chaos, leading to the disintegration of the Bailey dynasty, the resultant karmic retribution would be beyond the endurance of any celestial phenomenon master. Therefore, no one would dare to act against Lu Yu, risking the wrath of the heavens. Beyond this, he could merge the fortunes of the dynasty for his own use. Even when facing a being of the heavenly human realm within this palace, he would not be at a disadvantage. This duality constituted his confidence. Unless Yin Yu Lu possessed a transcendent being beyond the constraints of heaven and earth, he found it hard to believe such a possibility existed. With the Gongsun clan obliterated, he could afford to relax his vigilance over Gongsun Kuei's spies, focusing instead on Guan Yi and the Tiandi society behind him. Moreover, he must keep track of the whereabouts of the young Master Bailey from Yin Yu Lu as well. Lu Yu commanded, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. Understood. The figure bowed and exited the grand hall at Yuezhou. Within the secret chamber of the Gao family in Nanyu City, Su Qian sat cross-legged upon the stone slab. Mentally reciting, System, claim 50 years of pure internal energy and 3 layers of destruction sword intent. A warm current surged from his dantian, rushing toward the 365 acupoints throughout his body. A stream of energy rapidly took shape within his dantian, gradually expanding outward. As time passed, this immensely pure internal energy was entirely absorbed, causing a profound sense of expansion throughout his meridians. He recognized this sensation as a result of an accelerated breakthrough. At this moment, Su Qian's realm ascended from the pinnacle of the first tier to the consummate stage of the innate realm. The innate true energy formed within him carried an aura of annihilation, filling his meridians and dantian with an overwhelming sense of sword intent. The 3 layers of destruction sword intent were refined and completed alongside the absorption of the 50 years of internal energy. Now, he felt confident that even if a true master of the Diamond Realm stood before him, he held a 90% assurance of not being defeated and a 3-layer certainty of executing a kill. Ecstatic, Su Qian opened his eyes and gradually stood, the aura of destruction emanating from within him palpable even from several feet away. He adored this enhancement. If his internal energy had previously been likened to a small stream, now he was akin to a mighty, unceasing river. With a mere punch thrust forward, ripples danced in the void, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Every move he made was imbued with the essence of destruction and terrifying killing intent. With this thought, a smile crept across Su Qian's face. He decided to save the Realm Enhancement card and the Taiku 4 Fear skill for later, awaiting the moment his body fully adapted and digested this bounty. After all, an excessively swift breakthrough could be detrimental to cultivation. After concealing his aura, Su Qian tidied himself and stepped out of the secret chamber he had long occupied. Congratulations, young master, on your breakthrough to the consummate stage of the innate realm. Beside Su Qian stood a figure nearly 8 feet tall, exuding a calm and restrained aura, clad in a robe that harmoniously blended shades of gray and white. His visage resembled that of a crowned jade, with silvery strands cascading down to his shoulders. The overall impression he left was akin to a sigh of compassion and empathy for the sufferings of all living beings in the world. He was none other than the celestial being, the illuminating lamp of the world, whom Su Qian had just summoned. Having fortuitously broken through, you are now at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the celestial realm. But can you sense whether there are other realms beyond this? Su Qian inquired curiously. My lord, the path of martial arts is one of boundless realms. I have already ascended to the 7th level of the celestial realm. The illuminating lamp of the world respectfully replied, I sense that the celestial realm is not the end of martial arts. Beyond it lie the realm of earthly immortals and the legendary realm of shattered void. However, I cannot perceive any higher realms at present. He spoke with reverence, for he was indeed a martial arts prodigy. The ascent to the realm of earthly immortals would pose no challenge for him. Oh, it seems this world is indeed vast. It appears that my innate perfection is still insufficient, Su Qian remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had initially believed that breaking through to the innate level would grant him true prowess in the martial world. But he now felt like a mere novice. My lord need not be disheartened. To have reached innate perfection at such a young age, and even to comprehend the 3 layers of destruction sword intent, is a talent that ranks among the best in the world, the illuminating lamp of the world earnestly stated. He had rarely encountered anyone who could achieve innate status and grasp martial intent at such an early age, something only masters would dare to aspire to. Haha, is that so? Su Chen replied, feeling a bit shy. Others might be unaware, but he himself was still unclear on how he had cultivated. My lord, there is news from Duan Xuanxiu that seems to suggest the discovery of the Sword Demon S tomb in Shangzhou. Chapter 45. The Flower Boat in Turmoil. The Feathered One unleashes his might. Just as Su Chen conversed with the illuminating lamp of the world, a figure approached from the front, Yin Guoran, who humbly addressed Su Chen. The Sword Demon S tomb? Is the source of this information reliable? Su Chen pondered for a moment before asking. The legendary secret treasure location known as the Sword Demon S tomb piqued his interest, as it might even allow him to check in with the system. It should be true. Duan Xuanqiu and Lu Tongxian, the governor of Xiangzhou, share a close relationship, and he inadvertently overheard Lu Tongxian mentioning it. Moreover, I have discovered through my investigation that Lu Tongxian himself has been tirelessly seeking the rumored Sword Demon S tomb for several decades, but he suddenly ceased his search just recently. I deduced that he must have obtained some clues. Yin Guoran analyzed respectfully. It appears that Lu Tongxian must know something. Inform Duan Xuanqiu to continue the investigation and report any information related to the Sword Demon S tomb. Su Chen commanded. This Sword Demon S tomb is something I must acquire, since he intended to head to Shangzhou to check in at the ancient city of Liang. This journey was fortuitously aligned with his plans. Truly, the system has been rather uncommunicative. Aside from the necessary check-ins, there has been no other activity, and no tasks have been issued, he mused. Yuezhou's smoke and rain tower will be under your command. I shall proceed to Shangzhou. Should there be any matters, send word to me. Next, he aimed to traverse to the border of Beili and Daozhou, where the subsequent journey would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. However, with the illuminating lamp of the world as his trump card, he remained unperturbed. My lord, do you not require my company? Yin Guoran inquired, puzzled. Su Chen waved his hand. No need. This time, let the illuminating lamp of the world accompany me. You have already appeared during the previous 2 massacres, and your likeness is now widely recognized across the Beili dynasty. It is best for me to remain discreet, as you wish, my lord. Shangzhou, a tremendously wide and surging river. The Xiangjiang cascaded down from the distant northwest, almost bisecting the entire Shangzhou when viewed from above. A magnificent flower boat, measuring 100 feet in length, floated gracefully upon the shimmering waters of the Xiangjiang. With the setting sun casting a golden glow upon its hull in the distance, a formation of black geese flew southward in a V-shape, while the banks were dotted with numerous large natural harbors crowded with countless merchant vessels. Laborers, appearing no larger than ants, busily sorted through cargo at the docks. On the upper deck of the flower boat, 3 figures sat by the window. Su Chen, seated at one side, relished the delectable perch freshly caught from the Xiangjiang. While swaying his jade cup, he mused, this Xiangjiang perch is truly delightful. Opposite him sat 2 individuals. To his left was the silver-haired elder, the illuminating lamp of the world, whose restrained aura signified his mastery. Beside him was a man clad in white robes, standing tall at 8 feet. The man emanated a fierce presence, his white robe billowing in the wind, and his long black hair bound with a white cloth. His handsome visage bore an air of contradiction, as though he carried some unspoken burden. He was none other than the celestial master, Yu Renfei. Come, Fei Kong, do not wear such a glum expression. Let us enjoy this outing, Su Chen said, placing a piece of perch into Yu Renfei's bowl. Thank you, my lord. I am not unhappy. It is simply my natural demeanor. Yu Renfei hastily clarified. Is that so? I thought you had some troubles weighing on you. Here, Ming Ding, you must try this. The perch is exquisite. Just as Su Chen savored his meal, a discordant voice erupted within the flower boat. Moments ago, several figures had strolled along the banks of the Xiangjiang, crossing several miles to reach the base of the flower boat. Listen up, everyone. When the flower boat docks, you all must disembark. I am commandeering this vessel. A boisterous voice reverberated from the lower level of the flower boat. Instantly, the previously raucous atmosphere turned eerily silent, yet none chose to vacate their seats. Are my words falling on deaf ears? The brazen shout resonated again, and soon after, the boat, carrying hundreds, began to slow as it approached the shore. Chaos erupted on the first floor of the flower boat. Shouts, curses, and cries filled the air. What do you mean commandeering? Where do we place our dignity? A particularly irate young noble rose, indignantly declaring. Suddenly, a few of the leading young scions found themselves seized by the throat, lifted off the ground, as a scarred man clad in black armor stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across the young man's face. Just a single strike rendered him nearly unconscious. The scarred man then toyed with the jade pendant at his waist and declared, "I shall reiterate, this flower boat has been reserved by my master, Lu Hao. If you do not cooperate, do not blame me for my heavy hand." What? Heavy hand? Upon hearing the scarred man's self-introduction, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, and the once brazen young nobles were left trembling on the ground, pale and fearful. The reason was simple. The scarred man was none other than the enforcer of Lu Tongxian, the governor of Xiangzhou, and also the vice-commander of the Xiangzhou Forbidden Army. His position commanded respect, even from the lord of Liang City, and his own strength was that of a master at the pinnacle of the Golden Body Realm. In the territory of Xiangzhou, the governor Lu Tongxian was akin to a local emperor, and his son Lu Hao held a status akin to that of a crown prince, as the flower boat neared the shore. Most individuals on the first and second floors hastily scrambled to disembark, fearful of being captured for lingering too long. The once grand vessel now contained only Su Qian and a few others on the third floor. When a commander of the Golden Body Realm from the Forbidden Army ascended to check on the situation and found that Su Qian and his companions had not left, he charged over, his right hand reaching towards Su Qian's throat, intent on seizing him. The strikingly beautiful women seated behind Su Qian watched with bated breath, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Su Qian being thrown overboard. Chapter 46. Vice Commander Chengdu Senior Qingyu. "It seems someone is about to be tossed into the Xiangjiang," remarked a slightly shorter, curvaceous young woman with a smile. The one she referred to as Qingyu sat quietly, veiled in white silk, observing without speaking. However, in the next moment, the commander of the Forbidden Army found himself immobilized by an invisible, terrifying force, unable to move. A presence akin to divine might bore down upon him, forcing his spine to bend, cold sweat pouring from his brow as he trembled uncontrollably. "Senior, spare me," the commander of the Forbidden Army pleaded in despair. Who could have anticipated that among the three individuals before him lay such formidable powerhouses? With a flash of sword light in Yu Renfei's eyes, the Golden Body Realm Master was instantly decapitated. His blood sprang forth, the look of disbelief forever etched upon his severed head. Yu Chun paid no mind to the scene, casually wiping his mouth. "I truly detest disturbances while I dine." The women who had been eagerly awaiting the spectacle now stood agape, rendered speechless. A master of the Golden Body Realm had just vanished without a trace. How terrifying! Who exactly was this young man before them? What audacity! To openly slay someone from the court. Upon catching the scent of blood, Chengdu rushed up to the third floor, only to be met with the gruesome sight of a headless corpse lying in a pool of crimson. His expression immediately turned. "I see why. To commit murder within the confines of Xiangzhou was one thing, but to dare take the life of someone close to him was utterly audacious. Had they consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Shouldn't you provide this commander with an explanation?" Chengdu spoke with a grim tone, though he refrained from acting rashly. After all, the ability of his adversary to silently dispatch a master indicated that their strength was likely on par with his own. "Kill him directly," Su Qian commanded without casting a glance in Chengdu's direction, instructing Yu Renfei Jiang to act. As his words faded, Yu Renfei Jiang casually drew a finger across Chengdu's direction like a sword, unleashing a fierce beam of sword light that sliced through the void, striking towards Chengdu in an instant. "What?" Chengdu's countenance changed dramatically upon seeing the silvery beam rushing toward him, creating ripples in the air. His pupils dilated in alarm as he quickly summoned the half-step true essence within him. The 4 layers of earthly martial intent surged into his fists, an orange-yellow aura blossoming forth, a protective layer of qi, 3 feet thick, expanded outward from his body, and he prepared for the impending attack. Yet, in the next moment, "Bift!" A crisp sound echoed as Chengdu's protective qi was severed as easily as tofu, and the dust-yellow fist aura he had unleashed dissipated beneath the sword's brilliance. He, too, was torn asunder like a kite cut from its string. A piercing scream reverberated in the ears of all present as Yu Renfei Jiang effortlessly cleaved Chengdu in twain, simultaneously slaying several master-level guards behind him. The women observing from a distance turned pale, their eyes wide with horror as they gazed at the composed Su Chun, among whom was the young apprentice who had been jesting moments before. Now rendered speechless, Fei Jiang, next time, do be gentler. We wouldn't want to stain the flower boat with blood, would we? It could be quite nauseating for onlookers, Su Chun chided with a semblance of a smile. Understood, my lord. I shall certainly take heed next time, Yuren Fei Jiang replied. With that, Su Chun retrieved a gold ingot from his waist and placed it on the table, offering a reassuring smile to the trembling innkeeper hiding beneath the counter. As if to say it was compensation for the chaos, in the next moment, he vanished from the flower boat. The exquisite women nearby exhaled in relief. Phew, senior sister Qingyu, that was terrifying, one of them remarked. Her face pale as she turned to the woman at the forefront. Who on earth is that gentleman? Before she could finish, Jiang Qingyu hurriedly covered the young girl's mouth with her right hand. Sure, let's discuss this later. On the ancient streets of Liang, the trio wandered aimlessly, my lord. The woman who sat at the forefront amongst the young girls behind us undoubtedly has an extraordinary background. The luminous Zhao Shi Mingding suddenly spoke. Oh? What leads you to that conclusion? Does she possess any particular traits? Su Chen inquired, genuinely curious, for he had merely found her quite beautiful, failing to discern anything remarkable about her. Truth be told, if I am not mistaken, that lady likely possesses a celestial spirit body, and she has already cultivated it to a minor degree. Moreover, at less than 25 years of age, she has reached the realm of a diamond master. It is unlikely that another individual with such talent can be found throughout the entirety of Bailey. Zhao Shi Mingding recalled the events that had transpired, having sensed the aura of the spirit body emanating from Jiang Qingyu. Oh, a celestial spirit body? I have never heard of it before. Could it be that there are still such extraordinary physiques in this world? Su Chen mused, intrigued. My lord, you may be unaware, but in ancient times, the human race was quite feeble, merely serving as sustenance for the various spirit races. It was only under the guidance of our ancient sages that we embarked upon the path of cultivation. Throughout a lengthy process of evolution, individuals with exceptional talents emerged among the human race, giving birth to numerous spirit bodies in their explorations of cultivation, each one a favored child of heaven and earth. To possess a spirit body is to be unrivaled on the martial path, facing no impediment until reaching the celestial or earthly immortal realms. Beyond spirit bodies lie even more terrifying divine bodies. Should such individuals arise, they are destined to overshadow the heavens. The celestial spirit body possessed by that young lady is among the most powerful of the spirit bodies, an exceedingly rare furnace-type spirit body. Such a spirit body inherently possesses an astonishing primal source. As long as one's soul is not completely shattered, even with just a remnant of consciousness, one can reconstitute their physical form within a decade. Furthermore, this type of spirit body can cultivate together to unlock their bloodline sources, even possessing the power to alter an individual's cultivation aptitude. Zhao Shi Mingding analyzed calmly. Is it truly so formidable? Su Chun was taken aback by the revelation. Moreover, I sensed a seal upon her, suggesting that a celestial realm expert from her family has intervened, temporarily sealing her spirit body's primal energy through a formation. Without a cultivation level above the 5th layer of celestial realm, one cannot perceive the essence of her spirit body. Su Chun inhaled sharply at this revelation. He had not anticipated that the stunning woman possessed an unparalleled physique, and that a celestial realm expert stood behind her. The influence backing her was likely not that of the Bailey dynasty. And what of you all? What physiques do you possess? Listening to Zhao Shi Mingding's analysis, Su Chen grew curious about the attributes of his summoned subordinates. Chapter 47. The Celestial Divine Body. Returning to my lord, my physique is the Celestial Divine Body, belonging to the Divine Body category, Zhao Shi Mingding stated plainly, as if possessing a divine body were a trivial matter. A divine body? Such a rare treasure across the ages, and you have one among your ranks, Su Chen exclaimed, astonished, before shifting his gaze to Yuren Fei Jiang. Why, lord, my physique is the Blood Cry Spirit Body, which belongs to the Spirit Body category. If Yuren Fei Jiang possesses a spirit body, then what of Yin Gue Run, Zi Gong Tai Yi, Li Chungang, and Duan Lang? Are they also endowed with extraordinary spirit bodies? The thought ignited a surge of excitement within Su Chen's heart. As time passed, the trio traversed the lengthy ancient stone path and arrived at the time-worn and weathered Liang ancient city. The twilight's glow bathed the city walls, casting an aura of splendor. Crossing the historically rich city gates and navigating through the bustling crowd, Su Chen found himself at the heart of Liang ancient city. A familiar electronic voice echoed once more, "Ding," detected triggering of check-in location. "Would you like to check in?" "Ding." "Check-in successful. Obtain the following items." 1. Special item. 1. Teleportation rune. Function. Allows for ultra-long distance teleportation. 2. Special item. 1. Imperial grade enhancement talisman. Function. Can elevate any item's quality to Imperial grade. 3. Special character. Pajun, Master of the Celestial Realm. Perfected. 4. Special character. Wu Ming, Master of the Celestial Realm. Perfected. 5. Special character. Uchiha Madara, Master of the Celestial Realm. Perfected. Oh, the items from this check-in are considerably less impressive than the last. However, why is there not a single figure of the Celestial Realm among them? Is the system attempting to complete the 12 Imperial envoys of the Misty Rain Tower all at once? Su Chen pondered, musing whether the foundation of Liang ancient city was lacking compared to others. "My lord, it seems our movements have been exposed." Just as Su Chen was deep in thought, Zhao Shi Mingding suddenly alerted him. Upon hearing this, Su Chen snapped back to reality, raising his gaze towards the flowing black tide in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. Step aside, step aside, step aside. With each rhythmic thunderous roar erupting from the end of the street, the ancient stone pavement of Liang trembled violently. From afar, a black torrent surged forward, exuding a malevolent aura, accompanied by the sound of iron steeds whinnying. As time passed, the dark tide drew closer, revealing that the riders were clad in dark golden Qilin armor, wielding long halberds exceeding 9 feet in length. Their warhorses neighing fiercely as they charged relentlessly towards Su Chen and his companions, halting 100 feet before them. Evidently, these cavalrymen were the elite black Qilin army directly under the command of Xiangzhou. What had once been a bustling and vibrant scene in the new ancient street of Liang was now reduced by 2/3. Countless vendors, having never witnessed such a display, hastily packed up and fled. With some even abandoning their stalls in their rush, of course, a few individuals remained hidden in the shadows, intent on observing Su Chen and his companions, eager for entertainment. Moments later, a commanding officer of the elite army, exuding a profound aura and emanating a thick, malevolent energy, rode forth from the ranks of the black Qilin army. With thick brows and piercing eyes, his chiseled features were clad in black scales. Donning black armor and a sword at his waist, exuding an imposing presence akin to that of a war god as he confronted Su Chen. "You 3 are the ones who killed Deputy Commander Cheng and several Diamond Masters?" The commander of the Black Qilin army glared coldly at Su Chen and his companions, his tone laced with a barely concealed murderous intent. As the commander of the Black Scale army in Xiangzhou, Li Tianxing had reached the mid-stage of the celestial phenomenon realm, yet he found himself unable to discern the true nature of the 3 individuals before him. The 2 bystanders, in particular, instilled within him a vague sense of trepidation. To be frank, had it not been for the direct orders of the governor, coupled with the recent murder of his subordinate within Xiangzhou, he would never have personally led troops to apprehend the assailants. What if it were us? What if it were not? Upon hearing his inquiry, Su Chen could not help but chuckle, the mockery evident on his lips. For those who dared to provoke him, death was merely death. There was nothing more to discuss. Do not think that simply because you are a mere commander of the Xiangzhou Imperial Guard, I, Su Chen, would show you any deference, even if you were the current emperor of Bailey. The onlookers, shrouded in darkness, exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions tinged with astonishment. They were astonished by the identity of the 3 before them, as they audaciously confronted a complete and utter force led by a mid-stage celestial phenomenon master. Displaying such brazen arrogance without the slightest hint of fear, they were perplexed by the simplicity of the trio's attire and the unfamiliarity of their appearances, leaving the spectators without any recollection of them. It was as though Su Chen and his companions were not even from Xiangzhou, devoid of any discernible aura, akin to ordinary mortals. "Humph, you insolent wretch!" At these words, Li Tianxing's face flushed with anger, a surge of malevolent energy erupting from his very core. As a distinguished commander of an entire province's imperial guard, not to mention a master of the celestial phenomenon realm, he was accustomed to being revered by all. Yet now, he found himself humiliated by these 3 nameless individuals. If he did not display their severed heads upon the city gates today, how could he uphold the dignity of the Imperial Guard commander? With a gathering momentum, Li Tianqing's eyes turned crimson, resembling blood-colored gemstones, as a dense dark red aura surged into the black-scale divine spear held in his grasp. With a swift twist of his right foot, he propelled himself off the saddle, leaping into the air, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a horizontal strike with the spear. In an instant, a gleaming black-gold light erupted from the spear's tip, transforming into a tangible force that radiated outward in all directions towards Su Qian and his companions. The black scale kill, swoosh. Wherever the pitch-black spear light touched, the ground shattered, fragments of stone disintegrating into dust. Faced with this onslaught, Su Qian remained imperturbable, standing still as the mockery on his face showed no sign of abating. The spectators were left in a state of confusion. How could he maintain such composure in the face of such a dire situation? Could it be that he possessed some hidden trump card? Suddenly, Yurin Fei Jiong stepped forward. With that, a sharp blade-like energy, almost capable of distorting space, swept through the area from beneath his feet, conjuring a whirlwind of crimson blade light within 100 zhang radius. Simultaneously, his right hand reached out towards the black-scale divine spear, and a blood-red hand emerged from the void, shattering Li Tianqing's black-scale kill with ease. With 2 fingers forming a sword, he gently traced the air, transforming it into a blood-red, broad-backed copper bell knife, cleaving directly downward towards Li Tianqing. What? Chapter 48, Lu Tongxian, the governor of Shangzhou witnessing the unfolding events. Li Tianqing's expression changed drastically, hastily channeling his internal energy and the martial will of the 9 layers of military slaughter into his protective aura, gripping the black-scale divine spear tightly, barely managing to position it defensively before him. Clang! Accompanied by an ear-splitting metallic explosion, the terrifying blood-red giant knife struck the black-scale divine spear, sending a shower of metallic sparks flying. The sound of the metal explosion tore through the eardrums of the onlookers, and a massive gash appeared in the middle of the black-scale divine spear, as though a divine force transmitted through the spear shaft into his arm, causing him to explode outward like a cannonball. In this moment, Li Tianqing felt his internal energy and martial will completely suppressed, a sweet taste flooding his throat, and he coughed forth a spray of crimson blood mixed with internal organs. Even more terrifying was the effect on the 300-peak innate black scale guards behind him, who were thrown into disarray by the shockwave of the clash, horses rearing and men tumbling. The air was filled with countless wails and the cries of war horses. With just a casual maneuver, this individual had defeated Li Tianqing, the so-called king of slaughter in Shangzhou. The spectators were left in utter shock. Who on earth was this person capable of such formidable strength? It was common knowledge that within the Bailey dynasty, celestial realm experts had not been seen for thousands of years. Celestial phenomenon masters were considered the pinnacle of martial arts. Each minuscule step between them represented an unfathomable chasm. Yet just moments ago, they had witnessed Li Tianqing, a mid-stage celestial phenomenon master, utterly outmatched in a single exchange. Such a stark contrast left them feeling unsettled. When did celestial phenomenon masters become so fragile? Who on earth was this individual, that even Li Tianqing was no match for him? Quick, report this matter back to the sect leader. Shangzhou may soon descend into chaos. Make haste to the governor's residence in Shangzhou. My patience has worn thin. Surveying the scene, shrouded in dust and disorder, Su Qian spoke coldly. Initially, he had intended to explore Shangzhou further before seeking out Lu Tongxian for information regarding the Sword Demon's tomb. But now, his good mood had been thoroughly shattered, and he had lost all patience. What he had planned to deal with later had now come knocking at his door. Understood, my lord. Immediately, Zhao Shimingdang extended his right hand into the void, and a wormhole several feet in size materialized before the 3, who then stepped into it, vanishing from the chaotic streets of Liang ancient city. Zhao Shimingdang's extraordinary ability left the onlookers astounded. The 3 figures had simply disappeared. Could it be that they possessed the legendary power to manipulate spatial rules and traverse dimensions? Was that not a feat exclusive to terrestrial immortals? How terrifying. Originally, they had thought the strongest among them would be the one who had vanquished Li Tianqing, only to discover that there lurked an even more fearsome figure resembling a terrestrial immortal. This crucial information had to be reported immediately. Some experienced individuals recognized Zhao Shimingdang's technique at a glance, and a chill ran down their spines. In an era where even celestial phenomenon masters were rare, encountering an individual with abilities akin to a terrestrial immortal was truly unfathomable. This incident ignited a tidal wave among the secret observers. First, the emergence of the celestial phenomenon expert from the Misty Rain Tower in the southern states. And now, in Xiangzhou, the appearance of a being resembling a terrestrial immortal. The martial world of Bailey was on the verge of upheaval. Several thousand meters away from the ancient stone street, in a desolate ruin, Li Tianqing lay feebly among the rubble, his complexion as pale as paper. All 18 of his ribs lay shattered, and a gaping 2-foot-long knife wound extended from his shoulder down to his thigh. His veins were torn asunder, his dantian destroyed, and his internal energy completely dissipated. At this moment, he clung to life solely due to his extraordinary constitution. Surrounding him lay the lifeless bodies of the Black Scale Guards. Not far off, 2 long black spears stood upright upon a dirt slope. His gaze remained fixed on the distance, his expression one of unmitigated horror. How terrifying! He had felt utterly helpless against that blade. What had appeared to be a casual stroke of the knife felt as though he were facing an entire world, nearly leading to his demise. Had he not promptly circulated his energy and shielded himself with the Black Scale Divine Spear, he would have surely perished. Suddenly, a figure stepped forth from his left. It was a peculiar man clad in simple blue garments, with a white cloth covering his face. Yet, he exuded not a trace of martial energy. Appearing as an ordinary mortal, "You have failed," the blue-clad man remarked, his tone indifferent as he regarded the nearly lifeless Li Tianqing. "Cough, save me." Despite his critical state, Li Tianqing mustered his last ounce of strength to plead with the man. "Your condition is far worse than that of an ordinary person. There is no hope for rescue." The blue-clad man shook his head. "Moreover, I would much prefer to see a dead former commander of the Xiangzhou Imperial Guard than a mere cripple." As his words faded, a wisp of dark energy descended from his hand, and with a series of sizzling sounds, Li Tianqing was engulfed by the black smoke, unable even to cry out for help. The smoke then returned to the blue-clad man's hand, manifesting as a dark rune seal within his palm. "It seems that the Bailey realm is not quite as dull as I had presumed." With that, he transformed into a glimmering shadow and swiftly vanished. In the Xiangzhou governor's residence, within the verdant gardens, stood a pavilion constructed from fragrant wood, surrounded by ancient, sturdy trees. The green leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and soft sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the pavilion and enveloping it in an air of mystery. As the wind stirred, the shadows danced, adding a touch of ethereal beauty to the structure. In the center of the pavilion's main hall, several verdant potted plants adorned the space, while at a redwood desk sat a middle-aged man, his expression solemn and commanding. With unwavering focus, he scrutinized the documents before him, his left hand deftly wielding a brush to make annotations. This man was none other than Lu Tongxian, the governor of Xiangzhou. "Governor, urgent news." The doors of the pavilion swung open, and a master-level guard hurriedly presented a scroll. Lu Tongxian paused his writing, accepting the scroll and scanning its contents with a grave expression. "Do we know who is responsible?" Reporting to the governor, "My subordinates are still investigating." However, the subordinate harbored suspicions that it was a formidable figure from the Misty Rain Tower. The guard added, and upon hearing his subordinate's report, Lu Tongxuan's pupils abruptly constricted, a flicker of astonishment surfacing in his eyes. Chapter 49. The Tomb of the Sword Demon. "You may leave now." "Yes, my lord." The guard bowed and exited. Just as the guard stepped out, the entire Xiaoming pavilion was suddenly shrouded in darkness, the light from outside becoming insubstantial, an unseen aura of dread cascading downwards. Lu Tongxuan's expression changed dramatically, his vital essence and martial intent suppressed, a chilling murderous intent pervading the room. He hastily clasped his fists and bent forward, exclaiming, "Might I ask for the esteemed presence of the senior here to reveal themselves?" With his cultivation as a master of the remote heaven realm, he felt as insignificant as an ant. Immediately, the space ahead undulated like waves, and 3 shadowy figures stepped forth from the void. The visitors were none other than Su Chen and his companions. "You are the Xianzhou Inspector Lu Tongxian?" Su Chen croaked, his voice raspy. "Indeed, That is IDS. He gazed at the three figures and the rippling space. A bead of cold sweat quietly trickled down his temple. The power of space. Could it be that he is a terrestrial immortal? I have heard that you possess information regarding the tomb of the sword demon. My lord, that is but a fabrication, Lu Tongxian replied, his mind tightening as he hurried to defend himself. Suddenly, the figure of the feathered non-beast to Su Chen's left flickered, appearing before him in an instant. A colossal hand formed from martial domain power grasping Lu Tongxuan's neck and lifting him off the ground. It seems Inspector Lu has no desire to live, Su Chen continued. Wu domain power? A celestial being. Lu Tongxian realized that the person before him was indeed a celestial being, strangled by the massive hand. His face turned an alarming shade of crimson, breath coming in gasps, and a storm of panic surged in his mind. Mighty One, I beseech you, spare my life. Lu Tongxian stammered, pleading intermittently to ask the inspector of Xianzhou. He naturally had his own guards, yet his cultivation was merely that of a master of the celestial phenomenon realm. Compared to a true celestial being, he was as insignificant as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, utterly deluded. Mighty One, I am willing to divulge everything, Lu Tongxian cried out, feeling his life ebbing away. What do you wish to know? Please, ask. I shall disclose everything. Well then, let us not cause undue discomfort to our esteemed inspector. Su Chen waved his hand, signaling. The feathered non-beast immediately released its grip, allowing Lu Tongxian to slump to the ground. He gasped for breath, lifting his gaze towards Su Chen and the others, his eyes somewhat dazed. My lords, what would you like to know? I shall answer truthfully. Lu Tongxian knelt, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. You must be aware of the existence of the tomb of the sword demon, correct? Su Chen inquired coolly. Certainly, Lu Tongxian replied without hesitation. In that case, please reveal the location of the tomb of the sword demon, as well as the method to access it. Sensing the return of his life, Lu Tongxian readily complied, hastily retrieving a sword decree embedded with the brilliance of the sun and moon from a concealed drawer nearby. My lord, this is the key to unlocking the tomb of the sword demon. Su Chen accepted the sword decree, scrutinizing it closely. The decree was golden in hue, intricately carved with a formidable sword. Its blade unparalleled in sharpness, the patterns on the blade extraordinarily vivid, even revealing the fine sword markings. Flanking the sword were depictions of the sun and moon, exuding a charm of their simultaneous rise. My lord, you may not be aware, but the location of the tomb of the sword demon is exceedingly unique. It lies within the Valley of the Dead, and the time of access is typically only at dusk. Furthermore, without this sword decree, entry is utterly impossible. Observing Su Chen's heightened interest in the tomb of the sword demon, Lu Tongxian elaborated animatedly, in light of your perceptiveness, I shall spare you this time. Su Chen declared, clutching the sword decree. Thank you, my lord. Very well, Inspector Lu. We shall take our leave now. Perhaps we may meet again. With a wave of his right hand, Xiaoming Deng and the others vanished once more from the Xiaoming pavilion, the weight pressing down on Lu Tongxian dissipating in an instant. Lu Tongxian trembled, leaning against the pear-blossom chair, gradually sinking into a seated position. How terrifying! Who exactly are these three? They actually have an interest in the tomb of the sword demon. And that young man in the middle, he can command a celestial being. Never mind. I shall not dwell on this. The looming headache now belongs to that fellow, despite being an inspector of a province. I am utterly powerless to intervene in such matters. After approximately half a tea's worth of time, amidst the swirling sands and flying stones, having traversed a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles through Xiaoming Deng's spatial technique, Su Chen and his companions arrived at the fabled Valley of the Dead, located at the border between Xianzhou and Ningzhou. As far as the eye could see, it was an exceedingly desolate expanse of barren land. The fierce winds howled, whipping up layers of yellow sand, with various dunes rising and falling, and bizarre stone forests jutting out from the uneven terrain. Everywhere they looked was a sight of devastation. Devoid of any green life, it appeared as if it were a forsaken wasteland. My lord, there seems to be an extraordinary aura here. Xiaoming Deng suddenly stepped forward, gazing toward the dark valley ahead, his eyes imbued with a profound meaning. Oh, what do you mean? Su Chen inquired, puzzled. I sense a consciousness in the valley ahead. Observing us from a distance, Xiaoming Deng remarked with intrigue. Can you discern its cultivation level? Su Chen asked, his interest piqued. The specific level eludes me, but it is at least above the 9th layer of the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, the expression of the feathered non-beast changed dramatically. The 9th layer of the celestial realm? Such a formidable being, if they were to emerge, could likely sweep through the entire Bailey dynasty. No wonder no one has been able to set foot in the tomb of the sword demon for all these years. Do you have confidence in defeating him? Su Chen turned to ask solemnly. Chapter 50. The Valley of the Dead. After finally locating a secret treasure trove, I never imagined encountering such a situation. To give up might mean losing a chance to check in, while persisting could lead to being trapped here. I have a 50% chance. I sense that this individual has sustained serious injuries, unable to unleash their full power. If their cultivation does not exceed the mid-stage of a terrestrial immortal, I should be able to manage. Xiaoming Deng replied confidently. Possessing a divine body, he was unmatched among peers. Even when facing a terrestrial immortal, as long as it was not in the later stages, he had the strength to contend. Very well, we shall wait until dusk before proceeding. Hearing the confidence in Xiaoming Deng's tone, Su Chen resolved to take the gamble. The Valley of the Dead. The tomb of the sword demon, a translucent soul body, enveloped in violet-black energy, floated in the void, its features obscured, yet emanating the potent aura of a 9th-layer celestial being. Heaven does not entirely forsake humanity. I never expected to encounter such a rare divine body in this desolate land of the West's bitter realm, especially one that has only reached minor completion in the celestial realm. A chilling, raspy laughter echoed through the valley, sending shivers down spines and creating ripples in the void. Initially believing that upon arriving in this spirit-deficient land of the West's bitter realm, after sleeping for thousands of years, he would soon perish here, he unexpectedly discovered a stroke of fortune. Once I seize this body and restore my cultivation, transcending the void will be a mere trifle. This individual hails from the Biling Fairyland, one of the 3 great dynasties, the Dun's national protective sect, the Sijia sect. His identity is one of the 4 ancestral figures of the Sijia sect, Gagong Sulla, whose cultivation has reached the mid-stage of a terrestrial immortal. During an infiltration into the Song dynasty's imperial palace to steal the Dragon Emperor's Jade Seal, he was inadvertently discovered and escaped under the siege of several terrestrial immortals, only to accidentally stumble into an abandoned long-distance spatial transmission array, which brought him to this West's bitter realm. Now, he merely awaits his prey to take the bait. He. Having said this, Gagong Sulla's soul body seamlessly dissipated, merging with the surrounding scenery as if it had never existed. Time flowed on, and before long, several hours had passed. The bright moon hung high, and the chilling wind whistled. At this moment, the Valley of the Dead experienced a sudden drop in temperature, the heat that had clung to the rugged ground during the day gradually dissipating. Replaced by a chilling breeze, a crimson sun gradually sank behind the mountains, painting the horizon with a dazzling twilight glow. Time had flown by too swiftly. It was now the moment for the tomb of the sword demon to be unlocked. In an instant, the figures of the 3 appeared at the entrance of the Valley of the Dead. Come, let me see what makes the fabled tomb of the sword demon so special. Su Chen held the sword decree high above his head. In an instant, boundless sword light and the brilliance of dusk converged within the decree. With a crisp sound of space tearing, a silver-white passageway composed of the elemental forces of heaven and earth manifested before them, leading directly to the heart of the Valley of the Dead. To condense the elemental forces of heaven and earth into a spatial passageway, the master of this tomb of the sword demon is surely no ordinary figure. Xiaoming Deng gazed at the transformation ahead, unable to suppress his admiration. Let us proceed. After all, there are others who can hardly wait. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed on the far end of the corridor. Once he clocked in at this sword demon tomb, he was eager to uncover the true identity of the enigmas that lay ahead. Step by step, a group of individuals entered in an orderly fashion. With Su Chen positioned at the center, the Zhaoshi Mingdeng guarding the front, while the feathered being Feijiao safeguarded Su Chen's rear. After traversing 100 zhang within the passage, they beheld the desolation of the Dead Man's Valley, where the barren, dark yellow ground was punctuated by countless stone forests. The air, aside from a hint of thin primordial energy, was laced with a faint yet discernible sword aura. It appeared that the so-called Dead Man's Valley bore no difference from the outside world. It remained enveloped in the twilight hour, Young master, this may very well be a sacred training ground for supreme sword cultivators. Zhaoshi Mingding reported, sensing a particularly oppressive sword intent ahead, akin to a domain's presence. Even he, as a practitioner at the initial stage of the seventh layer of the celestial realm, felt a palpable pressure, a psychological suppression. Oh, a sword domain. It seems this place is truly perilous. Remain vigilant of your surroundings. Should anything seem amiss, retreat immediately with the young master. A sense of unease crept into Zhaoshi Mingding's mind as he felt unseen eyes scrutinizing him from within the sword demon tomb. He then instructed Fei Jiao, who was positioned at the back. However, as they ventured deeper into the Dead Man's Valley, they were instantly taken aback by the scene before them. In the open expanse stood a towering peak. Its surface adorned with hundreds of wooden silver swords. Surrounding the base of the peak were numerous spatial rifts extending over 10 zhong, particularly a gaping rift ahead of Su Qian and his companions, which stretched over 100 zhong, grotesquely shaped and exuding a murderous sword aura. This, perhaps, was the true sword demon tomb. Young master, I sense the aura of an extraordinary divine weapon about to emerge. Zhaoshi Mingding exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Even Fei Jiao trembled with fervor, as the menacing presence emanating from the rift was so overwhelming that it threatened to collapse his spine despite his perfected celestial realm cultivation. Let us proceed and take a closer look, Su Qian responded with enthusiasm, fully aware of the formidable presence of the divine weapon. In the void, the soul of Gagong Sulla materialized, his eyes widening in astonishment. While others may not comprehend, he knew too well the significance of what he sensed. A trace of imperial might. Could it be that an imperial-grade divine sword was about to emerge? How could this be? Even within the Great Yuan Empire, imperial-grade divine weapons were but whispers in the wind, and among the Shurjia sect behind him, there was only a single imperial weapon. How splendid! Not only will I seize a divine body, but I shall also effortlessly take hold of an imperial sword. Such fortune has befallen me, he cackled to himself. Let you three linger a while longer. Chapter 51. The Imperial Divine Sword of Extermination in the blink of an eye. 100 zhong tall sword peak stood prominently before the group, enveloped by an undercurrent of dark golden sword energy. At its summit, an outstretched hand-like silhouette emerged. When one attuned their senses, they found themselves confronted by a boundless expanse of heaven and earth, a sight both terrifying and bizarre. Just as Su Qian and his companions prepared to advance further, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The entire sword peak began to tremble violently at an astonishing speed, and from its pinnacle shot forth a beam of golden light that pierced the heavens. Buzz, buzz, the ensuing spectacle left the three present utterly astounded. As the sound of the sword's cry resonated across the land, the massive sword peak suddenly erupted. A blinding silver light and a radiant red glow filled the air. With a sharp sound, a searing wave of sword energy swept from within the sword peak, transforming the once azure sky into a ghastly crimson, as if heralding the arrival of a terrifying entity. The surrounding stone forests, mountains, and deserts were reduced to mere dust beneath an invisible tide of sword intent that could easily annihilate any celestial realm master. Zhaoshi Mingding's expression turned grave as he clasped his right hand in a seal, summoning a protective barrier adorned with divine runes to shield Su Qian and Fei Jiao. He then stepped forward, positioning himself at the heart of the sword peak. As the dust settled, a crimson radiance materialized, a divine sword measuring 3 feet 6 inches in length, 2 fingers and 8/10 in width, as thin as a cicada's wing yet radiating a fierce crimson glow. This sword floated serenely in the void, its sword intent causing the space within 100 zhong to swirl chaotically, exuding an overwhelming aura that seemed to encompass the world. Its emergence compelled all the swords in the Dead Man's Valley to bow in reverence, akin to an exalted emperor surveying his realm, commanding dominion over all. What a fearsome divine sword! It instills within me a sense of trepidation. Fei Jiao gritted his teeth. No wonder no one has dared to enter this place for so many years. Even with the sword token to access the sword demon tomb, those lacking sufficient cultivation would likely meet their demise here. At that moment, Zhaoshi Mingding's right hand descended with force, directly grasping the hilt of the blood-colored divine sword, his fingers converging as he exerted his strength to lift it. The sword's body bore the inscription of 2 golden, intricate characters: Extermination. This must be the name of the imperial sword, however, as he gripped it. His expression shifted. The divine sword possessed a consciousness of its own, resisting fiercely as if it had a master. Buzz, 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 the sword of extermination struggled vehemently, emanating sword energy capable of annihilating celestial realm masters. Wielding boundless might, Zhao Shi Mingding bellowed, unleashing a torrent of terrifying divine power as runes rapidly coalesced into chains that ensnared the divine sword, gradually subduing it. No matter how it thrashed, it could not break free from that powerful grip. Nor could it inflict even the slightest harm. After a quarter of an hour of fierce struggle, extermination ultimately succumbed to Zhao Shi Mingding's prowess, its crimson glow dimming as its aura receded. Young master. I have fulfilled my duty. Zhao Shi Mingding sealed several seals upon extermination before presenting the imperial sword to Su Chen. Su Chen received the divine sword, a smile of delight gracing his face. Truly an extraordinary divine weapon. It is indeed remarkable. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, examining the imperial sword, feeling the rich aura of slaughter emanating from it, a wave of shock coursing through him. Just as he scrutinized the imperial divine sword, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, transforming his astonishment into exhilaration. Ding, detected the triggering of a check-in item. Do you wish to check in? Ding, check-in successful. You have obtained the following items. 1. Special item, 70% extermination sword intent. 2. Special item, 1 cleansing of the primordial energy. 3. Special character, the Imperial Solitary Minister, late-stage Earth Immortal. The emergence of this delightful sound instantly invigorated him. With the addition of an Earth Immortal level subordinate, the entity peering at him from within the Dead Man's Valley would surely pay a price. Huh? Su Chen exhaled deeply. Now, I must expedite my actions, aiming to visit all the check-in locations within the Northernly territory within a year. Let us depart from this place. Moments later, Su Chen's demeanor returned to calm, donning his oversized hooded black robe once more, as the trio made their exit from the alluring sword demon tomb. Suddenly, a spatial passage appeared in the center of the Dead Man's Valley, and Su Chen and his companions slowly stepped out, their pace unhurried as they approached the valley's exit. Kiki, it seems you have acquired the Imperial Divine Sword. In the next moment, a soul formed from swirling dark red energy materialized, blocking Su Chen's path, its lantern-like eyes fixated on Zhao Shi Mingding with an insatiable hunger. It was none other than Gagong Sulla, one of the black-clad 4 ancestors of the Shijia sect. He coveted the Imperial Divine Sword and the Celestial Body. Once he seized these two, not even an Earth Immortal would be beyond his reach, let alone a void-shattering master. At that point, he could return to the Great Yuan and exact vengeance on those who had once wronged him. Impudent. How dare you show such disrespect to the young master? Fei Jiao stepped forward, his right hand reaching behind him to draw a 3-foot 8-inch silver-golden blade. The blade shimmered with a silver-white hue and golden luster, its surface slender and elongated, with a semicircular tail, infused with the fierce and bloodthirsty aura of slaughter, as if it contained a beast that preys on the unwary. This was his companion weapon, the divine blade Tianqi. Its quality was exceptional, ranking among the finest in the Northernly dynasty. Blood cry breaking demise slash. Even in the face of an adversary infinitely mightier than himself, he could not allow his master to be insulted. Blood-red light emanated from him as 2 bloodthirsty glimmers shot forth from his eyes. A layer of blood spirit martial domain gradually enchanting the divine blade Tianqi. In an instant, the oppressive atmosphere of the space surged with ferocity. Clang. The Tianqi rang lightly, slicing through all obstacles as it descended upon Gagong Sulla. I never expected you to be a spirit body. This truly surprises me. Yet, what of it? No matter how formidable the celestial, they cannot overturn the grasp of a celestial being, especially one as extraordinary as myself. Gagong Sulla, with a hoarse voice and an icy demeanor, proclaimed that as a terrestrial immortal, even if he were gravely wounded and had fallen to the 9th level of the celestial realm, he was not someone a mere master of the heavenly phenomenon could provoke. What difference would it make if he were to add a spiritual body? Chapter 52. The initial success of the divine body. Greed. How fortuitous it is to use your spiritual body as nourishment for my revival. A glint of bloodthirst flashed in Gagong Sulla's eyes, filled with avarice. After speaking, he raised a finger to point at Yuren Feikong, and instantly, An overwhelming aura erupted forth. A pitch-black finger beam descended, transforming in the void into a colossal black gold finger over 100 feet long, enveloping him entirely. Even Su Qian, who stood behind the radiant lamp, felt an immense sense of oppression. As this finger struck out, the entire space warped. Dao Long Mo Shao. The radiant lamp's pupils contracted. In a swift motion, he pressed against Yuren Feikong's back, propelling him backward. While simultaneously unleashing the vast aura of Dao, his 5 fingers clenched into a fist, colliding with the finger beam. Clang! A thunderous sound erupted as the finger beam met the force, generating a violent roar that shook the entire space. Although the finger beam was blocked, the terrifying shockwave still surged forth, forcing Yuren Feikong to retreat several hundred meters. What a terrifying strike! Yuren Feikong gazed in horror, realizing that this attack was not merely a test. He truly intended to incapacitate him in one blow. "Are you all right?" Su Qian inquired with concern. "Young master, I am unharmed. Fortunately, Senior Radiant Lamp acted in time." Yuren Feikong hastily replied. "That's good to hear, At this moment." The Radiant Lamp's expression was solemn, his true essence fully mobilized, as the 3 layers of the 9 heavens martial domain expanded outward, causing the elemental forces of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles to boil instantly. Endless righteous energy and Taoist essence swirled around him, while a heavy and intricate armor, composed entirely of Taoist runes, formed around his body. A faint blue radiance erupted from his eyes, exuding a divine aura that swept across the 6 directions and 8 realms. His gaze was cold as he stared ahead, circles of faint blue halos revolving around him, releasing gentle light to protect both Su Qian and Yuren Feikong. Kekekek, the initial success of the divine body truly makes for an excellent physical form. I shall graciously accept it. Soul-severing palm. Gagong Sulla snorted coldly, a massive black claw emerging from his back, bringing with it a foul wind, directly striking toward the radiant lamp. Crackle, as the claw descended. The void collapsed, the space shattered, and the ghostly claw lunged forward, arriving before the radiant lamp in an instant. Humph! Infinite fist, topple the world. The radiant lamp huffed in response, the Taoist essence erupting from his body, manifesting mysterious runes before him. The runes enveloped his fist, appearing as if they were tangible, exuding a suffocating fearsome pressure. As this punch was unleashed, the air resonated with thunderous roars, as if the Taos might have descended upon the mortal realm. Unstoppable! Crack! Upon colliding with the radiant lamp's fist, the ghostly claw and the force merged, then suddenly collapsed inward, causing the surrounding space within several feet of the explosion to collapse as well, revealing shimmering silver space nodes. Thanks to the initial success of his divine body, he could briefly match the combat strength of a perfected celestial being. Gagong Sulla's expression darkened suddenly. He inhaled sharply, drawing in the elemental forces of heaven and earth within several thousand miles, forming a colossal vortex of energy above the Valley of the Dead, rapidly spinning, as his aura steadily surged. Peak of the 9th level of celestial beings, perfected 9th level of celestial beings, early terrestrial immortal. After 3 breaths, Gagong Sulla's aura had returned to the realm of the terrestrial immortal. However, this was achieved through a special secret technique and could only be sustained for an hour at most. Following this, a realm filled with blood-colored patterns erupted from within him, enveloping a space within 10,000 miles, which was his 56th layer of blood-soul martial domain. Dark red energy whirlwinds swirled around him, as countless crimson ghostly entities surged forth from the martial domain, all twisted and grotesque, their eyes glowing green, exhaling blood energy, emanating an aura close to that of a master. They gathered beneath him, as if to guard their king. Blood spirit demon art, devouring dragon. Gagong Sulla raised his right palm to the sky, his cold gaze revealing a murderous intent. With a roar, the crimson vortex erupted, merging with the vast array of ghostly entities beneath him, and a monstrous, blood-red dragon over 10,000 feet long roared forth. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed from the dragon's maw, as it unleashed a torrent of dense dragon breath. Its body adorned with ominous, diamond-shaped scales, each shimmering with sinister blood-red runes. Gagong Sulla stood atop the dragon's head, gazing down condescendingly at Su Qian and the others, who appeared like mere ants beneath him. A dreadful and terrifying aura enveloped the entire Valley of the Dead. as the dragon's eerie eyes fixated on the radiant lamp, whose form was as imposing as a mountain, swaying in the void. In an instant, the heavens and earth above Xiangzhou became extreme. A black, demonic wind surged, and thunderous bolts of purple-gold lightning, as thick as water barrels, descended from the heavens, carrying boundless celestial might into the valley of the dead. Clearly, Gagong Sula's ascension to the terrestrial immortal realm had triggered this phenomenon. Along with it, all masters of the Bailey dynasty raised their heads to observe. Such overwhelming pressure, that's in the direction of Xiangzhou. What formidable being has emerged to invoke such a celestial disturbance? Could it be? Kekekek, I have ascended to the terrestrial immortal realm. Offer your divine body, and I shall assist you in joining the ranks of the ghostly cultivators. Entering my Shurjia sect? Otherwise, once I make my move, you won't even be able to preserve your soul. Gagong Sula's hoarse voice echoed in the void, seemingly confident of his dominance over the radiant lamp and the others. Gazing at the surging blood dragon above, the radiant lamp appeared serious yet unyielding. Humph, surrendering my divine body to you in exchange for entry into the ghostly cultivation. The radiant lamp replied coldly, dragging a severely wounded form, utterly unaware of where your confidence stems from to dare utter such hubris. Today, I shall surely slay you in this valley of the dead, to demonstrate the might of my misty rain pavilion. Chapter 53. Shurjia Sect. If two individuals are of equal rank, he would only need a single strike to obliterate Gagong Sula completely, rather than now, where even facing a gravely injured Gagong Sula, he could only achieve a stalemate. Furthermore, the Shijia sect he mentioned might not belong to this realm. Perhaps he could learn more through him. Meanwhile, Su Chan discreetly summoned the recently signed emperor's solitary minister. Ready to monitor the radiant lamp's situation, prepared to intervene immediately should the worst occur. He was eager to see who would emerge victorious today. Seeking death, Gagong Sula, seeing this, was enraged, his fingers converging to form a sword. As a torrent of true essence coalesced in his palm, shaping into a 7-foot-long crescent-shaped blood blade, emanating a chilling and sinister aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Initially, he had hoped to obtain a complete divine body. But now, that was unnecessary. Even a damaged one would suffice. Once he captured you and devoured that spiritual body, he could still ascend and shatter the void. Devouring dragon bloodlight? The towering blood dragon hovering in the void roared, its massive form writhing as it voraciously consumed the dense bloodthirst around it, lunging straight for the radiant lamp. The blood-soul martial domain beneath Gagong Sula seemed to be engulfed by the dragon in one gulp, followed by the opening of a sinister abyssal mouth that unleashed a torrent of bloodlight, imbued with a ferocious and destructive intent to annihilate all. Faced with this deadly move, even a perfected 9th-level celestial being would likely fall. Humph, Tao Ultimate, exorcising demons, illuminating the world. In the face of the approaching annihilating bloodlight, the radiant lamp remained unfazed, swiftly forming seals with his hands. An ancient black and white yin-yang taiji diagram materialized between his fingers, emanating boundless Taoist rhythms, with a mysterious wave radiating from the diagram. Boom! The sky churned with dark clouds, as dazzling silver lightning cascaded from above, striking the taiji diagram, enhancing its clarity. With both hands spread wide, he infused true essence into the taiji diagram, condensing the dual principles of yin and yang, manifesting two resplendent stars behind him, the scorching sun and the cold moon. The two stars interchanged, following the trajectory of the taiji diagram, creating a scene of yin and yang harmonizing, day and night rising together above Xiangzhou. People within a radius of tens of thousands of miles could clearly witness this extraordinary sight. The 3 layers of the azure heavens martial domain beneath him instantly ignited, as the yin-yang fish within the taiji diagram danced, revealing the unique rules of the heavens martial body, empowering it to confront the incoming bloodlight. Boom! Crack! Amidst the wailing of the void, the bloodlight began to shatter inch by inch under the radiance of the taiji, transforming into endless blood mist that was completely absorbed. The rules of the divine body? Gagong Sula's eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a chilling glint that bespoke his astonishment. He had never anticipated that his recent strike, a full-force attack rivaling the perfection of the celestial realm's 9th layer, could be so effortlessly countered. It appeared that his divine body had undoubtedly reached the minor completion stage, and possibly even the middle completion stage. Otherwise, that blood-red light, infused with the power of his martial domain, would not have been so easily extinguished. Truly, he was faced with a rare and formidable divine body. It seemed that he must take this seriously. Otherwise, capturing this divine form would prove exceedingly difficult. Blood Dragon Fusion. A resounding hum echoed as the void crackled with energy. The mountains trembled and the seas roared. The entire space bubbled with a ferocity akin to boiling water. As the blood moon loomed overhead, the malevolent dragon roared. Gagong Sulla gazed greedily at the illuminating lamp, his eyes glimmering with an insatiable desire. He could hardly contain himself, eager to conclude this battle swiftly and absorb this divine body. From the heavens, an endless torrent of blood energy surged forth from his martial domain, coalescing into a blood river that spanned the cosmos. The air was thick with a malevolent aura, as the blood dragon beneath him unleashed a roar that seemed to obliterate the world. Below him, the once brownish-yellow desert transformed into a dark crimson earth, with a scarlet mist swirling ominously in the atmosphere. And no longer was it a realm of yellow sands and stone forests, but rather a landscape teeming with ferocious white tigers and viscous, foul-smelling blood. The entire Dead Man's Valley appeared as though a portal to the underworld had been flung open, with the area surrounding it morphing into a nightmarish scene. Then, the towering blood dragon emitted a final, resounding roar towards the heavens before dissipating into wisps of crimson mist, encircling Gagong Sulla in eerie, swirling vortices. Large dragon scales shed from its form, transforming into miniaturized scales that adhered to his being. Each piece intricately connected to form a blood-colored battle armor, adorned with bizarre runes and suffused with the essence of blood souls. The energy of his martial domain, now at 50 to 60%, converged onto his palm, which he pressed against the breastplate, unleashing a torrent of power that surged and roared like a river breaking its dam, causing the patterns on the armor to glow vibrantly, even shimmering with a brilliant blood light. An utterly terrifying force erupted from him. This was one of the special techniques of the earthly immortal, the fusion of martial domains. This technique bore remarkable similarity to the divine body fusion of the celestial realm. Yet the latter required the divine body to be fully realized, while the former could be executed with merely 50% mastery. Of course, the combat prowess of the two was not comparable. Nevertheless, against a minor completion divine body of the 7th layer, it was more than sufficient. Let us begin. Gagong Sulla lowered his gaze to the illuminating lamp, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Boom! The heavens erupted with thunder and lightning, the air crackling with energy. Faced with the fused Gagong Sulla, the illuminating lamp wore an expression of grave concern. He was now comparable to a mid-level earthly immortal, and even a minor completion divine body would find it exceedingly challenging to contend with him unless it achieved full realization and could perform divine body fusion. But there were no unless. Illuminating lamp, do you have confidence? Su Qian, positioned behind, inquired with a tone of worry, utilizing a secret method of communication. Armed with the formidable Emperor's ultimate solitary, he did not wish to place his subordinate in unnecessary peril. Rest assured, my lord, though I may not defeat him, I can still use this opportunity to hone my divine body. The illuminating lamp replied with unwavering confidence. Good. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, do not force the confrontation, Su Qian reassured him. Heavenly Gang, merge. The illuminating lamp raised his right index finger to the sky, uttering a command, as he slowly exhaled 4 words of wisdom. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the world around him seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force, wildly converging towards his body, quickly absorbed within. As the spiritual energy was consumed, the air around him grew thin. Invisible ripples emanated from his form. The brilliance of the Heavenly Gang divine body intensified, as an overwhelming aura enveloped him. In the distance, Gagong Sulla observed quietly, convinced that no matter what the illuminating lamp attempted, he could not shatter the legend of traversing multiple realms. He awaited the moment to crush him in his strongest state. Seeing Gagong Sulla remain still, the illuminating lamp swiftly formed seals with his hands, compressing the entirety of his 39 layers of Heavenly Gang martial domain into his body. The azure battle armor he wore radiated an astounding brilliance. This technique was strikingly similar to martial domain fusion. How could this be? Gagong Sulla's pupils constricted, his voice hoarse with disbelief. Wasn't this a method reserved for earthly immortals with over 50% mastery? Could this divine body truly defy the ancient laws? Tao, endless Dharma emergence. A colossal swastika materialized in the illuminating lamp's palm, which he then flipped to cover Gagong Sulla. In the void, a palm the size of a myriad of mountains, constructed entirely from Taoist runes, descended, infused with boundless righteousness from the heavens. Gagong Sulla's gaze sharpened. He dared not underestimate the situation, unleashing an overwhelming blood aura that resonated fiercely from his scales. His right hand clenched into a fist. Ready to retaliate? Crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as space shattered, the deafening noise reverberating across the desolate skies, creating a 3-foot-wide black hole at the epicenter of their clash, distorting the surrounding space like crashing waves. Transforming the entire Dead Man's Valley into mere ashes. Swoosh, their figures vanished in an instant, morphing into streaks of light that pierced the void, soaring towards the heavens, before colliding with a thunderous crash. Boom! The two engaged ferociously, shaking the very foundations of the earth, as the void collapsed inch by inch. Crack, crack. Numerous bolts of lightning, potent enough to annihilate masters of the celestial realm, ravaged around them, yet they remained undeterred in their fierce exchange. Their silhouettes became a blur of blue and crimson light, racing through the skies, colliding thousands of times within mere seconds. Enormous explosions erupted, causing the ground of Xiangzhou to tremble relentlessly, as far off as the ancient city of Liang, which seemed to quake as if a dragon were stirring. The sky darkened ominously, revealing primal spatial nodes on the brink of being torn asunder. The atmosphere within 1,000 miles became overwhelmingly oppressive, as the ground beneath their feet sank several feet from the aftermath of their battle. What a terrifying presence! Which two powerful beings are clashing, disregarding the thunderous skies? How utterly fearsome! Are these truly mere human warriors? Masters from several Taoist states near Xiangzhou raised their heads to the heavens, aghast at the cataclysmic scene unfolding before them, sensing the aura of a battle akin to that of gods and demons. Shadow, that must be the direction of Xiangzhou. Within the palace, Lu Yu stood at the window, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the apocalyptic scene in the distance, his hands clenched in his sleeves, turning pale. As a master of the celestial realm, he too felt the chilling aura of annihilation. It must be noted that the distance between Xiangzhou and Yangzhou spanned a significant portion of the northern territories. A mere journey of several 100,000 miles. This underscored the terrifying nature of the entities engaged in combat. Your Majesty, the location of the duel between the two great powers appears to be the Dead Man's Valley in Xiangzhou. A shadow hidden in darkness explained, though shock and confusion were etched upon his face. Even with his complete mastery of the celestial realm, merely observing for a moment left him feeling his scalp tingle, as if he were an insignificant ant. This sensation was one he had never experienced, even when facing the unknown celestial realm master from the Misty Rain Tower. Aside from the celestial beings, he could conjure no other possibilities. It had been tens of thousands of years since the celestial beings had made their presence known, yet today two appeared consecutively, seemingly embroiled in conflict. Notify Lu Tongxian to closely monitor the situation in the Dead Man's Valley. Should he catch wind of any celestial beings, relay the information immediately. If circumstances allow, endeavor to make contact with these two great powers. Lu Yu pondered for a moment before issuing his command slowly. As the sovereign of Northernly, his ambitions extended far beyond the confines of this realm. He sought to obliterate the Northern Mang, Northern Liang, Ruren, Diyu, and other Western nations, unifying the continent. Such an endeavor would elevate the fortunes of the dynasty and amplify his power exponentially. In time, the realm of the Celestials would not be beyond his reach. Yes, Your Majesty. The shadow accepted the decree, gradually retreating into the darkness. At that moment, as the illuminating lamp and Gagong Sulla battled fiercely in the skies, several divine presences in the depths of the firmament observed this breathtaking clash from afar. It was indeed a celestial body unseen for eons. Yet, despite its formidable strength, it was unlikely to surpass a major realm. One could only wonder what secrets lay behind this divine being. In the void, the owners of those divine presences murmured among themselves. A cup of tea, a quarter of an hour, half an hour passed. The battle between the two individuals has undeniably reached its climactic conclusion, capturing the attention of a significant portion of the Northernly, along with nations such as Rurin and the Dayue, who cast their gazes in curiosity. Such a colossal confrontation bears no distinction from the apocalypse, particularly in the vicinity of the Valley of the Dead, which has been transformed into a desolate wasteland. With the epicenter of combat revealing an unfathomable abyss, Blood Soul, Judgment of the Abyss, an infinite surge of sanguine energy converges upon his palm, as a colossal blood-red hand, spanning over 10,000 miles, descends from the heavens, causing the very fabric of space below to erupt in piercing bursts of sound, fissures in the air branching out like twigs, to be able to contend evenly with one of divine stature at the 7th level of the celestial realm. Even with a perfected divine body, is enough to warrant pride. Chapter 55. The Emperor's solitary minister. Yet, the disparity in realms is not something that can be bridged merely by a divine body. You have surely reached your limit. Gagong Salak's eyes flickered as he coldly observed the diminishing true energy and waning aura of the beacon of light, a sense of lament escaping his lips. In his view, the beacon of light had become his prey. If all proceeds as expected, he would soon acquire a complete celestial body, Dao Yin, limitless forbidden blade. The cerulean true energy erupted in a dazzling brilliance, coalescing in the void into a colossal blue-gold blade, its radiance akin to a cascading waterfall, cleaving upward at the descending blood-red palm. Boom. The clash of the blade against the gigantic blood hand reverberated through the skies, shattering the space around them, sending terrifying shockwaves throughout the Valley of the Dead. However, this formidable blade did not shatter the blood hand. Instead, it was seized and, after a brief struggle, crushed into countless shards of true energy that scattered like autumn leaves. Upon receiving a blow from the blood hand, the beacon of light coughed up a mouthful of blood, staggering backwards several hundred meters, his complexion ashen as he stared at Gagong Salak ahead. The once resplendent blue-gold armor that adorned his body now lay dimmed, riddled with myriad cracks, as though it had borne the brunt of tremendous force. He had been injured by that blood hand. This outcome was precisely as he had anticipated. The chasm of disparity between them was insurmountable. Even if Gagong Salak were gravely wounded, a terrestrial celestial still towered above those of the celestial realm. The fact that he had managed to fight him this far was solely due to his divine body and secret methods, forcibly elevating his combat power to that of a terrestrial celestial. Yet this approach was ultimately fleeting, like water without a source. Having sustained until now, his physical condition had reached its limit, the foundational essence within his divine body wholly expended, and recovery would necessitate at least a month's time. After all, a clash between a 7th-level celestial and a terrestrial celestial for nearly half an hour was unparalleled, a feat that had never been seen before. The vast gulf between these two realms rendered such a conflict improbable. To have not been annihilated in an instant was already a testament to his innate talent. Crossing souls, blood slaughter, seizing the opportunity while you are wounded, I shall swiftly claim you. Gagong Salak unleashed this move, clearly impatient, as he rapidly channeled his true energy, augmenting it with the power of his martial domain to strike downward, revealing no pretense, but exerting his full force. In the void, a demonic figure, enshrouded in blood strands, loomed, a terrifying blood-red hand extending forth, fingers splayed wide, aiming to grasp the slender figure below, its colossal palm obscuring half of Xiangzhou. In stark contrast, the beacon of light appeared diminutive in comparison, and Gagong Salak's fervor threatened to overflow. Believing the end was nigh, celestial body, I am here. What of a minor divine body? It is still within my grasp. Hee hee. A raucous, unrestrained cackle echoed across the Valley of the Dead. Gagong Salak had regained his earlier confidence. Feeling as though victory was assured, greed, like a serpent swallowing an elephant, does he truly believe he has me cornered? Faced with the imminent deadly strike and his own injuries, the beacon of light paid no heed. He regarded his surroundings with utter indifference, his gaze filled solely with disdain for Gagong Salak. What do you mean by that? Gagong Salak's eyes shifted as he observed the remarkably composed beacon of light. His expression subtly changing in his estimation, though this man's realm fell short of his own. Bolstered by his divine body and secret arts, he could easily escape if he wished, having no need to engage in a desperate struggle to the end. Initially, he had assumed this to be the man's nature, yet now it seemed there was more to the story, prompting a fresh wave of unease within him. Could it be he had miscalculated? Impossible. I must subdue him first, and then merge with the celestial body. Just as the blood-red hand was about to seize the beacon of light, Gajong Salak's pupils suddenly constricted, disbelief flooding his gaze. For he beheld that the once unstoppable blood hand had inexplicably halted 100 feet above the beacon of light, and the blood demon towering in the void was now marred with cracks. With a thunderous roar, the blood demon and its hand eerily disintegrated into countless sanguine shards that cascaded downward. Clang, clang, clang. In the next moment, a sound resembling the tearing of the cosmos echoed through the void, followed by a hazy figure that tore through space, striding with an unwavering gait from the distant heavens. With each step he took, ripples surged through the air. In the blink of an eye, the indistinct figure had traversed a vast expanse, arriving above the beacon of light. With the emergence of this figure, every weapon in Xiangzhou soared from its sheath, trembling and resonating, creating a cacophony akin to a tsunami of swords. It was as if the legendary Sword Emperor was making his rounds, the scene of myriad swords bowing in reverence. Hiss, such terrifying sword intent. Who is this individual, such a mysterious sword Tao Celestial? In the void, whispers of divine consciousness resonated anew. This time, not only the martial artists of Xiangzhou but even those from the distant northern Liang, northern Meng, and other western realms sensed it, halting to observe in awe. Below, Su Chen regarded the scene with fervor, clutching his imperial-grade divine sword, Zhumi, which vibrated with a resonance, seemingly attuned to the overwhelming presence. The heavens and earth trembled, the sword intent ever present, above the valley of the dead. The space was swept by an overwhelming sword intent, shredding countless blood-soul spirits, transforming the formerly dark crimson sky into a brilliant azure. Wherever the sword intent passed, the air rippled, and all traces of slaughter and malevolent energies were swept away. This realm appeared as if it had been purified. Night concealed the frost, the blade sealed with a single stroke. How dare you, mere ants, covet the celestial body? Space shattered, thunder roared. Turning towards the sound, a solitary figure, proud and ruthless, with boundless sword energy, loomed above the beacon of light. Clad in a golden five-clawed dragon robe, adorned with a purple-gold glass belt, his hair a striking blend of gold and white. Secured by a trident crown, his tall and slender form stood imposingly, his visage noble and elegant, yet exuding an air of arrogance. Moreover, in his left hand, he grasped a sword measuring 3 feet and 6 inches broad and 3 inches wide. The blade shimmered in a golden hue, embedded with a green gemstone at the hilt, and adorned with a tuft of millennia-old earth-yellow flowers, its gleaming edge radiating threads of merciless sword intent. A true embodiment of unparalleled pride. This was Su Chen, the Emperor's solitary minister, a terrestrial celestial he had obtained from the Sword Demon's tomb. Chapter 56. The Four Ancestors in Black. The sword he held was the imperial-grade divine sword. Tusu Guxin. Gagong Salak gazed at that figure, his mind struck as if by a sledgehammer, blood spurting from his mouth. In his perception, this individual resembled a colossal sword capable of severing all. Such oppressive force surpassed even the terror he had felt when confronting the imperial palace of the Great Song. Could it be a rift in the void? A tempest of turmoil surged within Gagong Salak's heart. How could this be? He could hardly believe that such a formidable being could exist in the resource-poor western realm of Kuju. The figures in the void were also quietly discussing, their eyes revealing astonishment. The sudden appearance of the Emperor's solitary minister was far too terrifying, wholly beyond the realm of terrestrial celestials, youngster Gagong Salak. You have the honor of meeting His Excellency. At this moment, Gagong Salak was devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed, his body tense and trembling, his expression one of extreme fear and horror. Akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Ants, reveal your origins. The Emperor's solitary minister stepped into the void, coldly demanding an answer. I report to your Excellency. I am from the Northern Mausoleum's celestial realm. The great Yuan dynasty's Sijia sect, one of the 4 ancestors in black, under whom there are also the 2 ancestors in red. The reason I have ventured into the western realm of Kuju is due to a mishap while infiltrating the Great Song Imperial Palace to steal the Dragon Emperor's Jade Seal. resulting in severe injuries and inadvertently entering the spatial teleportation array that brought me here. Should I have offended your excellency in any way, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, Gagong Salak implored, his voice low and submissive, divulging all that he knew. The Northern Mausoleum's celestial realm, you say? It appears that the reason the martial realm here is limited to the celestial phenomenon realm masters is due to the scarcity of the elemental forces in this world, which precludes the ascension to the realm of humanity. It seems that my next move has found its direction. Contemplating this, he transmitted a secret sound to the Emperor's solitary minister in the sky. In the next moment, the Emperor's solitary minister stepped forward, arriving before Gagong Sulla, and a scarlet-yellow sword imprint was thrust into his dantian, sealing all of his meridians, consciousness, and dantian. Thank you for your mercy. Esteemed one. Gagong Sulla bowed deeply, his expression filled with gratitude. Since only his true essence and consciousness were sealed, it was evident that he was being preserved for some reason. Perhaps he possessed something of great importance. Ant, should you dare to spy on me again, your fate shall be sealed. After uttering these words, the Emperor's solitary minister gazed towards the northwestern horizon, his fingers merging into a sword as he cut through the air, unleashing a terrifying and ruthless sword intent that cleaved towards the two consciousnesses. As he sensed the two consciousnesses retreating like a receding tide, a look of disdain flashed across the Emperor's solitary minister's face. To be honest, they had been lurking in the shadows from the moment they appeared, which was already quite discomforting. But now they even dared to prepare for a probing attack. This was undoubtedly a provocation against him, and it demanded a lesson. His unparalleled sword intent directly struck the two hidden observers, inflicting such severe damage that it would take them months to recover. Ants are indeed ants. How utterly dull. The Emperor's solitary minister remarked nonchalantly. He then reached out, grasping Gagong Sulla, and together they vanished from above the Valley of the Dead, along with Su Qian and the others in the snowy mountains over 10,000 miles to the northwest of the Northern Li dynasty. Two rugged men, their eyes tightly shut, faces ashen, and muscles taut, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and opened their copper-yellow eyes that could annihilate mountains and rivers. What a terrifying master of the sword path! How could such a figure appear within the Northern Li dynasty? The man draped in bare fur on the left spoke. He bore no apprehension regarding Gagong Sulla, hidden in the Valley of the Dead. But upon the appearance of the Emperor's solitary minister, his anxiety and wariness surged, prompting the earlier test. Little did he know, the sword master's strike was even more decisive. Brother, we must not engage with this individual. The man on the right rose, his expression grave. If I am not mistaken, his cultivation has likely reached the late stage of an earthly immortal, and I vaguely sensed a resonance of the celestial divine body. What? Brother, are you certain? The man on the left was taken aback, incredulity evident in his tone. There can be no mistake. Remember, do not attempt any further probing. The man on the right side, a hint of fear in his voice. Had he pursued us further, we would have surely perished amidst these vast snowy mountains. Understood, brother. After watching the ominous black clouds looming over Xiangzhou gradually dissipate, Lu Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The origins of the last appearing powerhouse were indeed remarkable, capable of subduing another who seemingly had entered the realm of earthly immortality. That unparalleled sword intent was something he had never encountered before. Transcending 1,000,000 miles yet remaining distinctly clear. Now, the events unfolding within the Northern Li dynasty appeared increasingly obscure, evolving towards an altogether different direction, hinting at a potential loss of control. If I could leverage the assistance of that sword path master, then unifying the continent would be merely a matter of time. Yet, I wonder what the true identity of this formidable being might be? Lu Yu pondered for a moment, then commanded, summon the governor of Xiangzhou. Lu Tong, to the capital. As you command. In Jingzhou, at Jiangxia City, young master, I have gathered all the information available. According to Gagong Sulla, the continents of Baili, Beimang, Bailiang, and the Ruren as well as the Daqin, are collectively referred to as the Bitter Awakening West. Moreover, there are 4 such continents in total: the Eastern Divine Realm, the Southern Heavenly Net, the Northern Immortal Realm, and the Western Bitter Realm where we currently reside. This aligns almost perfectly with the ancient texts referenced by the Taichi of the Purple Palace. And I have also discovered an ancient spatial teleportation array at the border of Baili and Beimang. Seated within the loft of the Smoke and Rain Tower, the Emperor's solitary minister sat on a mat, holding a cup of tea, as he reported after reviewing several ancient tomes. 4 continents, you say? Young master may not be aware, but I once sensed the lingering aura of a fellow earthly immortal within the Sword Demon's tomb. Combining the records from the ancient texts and my recent explorations of the entire Bitter Realm, I speculate that a cataclysmic battle between gods and demons erupted here a millennium ago, resulting in the submerged fate of much of the Western Realm due to the interventions of various powerful factions. Even the core of the elemental forces that stabilized the world was shattered, causing a transformation of the heavens and earth, leading to the current scarcity of spiritual energy. Consequently, the martial world in the Western Realm is led by celestial phenomenon realm masters, while the presence of heavenly beings and earthly immortals has become exceedingly rare. The Emperor's solitary minister analyzed slowly. Upon his emergence, he had sensed that this world was exceedingly peculiar, with elemental forces alarmingly depleted, resembling the fabled Forsaken Lands. Warriors above the celestial phenomenon realm found it impossible to cultivate, while ordinary powerful beings either braved the boundless seas with immense willpower to reach other continents or resorted to secret techniques to force themselves into slumber, awaiting the resurgence of elemental energy. A battle between gods and demons, a transformation of the heavens and earth, seems this elemental scarcity in the Western continent may conceal unknown secrets. Yet, what caliber of beings could have sunk an entire continent and instigated such cosmic upheaval? Su Chen pondered, taking a sip as he regarded the ancient text's inscription of the battle of gods and demons, transformation of the heavens and earth. I surmise that at the very least, it must involve earthly immortals, and those at the late stage of cultivation would be the only ones capable. A glint of battle intent flickered in the Emperor's solitary minister's eyes. The lifespan of a heavenly being can reach 10,000 years. Their consciousness spanning 1,000 miles, capable of rending mountains and rivers with a mere gesture, and a full-force strike could easily submerge half of the Northernly dynasty. As for earthly immortals, their lifespans extend to 30,000 years, traversing the Northern Sea by day and the Kangwu by night, wielding the power to upend mountains and fill seas. Should such beings unleash their strength against the Northernly, the surrounding nations would undoubtedly face dire repercussions. Indeed, since the spatial teleportation array has been established, Yin Guoren, you are to immediately search for ancient spirit crystals. The layout of the Western Realm is nearing completion. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen ceased his tapping on the table and spoke. Though I possess teleportation runes within my system space, they can only transport one individual at a time, and the destination remains uncertain. What if I were to end up in some perilous unknown? I have no intention of undertaking reckless endeavors. Fei Zong, you shall accompany Uchiha Madara and the others to Xuanyang City to establish a branch of the Smoke and Rain Tower, keeping a close watch on the Heavenly Tao Society if necessary. We are merely one formidable foe away from completing our plans. Su Chen rose, addressing the respectful Fei Zong beside him. Lu Yu's list has nearly been completed. We only lack the final piece entrenched in Xuanyang City, the Heavenly Tao Society. I am now thoroughly aware of the Northernly's factions, and those few that Lu Yu once feared have been largely eliminated. The extermination of the Gong Sun and Gao clans has enabled Lu Yu to act freely in issuing commands. Truly, I am a benefactor, assisting Lu Yu in overcoming his greatest troubles. Yes, young master, young master. News has arrived from the Purple Palace of Taichi. It seems that Rurin and the Daqin have begun to stir. Small-scale conflicts have erupted along the borders of Ningzhou and Yizhou. The Northern Mang and Northern Liang seem to have reached a consensus, simultaneously dispatching troops to the borders, plotting to consume the Northernly. The respectful Yin Guoren stated, "Humph, mere clowns. Should they dare to obstruct us, then there is no need to spare them. We need not rush into this matter. The more pressing concern is to establish the branches of the Smoke and Rain Tower across various provinces. As for the border conflicts, rest assured, Lu Yu will hold them at bay. Inform those stationed at the border branch of the Smoke and Rain Tower that they may assist him if necessary. Without drawing attention, our goal is to maintain equilibrium between both sides. Once I finalize the plans within the Northernly, we can deal with those few at our leisure." Understood, young master. Following the conclusion of the earth-shattering battle above the Valley of the Dead in Shangzhou, legends continued to circulate throughout the martial world. The astonishing celestial phenomena, the radiant aura of Tao, the terrifying blood-red hand, and the overwhelming sword light that oppressed the very heavens and earth, all left an indelible impression on the warriors who bore witness below. Such a grand-scale battle between gods and demons could be deemed unprecedented in history. However, it has also instilled in the hearts of warriors the belief that the legendary powerful beings truly exist, and that those who cultivate to a certain extent can indeed alter the very fabric of reality. In an instant, the martial arts of Bailey ascended to a new zenith. This rare celestial clash of divine and demonic forces was simultaneously chronicled by the authorities of Bailey. At this moment, the long-dormant world of martial artists surged with fervor, as countless practitioners flocked to the Valley of the Dead in Xiangzhou, eager to experience firsthand the battlefield left by the confrontation of formidable powers. Perhaps they would glean insights that could propel them to new heights. Major sects, previously secluded behind closed doors, also emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain, revealing the once rare presence of masters to the public eye. However, as martial artists engaged in discussions about the identities of these great beings, a celestial battle erupted in Yuzhou, hundreds of thousands of miles away. In the city of Yiyang, after more than half a year of development, the headquarters of the Misty Rain Tower had undeniably become the most formidable force in the city, commanding respect even from the Lord's estate. Observing this, other martial factions in Yuzhou subtly gravitated toward this burgeoning power, adopting a tone of utmost reverence. Some sects even strained to join their ranks, yet all were met with rejection. The reason was simple. The Misty Rain Tower was indifferent to the petty squabbles of the martial world, focusing solely on the stable development of its branches and the exchange of information, adopting an air of superiority that set it apart from the rest. Chapter 58. The Night Assault. For the current actions of the Misty Rain Tower, the authorities turned a blind eye, while other noble families breathed a sigh of relief. They were more inclined to forge alliances or integrate under its banner, yet alas, their overtures were met with indifference. Within the grand hall of the Lord's estate in Yiyang, two middle-aged men clad in black robes, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, sat in the main seats, their faces as pale as snow, engaged in deep meditation to sense the pure, unending flow of energy emanating from within. Beneath them stood four masters of the Zhixian realm, their presence cloaked in black robes, their chilling auras rendering the entire chamber frigid, reminiscent of an ice cellar. These individuals hailed from the Blood God sect, with the two-seated figures being its two most formidable demons. On the left, the Blood Crow Demon Lord, Shan Xiu-yi, and on the right, the Blood Spirit Demon Lord, Qiu Gu-a. The four standing below were among the 8 great kings. Their purpose was evident, to target the Misty Rain Tower, a name that sent shivers through the martial community. Suddenly, the doors of the hall swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in a blue official robe, his demeanor solemn and composed, entered and bowed, "Greeting. I pay my respects to the esteemed lords." Were Su Chun present, he would instantly recognize this man as Lu Taohong, the Lord of Yiyang. "Lord Lu, what is the situation?" asked Shan Xiu-yi, opening his blood-red eyes and inquiring in a gravelly tone. Reporting to the Blood Crow Demon Lord, "I have just learned that there has been no movement at the headquarters of the Misty Rain Tower. I suggest we act immediately. Otherwise, it may be too late once they detect any anomalies." Lu Taohong replied respectfully, lowering his head. He had received a secret edict from Lu Yu 2 weeks prior, instructing him to investigate the headquarters of the Misty Rain Tower and coordinate with the Blood God sect's actions. Now he realized that the Emperor was preparing to strike against the Misty Rain Tower. "Very well. You may withdraw and prepare. We shall commence our actions at the stroke of midnight." Shan Xiu-yi gestured for him to leave. "Understood," Lu Taohong said, bowing before turning to exit the hall. Once he departed, Qiu Gu-a also opened his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Humph, Lu Yu is truly a treacherous and ungrateful man. The Misty Rain Tower has only recently helped him eradicate 2 major families, and now he plots betrayal. Well, since we intend to target the Misty Rain Tower, we shall seize this opportunity to eliminate their headquarters in one fell swoop." Shan Xiu-yi interjected, revealing his bloodthirsty gaze. "We must not be careless. Reports from within the sect indicate that the head of the Sacred Halberd Division, Yin Gue Run, displayed the power of a martial domain when annihilating the Gao family, possibly making him a half-step to the Celestial Realm. Although we are deploying 2 masters of the Celestial Realm, one of whom has reached perfection, we must remain cautious when facing a master wielding the power of the martial domain," warned Qiu Gu-a. "What do we have to fear? Yin Gui Ren is currently in Yuezhou, and the headquarters of the Misty Rain Tower in Yiyang has only one master of the celestial realm, at most merely at the perfected stage. Can we not overpower them with the two of us? Shan Xiui scoffed. If we were to confront Yin Gui Ren, we might need to exercise caution. But that Li Chun Gang appears to be of no particular concern, Xiao Gui retorted, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he licked the edge of his mouth. The blood of a master of the celestial realm will surely be exquisite. The two exchanged glances, both revealing a wicked grin. As night fell, the moon hung high in the sky, draping the entire city of Yiyang in a thin veil of darkness. The once bright moonlight now concealed itself behind clouds, and a wisp of black smoke, or perhaps a shroud of darkness, drifted through the vast expanse above. The once boisterous night market gradually succumbed to silence, and the expansive streets of Yiyang lay desolate, devoid of the moon's illuminating glow, shrouded in an impenetrable blackness. The air was dry and fraught with danger, aside from the distant sound of the night watchman's bell echoing through the empty streets. There was an eerie stillness, a shadow melded with the darkness atop the city walls several miles away from the Misty Rain Tower, gazing intently ahead. This figure was none other than Lu Taohong. He harbored resentment over being captured in the past, but, lacking the strength, had refrained from seeking vengeance against the Misty Rain Tower. Tonight, he seized the opportunity to act through others, although he would not partake directly. Witnessing the downfall of the Misty Rain Tower's headquarters would serve to ease his long-held grievances. This moment, within the headquarters of the Misty Rain Tower, on its top floor, Li Chun Gang reclined comfortably in an armchair, leisurely humming a tune while sipping from a wine gourd, utterly at ease. "Ah, you have come uninvited. Do you not wish to extend a greeting?" A voice imbued with sword intent resonated throughout the upper floor of the tower. A sharp wave of sword energy surged forth, slicing through the swirling darkness. Clang! A piercing explosion reverberated, followed by a series of rhythmic footsteps echoing from the street below. "You truly possess a discerning eye. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shan Xiui, the Blood Crow Demon Lord of the Blood God Sect, here to meet the Wine Immortal Division's chief," came the reply. In the darkness, a figure gradually coalesced from the surrounding shadows. Cloaked in a black robe adorned with a blood character, exuding a chilling and bloodthirsty aura. Behind him, another figure in black robes emerged from the shadows. Standing alongside him, "I am Xiao Gui, the Blood Spirit Demon Lord of the Blood God Sect, here to meet the Wine Immortal Division's chief." His voice, rough and grating, echoed down the desolate street. The Yin energy enveloping the two men enveloped the entire street, sending shivers down the spines of those who sensed it. "The Blood God Sect?" Li Chun Gang narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression betraying no sign of panic, as though he had anticipated the arrival of Shan Xiui and Xiao Gui. 2 days prior, he had received word that the Blood God Sect might be planning an assault on the Misty Rain Tower, yet he remained unaware of who orchestrated it. Chapter 59. The Earth Immortal Fruit. A temptation from behind, Tuoba Bodhisattva and his companions also felt the chilling aura and swiftly converged towards Li Chun Gang's direction. "What brings the Blood God Sect to our Misty Rain Tower today?" Dragon Tree Monk, the Lord of Yiyang City, was the first to demand an answer. Before he could finish speaking, Shan Xiui thrust a finger towards him, unleashing a powerful blood-red force that shot toward the Dragon Tree Monk. Boom! A horrific explosion erupted, shaking the ground within 100 feet into a fractured state. Suddenly, before the Dragon Tree Monk, a figure emerged, a slightly shorter, skeletal old man with tufts of goat-like whiskers, draped in a tattered sheepskin coat. This was none other than Li Chun Gang. The attire gifted to him by Su Chun, meant for the leader of the Misty Rain Tower, remained untouched. He had opted for his own comfortable garb instead. Upon hearing this, Su Chun had acquiesced, allowing him to dress as he pleased. As the terrifying force reached him, Li Chun Gang effortlessly intercepted it with a single hand, deflecting the tremendous shockwave against the protective barrier around the Dragon Tree Monk, creating a tumultuous surge that caused his barrier to tremble. What a terrifying level of power! This Blood Crow Demon Lord truly lives up to his reputation as a master of the celestial realm. The Dragon Tree Monk thought, his heart racing as he squinted his eyes. How embarrassing for a master of the celestial realm to attack someone of the Jixin realm. If you do not find it shameful, I certainly do, Li Chun Gang scoffed, his finger still resting on his nose. Shan Xiao Yi and Xiao Gui displayed no signs of the anticipated fury. Instead, they remained eerily calm, like Chuangang. Both you and I stand in this esteemed position, and surely we are aware of the formidable challenges that the celestial phenomenon master faces in striving to transcend into the realm of celestial beings. Should you choose to join my blood god sect, I can personally guarantee your request to the vice sect leader for a celestial fruit, thereby augmenting your chances of ascending to celestial status by at least 50%. Moreover, I could petition the vice sect leader to protect you during your tribulation, ensuring your successful elevation to the realm of celestial beings. On the left, Shan Xiao Yi stepped forward, fervently articulating his enticements, his tone imbued with passionate fervor, growing increasingly animated, to the point that even the four kings behind them felt their blood surging. That is, after all, the celestial fruit. It is said to bloom once every 1,000 years in the realms of extreme yin and yang, absorbing the essence of the universe for a millennium and bearing fruit only once every 1,000 years. Typically yielding but a single fruit, rarely 2 or 3, the emergence of the celestial fruit is invariably accompanied by boundless bloodshed and strife. Its potency is undeniably immense, capable of fortifying a tribulation taker's physique in advance, allowing them to better withstand the tribulation's wrath. It is a veritable treasure capable of forging a formidable celestial being. With the vice sect leader, also a celestial being, safeguarding you, is it not a foregone conclusion that you would ascend to celestial status? Shan Xiao Yi could scarcely fathom a reason for Li Chuangang to decline. Oh, your vice sect leader is also a celestial being? Upon perceiving that Li Chuangang did not refuse, Shan Xiao Yi mused that there might be an opportunity to win him over. Indeed, both vice sect leaders and the sect master of the Blood God sect are formidable beings. Should you join us, I am certain that within 3 years, you will undoubtedly step into the realm of celestial beings. Beside him, Xiao Gui, brimming with confidence, also tempted Li Chuangang. However, if Li Chuangang were to truly join, they would certainly not fulfill such promises. Rather, he would be controlled by the vice sect leader, reduced to a mere sword guardian of the Blood God sect. The celestial fruit is exceedingly precious. Even they lack the qualifications to obtain it, let alone an outsider dare to covet it. How about it? Have you given it some thought? Miss this opportunity, and you may truly be fated to remain apart from the celestial realm. Shan Xiao Yi added with a cruel smirk. Hearing their words, Li Chuangang could not help but erupt into a fit of laughter, his mirth laced with derision, mockery, and disdain. The expressions of Shan Xiao Yi and the others darkened, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Li Chuangang, what is so amusing? Shan Xiao Yi barked sternly. Do you think I jest with you? Shan Xiao Yi, do you believe me to be a fool easily deceived? Li Chuangang shook his head. I have traversed the martial world for decades, encountering all manner of individuals, yet I have never before come across a fool quite like you. You? At his words, Shan Xiao Yi's countenance darkened instantly. Li Chuangang, you truly are overstepping your bounds. At this moment, Xiao Gui was also ablaze with fury. They had presented such a lowly attitude, yet Li Chuangang remained obstinate, inciting their ire beyond measure, as high-ranking members of the Blood God sect. They were revered wherever they went. How had they ever been subjected to such mockery? Why do you not seize such an opportunity for yourself? Surely, it cannot be that you lack the means. Li Chuangang's gaze swept over the two, his scorn unabated, and my eyes. Ascending to celestial status is no great feat. Only the weak require external assistance. You seek death. As soon as his words fell, a wave of bloody wind surged forth. Shan Xiao Yi stomped his right foot upon the stone slab, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward, shattering the surrounding stone ground for thousands of meters. His form transforming into a black arrow streaking towards Li Chuangang in an instant. He was but 3 feet from him. His right fist coiled with power, propelled forward, 10 layers of malevolent spirit intent, coalescing into a fist that struck toward Li Chuangang's face. This punch was as swift as lightning, its force awe-inspiring, seemingly capable of shattering the heavens and demolishing all obstacles. Li Chuangang's eyes blazed with brilliance, a smirk gracing his lips as he extended his left hand, effortlessly grasping Shan Xiao Yi's fist, exerting a firm grip. Crack! The terrifying imprint of the punch shattered in an instant, as Li Chuangang's fingers spread apart, his 2 fingers slicing through the air, unleashing a blade of sword energy that cleaved the void. Directly aimed at Shan Xiao Yi. Bang! What? Faced with Li Chuangong's casually unleashed sword strike, the protective barrier before Shan Qiuyi was severed as easily as tofu, leaving him only time to cross his arms defensively before being sent flying. Amidst the rubble, Shan Qiuyi emerged from the debris, trembling hands betraying his shock. Before he could catch his breath, Li Chuangang strolled leisurely across 100 feet, towering above him once more, and with another swift motion of his finger, he unleashed a sword strike. Even before the sword technique arrived, Shan Qiuyi felt an overwhelming aura of terror emanating from it. Bang. Chapter 60. Original Grade Divine Sword Mu Man Ayud. As anticipated, Shan Qiuyi was once again sent flying. Qiu Gue, are you merely spectating? Hurry and assist me. Within mere breaths, Shan Qiuyi's protective barrier was breached by Li Chuangong's sword strike, all his moves suppressed, leaving him utterly unable to retaliate. In stark contrast, Li Chuangang maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he were merely toying with Shan Qiuyi, relaxed and unconcerned. Blood Spirit Slash. Qiu Gue, already itching for a fight, sprang into action at Shan Qiuyi's call, his war blade swinging with vigor, a torrent of crimson energy erupting from its tip. The blade coalesced into a Tinjiang-long ribbon, carrying with it a surge of malevolent blood energy towards Li Chuangang in a horizontal slash. As it passed, the surrounding void twisted, emitting spine-chilling howls. Observing the approaching blade, a mocking smile spread across Li Chuangong's face. Staying in the main hall all day is rather dull. Today, I shall entertain you both. With a cold chuckle, Li Chuangang thrust out one arm, slamming down upon the ribbon. His seemingly frail arm unleashed a terrifying energy, the violent true essence exploding forth, shattering the blade into countless particles. This? Qiu Gui's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't Li Chuangang of the same realm? How could he unleash such terrifying power? From a distance, Shan Qiuyi's pupils constricted, disbelief etched on his face. It was one thing for him to be overpowered by Li Chuangang, but for Qiu Gue, a perfected celestial phenomenon master, to be so easily subdued was utterly surreal. Throughout the confrontation, Li Chuangang had not even exerted his full strength. How could he suppress both of them? Celestial masters, without so much as a struggle? The disparity in power seemed negligible. Yet why was Li Chuangang so overwhelmingly stronger? Damn it, could it be that Li Chuangang is concealing his true power? Qiu Gui's grip tightened around his warblade, his expression shifting between darkness and light. Li Chuangang regarded them with a smirk. What? Are you afraid? If the Blood God sect boasts only your level of strength, perhaps it would be better to disband entirely. Shan Qiuyi huffed coldly, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Charge! Leave none alive from the misty rain tower. As soon as the words left his lips, the four kings behind them transformed into shadows, rushing toward Tuoba Bodhisattva and the others. Kill! The four kings, each of them masters of the guiding profound realm, surged forth towards Tuoba Bodhisattva and the others. While Tuoba Bodhisattva and his companions possessed considerable strength, the presence of two kings who had reached full mastery of the guiding profound realm rendered them unable to suppress the onslaught, leading to a protracted stalemate in their battle. Meanwhile, Shan Qiuyi and Qiu Gue charged towards Li Chuangang, preparing to unleash a combined strike to eliminate him. Li Chuangang, to perish at our hands today shall be considered your great fortune. Shan Qiuyi formed seals with his hands, gradually blending into the shadows, while Qiu Gue brandished his war blade, rushing toward Li Chuangang. Blood-devouring demon slash. Qiu Gue roared, enveloped in a mist of blood, his figure obscured by a thick layer of sanguine fluid, rendering his true form nearly invisible. He clenched his fists, a tremendous force surging into his blood blade, and in a flash, he appeared above Li Chuangang, executing a horizontal slash from the skies. The massive blade cleaved through the air, blood mist swirling everywhere. Behind him, an enormous blood-red maw manifested in the void, its jagged teeth sending chills down the spine. Li Chuangong's eyes narrowed slightly, raising his hand to wave as a sword box wrapped in tattered cloth surged forth from his waist. A silver-white flying sword rising behind him, 3 feet and 7 inches long, 3 inches and 3/10 wide. The sword was entirely transparent, radiating a dazzling light. This was his original grade divine sword, Mu Man Yo. Clang! A resounding clash echoed throughout the city of Yingdai in the dark of night. A massive sword over 100 feet long pierced the air, colliding with the blood-red blade. erupting in a shower of brilliant sparks. A wave of terrifying energy rippled outwards, illuminating the entire sky. What had once been a silent night was suddenly filled with uproar, as if it were day. Over 90% of the populace awoke from their slumber, eyes wide in shock as they gazed toward the center of the city. Where the misty rain tower stood, a celestial master was engaged in battle. The energy emanating from that direction belonged to the renowned wine master, Li Chuangang. But who were these two unfamiliar celestial phenomenon masters? A cascade of questions flooded the minds of the martial practitioners present. Ever since the last appearance of a celestial master at the Misty Rain Tower, no faction had dared provoke it again. Yet now, a fierce conflict had erupted. What powerful force had made its move? Evil's slaughtering spirit fist. Accompanied by a fierce roar, Shan Chuyi charged into the battlefield. A colossal dark purple fist radiance descended from the void, carrying an overwhelming force of destruction aimed at Li Chuanguang. Simultaneously, Qiu Gue let out a mighty shout, furiously channeling his true essence into his battle blade, layers of blood-red light rippling from the blade's edge, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that wreaked havoc in all directions. Dragon rolling sword wall, Li Chuanguang murmured, swiftly gathering his true essence into his left palm. A resonant dragon's roar echoing faintly. With a horizontal slice that transformed into a sword, he struck out fiercely, meeting the descending dark purple fist imprint with a terrifying sword light. The collision of fist and sword sent ripples cascading outward, as if the surface of a tranquil water body had been disrupted, stirring up monstrous waves. At the epicenter of their clash, buildings within a 1,000-zhang radius were razed to the ground, and the entire Yang city trembled violently, akin to a dragon turning in its sleep. What? The once mighty fist radiance was shattered by the sword intent, and Shan Chuyi's expression changed drastically, unable to suppress his astonishment. It was crucial to note that he was also adorned with a weapon of the Yuan grade on his fists. Although its quality was not the highest, it was sufficient to withstand attacks from any master of the celestial realm in the past. He had survived 3 lethal strikes from a complete master of the celestial realm by relying on it, sustaining only minor damage to the gauntlet. Yet now, facing Li Chuanguang's sword energy, it was instantly obliterated, and he offered no resistance whatsoever. Such a simple silver sword, effortlessly slicing through his Yuan-grade gauntlet as if it were mere tofu. Who would believe such a tale? What quality was the divine sword he wielded? Before he could ponder further, Chapter 61. Crossing 100 rivers. Crack! The sword light pierced through him, and Shan Chuyi felt a heart-wrenching pain as his right arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood gushing forth like a fountain. Shan Chuyi cried out in agony, hastily retracting his right hand, the bleeding quickly ceasing as the wound began to heal rapidly. Damn you, Li Chuanguang! I will kill you. At this moment, his eyes were filled with intense hatred. Ever since he ascended to the celestial realm, he had never felt so utterly defeated. Although the loss of a limb was trivial for a master of the celestial realm, who could restore it through the nourishment of true essence, the incompleteness of his body inflicted wounds upon his foundational path, leaving lingering scars that would ultimately impact his potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial realm or even become a divine being. Thus, his fury was palpable in the foreground. Qiu Gue, who was locked in battle with Li Chuanguang, felt a flicker of fear arise within him, his true essence surging as his martial intent solidified. The bloodthirsty light within his battle blade suddenly ignited, seemingly seeking to exploit Li Chuanguang's distraction to breach his defenses. However, events did not unfold as he had envisioned. Sword comes. The previously confronting Mu Manyo, shining with silver brilliance, fiercely repelled Qiu Gue's battle blade. With a whoosh, it soared through the air towards Li Chuanguang. Crossing 100 rivers, a chilling voice echoed, and a vast, oceanic aura erupted from within Li Chuanguang, causing the surrounding space to subtly distort. He gripped the sword hilt of Mu Manyo with one hand, his eyes radiating a fierce blue light. The sword's edge pointed towards the heavens, a silver sword intent swirling around him. The tattered sheepskin cloak billowing in the wind as if harboring an extraordinary divine maneuver. Qiu Gue felt his body go cold, as if plunged into the depths of winter. A bone-chilling dread surged from within, igniting a fierce instinct for survival that raised every hair on his body, compelling him to summon every ounce of strength to counter with his battle blade. Boom! The silver dragon collided with the battle blade, unleashing a deafening clang of metal against metal. The clash generated a terrifying backlash that coursed from the battle blade to the silver dragon, causing Qiu Gui to stagger back 100 zhong. His legs sinking into the ground, carving out deep furrows, while his hands, gripping the blade, were left bloodied and RW in his terrified gaze. The Yuan-grade battle blade he had wielded for years was now riddled with cracks, exploding with a crisp metallic bang as he was engulfed by the horrifying sword light. No. With a heart-wrenching scream that resonated through the heavens, the scene was left with a deep, rugged pit and a blackened blade fragment. Embedded in a nearby earthen slope, the esteemed blood god sect's blood spirit demon lord met an end where no trace remained. In the distance, Shan Chuyi's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart seemingly ceasing to beat as he witnessed the unfolding spectacle. The blood spirit demon Lord Qiu Gui, a master of the complete celestial realm, had been instantaneously annihilated. How could this be possible? He muttered to himself, his heart sinking into despair, extinguishing any thoughts of avenging Li Chuanguang. Meanwhile, Tuaba Pusa and others concluded their battles, hastening towards Li Chuanguang. The four kings dispatched by the blood god sect, after a futile struggle, followed their blood spirit demon lord into the realms of the western paradise. No, 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 Li Chuanguang, you have already slain 5 masters of my blood god sect. Now you may still turn back before it is too late. If you persist in your stubbornness, the heavens shall turn upside down. Shan Chuyi shouted in a frenzied tone, his face twisted in terror, an aura of profound dread enveloping him. Smack! No sooner had his words escaped than a gust of wind struck, transmitting a terrifying force throughout his body, resulting in shattered bones and severed meridians. He was sent sprawling hundreds of meters away like a cannonball, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. To kill is to kill. As the master of the Misty Rain Tower, would I fear the blood god sect you speak of? High above, Li Chuanguang stood proudly in the void, his cloak billowing in the wind, an expression of indifference upon his face. Although Qiu Gui and Shan Chuyi possessed commendable strength, they were merely masters of the celestial realm. From the beginning, he had never regarded them as threats. Moreover, this marked the inaugural clash between the Misty Rain Tower and the blood god sect. He must achieve perfection to honor the young master's request. Several miles away, atop the city lord's mansion walls, Lu Taohong witnessed the unfolding events, his pupils constricting in shock. He could scarcely believe Li Chuanguang's formidable strength. Within merely a cup of tea's time, he had dispatched 2 major demon lords of the blood god sect with overwhelming force. Useless, all of them are useless. A flicker of resentment glimmered in his eyes, yet he dared not act recklessly. Qiu Gui and Shan Chuyi were seasoned masters of the blood god sect, having claimed the lives of numerous celestial realm masters. Yet now, they had been dispatched by Li Chuanguang, a fellow master of the celestial realm. The stark contrast left him doubting whether there was an alliance between the blood god sect and the Misty Rain Tower, allowing the 2 demon lords to feign death and deceive the sovereign. Damn it! To dispatch 2 demon lords and 4 kings, yet still fail to subdue a mere branch of the Misty Rain Tower. Just as the crowd believed the farce had concluded, a few gasps and coughs emanated from the ruins in the distance. Cough, cough, Li Chuanguang. Do you think you have one? Amidst the rubble, a figure, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, staggered to its feet. Oh, you have not perished in the void. Li Chuanguang spoke with a hint of surprise in his tone. The higher-ranking Qiu Gui had been obliterated in a single strike, yet this one had survived, albeit in a state of utter exhaustion. Chapter 62. Hell on Earth. At this moment, Shan Chuyi was filled with deep regret, questioning why he had allied with Lu Yu. Now, not only had he lost himself, but he had also implicated the old demon and the 4 subordinates of the Zhixian realm. The blood god sect had suffered a severe blow. As for why he had not been instantaneously killed earlier, it was solely because he had been clad in a Yuan-grade defensive armor, the golden armor of flowing light. Although he had survived, his body's functions were nearly depleted, his true energy swirling chaotically within his dantian, and his internal organs sustained varying degrees of injury, rendering him akin to a cripple, with virtually no combat ability left. I know that within the celestial realm, you may be unmatched, but should you face a true divine being? I cannot believe that you, Li Chuanguang, can maintain such a stance. Shan Chuyi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke slowly, tightly clutching a crumpled talisman in his hand. Upon hearing this, Li Chuanguang's brow furrowed. Before he could contemplate further, Shan Chuyi pressed the talisman against his chest. In an instant, a strange purplish-red light erupted from the talisman, transforming into a beam that illuminated the heavens. The talisman disintegrated into wisps of ash, enveloping his entire form. In the next moment, Shan Chuyi's aura surged dramatically, igniting with dark green ghostly flames that radiated an ominous chill. Li Chuanguang's brow furrowed. Soul-burning secret technique? No, that can't be right. He could distinctly perceive that the injuries on Dan Xiu were miraculously mended in an instant, and at this moment, his cultivation had transcended the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon realm, advancing towards a state of perfection. The completion of the celestial phenomenon realm, the first level of the celestial being realm, and the second level of the celestial being realm. Such an abundance of life energy, coupled with a celestial phenomenon spiritual entity, was truly obtained without any effort. A chilling voice echoed, imbued with an eerie quality, rendering it impossible to discern whether it belonged to a male or a female. Yet, at the very moment the voice emerged, the entire expanse within 1,000 miles underwent a transformation. Above, Li Chungang was the first to sense an indescribable aura of terror bearing down upon him. He immediately invoked his true essence to shield the people behind him, including the Tuoba Bodhisattva, releasing layers of the spring-autumn sword domain to envelop them within. Boom. A force that made the heavens and earth tremble descended. Enveloping the entire area, the surrounding martial artists emitted cries of fear, as within but a breath, over 100 warriors were reduced to blood, merging into the figure of Dan Xiu below. Witnessing this, others sought to flee the battlefield, but the warriors instantaneously turned into pools of blood, gathering at Dan Xiu's feet. Even the martial artists of the Master Realm could only hold out for a breath longer before meeting the same fate. Blood clouds surged, the spatial fabric roiled, and the 8 desolations were filled with dread. The entire city of Yang had transformed into a hellish purgatory that devoured life, with neither civilians nor martial artists spared, all alike becoming pools of blood that converged into an overwhelmingly foul river of blood. The blood god cult was indeed a force of unrelenting evil, treating civilians with such reckless abandon. In the rear, the Tuoba Bodhisattva and others, witnessing this scene, could not help but curse in outrage. To them, Dan Xiu's actions were nothing short of cannibalistic, turning the city of Yang into a living hell. Even the usually composed Li Chungang's expression darkened at this sight, his azure true essence swirling in the void. Yet he showed no intention of striking immediately. At this moment, he felt a tinge of trepidation. Should he suddenly act, the Tuoba Bodhisattva and others behind him would likely suffer the same fate as those below. In merely a few breaths, anguished cries filled the entirety of Yang, with over 10,000 streams of blood merging into the foul river. This unmistakably signified the consumption of countless lives, and the river's absorption rate continued to accelerate, ominously swelling in size. Help! Is there anyone to save me? A devil. This is a devil. I am still young and do not wish to die. Who will save me? The terrified wails, abusive shouts, and cries of anguish echoed endlessly. At this moment, Yang was depicting a bizarre scene akin to a feast of flesh and blood. Vivid and bizarre blood flowers blossomed upon each individual. A living person would quietly explode into blood within a breath, merging into the river of blood flowing through the city. In but a moment, more than half of Yang's populace had dissolved into the blood river. An overwhelming stench of blood permeating every street and alley, littered with decaying flesh and stark white bones. Skeletons rose like mountains, and bones formed forests. Flesh became hills. Ah, what a delectable sight! Next, it shall be time to deal with you insignificant fish. He. After a quarter of an hour of consumption, the once vibrant city of Yang had become a blood-soaked ruin. At this moment, Dan Xiu's once jet-black hair underwent a tremendous transformation, shifting to a crystalline, translucent silver. His stature gradually increased, soaring to over 9 feet in mere moments. His features were handsomely ominous, skin unnaturally pale, and his eyes were pitch black, resembling 2 unfathomable abysses. All his injuries had been completely healed. The blood upon his skin entirely absorbed. His white hair billowed in the wind, clad in black golden armor, with broad, rolled shoulder plates encircling his neck. a bloodstone embedded at the center of his chest armor, and a massive armored cloak billowing behind him, extending into the infinite distance. Standing there, he resembled a demonic blade piercing the heavens. At this moment, Dan Xiaoyi had stepped into the legendary realm of formidable beings. Decisively entering the second level of the celestial being realm, he waved his hand towards the distance, and instantly, all the skeletal remains within Yang converged into a scythe exceeding 9 feet in height. A dark demonic light soaring into the sky, whoosh with the sound of something slicing through the air. The demonic scythe fell into his grasp, producing a piercing hum. Upon Dan Xiaoyi's command, it emanated a terrifying wave of energy that made the heavens and earth tremble, appearing almost transparent, akin to a purple crystal sculpture, with ghostly green flames igniting along its blade. Raising his gaze to the heavens, he beheld the sky swirling with impending thunder tribulations, ominous 7-colored tribulation clouds roiling in the firmament, exuding an oppressive aura of annihilation, as if ready to descend at any moment. No one can judge me, including you. He let out a cold chuckle, extending his right hand towards the void in a grasping motion. Chapter 63. Fierce battle of celestial beings. In the next instant, the void above Yang City shattered, revealing a pitch-black abyss. Countless 7-colored tribulation clouds, still in the process of forming, were wiped clean. In an instant, several states near Yuzhou witnessed this apocalyptic phenomenon. They noticed that a corner of the sky had darkened, seemingly collapsing. All these changes transpired within the span of a single time. Li Chungang and the Tuoba Bodhisattvas group were left aghast, the remaining surviving martial artists fainting from terror. With merely a gesture, the heavens and earth within 1,000 miles were altered, capable of directly erasing the tribulation clouds in the sky. Such power is utterly beyond the realm of martial artists. Dan Xiaoyi's current cultivation level had likely reached the legendary realm of celestial beings. The Tuoba Bodhisattva's countenance darkened, his gaze fixated on the figure that resembled a demon or deity. Dan Xiaoyi's actions left everyone astonished. This scene was far too horrifying, surpassing their wildest imaginations. He was no longer the same Dan Xiaoyi. Li Chunggang's expression grew grave as he spoke. What stands before us now is not the blood raven demon lord of the blood god cult we encountered earlier, but rather a being seemingly possessed by the spirit of a celestial being, whose strength has likely reached the second level of the celestial being realm. What? Both Long Shu Songren and Deng Taiye's faces paled, exclaiming in disbelief, I never expected you to possess such knowledge. It seems the secrets hidden within your Misty Rain Tower are numerous. Dan Xiaoyi turned, gripping the demonic scythe, a sinister smirk gracing his face. His words were frigid, yet they struck Li Chungang and the others like piercing daggers. Akin to a demonic resonance in their ears, Humph, Dan Xiaoyi, do you believe that upon ascending to the celestial being realm, you can disregard my Misty Rain Tower? Longbu issued a chilling rebuke. There are indeed celestial beings within the Misty Rain Tower. Were it not for the absence of the revered Zhaoshi Mingding today, I would surely capture you. Dan Xiaoyi scoffed. How could mere ants comprehend the heights of the heavens? With a sudden wave of his arm, a vast wave of pressure engulfed the surroundings, a scythe of darkness cleaving through space, descending with lethal intent. As it passed, the very fabric of space collapsed. Akin to torn parchment, green serpents of 2 sleeves, Li Chungang brandished the wooden horse ox sword towards the heavens, unleashing a brilliant glow from the spring-autumn sword domain, azure true essence swirling around him. The terrifying radiance of the spiritual entity illuminating the world. The space within 100 miles transformed, quietly morphing into a scene of autumn's desolation and spring's vitality. Boom! A green sword light cleaved through the void, meeting the pitch-black scythe head-on. Boom! Between heaven and earth, a dual-colored mushroom cloud of azure and purple erupted. The entire void trembled under the weight of this terrifying energy, emitting a spine-chilling creak, while the cities surrounding Yang City shook incessantly as if the earth itself were groaning. Mountains shattered, seas collapsed. Once again, this apocalyptic scene unfolded in Yuzhou. Li Chungang staggered slightly, retreating 100 steps before managing to steady himself. The wooden horse ox sword in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a sharp sword cry. In contrast, the dark scythe was met with Li Chungang's green serpents of 2 sleeves and was obliterated, dissipating into the ether. A mere celestial phenomenon realm master, had managed to withstand a strike from a celestial being of formidable prowess, completely defying the bounds of conventional martial understanding. Even Dan Xiao-yi, wielding the demonic scythe in the void, expressed a hint of surprise. A mere celestial phenomenon martial artist could withstand a blow from me? I am increasingly intrigued by your Misty Rain Tower. After capturing you, I shall extract your soul to study it meticulously, refining your flesh into a spiritual elixir, propelling my own ascent further. Hee hee. Dan Xiao-yi's raspy laughter echoed across the skies of Yang City, sending ripples through the void. You think you can refine me into an elixir without fearing that your teeth will shatter? Li Chun-gang retorted coldly, his eyes revealing a mocking glint. Though he was not as powerful as Dan Xiao-yi, he was the first to refuse to tolerate the humiliation of the Misty Rain Tower. Humph! A mere celestial phenomenon ant dares to boast. Dan Xiao-yi's laughter suddenly turned sharp, an overwhelming murderous intent radiating from him. Soaring into the heavens, boom! The heavens and earth shifted in hue, the sun and moon dimmed, and the entire sky darkened as if doomsday had arrived. Just as he prepared to extend his hand to seize Li Chun-gang and the others, suddenly, a flash of sword light streaked across the cosmos. Clang! A crisp and resonant sound of a sword echoed from the wooden horse, and a stream of clear sword energy manifested upon the surface of Li Chuangang's being. As this sword flow emerged, the surrounding malevolent aura dissipated like ice under the scorching sun, vanishing without a trace. Old friend, it is time for the world to know that we, the sword cultivators, fear no formidable foes. Li Chuanggang spoke softly, his calloused hand caressing the sword's body with a tenderness akin to that of a lover. Ding! A melodious clang of the sword rang out, and the wooden horse suddenly radiated a blinding azure light. The wooden horse emitted a clear and enchanting sword chant, seemingly responding to Li Chuangang's words, as ripples of blue energy spread outwards from it. Such a unique sword domain. Shan Qiu erased his brow, refraining from immediate action to capture him, instead observing Li Chuanggang with keen interest. This man possessed a remarkably peculiar martial domain, capable of momentarily resisting his murderous intent despite the two realms of difference between them, a chasm that could be likened to an insurmountable abyss. With a sudden flick of eyes, sharp as a hawk's, he opened them wide, unleashing a piercing azure light that pierced through the void. The wooden horse let out a clear cry, its body tensing suddenly as the entire sword vibrated with a humming sound, emanating a dazzling azure radiance. Ha ha ha! Li Chuanggang laughed heartily 3 times, an overwhelming aura erupting forth, surging in all directions. What are you laughing about? Shan Qiu-yi, observing his series of perplexing actions, found himself bewildered. At such a moment, shouldn't one be seeking a means of escape? Chapter 64. Heaven does not give birth to me, Li Chuanggang. The sword path is as eternal as a long night. Could it be that he has gone mad? Realizing his futility, I am Li Chuanggang, a wanderer of the martial world for over 60 years. At the onset of my youth, I entered the realm of the Vajra, traversing the martial world alone. 3 years later, at a tender age, I stepped into the realm of the Zhixian, surpassing all sword cultivators across the land, forging an invincible sword heart. After enduring 5 years of trials through the seasons, my efforts bore fruit, and I ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts at the age of 20, entering the celestial realm. Since then, I have roamed freely in the martial world, laughing at the tempests of the mortal realm. Listening to Li Chuangang's impassioned recounting, Shan Qiu-yi, far in the heavens, turned pale, his hands turning an ashen hue. Outsiders watched the spectacle, while insiders discern the intricacies. How enter the Vajra at such a young age? What terrifying talent this is! Even more frightening is that he has maintained this pace of advancement, directly entering the celestial realm of martial arts in merely 8 years. What overwhelming prestige! Such a pace of cultivation is simply unheard of and unseen. Were this known to other martial artists, they might faint from shock. Even I took a full 60 years to enter the celestial realm, followed by a millennium of honing my martial intent to achieve the martial domain and withstand the heavenly tribulation to ascend to the realm of the Great Ones. A talent like mine would rank among the top 3 in the Blood God sect. Yet, Li Chuangang's rate of cultivation is utterly terrifying. He might reach the Great Ones in less than a century. If I were to coexist with him in the same era, I would be left with nothing but a gaze of admiration. I possess a sword. I implore you to offer your critique. Li Chuangang gazed towards the heavens, an aura of sovereign arrogance emanating from him. Just as his voice fell, the world was suddenly enveloped in silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, a clear and resonant sound echoed from the heavens. This voice flowed like a crystal-clear brook, cleansing the soul. In an instant, the sanguine atmosphere over the city of Yang was purified. However, Shan Xiui still refrained from capturing him. Instead, watching Li Chuangang with great interest, Li Chuangang's declaration undoubtedly ignited his competitive spirit, as he yearned to discover what kind of sword Li Chuangang could unleash at his peak. The onlookers, including Tuoba Buddha and others, turned their gaze towards Li Chuangang, holding their breath in anticipation. Heaven does not give birth to me, Li Chuangang. The sword path is as eternal as a long night. Sword, come forth. As soon as Li Chuangang's words fell, the wooden horse trembled violently. Clang. The wooden horse broke free from Li Chuangang's grasp, its azure brilliance shining bright as day, transforming into a dominating sword light that soared into the clouds. Even if the floating clouds obscured the sun, I shall still draw my sword to cleave through the heavens. Clang, clang, clang. A series of resounding sounds reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, the wooden horse letting out a triumphant neigh as the sword light surged in the wind. Morphing into a colossal sword capable of severing the galaxy, descending from the depths of the sky, it radiated a brilliant light behind Li Chuangang, causing even the luminous moon to pale in comparison. Illuminating the entire city of Yang as if it were daylight in that moment, the aura of the wooden horse reached an astonishing level. The sword tip pointed skyward, piercing through the 9 heavenly realms. Beneath the azure light's multiple shadows, the echoes of dragon roars resounded, as a colossal azure dragon coiled around the sword body, stirring the winds and clouds. The sword light carved a blue scar through the void, slicing through the firmament, heading straight for Shan Xiui. What a magnificent display of drawing the sword to pierce the heavens. Shan Xiui's expression grew serious, a flicker of unusual light passing through his eyes. He felt a lethal threat emanating from that sword light. I wish to see if your sword can withstand my fist. Shan Xiui bellowed, his aura surging tremendously. His right fist converged and struck out. The elemental forces of the heavens and earth coalescing into a fierce demonic dragon that roared forth, carrying a destructive pressure that surged towards Li Chuangang. The sword light revealed its dragon roar as it cleaved. The resplendent sword radiance colliding with the ferocious demonic dragon, boom. The two massive forces collided, erupting like a volcanic explosion, sending waves of destructive shockwaves rippling outward. Pfft. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and Shan Xiui staggered back, retreating several dozen paces, each step resonating through the void. Li Chuangang stood proudly in the heavens, holding the wooden horse, looking down upon the world, his woolen cloak billowing, akin to a celestial swordsman descending to the mortal realm. How is this possible? You are merely a celestial realm master. How could you unleash such terrifying power? Shan Xiui exclaimed in disbelief, his face reflecting profound shock and trepidation. The might of the Great Ones is far beyond that of any celestial realm master. No matter how formidable the celestial force, it cannot overturn the palm of a Great One. The gap between the two is insurmountable. It is akin to an ant confronting an elephant, no matter how strong and fierce the ant may be. Against an elephant that vastly outscales it, all is in vain. Shan Xiui, having been forced back by a single strike, wore an expression of utter humiliation, initially approaching with a mindset akin to a cat playing with a mouse. It now appeared that this mouse had developed the strength to threaten the cat. This individual cannot be spared. He must die. Originally intending to spare his life for the purpose of crafting a puppet, it now seemed he could only eliminate him entirely and refine him into a spirit pill. Shan Xiui spoke coldly, an intense killing intent radiating from him, chilling the air. Li Chuangang smiled indifferently. If we were of the same realm, a single sword would suffice to slay you. Arrogance. A flicker of anger flashed in Shan Xiui's eyes, though it was quickly concealed. You have no more opportunities. Netherworld eternal creation. Shan Xiui snorted coldly, his dark red hair swirling without wind, his scarlet eyes shimmering with a bloodthirsty gleam, exuding a crimson aura that made the heavens tremble. His right hand grasped the dark purple demonic scythe, spinning it as he stepped forward, an even more terrifying aura distorting the surrounding void. This was the power of the martial domain that suppresses the heavens, declaring his dominion. The 10th layer of the blood magic martial domain was unleashed in an instant, controlling the heavens and earth within 1,000 miles. At this moment, he appeared as a king of the demonic realm descending upon the mortal world. The martial domain, layer by layer. One layer equals one heaven and earth. This was the full extent of Shan Qiuyi's power. In his eyes, the strength of the Great Ones could easily slay a celestial realm master with a single stroke. His speed was blindingly fast, almost instantaneously arriving before Li Chuangang, wielding the world-destroying demonic scythe to cleave down upon him. A purple scythe light, capable of rending the void, struck fiercely towards Li Chuangang, distorting the surrounding space. The power of this strike had increased several-fold compared to before. This was the terrifying aspect of a Great One's might. With a thought, all beings kneel. The mountains and seas are like paintings under my control. Chapter 65. A sword opens the heavenly gate facing the imminent killing move of Shan Qiuyi, who was now but a breath away. Li Chuanggang's expression grew grim. He waved his hand, sending Tuoba Buddha and the others to safety outside the city of Yang, choosing to confront the Great One's assault alone. He understood that Tuoba Buddha and the others were of inadequate cultivation. Their presence would not only be unhelpful, but would also require him to divide his focus to protect them. Despite the vast chasm between them, he held no intention of retreat or fear. Offense is the best defense. His true essence surged, emanating an aura surpassing that of a celestial realm master. Sizzle! The void crackled as swords soared through the sky. Thousands of treasured swords ascended from every corner of Yang City, flying towards Li Chuangang, surrounding him to form a flying sword array. A vast and overwhelming power, causing the heavens and earth to change hue, erupted from the array, akin to a tidal wave surging forth. It violently poured into Li Chuanggang's body, integrating a layer of the spring and autumn sword domain into the wooden horse. The sound of swords breaking through the void echoed. The sword intent rippling, boom! Li Chuangang and Shan Qiuyi collided fiercely, instantly unleashing endless waves of energy. The space where the two clashed twisted like waves, and the battlefield beneath their feet, the city of Yang, which spanned over 100 miles, sank directly into the ground with this strike. An ancient city of historical significance, dissipating like a puff of yellow sand in the northern Li territory. The inhabitants of the surrounding cities of Yang raised their gazes to the heavens, where a colossal sword capable of vanquishing all descended, bearing supreme sword might as it struck down upon the malevolent scythe wielded by Shan Qiuyi. A weapon capable of annihilating all existence. The clash of the scythe's radiance against the sword's aura erupted into countless dazzling sparks. The gleam of the sword cascaded down like the Milky Way pouring forth, scattering in all directions, while the scythe's blade loomed like a sheath, reminiscent of a Rakshas's strike, extinguishing all life. After the exchange, neither combatant gained a significant advantage, prompting them to retreat simultaneously. This is impossible. You are merely at the first level of the martial domain. How can you stand toe-to-toe with me, who has reached the 9th level? A look of astonished fury crossed Shan Qiuyi's face once more. He simply could not fathom how a mere celestial warrior could bring him to such disarray. Even with a vastly superior martial domain and cultivation, he still could not prevail. Could it be the innate talent of a spiritual body? No, that can't be right. I have never heard of a spiritual body possessing such formidable abilities. Shan Qiuyi furrowed his brow, his mind racing in turmoil. Nothing is impossible. Li Chuangang spoke with calm authority, his eyes radiating a condescending glint. The strength of a 9th-level martial domain combined with the realm of a celestial being. Such power, even if faced with 1, 10, or even 100 celestial masters, is inconsequential. However, judging a warrior's strength is not solely based on their realm. It is paramount for a warrior to maintain an indomitable king's heart, even when confronted by the mighty. You would not understand. Li Chuangang said coldly, a hint of derision flickering in his gaze. I do not understand? Ha ha ha. In response, Shan Qiuyi's laughter boomed like thunder, his blood-red eyes fixated on Li Chuangang as he spoke each word with venom. Do you think that after exchanging a few blows with me, you have the right to lecture me? Do not forget, an immature prodigy is no different from an ant. A glint of bloodlust flashed in Shan Qiuyi's eyes, and the scythe in his hand emitted a haunting wail that sent shivers down one's spine. Incredibly eerie. Li Chuanguang said nothing, merely holding the wooden horse, a scornful smile gracing his lips. At that moment, it was as if he had attained a sublime state. I possess a sword capable of opening the gates of heaven. I invite you to appreciate it. He closed his eyes slightly, murmuring softly before abruptly opening them, a formidable aura emanating from him that commanded the submission of all things. This aura instilled a sense of imminent peril within Shan Chuyi. This is bad, Shan Chuyi thought warily, but it was already too late. A sword intent that could shake the very heavens surged forth. At that moment, the sky collapsed, the sun and moon trembled, and the world lost its color. The sword intent behind Li Chuanguang soared into the heavens, transforming into a vast starry expanse, as a colossal sword ascended from the curtain of blades. This sword had the power to alter the very fabric of the universe. An overwhelming wave of terror radiated from this gigantic sword. This sword harbored the Supreme King's sword intent, capable of splitting the heavens and the earth. No, this is impossible. Shan Chuyi emitted a chilling shriek, his eyes wide with incredulity and shock. He had witnessed the king's heart, rumored to be possessed only by masters of the sword, emanating from a celestial warrior. A grimace of agony, struggle, and despair twisted his features as torrents of bloodlust surged forth from his body. For the first time since he began his cultivation, he felt the scent of death emanating from an ant. He was truly afraid. No, I am a dignified celestial being. How can I be threatened by an insignificant ant? You do not have the right to compel me to unleash my full power. Shan Chuyi's haughty proclamation thundered like a storm, and beneath his feet, the 9th-level blood demon martial domain expanded rapidly. Demonic light shimmered, true essence surged, extinguished the evil. Ghostly catastrophe demonic eye. A crimson true essence erupted from his body, traversing the land for 1,000 miles, the horrifying demonic light causing the people of Yuzhou to tremble in fear. As though a demon king had descended upon the earth, the bright moon hung high, bloodshed colored the sky. As the blood demon martial domain expanded at an astonishing pace, the entire realm seemed to be drawn into a blood-colored demonic realm. With Yiyang City at its heart, transforming the surrounding 1,000 miles into a true underworld. The void around them suddenly boiled, an aura that struck terror into the heavens and earth permeating the surroundings. How terrifying! Is this the manifestation of a powerful being unleashing their full might? I wonder if Master Li can withstand it. Below, Deng Tai gazed in horror at the spectacle unfolding in the sky. In the distance, several figures concealed in the void observed this grand battle of powerful beings. At this moment, countless thuds echoed from other cities in Yuzhou. From a bird's-eye view, innumerable civilians knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath in fear, as if a great mountain weighed heavily upon them. Over 80% of the martial artists stood frozen in place, unable to move. A select few masters of the realm and above attempted to float in the air to witness the event. But in the next moment, they felt as if the sky was collapsing upon them. Chapter 66. A sword enters the celestial realm. The entire expanse of Yuzhou, over 100 feet high, became a forbidden zone. Merely the released aura generated such a terrifying effect. A blood-red giant eye, 100 miles in size, formed in the void, radiating demonic light. The true essence coalesced, the martial domain sharpened. The eye bore no other color. Only a blood-red pupil that spun incessantly, resembling a small sun, emitting ripples of crimson light. Just the aura released by this scarlet eye was enough to crush any celestial master. The blood-red pupil slowly rotated, ultimately locking onto Li Chuanguang's position. At this moment, the long silent Li Chuanguang slowly gripped the hilt of the wooden horse, azure true essence cascading down like a tidal wave. Clang. The divine sword was drawn, and the world fell silent. The azure giant sword was held before him, revealing a chilling radiance capable of slicing through the galaxy. The blood-red giant eye turned slowly, focusing on the azure sword in Li Chuanguang's hand. Die! Shan Chuyi grinned malevolently, revealing a deranged expression. In the next instant, brilliant bloodlight erupted from the giant eye, surging towards the sword's brilliance that could obliterate the galaxy. Today, I, Li Chuanguang, shall enter the celestial realm with a single stroke. Li Chuanguang threw back his head and roared, tightening his grip on the wooden horse as he unleashed the ultimate technique to open the gates of heaven. the entire azure wooden horse suddenly blazed with endless light, transforming into a blue rainbow, slicing through the heavens with a momentum that could shatter all. The two colossal beams collided violently, producing a deafening roar that sent shockwaves reverberating outwards. The azure sword light surged forth as if in a realm unchallenged, extinguishing the blood-red brilliance, cleaving through the giant eye before surging towards the Shan Chui wielding the scythe. What? This is impossible. In an instant, the entire Yuzhou was illuminated as bright as day by this beam of light. Beneath the towering azure sword light, Shan Chui's 9-foot figure appeared exceedingly diminutive, utterly insignificant. No matter how hard he struggled, he was extinguished beneath this resplendent sword radiance from above. The scene was akin to an abyss stretching nearly 10,000 miles, severing Yang City from the distant horizon, dividing the vast Yuzhou in two. Li Chuanguang, wielding the giant sword, gazed defiantly at the heavens. At this moment, his aura transcended that of a perfected celestial master. He had ascended to the first level of the celestial realm. This sword cleaved through the heavens, instilling fear in the hearts of all practitioners in Yuzhou, as if they were in the presence of an emperor of the sword. A sword enters the celestial realm. Masterly has succeeded. Tuoba Bodhisattva and the others erupted in joyous exclamations, embracing one another. He truly accomplished the feat of entering the celestial realm with a single sword. The celestial realm is far superior to the celestial manifestation realm in every regard. In terms of both the quality and quantity of true essence, it utterly overwhelms celestial masters, wielding the power of heaven and earth with the ease of a mere gesture. This misty rain tower, what a formidable force, such a terrifying sword cultivator. I have lived for so long, and this is the first time I have witnessed someone entering the celestial realm with a single sword. The king's heart of the sword. If this person does not fall, he will undoubtedly ascend to the realm of earthly immortals within a century. In the void, several consciousnesses exchanged thoughts, and Li Chuanguang's remarkable feats could only be described as legendary. The battle between the Blood God cult and the Northern Li dynasty against the Misty Rain Tower had reached its conclusion, with both sides suffering significant losses. The Northern Li side had fared slightly better. With only the fall of the city lord of Yiyang, Lu Taohong. In contrast, the Blood God cult suffered devastating losses, deploying 4 heavenly kings of the Zhixian realm, 2 celestial masters on the verge of entering the celestial realm, along with a deputy leader of formidable prowess. Although it was a soul attachment, it still took a toll on the main body. The battle for Yiyang City marked the first setback for the Blood God cult. Had their leader still been present, he would undoubtedly have been furious, spitting blood in rage. They had not only failed to acquire the promised rewards, but had also sacrificed nearly half of their combat strength. Furthermore, they could never have anticipated that the Misty Rain Tower in Yiyang City was not the headquarters, but merely a branch established by Su Chun, albeit the first and thus significant enough to be mistaken for the headquarters. Now that Yiyang City had been destroyed, we shall establish a new branch in another city within Yuzhou. Additionally, we must uncover the identities of those behind this incident. Within the Northernly territory, only the Northernly royal family possesses the audacity to collaborate with the Blood God cult against us. In the void, Li Chuanguang spoke slowly. Yes, I shall set off immediately to seek out Xingyang City and report to the young master. If that fellow Lu Yu is indeed behind this, he shall pay the price. Tuoba Bodhisattva nodded, aware that today's mastermind was not solely the Blood God cult. Moreover, the Blood God sect today revealed the presence of only one formidable being, suggesting that even more powerful figures lurk in the shadows. As the headquarters of the Blood God sect has remained undiscovered for many years, they are in no rush. Very well, you shall return to report to the young master. Uncle Long and I will proceed to other cities in Yuzhou. This is the inception of my Smoke and Rain Tower's illustrious reputation in Bailey, and we cannot allow it to be obliterated by this conflict. Li Chuangang instructed the gathered individuals, leading the 3 divine envoys of the Smoke and Rain Tower, including the monk Long Shu, away from this place, while Tuoba Bodhisattva also retreated towards the west. Although this terrifying and cataclysmic battle has concluded, its repercussions have reverberated throughout Bilai and Yangzhou. Within the imperial palace of Jiankang City, a middle-aged man clad in a 5-clawed golden dragon imperial robe paced anxiously in the grand hall. His demeanor fraught with agitation, as if a monumental event were imminent. This man is none other than Lu Yu, the emperor of the Bailey dynasty. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive alongside his troubled expression, dark and foreboding like the harbinger of an approaching storm. "Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen." A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. "What is the cause of such haste? Do you not realize I am preoccupied?" Lu Yu spun around abruptly, bellowing in anger. "Reporting to your Majesty, we have just received intelligence. Speak." The chief eunuch Wang Chaoza trembled as he entered the hall, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. "Speak quickly. Why are you stammering?" Lu Yu glared at Qin Zhong, scolding him, for he loathed such slow and halting speech. "Your Majesty, according to the scouts' reports, last night the Blood God sect launched a surprise attack on the Smoke and Rain Tower in Yiyang City, and an unexpected incident occurred. All 6 Grandmaster-level experts deployed by the Blood God sect were annihilated in Yiyang City, including 4 at the Jixin realm and 2 at the Tianxiang realm. In the final confrontation with the Wine Immortal Master of the Smoke and Rain Tower, Li Chuangang, they dispatched another formidable being, suspected to be the vice-head of the Blood God sect. However, he was ultimately slain by Li Chuangang's sword. Moreover, Wang Chaoza faltered, his mouth betraying him once more. "What happened to Li Chuangang?" Lu Yu inquired, his brow furrowed. The report states that after slaying the formidable being of the Blood God sect, he stepped into the realm of Tianren. "What?" Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He incredulously asked, "Isn't Li Chuangang a Tianxiang realm grandmaster? How could he possibly cross realms to slay a Tianren-level being?" He felt as though he had misheard, shaking his head in astonishment, unable to fathom the revelation. "Your Majesty, the intelligence clearly states so. Furthermore, I suspect that the Smoke and Rain Tower may not merely be an extraordinary force. They must be harboring Tianren-level experts in the shadows." Observing Lu Yu's incredulous expression, Wang Chaoza voiced his suspicions. "In my view, while Li Chuangang holds the position of master in the Smoke and Rain Tower, he has always adhered to the directives of that noble young master Bai Li, implying that there are undoubtedly even more terrifying powers above him. If they surpass the Tianxiang realm, then they must be the legendary formidable beings." Lu Yu inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in realization, deep in contemplation. "In the entirety of Bailey, there exist only 2 forces with Tianren-level experts, the notorious Blood God sect and the imperial family of Bailey. To hold such fertile territory in this land, how could the imperial family's foundation be limited to merely Tianxiang realm grandmasters?" "Wang Chaoza," Lu Yu suddenly raised his voice, "your servant is here. Take my supreme gold medallion and immediately head to the offering hall to dispatch elite officers to covertly monitor the branches of the Smoke and Rain Tower across various states, particularly tracking the movements of that young master Bai Li. Remember to maintain utmost secrecy." "Understood. Your servant shall comply." Wang Chaoza bowed in response. "Furthermore, apprehend all individuals associated with the Blood God sect to ensure their silence forever." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wang Chaoza hurriedly accepted the orders and departed. "Useless, all of them." After Wang Chaoza left, Lu Yu approached the official documents table with swift strides, angrily sweeping everything to the ground. He had not anticipated that his meticulous arrangements, involving 2 Tianxiang realm experts and 1 formidable being, would fail to subdue a mere Smoke and Rain Tower headquarters. "Humph, Li Chuangang, even if you fortuitously transcend to the realm of formidable beings, what of it? Even if there exists a Tianren-level expert behind the Smoke and Rain Tower, what of it? As long as I cleanse all traces and deny any dealings with the Blood God sect. Do you dare to audaciously come to the Imperial Palace and slay me? I am the true ruler of Bailey, the monarch of the world." Lu Yu's countenance grew cold, his hands pressed against the table, his eyes gleaming with madness. Meanwhile, far away in Jingzhou, in the heart of Xuanyang City, within the uppermost chamber of the Smoke and Rain Tower, Su Qian sat cross-legged in a secluded room. Ever since he ascended to the pinnacle of the innate realm, he has sensed the arduous journey of cultivation, particularly the challenge of crossing the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. The Grandmaster realm above the innate level is a rather vague concept, further divided into 4 stages: the King Kong realm, the Jixin realm, the Yao Tian realm, and finally, the Tianxiang realm. Each minor advancement requires an immense amount of elemental energy from heaven and earth. Moreover, numerous bottlenecks must be painstakingly broken through step by step. To transition from the innate realm to the King Kong realm Grandmaster, one must first refine the body to the hardness akin to that of a Buddha's King Kong, solidifying the true energy within to achieve 100 zhang of true energy extending outward, while generating a protective aura around the body. Upon reaching the King Kong Realm Grandmaster, one begins to transcend human limitations, with such beings living up to 800 years. Those adept in health preservation might even live for 1,000 years. On the battlefield, they could withstand the might of 10,000 troops, effortlessly soaring through the skies. After an entire month of rigorous training, Su Chun has managed to refine his body to emit golden Buddhist light. Resembling an enraged King Kong seated in the secluded chamber, the true energy within him surged like a tempestuous sea, tumultuous and boundless. He was merely a single opportunity away from stepping into the King Kong realm. System, activate the realm enhancement card, Su Chun commanded, directing his consciousness to the system's inventory in an instant. An exceedingly pure stream of elemental energy surged into his body, causing Su Chun to tremble violently. Subsequently, his true energy erupted like a flood breaching a dam, flooding his entire being. Under the influence of this true energy, he felt his meridians and dantian filled to capacity, with the true energy continuously compressing and solidifying within him. His bones cracked and popped, his height increased by 3 inches in the blink of an eye, and his muscles became sinewy, brimming with explosive power. In merely a quarter of an hour, his cultivation level reached the consummate stage of the King Kong Realm Grandmaster. With tangible results from his arduous training, he felt that he could now defeat any King Kong Realm Grandmaster with a single punch, and even those at the Ji Xian realm might struggle to withstand his might. Since his cultivation level has risen, it was time to change his cultivation technique. As the young master of the Smoke and Rain Tower, he could not continue practicing a mere Xian-level technique at the Grandmaster level. System, elevate the ancient Four Fiends technique to the Imperial level. This technique had been sitting idle in the system for quite some time, and now that he had ascended to the Grandmaster level, it was time to practice a worthy technique. As soon as his words fell, an enigmatic force infused into the ancient Four Fiends technique, and golden patterns suddenly appeared on the surface of the technique. In the next moment, the ancient Four Fiends technique underwent a profound transformation. The souls of the 4 ancient fiend beasts manifested in the void, emitting deafening roars, as if striving to break through the heavens. As the quality of the technique elevated, this imperial-grade ancient Four Fiends technique transformed into a radiant golden light, merging into Su Chen's sea of consciousness, with the fierce souls of the 4 beasts now imprinted within his dantian. Leaving behind faint, ominous patterns, after a brief moment, Su Chun quietly opened his eyes, radiating a golden brilliance, his gaze imbued with a hint of ferocity. Sitting on the mat, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from him, and his body was adorned with patches of crimson golden scales. Upon closer inspection, one could discern blood-colored patterns flowing within the scales. Within his dantian, the totems of the 4 fiend beasts were imprinted. This system is truly remarkable. Not only has my technique improved, but it has also aided in my cultivation, saving me a considerable amount of time. As he spoke, he opened his right hand, a dark golden sword domain swirling within his palm, exuding a terrifying and destructive aura that seemed to freeze the surrounding space. With a deep exhale, Su Chun raised his right arm and gently waved it. In an instant, a beam of dark golden sword light shot forth, piercing through the stone wall of the chamber and leaving a massive hole behind. This was the 7th layer of destruction sword intent he had acquired from the system, combined with the previously fused 3 layers, now resulting in a complete destruction sword domain. If other martial artists were to discover that he had comprehended a complete martial domain at the King Kong Realm Grandmaster level, they would surely be astounded. Typically, only formidable beings could achieve such a feat. Yet here was Su Chun, accomplishing it at the King Kong Realm Grandmaster level. Unprecedented and unparalleled. After neatly arranging his clothes, he rose to his feet and slowly stretched his entire body. The crackling sound of his joints echoed throughout the chamber, exuding an aura of ferocity that made him appear akin to a fierce beast awakening from slumber. Almost done. The remaining items can wait for next time. After all, advancing one's cultivation too swiftly is not necessarily a boon. It is essential to consolidate and deepen one's foundation. Subsequently, Su Chun stepped out of the chamber, making his way towards the conference hall of the Misty Rain Tower. Congratulations, young master, on breaking through. The previously meditative and solitary figure of the emperor's solitary minister abruptly opened his sword-like eyes and swiftly appeared beside Su Chen, his astonishment evident on his face. This was the first time he had heard of a Diamond Realm martial artist comprehending a martial domain. It was utterly terrifying. Even he, possessing an extraordinary divine body, could not fully grasp a martial domain at the Diamond Realm. And the aura emanating from Su Chen seemed to be the rumored Destruction Sword domain. That is an existence ranked among the top 3 in the martial domains. Indeed, it has been arduous. Have there been any significant events occurring in Bailey recently? Su Chen inquired. His seclusion had lasted a full 7 days, leaving him uninformed about the happenings in the outside world. Reporting to you? Young Master, a major incident transpired in Yuzhou following your retreat. The Blood God cult launched a surprise attack on the Misty Rain Tower branch in Yiyang City, but ultimately failed, suffering the loss of 6 masters along with a formidable heavenly being. That Li Chuangying fellow even comprehended the King's sword heart during the battle and stepped into the realm of heavenly beings. Heavenly being. Su Chen immediately grasped the crux of the information. Realizing that the Blood God cult had actually deployed a heavenly being for this operation? Yes, young master. However, it appears that this formidable being had their divine soul attached to another individual. The main body was not lost. The emperor's solitary minister replied, his eyes narrowing slightly as he contemplated the matter. Moreover, young master, the Bodhisattva Tuoba arrived here 2 days ago and conveyed a message indicating that someone may be secretly providing the Blood God cult with intelligence about us. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Are there any suspects? There were not many factions within the entirety of Bailey that would dare collaborate with the Blood God cult against the Misty Rain Tower. Currently, the suspicion falls upon the Bailey royal family, specifically Lu Yu. Lu Yu? Su Chen scoffed coldly. If Lu Yu were indeed the mastermind behind the scenes, then he would certainly ensure that Lu Yu faced the consequences of his actions. Utilizing their efforts to eliminate rivals while wishing to conceal his own motives, did Lu Yu truly believe he could remain secure simply by sitting on the dragon throne? With this thought, a fierce glint flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me, Su, for being heavy-handed. Relay a message to Yin Guoran, instructing him to secretly gather intelligence on the troop deployments along the borders of Bailey and to sell a portion to the nations of the western region. Let Liu pay a price first. Once I conclude my affairs in Bailey, it shall be time for this world to change masters. Understood, young master.o, and notify Yuan and Fei Jiong to lead the remaining divine envoys to the western regions of Ningzhou and Yizhou for preliminary deployment. I will be stepping out shortly. You need not accompany me in an instant. Su Chen's figure transformed into a wisp of shadow, vanishing from the pinnacle of the Misty Rain Tower. In the vast expanse of an ancient forest, hidden within a towering mountain, a magnificent palace stood tall, soaring to a height of 100 meters, resembling a colossal sword piercing the heavens. Inside the grand hall, darkness enveloped the space, illuminated solely by flickering ghostly green flames swaying in the wind. In front, a spacious hall contained 7 thrones crafted entirely from demonic crystals, arranged around a circular platform, 3 on each side, with the central throne adorned with golden threads, signifying the esteemed identity of its occupant. A middle-aged man donned in a black robe and a bronze ghostly mask sat cross-legged on the leftmost throne, while 2 voluptuous women in black robes occupied the seats to his right. However, the aura of these women paled in comparison to that of the man. Where are Lin Yaoyao, Shan Chuyi, and Qiu Gui? The middle-aged man spoke indifferently. Reporting to the deputy cult master, Qiu Gui and Shan Chuyi have not returned since accepting the mission to annihilate the Misty Rain Tower. Came the reply. It was clear that these 2 women were among the Blood God cult's 2 formidable demon lords, one of whom was the infamous Blood Phoenix demon lord, Lin Yaoyao, who had previously encountered Gongsun Kue. The middle-aged man, seated at the leftmost throne, was one of the 2 deputy cult masters of the Blood God cult, distinct from the one who battled Li Chuangying. What do you mean they have not returned? The middle-aged man's voice suddenly rose, accompanied by a surge of heavenly being aura. At this hour, the hall would typically be bustling with activity. The unexpected absence of 2 individuals raised alarm. After all, they were 2 masters of the celestial phenomenon realm, not mere trifles. Deputy Cult Master, please remain calm. Over the past few days, our Yaoyao sister has been preoccupied with affairs within the Bailey dynasty. So we have not been attentive to Qiu Gui and Shan Chui's movements, another female demon lord interjected, defending Lien Yaoyao. To be honest, I only just concluded my seclusion and have been isolated from the outside world for several decades. Just as the middle-aged man was about to respond, the entire palace suddenly shook violently. A terrifying wave of true essence surged forth from the depths of the hall. Instantly, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he rose to his feet. "Who dares to destroy my essence body?" A bone-chilling roar echoed, causing the entire palace to tremble. Deep within the hall, a massive red beam of light shot into the sky, as though it were tearing apart the very fabric of the heavens. The aura of a heavenly being permeated the ancient forest, sending countless birds and beasts fleeing in terror. Even beasts rivaling human celestial phenomenon realm warriors trembled uncontrollably. Their colossal forms cowering on the ground, too frightened to move. Boom! A series of thunderous roars resounded in the ears, and the ground quaked violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Ferocious howls emanated from deep within the palace, as if attempting to rend the very skies. Is Blood Soul unharmed? The middle-aged man gazed towards the depths below, puzzled. This aura belongs to Blood Soul Deputy Cult Master. Could it be that Shan Chuyi and the others have truly encountered misfortune? Lien Yaoyao inquired, astonished. Among the 4 demon lords of the Blood God cult, if anyone held a higher status, it was undoubtedly the Blood Crow Demon Lord, Shan Chuyi. He was not merely one of the 4 demon lords, but also one of the 2 deputy cult masters, serving as the embodiment of Blood Soul in the mundane world. Now, to invoke such fury from Blood Soul clearly indicated that Shan Chuyi and the others were in dire straits. Yaoyao, you two must set aside your current tasks and devote your full efforts to investigating the cause of Shan Chuyi's disappearance. The middle-aged man commanded sternly. Understood. The 2 women replied in unison before swiftly vanishing from the hall. Ants, dare to harm my essence. The day I emerge from seclusion shall be the day of your demise. In Xuanyang City, within a small grove on the outskirts, 4 figures swiftly traversed the rain-soaked forest. Behind them, 3 pursuers donned identical black long robes, adorned with a menacing serpent emblem on their chests. Wielding curved blades, long spears, and crescent axes, their black iron boots emanating a fierce aura of slaughter. Judging by their attire, they belonged to the 5th-ranked assassin organization, the Black Serpent. Ahead, fleeing was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, clad in a light purple dress, cinched at the waist with a pale yellow sash, adorned with a sapphire the size of a thumb, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Her long, dark hair flowed freely over her shoulders, dancing gracefully as she ran, bestowing her with an ethereal beauty. Yet, within her autumn-like eyes lingered a hint of fear as she continuously glanced back at the 3 pursuers, her gaze filled with overwhelming panic and defiance. Her left hand clutched her right arm tightly, crimson blood seeping through the torn fabric of her dress, dripping onto the ground. How infuriating! If it weren't for my injuries preventing me from using the spirit summoning talismans, I would have easily subdued you 3 insignificant Diamond Realm Masters. The young woman's brow furrowed deeply, her pearly teeth clenched in frustration. Though her cultivation was at the Mastery Realm, her current injuries had left her energy nearly depleted, rendering her unable to use the spirit summoning talismans, which was why she was being pursued by 3 Diamond Realm Masters. What terrified her most was the wound on her right arm, where toxins had begun to spread. If she could not cleanse it in time, it would soon reach her heart, and then it would be too late. Just as she pondered how to escape the clutches of the black-clad assassins, 2 of them suddenly appeared in front of her, their curved blades and long spears slashing toward her sides. A look of panic crossed the young woman's exquisite face as her delicate hands waved out, a surge of true energy erupting, carving a semicircle in the air. Bang! The curved blades and long spears collided with the semicircle of true energy, unleashing a thunderous sound. The 2 black-clad assassins swayed slightly before retreating a few steps. Pathetic! You think you can capture me? You might as well wait 100 years. The young girl scoffed disdainfully, then with a flick of her long sleeves, her snow-white feet danced in the void, instantaneously arriving 100 meters away. Humph! Just as she turned to mock, a cold, mocking voice echoed from behind, trying to leave. It's not that simple. The eyes of the 3rd black-clad assassin glimmered with a chilling light. In an instant, his figure appeared behind the girl like a venomous serpent, his right hand clenched tightly, unleashing a terrifying fist aimed at her back. What? The girl gasped in astonishment, her jade palm flipping as a palm imprint. Half a zhang in size, materialized from thin air, striking back at the incoming fist. Bang! A muffled thud resounded as the curved blade was sent flying, and the girl was flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground. A spray of sweet, crimson blood erupted from her throat, staining a large area of the ground. You? The girl stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the black-clad assassin before her, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I told you, you cannot escape. The assassin chuckled ominously, his figure reappearing in front of her. The remaining two black-clad assassins rushed over, surrounding the fallen girl. Father, mother, it seems Jingwen will not return, if there is a next life. I will surely repay you. The girl smiled desolately, slowly closing her eyes, preparing for death. Her name was Huangfu Jingwen, a jewel of the Taiyin sacred land from the hidden sect of the Northern Ridge Immortal Realm, part of the Great Song dynasty. After quarreling with her family, she ran away, only to encounter an assassination attempt along the way. Although a protector at the Celestial Realm was by her side, he fell in battle while covering her retreat. With pursuers relentlessly at her heels, she fled in a panic, inadvertently stepping into a spatial teleportation array that transported her billions of miles away to the desolate realm of Shijue. Later, she clashed with members of the Black Serpent organization, leading to the current predicament. Rest assured. We won't kill you. A talent like you could fetch an astronomical price in the black market. The sinister voice of the black-clad man echoed in Huangfu Jingwen's ears, sending chills down her spine. Chapter 70. The Girl of Fortune? As the cherished jewel of the Taiyin sacred land, she was acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited those turned into auction items. The mere thought of a life worse than death made her complexion pale. Just as the black-clad man prepared to seize her, an ethereal figure silently appeared above Huangfu Jingwen, gazing down at the unfolding scene with an indifferent expression. However, upon fixing his gaze upon Huangfu Jingwen, his pupils constricted sharply, and his breath caught for a moment. The newcomer was none other than Su Chun. Who goes there? The black-clad assassin raised his head, eyeing the figure in the void, his demeanor instantly turning vigilant. Boy, are you seeking death? The other two black-clad assassins similarly looked up, their eyes betraying a strong sense of trepidation. Kid, this is none of your business. Leave while you still can. Ignoring the three black-clad men's threats, Su Chun directed his attention toward the fallen Huangfu Jingwen, his astonishment unabated. After leaving the Misty Rain Tower, he had circled around Xuanyang City. Yet he had not heard that familiar electronic voice. This led him to suspect that the system might have malfunctioned, as he could check in at the capitals of other provinces in the north. Yet it seemed impossible here in Jingzhou's Xuanyang City. Thus, he wandered through the city, from within to the outskirts, constantly pondering the system's check-in patterns. However, upon spotting Huangfu Jingwen, that familiar sound rang out once more. This time with remarkably distinctive content, the familiar electronic voice reverberated through his mind once again. Ding! Detected initiator of check-in. Would you like to check in? Ding! Check-in successful. You have obtained the following items. 1. Special item. Card of the 12 Altars Masters of the Azure Dragon Society. Upper note. This card can only summon the first 6 Altar Masters, and the characters have been predetermined by the system. 2. Special character. Tungzi the Buddha Swallower. Celestial Realm 5th Layer Completion. 3. Special character. Yuli Jing. Breaking Void Completion. Upon hearing the newly arrived voice, Su Chen's mind was consumed by 2 words. Wachow? It's exploded, truly exploded. He had seen check-in characters before, but never had he witnessed a heap of character cards being handed out directly. Could it be that the person before him was the fabled Girl of Fortune? Su Chun gazed silently at Huangfu Jingwen, half lying on the ground with blood oozing from her mouth, his thoughts drifting to various possibilities and conjectures. Did you not hear me speaking? The leading black-clad assassin, noticing Su Chen's prolonged silence, revealed a flicker of anger. Not speaking, huh? Then you shall die. As soon as the black-clad assassin finished his words, he swung his arm, unleashing a surge of formidable spiritual energy. Wielding the curved blade straight toward Su Chen's neck, a malevolent grin adorned the faces of the 3 black-clad men, eagerly anticipating the sight of a severed head. Beside them, Huangfu Jingwen urged, "You must escape quickly. Hurry, Buzz!" Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, A vast wave of energy suddenly spread through the void, forcefully halting the curved blade. The black-clad assassin felt a numbness in his wrist, as if an overwhelming power coursed through his body. And in the next moment, half of his body exploded in a shower of blood and flesh. 3 feet away from Su Chun, a layer of dark golden protective energy, 3 feet thick, circulated around him. An aura of ferocity permeating the surrounding 100 feet of space. Everything happened too swiftly. By the time the black-clad assassin regained his senses, it was already too late. He felt a wave of excruciating pain, and his body was hurled away. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the black-clad assassin's mouth. Like a master-level cultivator, his life force was remarkably resilient, ensuring he would not perish immediately, though the damage was catastrophic. "Kill him!" The remaining 2 black-clad assassins shouted in unison. Swish! Just as they made their move, 2 curved blades materialized from the void, slicing through the air with a fierce wind aimed at Su Chun. "Overestimating yourselves?" A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Su Chun's eyes as he flicked his finger, a fierce sword light shooting from his fingertip, hurtling toward the 2 black-clad assassins. Biffed! What? The sound of blades piercing flesh and the astonished murmurs of the black-clad assassins resonated simultaneously. As the sword light sliced through the void, the heads of the 2 black-clad assassins exploded, crimson blood spraying everywhere. 2 bloody heads flipped in the air before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. In a single move, Su Chun had dispatched 2 peak masters of the Diamond Realm black-clad assassins. This left Huangfu Jingwen utterly shocked, staring blankly at the scene before her. Meanwhile, the remaining half-bodied black-clad assassin swiftly teleported dozens of zhang away, not daring to look back as he fled into the distance. How terrifying! To casually dispatch 2 masters of the Black Serpent organization with a single move. His cultivation must at least be at the Celestial Realm. Possibly even the legendary Celestial Phenomenon Realm. This information must be reported back to headquarters promptly. Before he could cross the small forest outside the city, a 10-zhang-wide dark golden sword aura suddenly descended from the void. Boom! Where the sword aura passed, the ground collapsed, a chasm extending 100 zhang appearing in an instant. No! The black-clad assassin let out a desperate shriek, and as the sword aura descended, his body erupted into a mist of blood. Boom! Ultimately, a resounding explosion echoed through the heavens and earth, cleaving 100 zhang long and 3 zhang deep ravine into the small forest outside Xuanyang City. Witnessing this, Huangfu Jingwen could no longer hold on, fainting away. Seeing this, Su Chun extended his right hand, forming a gentle grip toward her, a soft force lifting Huangfu Jingwen as his figure vanished like a ghost into the small forest beyond the city. Chapter 71. Huangfu Jingwen. Just as Su Chun and the others vanished in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a figure swiftly approached from afar. Radiating the unmistakable aura of the Celestial Realm, he was none other than Tang Qing, the lord of Xuanyang City. Upon witnessing the bloody scene below, he couldn't help but furrow his brows, bending down to pick up a tattered cloth, which, aside from a few bloodstains, bore a menacing black serpent emblem. "This is the Black Serpent Organization, IT. Seems there was a fierce battle just now, with 3 Diamond Realm Masters being eliminated in an instant. The opponent is at least of the Celestial Realm and is likely a swordsman." A glint of sharpness flickered in Tang Qing's eyes as he wore a grave expression. Things have become increasingly unstable lately. The world might be on the verge of chaos. On the top floor of the Misty Rain Tower, Huangfu Jingwen lay pale and unconscious on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, with blood still oozing from the wound on her right arm, which showed signs of festering. "Light of Zhaoshi, please assess her injuries," Su Chun instructed, standing beside her. "Yes, my lord." Zhaoshi Mingdang responded with a single utterance and stepped forward to examine Huangfu Jingwen's physical condition. Soon after, a stream of azure, gentle true essence flowed into her body. In a short while, a small amount of green liquid emitting white vapor oozed from her wound, while vibrant, red granulations rapidly sprouted. And in the blink of an eye, the wound had perfectly healed, without even a scab forming. Su Chun observed quietly from the side, feeling inexplicably drawn to the young girl before him. Before long, Zhaoshi Mingdang withdrew his hand, appearing contemplative. "How is she?" Su Chun inquired. Reporting to the young master, the young lady's injuries have fully healed. However, while probing her internal condition, I unexpectedly discovered a trace of fortuitous energy, seemingly intertwined with her essence. Moreover, I also found traces of a divine body on her. I speculate that a powerful figure from her family has temporarily sealed her divine essence. Oh, a divine body? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Furthermore, it seems her divine body has yet to be developed, which I find quite puzzling. Zhao Shi Mingding mused. I dare to conjecture that she may also hail from another continent. Since the last investigation by the Imperial Solitary Minister, they had learned that the spiritual energy core of the Western Bitter Realm had been shattered, resulting in a scarcity of spiritual energy in the world, making the birth of spiritual bodies exceedingly difficult. Almost 1 in a billion martial artists might possess one. The emergence of a celestial divine body was virtually impossible. Thus, he surmised that the girl, saved by the young master, must indeed come from another continent. All right, I understand. You may leave now. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. Yes, young master. Zhao Shi Mingding respectfully bowed and, with a swift movement, transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the room. Gazing at the gradually rosy complexion of Huangfu Jingwen on the bed, Su Chen stood quietly at the side, contemplating how to utilize the rewards he had obtained from the system. Moreover, his understanding of the other 3 continents was rather limited. He could not entirely trust the words of Gagong Sulla, so he sought to glean some information through the young girl before him. He was neither a naive believer nor a saintly figure. Rescuing a stranger was driven not only by curiosity, but also by the necessity to begin plotting his strategies concerning the other continents. After a period of recuperation, Huangfu Jingwen's complexion returned to normal, but her eyelids twitched slightly, her delicate brows furrowed. Her cherry-like lips parted slightly, as if she were caught in a nightmare. Sitting nearby, Su Chen opened his eyes and reached out to pull the discarded blanket back over her. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, it was firmly grasped by the young girl's fair hand, holding it tightly against her chest, unwilling to release it. Father, mother, the girl murmured, her forehead glistening with fragrant sweat. Her breathing quickening. Upon hearing this, Su Chen paused, realizing she was longing for her family. All right, considering you possess something I require, I shall endure this little inconvenience and allow you to hold on, he thought. With that, Su Chen leaned against the bedside, closing his eyes to rest. Time passed, and suddenly, Huangfu Jingwen opened her eyes wide, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, her pretty face displaying a look of confusion. Where is this place? She wondered. She could only vaguely recall seeing someone before she fainted, who swiftly dispatched the pursuers in black cloaks, and then she seemed to have been taken away. Following that, she felt as though she was gripping someone's arm. Slowly turning her head in that direction, she caught sight of Su Chen, who was resting with his eyes closed, and let out a terrified scream. Ah, help! Huangfu Jingwen hurriedly clutched the blanket to cover herself. Her cheeks flushed, and her eyes wide with fright. Su Chen, startled awake, opened his eyes and glanced at the girl on the bed. He pressed his hand against her rosy lips, his expression cold as he spoke. Be quiet, you are rather loud. Whimper. Huangfu Jingwen looked at him with teary eyes, seemingly feeling a great sense of injustice, letting out a soft sob. Seeing her tearful expression, Su Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Though he felt quite amused internally, finding himself somewhat helpless, he continued patiently, I just saved you. Shouldn't you thank me? But you just took advantage of me. Huangfu Jingwen pouted. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's lips twitched in disbelief. You held on to me and wouldn't let go, and I covered your mouth because you were too noisy. You truly think I took advantage of you? However, he chose not to press the matter, for he had more pressing concerns that required the young girl's assistance. What is your name? Su Chen inquired. Lecher. What do you need my name for? Huangfu Jingwen replied, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. Regarding Su Chen with suspicion. Lecher? So in your eyes, I am merely a rogue. Su Chen thought, promptly altering his demeanor, casting a mischievous glance at her chest. If you don't answer my questions honestly, don't blame me for selling you off. He whispered the last 2 words close to her ear. Chapter 72. The Holy Maiden of the Taiyin Sacred Land. Lecher, how dare you? If I tell my father, you will be doomed. Huangfu Jingwen's face flushed crimson at Su Chen's words, and she scolded him in indignation. Ha ha ha. Su Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter upon witnessing her reaction. He soon composed himself, his smile fading as he gently pinched her chin, lifting it slightly. I fear nothing. especially threats. The forces behind you are but ants in my eyes. You have 3 breaths to answer my questions honestly. Otherwise, I can save you just as easily as I can send you back. As Su Chun held her rosy cheek, his gaze was slightly disdainful, as if she were nothing more than a toy in his palm. Devoid of the right to resist, Huang Fu Jingwen was momentarily taken aback by his gaze, her eyes flickering with a hint of panic and struggle. 3, 2, 1. Seeing that she remained silent, Su Chun spoke directly. Upon hearing his countdown, Huang Fu Jingwen trembled, terror flashing in her eyes. Letcher, what do you want to do? She glared at Su Chen, her teeth gritted. First, answer my question, Su Chen replied, his tone indifferent, yet his eyes sparkled with amusement. As if to suggest that if she did not respond immediately, unpredictable consequences would follow. I am Huang Fu Jingwen. The girl took a deep breath and spoke softly. Huang Fu Jingwen. Upon hearing this name, Su Chen's expression turned pensive, as if searching for something within his mind, yet finding nothing. Records of the Huang Fu surname were scant throughout the Bailey dynasty, and he could not recall anything related to it. Moreover, to have cultivated to the finger mystique at such a young age, her background must be extraordinary. Very well, it is evident that we have established a promising beginning. Tell me, where do you hail from? Su Chen glanced at her, ignoring the indignation in Huang Fu Jingwen's eyes, and gently stroked her cheek. I come from the Song dynasty of the Northern Ling immortal realm. Having learned from her previous experience, Huang Fu Jingwen quickly replied, her right hand gripping Su Chen's large hand, her face reddening slightly. What? Feeling shy? Su Chen smirked, observing her timid yet bold demeanor, feeling an inexplicable urge swell within him as he leaned closer to her ear. The warm breath brushed against her, causing Huang Fu Jingwen to feel ticklish, her cheeks blossoming with color, even her neck turning a shade of pink. With her autumn-like eyes widening in protest, she exclaimed, "Who said this lady is shy? I just fear being tickled." The last words came out almost as a whisper. Oh, is that so? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, the smile on his lips deepening. Of course it is, let me go. You letcher. Huang Fu Jingwen, sensing his disbelief, became flustered and desperately pushed against him, but Su Chen firmly grasped her delicate wrist. For the third question, what is your identity, why are you here, and what is your purpose? I am the holy maiden of the Taiyin sacred land of the Song dynasty. Initially, I was being pursued by the evil spirit sect and accidentally entered a teleportation array, which brought me here. I didn't want to come here. As she spoke, Huang Fu Jingwen's eyes misted over. She felt wronged. As the holy maiden of the Taiyin sacred land, she was adored by many, if it weren't for a minor dispute with her mother. And her intentional departure to provoke them, how could she have encountered the evil spirit sect's pursuit on her way? To protect her escape, Aunt Yu had also left her forever. All of this was due to her own immaturity. Leading to such unfortunate events, the girl answered the questions while hugging her knees and covering her face with tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly but soon released her. This sentiment seemed oddly familiar. It seems that Jiagong Sulla also arrived in the Western realm through a similar method. What a remarkable coincidence indeed. Enough of the tears. Crying will not resolve your troubles. Are you not fine now? Su Chen gently patted her shoulder, offering words of comfort. Deng Tuzi. Huang Fu Jingwen looked up at him, her eyes red and tear-streaked, evoking a sense of sympathy in anyone who beheld her. What is it? Su Chen felt a slight awkwardness under her gaze. Thank you for saving me. Huang Fu Jingwen sniffed, expressing her gratitude. Had it not been for Su Chen's timely intervention, she might have suffered the loss of her cultivation and been reduced to a mere commodity for others to exploit. If you truly wish to thank me, share more with me about the Northern Realm. Noticing her spirits lifting, Su Chen approached the table and poured himself a cup of tea. By the way, how much do you know about the Sijia sect? According to my parents, the Sijia sect serves as the national protective religious order of the Great Yuan dynasty, with its internal structure comprising the red-robed 2 ancestors, the black-robed 4 ancestors, 6 great protectors, and numerous followers. It is said that over 2,000 years ago, one of the black-robed ancestors infiltrated the imperial palace to steal an item and was discovered by a renowned scholar, who immediately killed him on the spot. Since then, the Sijia sect has been at odds with the Great Song dynasty, locked in a struggle for supremacy. Over the course of the following 2 millennia, several battles erupted, yet due to their comparable strengths, Neither side gained a significant advantage. Huang Fujingwen recounted, her understanding of the Sijia sect limited to what her parents had shared with her. What do you know of the Sijia sect's strength? Are there any who have shattered the void among them? Su Chan posed another question. As one of the black-robed four ancestors, Jie Gong Sulla possesses the cultivation of a land immortal. It stands to reason that the red-robed ancestors above him might also be capable of shattering the void. How could that be? What are you thinking? In the entirety of the Great Song dynasty, those in the celestial realm are the backbone of society, and land immortals are typically only found among the elders of reclusive sects, such as my father and mother, of course. Emperor Zhao Kuangyin of the Great Song also seems to be a land immortal. As for the Sijia sect, I believe 3 of the black-robed 4 ancestors are land immortals, while one is a celestial powerhouse. I have not heard my parents mention the red-robed ancestors, but they are likely also land immortals. Why is it impossible for the red-robed ancestors to shatter the void? Su Chan immediately inquired again, perplexed. If the black-robed 4 ancestors are all land immortals, why would those of higher status, the red-robed ancestors, not be capable of shattering the void? Could it be that the information provided by Jie Gong Sulla is false? As for the specifics, I am not well versed either. I only recall my father mentioning something about how the divine realms have not opened, and that those who have shattered the void would not walk among the world. Huang Fujingwen shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. The divine realms have not opened? Upon hearing this phrase, Su Chen's expression sharpened. Could it be that those who have shattered the void are subject to some form of restriction while traversing the world? It seems that the northern immortal realm may have encountered a situation similar to that of the western realm. Rest for now. If you require anything, you may summon the servants outside. I must take my leave. Su Chen exited the pavilion and instructed the nameless figure in white, adorned in golden embroidery, standing at the door to assign several agile maidservants to closely attend to her, ensuring her every word and action remained within their sight, and to report to him immediately should anything arise. There is certainly more information concealed within her, and before heading to the northern realm, her assistance is essential. However, from her words, he gleaned a general understanding of the Sijia sect, which appears to possess 5 land immortals and 1 celestial being, a level of power that is quite formidable. Furthermore, the Taiyin sacred land behind her also harbors at least 2 land immortals, indicating that the martial arts of the northern immortal realm utterly overshadow the western bitter realm. The disparity between the Great Song and Bailey is simply incomparable. It is evidently impossible to acquire all information about the northern realm in one go. However, since she is in my grasp, there is no question that cannot be unraveled, unless she genuinely does not know. Yes, my lord. The nameless figure replied respectfully. After Su Chen's instructions, he proceeded alone to the top-level conference hall of the Misty Rain Tower. System: activate the 12 Masters card of the Azure Dragon Society. Su Chen focused his consciousness within the system space. Ding. Activation successful, summoning the following individuals. 1. Special character: Ding Pong, Perfected Master of the Diamond Realm. 2. Special character: Song Ke, Perfected Master of the Diamond Realm. 3. Special character: Fu Hongxue, Perfected Master of the Diamond Realm. 4. Special character: Xiang Yutian, Perfected Master of the Profound Realm. 5. Special character: Meng Chixing, Perfected Master of the Profound Realm. 6. Special character: Yi Guqing, Perfected Master of the Profound Realm. Suddenly, 6 powerful auras of masters enveloped Su Chen, causing the space to distort slightly as 6 figures emerged from the spatial wormhole, kneeling on one knee before Su Chen and collectively proclaiming, "We pay our respects to our Lord." Summoning 6 individuals at once is indeed a testament to the system's prowess. You may simply address me as my lord. Rise. Su Chen waved his hand. Yes, my lord. Your identities are now established as the 6 masters of my Azure Dragon Society. This individual beside me is the Saint Lotus Dragon Head, the swallowing Buddha boy. Who shall lead you from here on? We pay our respects to the Dragon Head. The 6 bowed in unison to the tall, red-haired figure beside Su Chen. I have a task for you. Establish a headquarters for the Azure Dragon Society in Xuanyang City with the objective of becoming the foremost among all assassin organizations in Jingzhou. By any means necessary. Understood, my lord. The 7 responded in unison, and the swallowing Buddha boy led Ding Pong and the others away. After their departure, Su Chen slowly spoke. System: summon Yu Lijing. In an instant, a colossal golden statue of a sage appeared in the skies above the Bailey dynasty. towering over 100,000 zhong. The figure radiated a soft golden hue, holding a sacred tome, surrounded by strands of noble and righteous aura, sweeping across the land for hundreds of miles. The sight resembled that of an ancient sage emerging into the world. Countless commoners and martial artists on the Bailey land below fell to their knees, astonished as they gazed at the heavens, murmuring the phrase, "The sage has emerged." Even those in the celestial realm knelt in reverence beneath this golden light, their expressions filled with piety. This astonishing phenomenon not only captivated the Bailey but also drew the attention of Bei Meng, Bei Liang, and the nations of the western regions. Even Liu Yu, who bore the imperial fortune of Bailey, could not help but kneel, his emperor's aura subdued within him as he clasped his hands and worshipped 3 times. Is this the resurgence of ancient sages? Within the Bailey imperial tomb, an elder buried within a coffin broke free from his stone sarcophagus, his face filled with horror as he gazed at the golden statue in the void. Speaking to himself, a mythical powerhouse has emerged. How is this possible? The natural energies of the world are so depleted. How could a mythical being manifest in the midst of the snow-capped mountains of Bei Meng? 2 burly middle-aged men suddenly opened their eyes, their bodies shivering in astonishment. Just then, a Tinjiang-sized rift in space abruptly tore open before Su Chun, and a remarkably handsome man, exuding an air of elegance and refinement, stepped through the portal. This individual, tall and slender, donned white robes that gleamed like snow, his every step resembling a leisurely stroll, exuding an aura of scholarly grace. His clear, tranquil eyes reflected the myriad beings of the world. Warm and gentle as jade, akin to a sage descending to enlighten the masses, he was Yu Lijing, the first powerful being to shatter the void summoned by Su Chen. We pay our respects to our lord. Yu Lijing clasped his hands together in reverence, addressing Su Chen. Su Chen cast a glance at Yu Lijing, nodding slightly. Do you know what realms lie beyond the shattered void? In response to my lord, my cultivation has already reached the perfection of the shattered void realm, which is considered the pinnacle of martial arts attainable in this world. Beyond it lies the fabled 5 realms of ascension. The 5 realms of ascension? Su Chen's interest was piqued upon learning that the shattered void was not the ultimate limit of martial arts. Please, enlighten me about these so-called 5 realms of ascension. Yes, my lord. Before delving into the 5 realms of ascension, allow me to first explain the powers beyond the celestial realm and the mythical beings. As is well known, to step from the celestial master realm into the realm of celestial powerhouses, one must elevate their 10 layers of martial intent into the martial domain and refine their consciousness to the first level to achieve the breakthrough AS for the subsequent land immortal realm. It requires celestial realm warriors to cultivate their martial domain to 50% and refine their consciousness to the 3rd level to succeed in their ascension. Furthermore, the realms of celestial and land immortal are collectively referred to as powerful beings. The ultimate realm of martial arts in this world, the shattered void, necessitates that a warrior's martial domain and consciousness both reach perfection. Once one enters such a realm, a peculiar phenomenon occurs among their kin, wherein all related bloodlines experience a form of collective evolution. Indeed, this phenomenon will manifest among all individuals related by blood, varying in intensity according to the closeness of their blood ties. Moreover, such martial artists generally prefer to retreat from the world, often remaining in a state of slumber, rarely traversing the mortal realm. Their quest for advancement necessitates an incessant attunement to the fluctuations of the laws governing heaven and earth. Only by doing so can they transmute their essence into the formidable energies capable of obliterating galaxies, refining their consciousness to a substantial form that transcends the ephemeral. Upon reaching this level, their destructive potential becomes exceedingly terrifying. In a dynasty as grand as Bailey, a mere casual strike from one of their subordinates could penetrate the very core of the earth, leading to utter annihilation. Thus, martial artists who can shatter the void are often revered as mythical beings. The footprints of such formidable warriors are seldom found in the mortal realm, while those of mythical stature remain elusive. Furthermore, transcending the void heralds an entirely new evolution. Beyond mere fragmentation, it is the ascent to immortality. The coveted 5 realms of ascension, known as the 5 steps to heaven, are as follows. First realm, Shixiang realm. Second realm, Yuantian realm. Third realm, Mingtian realm. Fourth realm, Shutian realm. Fifth realm, Luotian realm. Each of these realms presents a vast chasm of difference, akin to a celestial divide. With each new realm crossed, one undergoes a metamorphosis akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes, reminiscent of a divine dragon soaring into the heavens or a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Each realm is further subdivided into 6 stages: early, mid, late, pinnacle, minor perfection, and major perfection. However, the elemental forces in this world are exceedingly feeble. Even the strongest who can shatter the void are reluctant to linger too long in the mortal realm, as it lacks the foundation necessary for their ascension to the Xishiang realm. Only by discovering a path to the upper realms or stepping into a world of higher dimensions can one successfully break through. Yet, dear sir, rest assured, I have sensed that this world is on the brink of monumental change. Within a century at most, a passage to the upper realm may very well open. At that time, I shall have complete confidence in ascending to the Xishiang realm within a year, Yuli Jing respectfully explained to Su Qian. Listing the capabilities and ascension requirements of each realm, a passage to the upper realm. Could it be that above this world lies another plane of existence? Listening to Yuli Jing's analysis, Su Qian seemed to grasp the crux of the matter, coupled with the information he had previously gleaned from Huangfu Jingwen regarding the opening of the divine domain. A truth began to dawn upon him: the reason why a strong martial artist who can shatter the void remains absent from the world. Indeed, sir, my current cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of this world. I can even vaguely sense a call from another plane of existence, yet with my recently attained consciousness, I am unable to discern its precise location. Nevertheless, the clarity of its summons is undeniable. Nearly every martial artist who reaches this realm experiences such a phenomenon. It appears that for now, my strategic reach can only extend across these 4 continents, with the upper realm still awaiting a century for its opportunity. Given that time is still ample, I can afford to slow my pace in the western region, allowing the chessboard of the other continents to wait for a while. The radiant beacon shall remain stationed here in Jingzhou, while the loyal minister and I shall proceed to Ningzhou. Yes, sir. Xuanyang City, Inner City, Chunyu Tower. Is that not young Master Lu? It has been quite some time since we last met. I must say, I have missed you dearly. As she spoke, a resplendent woman clad in an exquisite gown, revealing her shoulders and décolletage, emerged from the pavilion. Observing the elegant young man clad in luxurious robes and exuding an air of nobility as he lingered before the pavilion, she immediately approached him with a beaming smile, her alluring form swaying enticingly before him, exhibiting an extraordinary charm. The noble young man was none other than Lu Qinglong, the scion of the Tiandi Association. Accompanying him were 2 formidable guardians of the Golden Realm, their expressions distinctly fierce. Lady Li, I too have missed you greatly. Lu Qinglong, holding a fan, revealed a lecherous grin, his fingers unceremoniously caressing the woman's bosom, eliciting a series of sultry sounds from her, leaving her feeling utterly enraptured. However, the woman showed no sign of discomfort at Lu Qinglong's advances. Rather, she melted into his embrace, her delicate hand stroking his handsome visage. And with a flirtatious smile, she said, "Young Master Lu, do indulge yourself at Chunyu Tower today." "Ha ha, indeed, indeed." Lu Qinglong chuckled heartily, lowering his fan and wrapping his arms around her slender waist as they made their way toward the staircase. "Lady Li, might I inquire if the enchanting Ruoyan could grace me with her presence to admire the autumn moon?" Lu Qinglong whispered, one hand mischievously exploring a certain area while holding the fan with the other. She paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Of course, how could Ruoyan dare to decline the invitation of young Master Lu? With raucous laughter echoing, the group proceeded into Chunyu Tower. As Lu Qinglong and his entourage vanished into the pavilion, 2 shadowy figures suddenly appeared in the shadows of the nearby street. These 2 were Ding Peng and Song Quebec. However, neither donned any attire suitable for nighttime escapades. Instead, they blended into the darkness, silently observing Lu Qinglong's every move. Truly a prodigal son, even with death looming, he remains preoccupied with revelry in Chunyu Tower. As he watched Lu Qinglong enter, a smirk of mockery crept upon Ding Peng's lips as he shook his head. "Let us be off. After all, he is destined to perish. Why not allow him one last moment of indulgence?" Song Ke remarked, arms crossed, his expression cold and detached. With that, the 2 figures transformed into shadows and swiftly made their way toward the brightly lit Chunyu Tower. Chapter 75. Chunyu Tower is the most extravagant establishment in Xuanyang City. Here, spending a fortune in a single night is remarkably commonplace, a veritable den of indulgence. Upon entry, one is greeted by an enchanting atmosphere. A delicate golden silk carpet lies atop the smooth marble floor, while 8 massive stone pillars support the entire structure, intricately adorned with carvings of magnificent dragons that seem to come to life. At this moment, in a private room on the second floor, a lavish feast has been laid out, with the aroma of fine wines and delectable dishes tantalizing the senses. Lu Qinglong and his entourage arrived at one of the private rooms. Guided by 2 stunning courtesans, standing on either side of the room were 2 more breathtaking courtesans, each as captivating as the Lady Li from earlier. "Young master, allow me to fill your cup." One of the exquisite courtesans poured wine into Lu Qinglong's glass, her smile radiant as she delicately brushed her slender fingers against his chest. Such subtle gestures were not lost on Lu Qinglong. Yet he remained silent. Taking a sip from his cup, the rich aroma enveloped him. "Young Master Lu is truly commanding," the courtesan exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Lu Qinglong as he drained his cup. Her stunning features shimmering under the candlelight, igniting a flurry of desire within him. Cough, cough. "Where is Miss Ruoyan?" Lu Qinglong cleared his throat, casting aside the alluring thoughts as he inquired of the 2 beautiful attendants beside him. "Oh, Sister Ruoyan has gone to change her attire," one of the courtesans promptly replied. "Is she changing now?" Lu Qinglong's heart leaped with joy as he scanned the room and spotted a screen on the other side, behind which a graceful silhouette was seen changing clothes. Though he could only see her back, he was certain it was the enchanting Ruoyan he had longed for. Had it not been for his father's stringent oversight in recent days, he would have already ventured to the heights of ecstasy with Ruoyan. Shortly thereafter, whispers emerged from behind the screen, and soon a pink silk dress was drawn out by a delicate figure. Exuding an intoxicating fragrance in the candlelight, captivating Lu Qinglong entirely. Swallowing hard, he fixed his gaze upon the figure behind the screen, his heart aflutter. Just as he stood, eager to rush forward, 2 figures suddenly materialized before him. Interrupting his fervor, the newcomers were none other than Ding Pong and Song Quebec. "Who goes there?" The 2 Golden Realm Guardians behind Lu Qinglong sprang into action, drawing their weapons and glaring fiercely at Ding Pong and his companion. 2 Golden Realm Masters, how intriguing. "Leave this place within 3 breaths, or face death," Ding Pong declared, a chilling aura emanating from him, enveloping the Guardians in a palpable sense of dread. The 2 Guardians turned pale, trembling uncontrollably, their legs involuntarily retreating. "Hey, who are you 2? Do you not know that my father is the leader of the Tiandi Association?" Lu Qinglong, holding his fan, pushed past the Guardians to confront Ding Pong. Ding Peng's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he lunged forward, a blur of motion aimed directly at Lu Qinglong. "Not good, young master, retreat." One of the Golden Realm Guardians shouted, swinging his right fist to intercept Ding Peng's attack. Boom! As their fists clashed, a violent shockwave erupted, sending tables and chairs flying, and the entire room exploded in chaos. The Golden Armored Guardian let out a blood-curdling scream, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Utterly disheveled, with a chilling gaze, Ding Peng lightly tapped his toes against the ground, executing a series of agile leaps through the air before abruptly landing. His hand shot out like a striking viper, targeting Lu Qinglong's throat, fingers curling into lethal claws. With a sickening thud, his fingers pierced deeply into Lu Qinglong's neck, freezing him mid-air. "Why you dare?" Lu Qinglong's eyes widened in horror as he was hoisted up. Desperation flickering in his gaze, he attempted to struggle, but found himself utterly powerless, only able to emit pitiful whimpers. "Why apologies? I shall borrow your head for a moment." Ding Peng scoffed, crushing Lu Qinglong's windpipe with a swift motion. And in an instant, the latter was lifeless. "Young master." Another Golden Armored Guardian, witnessing the scene, was overtaken by fury and despair, his fists clenching with a crack, wishing nothing more than to tear Ding Peng to shreds. Yet, in the next moment, he inexplicably bolted towards the exit of the Chunyu Tower, fleeing without a second thought. It was evident that he recognized he stood no chance alone and needed to return swiftly to report to the leader. Swish! Song Ke wielded his Shui Xian blade, slicing through the darkness with a horizontal slash aimed directly at the fleeing Golden Armored Guardian. Bang! The sharp blade struck the Guardian's back with tremendous force. blood gushing forth as he was cleaved in two, withdrawing his blade. Song Ke cast a cold glance at the guardian's lifeless form and turned to Ding Peng, stating, "Let us depart." Ding Peng nodded. Clutching Lu Qinglong's severed head, his figure surged upward, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. At this juncture, the entire Chunyu Tower had descended into chaos, with patrons and courtesans alike hastily fleeing from their rooms and private chambers. The once vibrant establishment was now a scene of utter disarray. After Ding Peng and his companion left with Lu Qinglong's head, a towering figure emerged from within Chunyu Tower. This individual was robust and imposing. With eyes that gleamed with intensity, his countenance was grim, darkly surveying the blood-soaked private chamber, where a headless corpse lay sprawled on the floor, his gaze filled with a chilling, murderous intent. The prominent young master of the Heavenly Society had been assassinated within his own domain. Once this news reached the Heavenly Society, Lu Qinglong's father would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon Chunyu Tower. At that point, even if he wished to remain unscathed, it would be impossible. Damn it, do not let me discover your identity. With that thought, his eyes narrowed, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he turned to leave. At the very moment he pivoted away, a pair of eyes in the darkness vanished as well. Chapter 76. The Heavenly Society. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit halls of the Heavenly Society, within the main chamber, a gaunt, commanding figure sat in contemplation, flanked by three robust elders, who were the heads of the Heavenly Society. At the center sat the leader, Lu Qingcong. Leader, it seems that the forces within the Jianghu are increasingly gravitating towards the Misty Rain Tower. Even the smaller factions under our command are wavering in their decisions. The second elder, Lu Gong, stated gravely. Indeed, Lu Qingcong replied, his demeanor indifferent as he nodded slightly. The leader continued, in the past, our Heavenly Society has dominated the Jianghu within Jingzhou. Yet, just days ago, the Misty Rain Tower suddenly took control of Xuanyang City, causing the smaller factions under our banner to falter. If we do not seize this opportunity to eradicate the Misty Rain Tower, our position will be threatened. Yes, leader, the Misty Rain Tower's influence in the Jianghu has grown too formidable. If we continue to concede in Xuanyang City, the smaller factions will surely believe we fear the Misty Rain Tower. The third elder, Lu Qing, slammed his palm onto the stone table, leaving a clear imprint. At this, Lu Qingcong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Those smaller factions were never my plan to rely upon. Moreover, our Heavenly Society has been entrenched in Jingzhou for many years. The Misty Rain Tower is but an outsider. How could they possibly withstand us? Indeed, our Heavenly Society has navigated the storms of Jingzhou for hundreds of years. What great trials have we not faced? The Misty Rain Tower is merely a trifling concern. The third elder chuckled heartily. Is that so? Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from all corners of the Heavenly Society's hall. The voice echoed. An overwhelming aura swept in from afar, engulfing the entire chamber. Who dares to intrude upon our Heavenly Society's stronghold? The fourth elder, Lu Yun, rose abruptly, his stature erect like a lion, exuding immense power as his voice reverberated outward like crashing waves. However, in the next instant, his pupils dilated, and his face contorted with shock. For at the moment his voice thundered, the temperature within the hall plummeted. An incomprehensibly terrifying pressure descended, akin to a colossal boulder resting upon the hearts of all present. Stifling and suffocating, upon the outer walls of the hall, several shadowy figures emerged, clad in emerald robes adorned with dragon motifs, cinched at the waist with golden sashes. The weakest among them emanated a presence that began at the ascendant realm. There were 6 in total, arrayed from left to right. Fourth brother, the second elder, Lu Gong, swiftly maneuvered to Lu Yun's side, placing a hand on his shoulder to signal him to restrain himself. From where do you hail? And what business do you have with our Heavenly Society? Lu Qingcong, rising from his seat, bore a faint smile, his tone calm yet laced with an unsettling intimidation that caused the air to chill once more. You must be the leader of the Heavenly Society, Lu Qingcong. A voice floated from Ding Peng, tinged with an undertone of interrogation, utterly devoid of deference despite the presence of a celestial master. Preposterous! The second elder, Lu Gong, roared in anger. Ding Peng cast a glance at him, coldly retorting, Old man, when I speak with Lu Qingcong, keep your mouth shut, impudent. Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me in such a manner? You are courting death. Lu Gong's fury surged as his essence erupted like a tidal wave, his hand reaching out toward Ding Peng, a tempest of energy swirling around him, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. Lu Gong was a mid-level celestial master, his strength formidable. This strike would surely shatter the flesh and soul of an ordinary ascendant master. Meanwhile, Lu Qingcang observed with a detached gaze, seemingly unconcerned by the unfolding events. However, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from the object in Ding Peng's possession. Just as Lu Gong's hand was about to seize Ding Peng, one of the figures on the right, wielding a silver sword, unleashed a strike. The blade's edge gleamed like a cascading galaxy, cleaving through the void with lethal intent, countering Lu Gong's attack. Clang! A resounding clash echoed, as two formidable forces collided in the air, producing a thunderous sound that rent the atmosphere apart. Unleashing a tempestuous whirlwind. Staggering back, both Lu Gong and the sword-wielding man retreated several steps, their garments flapping wildly, yet neither sustained any injury. What a formidable sword intent! Lu Qingcang's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pondered. Turning to the sword-wielding figure, Lu Gong's expression darkened. Who are you? To his astonishment, despite his mid-level celestial master prowess, he had found himself at a disadvantage in the earlier exchange. This individual before him was undoubtedly a master of the sword with equally profound cultivation. Yi Guqing, master of the Qinglong Society. The silver sword figure stood resolutely beside Ding Peng, his demeanor as frigid as the blade he wielded. The Qinglong Society? I have never heard of it. Lu Qingcang, taken aback, furrowed his brow. To be frank, he had resided in Jingzhou for nearly a century and had never encountered such a faction in the Jianghu. Furthermore, from his earlier confrontation with Lu Gong, he discerned that this person's cultivation was merely at the pinnacle ascendant realm, which defied his understanding of the hierarchy among masters. An ascendant realm master could contend equally with a celestial master, a notion that surpassed his imagination. Chapter 77. The Buddha's Wrathful Lotus. What brings your Qinglong Society to my heavenly society today? Lu Qingcang inquired, breaking his silence as he approached to address the matter at hand. The 6 individuals before him were all ascendant realm masters. It seemed the Qinglong Society was indeed a mysterious hidden sect. Ding Peng stood firm, his obsidian eyes surveying everyone present in the hall with an imperious tone. On behalf of the Dragon Head, I hereby command that you yield the Heavenly Society and submit to the Qinglong Society. Dragon Head? Ha! What audacity! A mere 6 ascendant realm masters presume to challenge my Heavenly Society. You are truly overestimating yourselves. Lu Gong let out a disdainful sneer, casting a contemptuous gaze over Yi Guqing and his 6 companions. His tone laced with a hint of mockery. Dragon Head? That must be a title above that of the moderator. Since you all refuse to leave, I shall personally take you down and demand your so-called Dragon Head bring a ransom to exchange for your lives. In the face of Ding Peng's repeated provocations, Lu Qingcang's expression gradually darkened. The aura belonging to a celestial realm master swept across the area, a formidable pressure erupting from his being, surging toward Ding Peng, Yi Guqing, and the other 4 like a tidal wave. However, at that moment, the 6 of them unleashed their own auras, merging 6 distinct energies into an intangible shield to counteract Lu Qingcang's celestial might. Since we have arrived, Lu Qingcang, you must have prepared a grand gift for us. Care to guess what the Qinglong Society has in store for you? As Ding Peng spoke, a glint of malevolence flashed in his eyes. With a vigorous throw, he sent a sealed black sack flying toward Lu Gong, landing squarely at his feet. Upon seeing the sack, soaked in blood and emitting a nauseating stench, Lu Qingcang's countenance darkened immediately. His unease magnified as he approached the sack. Open it, he commanded. Lu Gong, with a swift motion, unfastened the well-sealed sack. The moment it was opened, an unbearable odor assaulted Lu Gong's nostrils, twisting his expression into one of revulsion. Alas! It is regrettable that the system's clock-in has yielded but this one result, akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, an utter waste to the other end of the inner city. Within the Lord's mansion, Tang Qing stood suspended in the void, gazing at the blooming fire lotus several miles away. His heart tightened involuntarily, cold sweat beading at the side of his forehead, his expression fraught with terror. He had witnessed with his own eyes the leader of the Tiandi Society, Lu Qingcang, being devoured by that fire lotus, with no survivors among the several masters of the Tiandi society. My heavens! He felt as though his martial heart was on the verge of shattering. A peak master of the Tianxiang realm, reputed to be as steadfast as the national pillar, had his life effortlessly claimed by a weapon shaped like a lotus flower. Were he in that position, he too would likely meet the fate of being reduced to mere bones. How terrifying! Merely deploying 6 masters of the Zhishuan realm alongside one weapon had easily eradicated the long-embedded Tiandi society in Jingzhou. A situation where even he, as a city lord, often had to consider Lu Qingsong's sentiments. This matter must be reported to His Majesty. The sudden emergence of the Qinglong society within Xuanyang City, which has swiftly dismantled the Tiandi society, may very well become the next Yanyu Tower. Throughout the streets and alleys of Xuanyang City, martial artists engaged in fervent discussions about the events that transpired at the Tiandi society the previous night. Furthermore, shortly after the demise of the Tiandi society, a mysterious force known as the Qinglong society quietly emerged, having subdued various assassin organizations within Xuanyang City in just one night, a speed that left many astounded. They even procured a towering pavilion as the headquarters for the Qinglong society, and within mere days, capitalizing on the resources of other assassin organizations, they rapidly developed, becoming the new leader in Xuanyang City. Their momentum surpassing that of the former Tiandi society. Of course, for those disobedient assassin organizations, the lifeless bodies of all members were hung at their respective locations, with over 10 masters of the King Kong realm assassinated without a trace. In an instant, the martial world of Xuanyang City was in tumult. Alas, have you heard? On the day of the Qinglong Society's inauguration, they not only issued classifications for martial realms, but also explicitly stated that they only accept assassination commissions. Oh, you are aware. It is said they do not accept commissions from those below the innate realm, deeming them too simple and lacking challenge. For those at the innate realm, the fee is 10,000 taels of gold per individual. For masters of the King Kong realm, it is 500,000 taels. For masters of the Zhishuan realm, 3 million taels. And for masters of the Yaotian realm, it is 10 million taels. As for the Tianxiang realm masters, often referred to as the national pillar, their price is 30 million taels. But should the remuneration be ample, they might even assassinate formidable beings of the Tianren realm. From the innate realm to the formidable Tianren realm. These are the commissions the Qinglong society is willing to undertake. My heavens! The Qinglong society is so powerful. Could they be the ones responsible for the destruction of the Tiandi society? One innate martial artist whispered. Hush! Have you lost your mind? How can you discuss the Tiandi society in the presence of so many? Stop speaking. As he uttered these words, he glanced around cautiously, and then, tossing down a silver ingot, he turned and left with his companions. Chapter 79. The Longyang secret vault. In a refined chamber on the second floor, Su Chan sat comfortably in a chair, one hand wielding chopsticks to savor delectable dishes, while the other delicately sipped from a teacup, his eyes blissfully half-closed. It seems your plan has borne fruit. Young master, we have not failed you. Ding Peng, who stood before him, replied respectfully to It is thanks to the Buddha's wrath fire lotus bestowed by the young master that such results were achievable. Added Song K from the side. Su Chen smiled, resting his right hand on the table. Now that the assassin organizations within Xuanyang City have been unified by you, your next objective is to advance the Qinglong society into other cities of Jingzhou, and then radiate throughout the entire Bailey region. Yes, young master. As their conversation unfolded, the door swung open to reveal a tall figure clad in white robes with crimson hair, possessing a strikingly handsome and charming visage, who approached Su Chen and bowed respectfully. This individual was none other than the Holy Lotus Dragon Head, the Swallowing Buddha Boy. I pay my respects to the young master. Su Chen nodded, gesturing for him to rise, and inquired, have you come here for a specific matter? Reporting to the young master, I have discovered this in the secret chamber beneath the Tiandi society. The Swallowing Buddha Boy reverently produced a jade box and placed it on the table. Oh, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and reached for it. The jade box, entirely emerald green, was intricately carved with peculiar patterns, featuring a giant dragon coiling upward, lifelike in its depiction. The exterior of the jade box was enveloped in a layer of indistinct sealing power, with wisps of golden aura flowing within. With Su Chen's discerning eye, it was not difficult to surmise that something extraordinary lay within. Young master, this object seems rather remarkable, he remarked. Just then, a whirlpool tore open in the void, An overwhelmingly pure and righteous aura sweeping across the room as an otherworldly figure stepped forth from the vortex, arriving beside Su Qian in a single stride. "Greetings, Your Excellency." The swallowing Buddha boy and the others retreated to the side. Bowing in respect, "Dio, you know what this is?" Upon seeing the arrival of the Jade Li Jing, Su Qian extended the jade box towards him. The Jade Li Jing accepted it, scrutinizing it closely before pointing to the sealing surface of the box, saying, "Young master, observe. This jade box is crafted entirely from Xinheng green gold, a material typically reserved for the creation of imperial-grade treasures. Moreover, it is further sealed with the power of a royal dynasty's fortune. Without cultivation beyond the land immortal realm, it is impossible to forcibly open it. However, within the Western territories, with various nations vying for dominance, even a country like Bailey, which occupies more than a third of the land, can only be referred to as a dynasty in terms of its fortune's density. Thus, I surmise that this object may be a relic from a dynasty that existed before the upheaval of the heavens and earth, which must have experienced a colossal catastrophe, resulting in the disintegration of that dynasty, leaving this jade box behind." After the Jade Li Jing concluded, Su Qian fell into deep thought. If this were true, then the origins of this jade box could be traced back tens of thousands of years. "Young master, in the secret chamber where this jade box was hidden, I discovered the words Longyang. Could it be that this object is a product of the Longyang dynasty from tens of thousands of years ago?" The swallowing Buddha boy interjected. Su Qian nodded slightly, saying, "The Longyang dynasty? If so, the value of this jade box is beyond measure. Not only would the Tiandi society desire it, but even the nations of the western regions would likely go mad upon learning this news. The Longyang dynasty was once a super dynasty that unified the western territories. However, due to the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons, which resulted in the upheaval of heaven and earth, that vast dynasty was instantly torn asunder, fracturing into numerous nations, including the present-day Bailey dynasty. The ancient texts contain only scant references to the Longyang dynasty, leading Su Qian to speculate that perhaps powerful beings had erased the memories of that era, causing a gap in the timeline, rendering the surviving fragments of historical records untraceable. As Su Qian took hold of the jade box, the sealing aura on its surface transformed into a swirl of golden energy, merging into Su Qian's body at a blinding speed, catching even the Jade Li Jing off guard. Upon the infusion of this energy, Su Qian felt a thunderous roar resound in his mind. As if countless thunderclaps were flashing, a deluge of information surging into his consciousness. It was a comprehensive map encompassing the entire Western territories, with countless mountains and rivers laid bare before Su Qian's eyes. Even some hidden secret realms marked, along with certain concealed sects and powers that remained in the shadows. What a powerful map, so exhaustively detailed. Su Qian murmured to himself. He noticed that at the center of the map, a golden light flickered incessantly, and he subsequently infused his consciousness into it. That was the Longyang secret vault. It turned out that at the moment the Longyang dynasty fell 10,000 years ago, the ruling monarch of that era decisively buried all the resources within the treasury, embedding the location information of the secret vault within an inconspicuous jade box through the dynasty's fortune. Unless one possessed the bloodline of the dynasty's descendants, it would be impossible to open it. Only those with cultivation beyond the land immortal realm would have a chance, should misfortune befall them. There would be no remedy. "Young master, are you all right?" The Jade Li Jing inquired, observing the changing expressions on Su Qian's face, frowning one moment and relaxing the next. "I am well. I have acquired the contents of this jade box." Su Qian affirmed. "Swallowing Buddha, you have done excellently this time." Su Qian patted the shoulder of the swallowing Buddha boy in commendation. The swallowing Buddha boy's charming visage flushed with embarrassment as he softly replied, "For the young master." "It is but my duty, young master. Did you absorb the aura of fortune from the surface of this jade box?" The Jade Li Jing asked incredulously. In his view, such a minuscule amount of royal aura could instantaneously cause the meridians of even a master of the King Kong realm to explode, leading to their demise. Not everyone can withstand the backlash of fortune. I'm not entirely certain. That aura vanished the moment it entered my body, leaving my meridians and dantian feeling pleasantly warm. The Jade Li Jing swiftly moved to Su Qian's side, placing a hand on his shoulder, channeling a gentle and righteous energy into him. After a complete cycle, he found not a trace of the aura of fortune. as if it had completely evaporated. Chapter 80. The Court Assembly, Controversy. How peculiar. Where could it have gone? After releasing Su Chen's shoulder, Yuli gently stroked his chin with his palm. A look of perplexity etched upon his face. Logically speaking, even if Su Chen had absorbed this fortune, there should be some trace left behind. Could it be that the young master is a descendant of the Longyang royal family? If that were the case, it would indeed explain why the power of fortune vanished after merging into Su Chen's body. However, since the young master had not explicitly stated it, he chose not to elaborate. Young master, what exactly is the matter here? Yuli inquired curiously, gazing at the jade box that remained unopened. Tunfo Tongzi and the others also yearned to know the answer, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they looked toward Su Chen, seemingly eager to hear his explanation. With a smile, Su Chen replied, "Inside this box lies a complete regional map of the entire Western realm, along with the location information of the Longyang royal family's secret treasure left behind for the purpose of restoring the nation. And this jade box is the key to unlocking that treasure." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, expressions of astonishment instantly spread across the faces of Tunfo Tongzi and the others. A hidden treasure left by a dynasty for the purpose of restoration would undoubtedly contain immense resources. Li Jing, I assume you might have guessed this as well. Young master, is it truly so? Yuli inquired softly. At this point, Su Chen spoke candidly. Indeed, the blood of the Longyang royal family flows within me. Then, young master, do you intend to use this treasure to restore the nation? Tunfo Tongzi cautiously asked, eye in his eyes. Given the current strength of the young master, he could easily unify the continent and revive the former glory of the Longyang dynasty. To rebuild the Longyang dynasty? Before I was aware of my lineage, I merely intended to develop the Qinglong Society and the Yinyu Tower. However, now I have changed my mind. Once I complete my plans in the Northernly Territory, I can begin preparations to restore the Longyang dynasty. Su Chen's lips curled into a faint, icy smile, a surge of boundless ambition swelling within him. At present, the two major forces under his command, the Qinglong Society and the Yinyu Tower, were virtually invincible in the Western realm, and even in the other three continents, they would likely not fare much worse, especially since he had Yuli as his trump card. Young master, do you require us to accompany you to the treasure? Ding Peng inquired from the side. No need. From here on, you will accompany Tunfo Tongzi to deploy the Qinglong Society across Jiangzhou, while Yuli will accompany me. If any insurmountable issues arise, seek out the Emperor's loyal minister. He resides in the secret chamber atop the Yinyu Tower. Understood, young master. In Yangzhou, at the Royal Palace in Jiankang City. In the Taiji Hall, Lu Yu, adorned in a five-clawed golden dragon imperial robe, sat within the grand hall, his demeanor solemn and composed, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembled ministers below. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor for 10,000 years! The officials below, led by Prime Minister Gongsun Kue, knelt in unison, chanting praises. Lu Yu nodded slightly and said, "All of you, rise. Thank you, Your Majesty." The ministers stood. "Today, I have summoned you all to announce a significant matter." Lu Yu scanned the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the assembled officials, and spoke in a deep voice regarding the fierce battle between the Yinyu Tower and the Blood God cult, which resulted in the destruction of Yiyang City in Yuzhou. Instantly, whispers erupted among the ministers. They were all aware that Yiyang City was one of the most prosperous cities in Yuzhou, yet just days ago, a cataclysmic battle had erupted there, as if the city itself had been erased by a great force. It was said that a conflict had arisen between the Blood God cult and the Yinyu Tower, escalating into a life-and-death struggle. Over 1 million inhabitants were buried overnight. Prime Minister, what is your perspective on this matter? Lu Yu cast a glance at Gongsun Kue and Guanani, slowly inquiring, in response to Your Majesty. The destruction of Yiyang City was entirely due to the Blood God cult's night raid on the Yinyu Tower, which prompted a fierce battle between the two sides. I believe they seem to dismiss the authority of the government, and military forces should be mobilized to encircle and subdue these two factions, forcing them to surrender the culprits for trial in the Dali Temple, to serve as a warning to others. Gongsun Kue stepped forward, clasping his hands around the document, speaking earnestly. His words. The previously lively court fell into a profound silence. A pin drop could be heard. All the officials gazed at him with incredulous expressions, as if his words were laden with a terrifying weight. Inspector Guan, what is your opinion? Lu Yu shifted his gaze towards Guanani, who wore a furrowed brow, his face etched with gravitas. After a long pause, Guanani finally spoke. Your Majesty, I believe Prime Minister Gongsuan's remarks are overly radical. I too am deeply pained by the slaughter of millions in Yiyang City. While the city was indeed destroyed due to the clash between the Blood God cult and the Yinyu Tower, from what I know, the majority of the casualties were caused by that celestial-level powerhouse from the Blood God cult. In contrast, it was the Yinyu Tower's wine immortal, Li Chuangang, who slew him, thereby preventing the encroachment of the Blood God cult's malevolence upon surrounding cities. Before he could finish, Gongsun Kui erupted in anger. Guanani, are you speaking nonsense? Do your words do justice to the deceased citizens of Yiyang City? I too believe Inspector Guan's remarks lack consideration. Indeed, do the millions of citizens of Yiyang City not deserve better than mere insects? I find Inspector Guan's assertions to be quite reasonable. You all are aware of the Blood God cult's heinous actions? And conversely, I believe we ought to express some gratitude towards the Yinyu Tower. The court erupted into a cacophony of voices. All eyes turned towards Lu Yu on the dragon throne, uncertain of his stance. Your Majesty, the Yinyu Tower's influence is far-reaching, covering most of northern Li, and their rate of expansion is alarmingly rapid, nearly establishing a presence in a state every half-month, with each branch securing at least one master in the Zhongshuan realm along with dozens of innate practitioners. Chapter 81. The Three Dynasties Scholar, Tan Daoji. Moreover, the various nations in the western region and the two northern tribes are closely observing us. If we were to engage in conflict with the Yinyu Tower at this critical juncture, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Guanani once again stepped forward, speaking solemnly. His words undoubtedly sparked controversy among the officials. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of darkness flickered in Lu Yu's eyes, though he did not reveal it. Maintaining his authoritative demeanor as he stated, then, what does the inspector propose we do about this matter? The old minister believes that the Blood God cult's actions are brutal and inhumane, contravening the will of heaven. They must be severely punished if necessary, or else the wrath of the people will not be quelled, Guanani replied, cupping his hands. I agree with this sentiment. The Blood God cult deserves death 1,000 times over. Should we allow them to act with impunity, it might lead to even greater calamities, another minister echoed. And what do you all propose? Lu Yu, his expression unreadable, turned to the assembly. At that moment, an elder clad in a crimson robe with white hair stepped forward respectfully, saying, I believe this matter should be approached with caution. After all, the Yinyu Tower has a vast and deep-rooted influence, while the Blood God cult is notorious for its ferocity. Recklessly deploying troops may provoke their vengeful retaliation. This man was none other than Tan Daoji, a venerable elder of the Three Dynasties in northern Li. He was also a highly respected scholar of celestial-level prowess, role model for the scholars of northern Li. Indeed, Lu Yu nodded, looking at the assembly, then directing his gaze towards Gongsun Kui and Guanani, continuing, what do you both think is the most prudent course of action? As these words left his lips, the court fell into another profound silence. All the officials simultaneously turned their gazes towards Gongsun Kui and Guanani. It was evident that factions within the court had already divided into three groups, one led by Guanani, the radicals pushing for the extermination of the Blood God cult, another led by Gongsun Kui, the prime ministerial faction advocating for equal culpability between the Yinyu Tower and the Blood God cult, and the third led by the conservative elder Tan Daoji, who neither held the Yinyu Tower accountable nor proposed military action against the Blood God cult. Let us set this matter aside for now. Lu Yu interrupted the ongoing debates with a wave of his hand, stating, Today, I have gathered you all not only to discuss the affairs of Yiyang City, but also to address a matter of even greater importance. Where is the Minister of War? I am here. A deep voice resonated from the crowd as a man, towering at 8 feet tall and clad in black dragon armor, stepped into the center of the hall. Respectfully clasping his fists, he was none other than Chen Baxian, the Minister of War of Northern Li, concurrently holding the position of Commander of the Imperial Guard. Beyond this role, he was also Lu Yu's personally appointed King of Sichuan, overseeing all border matters, and his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. During his decades of commanding the borders of Ning and Yi, he had successfully maintained military balance, preventing significant conflicts with the Rouran and Dayue tribes, which was precisely why Lu Yu was willing to appoint him as the Minister of War. A leader capable of commanding armies in battle while stabilizing troop morale is a rarity indeed. Now, Please report on the current stability of the borders. Your Majesty, according to reports from spies in the western region, the Rouran and Dayue tribes have amassed over 1 million troops at the borders, seemingly poised to advance towards Jianing City in Ningzhou. Simultaneously, the northern tribes of Baimen and Bailiang are also making moves, gathering over 3 million troops towards Yongzhou and Liangzhou, with Bailiang secretly stationing 30,000 Great Snow Dragon Riders at the border of Liangzhou, ready to invade at any moment. At this juncture, Chun Baxian paused momentarily. The topography of the entire western region is characterized by its elevation in the northwest and a decline towards the southeast, with the northern borders flanked by the lands of the western domain and the northern kingdoms, while only the southeastern corner gazes out upon the sea. The two formidable barbarian nations, Beimeng and Bailiang, dominate the northern expanse of the western territory. If one were to merely consider the size of their territories, neither of them falls short of Baili. However, when it comes to prosperity and abundance, they are greatly inferior to Baili. Although their territories are vast beyond measure, over 80% is comprised of desolate high mountains, plateaus, and glacial regions devoid of life, with even the climate proving to be exceedingly unstable. In some areas, conditions are so harsh that even the most resilient blades of grass struggle to survive. It is exceedingly difficult for the human populace to thrive in such inhospitable lands. Yet, the geographical circumstances have fostered a fierce and robust martial spirit among the northern barbarians, with a flourishing culture of martial arts that eclipses that of Baili. Their martial realm boasts a greater number of masters and formidable warriors, despite their population being less than one-third that of Baili. Should they successfully gather their strength and breach our borders, the advantages held by Baili would vanish without a trace. For once they break through Tongguan, they would find themselves traversing an expansive plain, a veritable paradise for the iron cavalry of the northern barbarians. Thus, upon hearing these words, Lu Yu could not help but furrow his brow in concern. This time, the officials in the court collectively gasped in shock. The movements of the northern barbarians and the nations of the western domain have been alarmingly swift. Unbeknownst to us, they have amassed over 400,000 troops along the border, a number already surpassing the total military strength of Baili's borders. The insatiable ambitions of the western domain nations and the northern barbarians, seeking to invade our lands for plunder and destruction, are indeed deserving of the gravest punishment. Qin Baxian, heed the imperial decree, Lu Yu declared emphatically, striking the armrest of his throne. Upon hearing this, Qin Baxian immediately knelt on one knee, responding with utmost reverence. Your servant is here.